Chapter 1 I sit thrilling stimulating? Themun light glimmers like silver, and thanai ton folds like silk. A sudden roar, out of place, shattered the tranquility of tonight. A frail figure stumbled through heavest, untamed forest, pursurelentless libiamassive black bear. Uehwawan had just graduated from university after morathan twintai irso fad hearing to emundanaruten. She found the prospect of her future adulindun inspiring. Shire Ned for spontaneous adventure before embarking on the drudgery is so adult life. What could be more delightful than a journey thought could but taken a ta him? Thus, she signed up for an outdoor adventure in line. Little did Shek know that short lie after entering the forest with her grup, a gust of wind would leave her disoriented. When she appeared here again, it was the dead of night. What on earth? Before your stewed Dane enormous black bear, it sees fiket on her with a scrutinizing gaze. Uehwawan waster rifi du toff her wits instinct, kick it in, and Shireen without a second thought, stumbling and crashing through underbrush, her heart sinking with despair. Alas, Millify's forfeit. Haddock known this woldepin, why seek adventuriatal? Wouldn't it they've been more pleasurable to languish on a soft bed? Had she foreseen a day when she might neither end at the jaws of a bear, shwouldn't they've pretended to be a lofty flower. At this point, she had yet even touched the handoff the opposite to Zex her life seemed softlating, sober and what a loss. Asher ran for her life, feeling gaz though her heart might explode. An eerie voice suddenly echoed in her ears ha ha ha, I sit, thrilling stimulating? Through unexpected fright shittered wehwawan salridi fragile composure she collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, glancing back in a panic on la to find nothing. Wait, where did that bear go? Did it actually let there off the hook? After a fleeting moment to relief, she recalled the voice from before and stammered, Hust here? It's me, the beloved Kakid, Vogrant swishes, at a red beal, a bright, youthful voicerngin here ears, start lingerance more. Thoth she could har the voice, noonways in sight. The serious off shocks drove her to thebring cough hysteriasha shout in exasperation. Get lost? Imp the goat of wealth. What kindoff childish prank is these? Eh? How rudy for you? I, the steamed in, wandering through t'he small world, herdio erwish, died not sire life fua still mundane and thoughtio wished for a spontaneous adventure and passionate romance. Found da pleasing to thigh and decided to fulfill our desire by bringing out of this beastly realm. How do you know to express gratitude and instead curse me? Beastly realm? My wish. Uehwawan was utterly bewildered, blurting out their confusion. Indeed, have they never heard of t beastly realm? Excitement and thrills abound. Your life shall not be jewel theme leisure exceptionally handsome, and most importantly, female Sarah scarce. You can have min a lover say Jewish, Annie have kasen this place a toes with your desires. Shouldn't you be thinking? Ah, ha ha ha. Uehwawani our lies suffered a heart attack while she hadried about such realm. She merely enjoyed the story as he hadn't when tension of experience in jit firsthand. Excitement was not me into magnificent this manner. Ah, it truly thank ya. Now please, send me back. Uehwa wongeth their teeth in frustration. Eh? Why so greedy? Since yo have come, there is no returning. E havial redigranty do unwish. I fivirio nuarius greediazia. I wooed begs hosted. How can onet desire reverthing? Uewa one thought, minute to vetting guisolence. Isat appropriati tout tricursinau? What do I want? Greedy. How absurd. The flamboyant cat, noticing Gersolence, huffed. Fine. I found than thank me. Is shall to Kemaleave. Enjoy your time. Uehwahoan waste infuriated your leaving? You're just going to abandon me here? Others which reverse realms at least have a golden fingerer semi systemi of giviminothing, ill be devoured be wild beasts in a time. What can doth thrill us this? Are you here to grant me wishes or to take Kimalif? After unleashing her frustration, having Gaul really been frightened be the bear, she now faced the absurdity of being transported to a beastly realm. Overwhelmed with rage and fear, she broke down in tears. The cat go dwa staken abakshi hajranted her wish, and instead of gratitude, shuasin sulta dace a little broken cat? And no shua scrying? How infuriating. Yet, seeing herein such apathy full staten lacking gonomy and soft self-defense, the cat ga decided to help her out. After all, I twud doto tarnish its reputation as a beloved figure. Thus, it reluctantly declared, very well, ishall jifty wasevinth your phoenix beast pill. However, with your mortal body, I twill take timito fully integrate with the beast pill. Remember, perform good deeds, and when I, Zisavin phoenix stale flowers blumenurist, ya will have complete limerjed with the beast pill. It shall take malevino, and I will prosperous journey in the beast lyrium. Listening to the child's voice uttering such nonsensical words, vacillating between self-adulation and grandiosity, left Uehwon bewildered. She almost laughed in disbelief. Was this a dream? How could such an unscientific occurrence befall her? All she wanted was a simpletrip, what it should in a to servithes? Hey, Arius Stilther? In Thessalent forest, where a note of the chirpingo finsect could be heard, she waited for a long time, but her was no response. Looking gather emptiest, devoid of any tray, suff the promised phoenix dale flower, a swirl of emotion senglefed her. This little trickster had simply vanished. What was it done now? Would she be a tinbiabiest? Lest in her thoughts sanded her lie exhausted, she collapsed in the grass and fell asleep. A stone broke, Thesters retreated from Theski. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the trees, striking Uehwawan's face with a fierce heat that reluctant, like coaxed her tired discipline. Before your lay in eggs panzofflish greenery, boundless and infinite. Shep romped Lycia Theria Sagain, adjusted her position, Andri opened at them, only to find this same verdant scenery. Oh no. Ah. This isn't a dream she had truly been transportedo. Scursed primal forest. Damn it. If I am guilty, let the law punish him, not hat deranged cat. After a bout of frantic despair, Uehwahuan collected herself. There was no way back. Sasha my task will make the best of it. Now, Themis pressing concern was survival. Life is precious and should not be relinquished lightly. Should be gone to assess share a sources for staying alive. How fortunate thought Mustaf hair out der adventure was list. All she had was her back. She appeaned al the zipper sand empty a dice content say stainless steel cup, a set of underwear, a travel sized toiletry a skeet, ap your cotton sheet, a folding knife, a can of pepper spray, 2-in-proof lighters, a roll of garbage bags, a pack of sanitary napkins, essential medications, and semi-high-calorie as nature entire fortune lay within. Her tent, sleeping bag, clothes, shoes, sunglasses, and solar lamp were now where to be found. She felt like crying without an tears. Glancing gather on attire, Shore sun protective a hacket, a tank top, and hiking pants, along with her sturdy hiking shoes and Latuosmal pack soft tissues were left in her paquettes. Thessala Consolation waist hats has specialized in traditional Chinese medicine and aids in understanding goth medicinal plants. If she could find a tribe willing to take heron before encountering ferocious beasts, survival should not be an insurmountable challenge. After comforting herself, she has to lie consumed diffuse nax and drank the remaining water from her cup. Uehwawan steeled Harizalvi in Satov. Unfamiliar with the terrain and lacking a hat for shade, Shuaket against the sunlight, thinking the tight wash best to go with Theflo, walking wherever Fata took her since she had no Dahirani tribe might be located. After traversing for approximately 3 hours, she found herself stillest within the forest. Her legs felt as if they were refilled with lead, and her throat was parched. The physicalix hauschen waskandera ta the firnya and gather heart. Alone in the vast woods, she had to be vigilant of wild beast hat could appear at a moment. The combination of extreme inexiety and thirjuous streck left her drenched in sweat, I rapidly losing moisture. She felt like eating fish, desperate life flailing for survival. Suddenly, a cold breeze swept past, invigorating Uehwahuan. Could it be thought the direction from which the wind blew indicated fewer and shorter trees? She had never been in such a forest and had no way of knowing if her reasoning was correct. viewed at least through a glimmer of hope. With renewed determination, she struggled toward the direction of Tuan. After a while, to her delight, she found herself in a clearing between twa mountains, where a Asmal river flowed. Uahuawan wasuver whelmed with joyed hats, he felt her swelling up her legs, nullingeract, and their waist felt like tas hesprintetaward thiver, tossing air backpacked at the shore. Without Tevin removing her clothes, she leaped into the water, exclaiming, "Ah, ha ha ha, let's swim freely." Buther smile frozy in her facius heroized thwaterber lyria at her knees. How embarrassing! Thankfully, she had a vian, or schwood have hither hedan shirleys, wallow at a mouth few loft mud. Such shallow water couldn't lie allowed as off. Muttering to herself fast he settled down, she lifted hairhead, and the sight before earnierly blinded her. Chapter 2 You've picked mup, don't escape. Grass. A type of multicellular plant. What is happening? A barrakested man leaned against the largest stony seat dint the river, his head slight lighted back, eyes closed, and his features were so exquisite, sculpted that the fart. That transition between his brow bony and nose perfectly proportioned, lending his facey striking three-dimensionality and depth, exuding elegance alongside duragid charm. His lips, thuffnet vivid-leered, bore a subtle pink hue. Droplet soft water cascaded down her face, gliding gover alluring atom sapple, collarbone, chest muscles, and abdominal definition before merging into diverse embrace. Her long hair flowed down to her waist, with a fuchs trans cascading gone to her chest, the pure black contrasting beautifully against their luminous one, creating Gassine both dreamlike and ethereal, as if sure celestial being gore mystical enchantress. Huan was momentarily entranced, the phrase of Vividan for Grant finally materializing in her mind as he gazed blank the exquisite, lonely irresistible de creature before, lost in reverie. She had never considered herself a person overly captivated by appearances after all, living in an geofin formation overload, she had encountered countless hands of men online. Not to mention the myriad of enchanting figures from Therium Zophanim. To her, the Sensiophamin lay in his character above eel. Yet, Thesina before hair weighs a shock beyond description. Wait a breathtaking beauty thighs, wasameth injavinidal maker could not conceive. She breathed carefully, fearful of disturbing this woodland spirit, this painting cometa life. Ashes stood there, transfixed, the enchanting figure suddenly opened his eyes. His brow sarched like he distant mountains, and his gaze a spark-led like a constellation uttered across the night's eye. Huan felt a sapphire work shader upteed in her mind, her heart pounding uncontrollably, dopamine flooding her senses. Han Mayan had no fair existence at the moment this little fmula stepped into his territory. However, having just complete da significant transformation, he was too fatigued to concern himself with trivial matters. Thus, when she exuberant lily appeared into the ivor, splashing him with water, he paid little attention, dismissing her as merely a harmless little fmully. He appeared his eyes sutov curiosity on instinct inherent to serpentine beings. This little fmully had plunged in toth water, yet an eerie silence followed, her breathing almost imperceptible. Cold sheave drowned? Up and opening geyses, he discovered her motionless, ice fikej upon him as if petrified. Involuntarily, he spoke, little female, from which tribe do you hail? Area lost, or doyaunit feelwol? His voice, a sclerus a mountain spring, jolted Huan from her stupor. Shequickly low wetterhead, mortified. Oh me goodness! What was she doing? Spying in Sumione bathing? Yet, the peculiar sensation swelling within your compelled her ta gland suppeth the monsmery. Helen guide liar stood in near against therock, his eyes twinkling with that a warmth that left her breathless. A flurry of thoughts raced through her mind this mist BB Astman. Suck a striking figure could if the husband designed to her be the treched cat? She had never imagined that the cat would be generous. Wait, wasn't the Rureline Thebes twirled? Whoever finds safe claim shares Thyron? Yes, that was indeed the case. She had never intended to live a solitary life, so if this breathtaking Ganimala presented itself before her, I twould be rather impolite not to accept, wouldn't it? Ahem. If Shuarito Havia companion, why not choose me own pleasing to thigh? However, lacking experience, how could she find reluctance while still appearing slightly reserved? She hurriedly contemplated how to respond to him next. Seeing the little familiar insolent, Harry is still fixed in him, Hanmayan chuckled softly. Ah? Female soft and fear danlo that serpent beastman. Moreover, Hue soundering beast without a tribe. She was likely to stunned be his presence to respond. Well, it was of not concern herken would probably track her down bicent. With that hot, head and daffer skirt, rose slowly, and strode away with confident strides. Huan watched them turn and leave, his long legs scurrying ways weefly, leaving her utterly bewildered. Shouldn't the Havy approach Ed Heron declared in a demineering tone. Hey, little female, I have a chlamydia, Indio wearmina from no one. Then, regardless of Ferkinsent, Hewed scooferoop hand whisker away to his gave, beginning to live foff pasini tell of, only to find reluctance later? Butha ran away. Heleft in such a magnificent manner. What in the world? Why was thizing conting creature not? Following the script, she hadal riadi played out the scenario in her mind, and datus rate, shwould be giving birth soon. Heyadakshua. Chapter 3. So it is a serpent beast. Han Mion gazed at her with an expression akin to witnessing a ghost, pondering what he had heard. Had he stumbled upon her? Did she not intrude upon his realm of her own accord? After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, Little female, would you care to reflect on what you were saying? His deep, slightly hoarse voice possessed a captivating sensuality that made Su Huan's ears tingle with delight. She lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes traversing the elegant contours of his features, the alluring prominence of his Adam's apple. The dim light seemed to shroud him in a veil, rendering him ethereal and indistinct. Inside, Huan's emotions surged tumultuously. Surely he had enchanted her in the river. Otherwise, why did the mere sight of him send her into a frenzy, rendering her utterly restrained? He was, without a doubt, a mesmerizing figure who perfectly aligned with her aesthetic desires. Broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs. His physical form was nothing short of breathtaking. To encounter such an individual, who epitomized her ideals, was a stroke of fortune from that whimsical cat. Desire surged within her, and she thought, why should she feel any shame? Having traversed into the realm of beasts, if she could not live freely at least once, it would be a disservice to herself and to that adorable feline. I know what I am saying. Until I find my kin, I shall reside with you. You cannot abandon me, Huan declared, her voice almost rising to a shout to bolster her conviction. Yet her thoughts danced mischievously. Ha, little one, let me secure you first. As for finding my kin, I might never succeed in this lifetime. Why must it be me? Han Mion's voice bore no trace of emotion, leaving the confident Huan momentarily bewildered. What should she say? Confess that she had fallen for him at first sight. But would he not perceive her as brazen? After a prolonged pause, the enchanting being spoke again. Speak. Suddenly, her mind went blank, and she blurted out, I saw you bathing. I beheld your nakedness. Do you not owe me your body in return? Upon uttering these words, Huan wished fervently to retract her tongue. What had she just said? Earlier, she had intended to secure his attention, yet this declaration was far more audacious than mere infatuation. Han Mion might as well have doubted the very existence of serpents. Serpent beasts, notorious for their innate brutality and solitary nature, were often scorned by females. Within his ancestral memories, serpent beasts were known to seize females from neighboring tribes during their mating season, imprisoning them in caves to forcefully breed. He could never forget the last time he saw his father. Outside the tribe, he fought fiercely against a throng of males from his mother's tribe. Han Mion stood beside his mother, witnessing the carnage. His father was powerful, yet could not withstand the onslaught of 40 or 50 robust males. Though gravely injured, he refused to flee, his eyes locked onto his mother, pleading, a yuan, will you return with me? Han Mion glanced at his mother, whose eyes reflected hatred, revulsion, and fear. It was only upon hearing the serpent beast's final, anguished cry that she relinquished her grip on Han Mion and departed without a backward glance. Han Mion cast a final glance at his serpent father, who lay motionless on the ground, his gaze still fixed upon the direction of his mother. Indeed, Han Mion's mother had been taken by his father. Overcome by fear, she could not accept the serpent beast and was forcibly confined in the cave until she became pregnant, seizing the opportunity to escape back to the tribe. Yet the serpent beast returned, appearing before the tribe, pleading for her to return, a nightmare from which she could not awaken, enduring for many years until he met his demise at the tribe's gate. After his father's death, Han Mion was cast out from his mother's tribe. She told him, "Han Mion, every time I see you, I am reminded of that loathsome serpent. You must leave. I have no choice, and the tribe cannot accept you." Thus, Han Mion became a wandering beast, surviving against all odds, fully aware that serpent beasts were loathed by all. Resolving never to tread the same path as his father, he had never entertained the thought of partnering with a female. He quietly scrutinized the little female before him. Yes, she was beautiful. Her fair, delicate face, large, glistening eyes, clad in peculiar attire, and bearing an unknown burden upon her back, distinctly different from the females he had encountered in his youth. Perhaps her tribe resided far from here, explaining her differences. She likely had no inkling of his true nature as a serpent beast, thus her audacious proposal. However, it was ultimately a futile endeavor. They could never be together. Why trouble himself with such thoughts? If she wished to stay for a night, so be it. Come dawn, upon witnessing his true form, she would undoubtedly flee. Resolving his thoughts, Han Mion withdrew from her grasp. Rising to retrieve a piece of animal hide from a corner, laying it upon the ground before lying down to sleep, Huan Huan felt elated. Astonishingly, her persistence had borne fruit. He had permitted her to rest upon his bed, which signified his tacit agreement to be with her. Could it be that he harbored even a modicum of affection for her? Huan Huan hastily climbed onto the bed, fearing he might change his mind. Delighting in the scent of the animal hide, a faint aroma of grass, seemed he was a man who valued cleanliness. One more point in his favor, though he appeared cold and aloof. He must possess a gentle and attentive nature. Another point. In this shared space, a solitary male and female, she had taken the initiative, yet he remained unfazed. What a virtuous individual. Another point. Oh, how she adored him. Lost in her fanciful musings, she fell into a blissful slumber without a care. Listening to her steady breathing, Han Mion silently mused. Could she truly be this simple-minded? After a night of restful sleep, Huan Huan awoke, scanning the area where Han Mion had lain. Where was he? The animal hide was gone. Had he fled again? That scoundrel. She hastily leaped from the bed, only to stumble and fall awkwardly. Ouch, why did her legs ache so? Rendering her unsteady, every muscle in her body felt sore, and her arms were nearly too weak to lift. Huan Huan lay on the ground, belatedly realizing the cause of her discomfort. Oh, it was simply lactic acid buildup. This was the consequence of her previous sedentary lifestyle. Speaking of which, it had felt rather delightful to lounge about. She suddenly longed to remain sprawled on the ground. What ails you? Huan Huan turned towards the voice at the cave entrance. Where Han Mion stood silhouetted against the light, the sun filtering through in delicate rays, casting a soft glow around him, accentuating his features in the shadows. He appeared almost divine. Huan Huan gazed at him in awe, reflecting, this must be what it feels like to behold eternity. Seeing her sprawled on the ground, seemingly oblivious to his inquiries, Han Mion approached to offer her assistance. In that moment, Huan Huan realized she was still lying on the ground. Oh dear, how mortifying. Did she truly wish to be so humiliated? Huan Huan chastised herself, thinking, you are nothing but a pitiful creature. How could you let a man ensnare your heart so easily? She mentally berated herself. Scrambling to her feet and rolling onto the stone bed, burying her face within her arms. Han Mion's hand lingered in the air, confusion etched across his features. What was happening? Considering her apparent simpleness, he cautiously asked, little female, are you hungry? Would you like to rise and partake of some food? Huan Huan wished she could cast a spell to erase his memory of this incident, yet her stomach betrayed her. Growling audibly, she was indeed famished. After an entire day of exertion, she had only consumed a few morsels of snacks. Now, her stomach felt as though it were pressed against her spine, and she could not afford to be proud. After all, Eating well was paramount. With a determined effort, she sat upright, but the ache in her muscles served as a harsh reminder of her limitations. Grimacing, she looked at Han Mian and asked, "What is there to eat?" Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, she pouted pitifully, "But I ache all over. I am in pain everywhere." Upon saying this, Huan Huan could not help but chuckle at herself. They always said women should master the art of being coy to garner affection. Perhaps if she feigned a little pain, he might grow fond of her. She was eager to test this theory for its validity. Han Mian observed her impassively. Ah, this little female was indeed a bit naive. Her emotions flitting across her face as if scripted, he cast her a cool glance. "In pain? Endure it. It will pass. Come out to eat." With that, he turned and walked away. Huan Huan felt disheartened. This path was blocked. With a slow, limping gait, she made her way to the cave entrance, where she beheld a sheep larger than a calf. A sheep with its belly slit open and bloodied. She recognized it as a sheep from the freshly skinned hide lying nearby. Still steaming, the enchanting figure wielded a piece resembling serpent scales, expertly carving the sheep, his delicate hands stained with blood, yet exuding a haunting beauty that captivated her. Huan Huan mused, "Oh dear, I am beyond redemption. In the face of such a gruesome scene, all I can focus on is his beauty." Clutching the serpent scales and considering his icy demeanor, his solitary existence devoid of a tribe, he must indeed be a serpent. But was he venomous? Wait, why should I be concerned? He would not poison me. His beauty was so otherworldly and captivating. It would not be surprising if he were a serpent, for they say that beauty often conceals a deadly nature. Ah? Why does that sound so peculiar? Han Mian observed her uncertain expression and felt a sense of triumph. It seemed his intentions were effective. Typically, he consumed his meals whole, and even when cutting, his hands sufficed. The reason he brandished the serpent scales was to subtly convey to her that he was a serpent beast, not someone she ought to approach. Initially, he had considered transforming into his beast form, but now he found himself reluctant to witness her reaction of horror and disgust. Ultimately, she would leave him. After all, who would willingly associate with a serpent beast? Han Mian sliced off a tender piece of meat and handed it to Yu Huan Huan. Flustered, she accepted it, only to realize that, yes, snakes typically consume raw meat, yet she could not bring herself to eat it. Fearing that Han Mian might discover she was not from this world, she hurriedly smiled at him and said, "In our tribe, we prefer to roast such tender meat. It is particularly fragrant. I'll gather some firewood and prepare it for you to taste." Though Han Mian looked perplexed, he called out to her, "Little female, aren't you in pain? Sit still. I will fetch it." Without waiting for her response, he swiftly disappeared, striding away with long legs. Yu Huan Huan thought to herself, "He is so gentle and considerate." After indulging in her infatuation for a moment, she returned to the cave, retrieving a lighter and a folding knife, moving a few stones, and breaking some small branches to fashion skewers for the meat. Just as she finished, Han Mian returned, carrying a large bundle of dry twigs. He cut the meat into small pieces, alternating between fat and lean, and began to light a fire. Han Mian watched her in silence until the moment she ignited the dry grass, at which point a flicker of surprise crossed his calm eyes. Chapter 4. Taken by the stray beasts in the beast realm, fire exists, but it is controlled by the priests of the major tribes. The females in the tribe enjoy roasted meat, but this is reserved for significant bonfire gatherings. Typically, the fire source is kept by the priests. Han Mian, having lived in the tribe during his youth, was aware of these customs. He recognized that this little female was somewhat different. However, her possession of fire and her extraordinary method of preserving it astonished him. "Are you a priest?" he inquired. "I am not," she replied. I don't know. I hit my head and forgot many things, including where I came from, so I cannot return to my tribe." When she produced the lighter, she had anticipated Han Mian's question. Considering they would eventually live together, he would need to know these details sooner or later. Thus, she concocted a story of amnesia, forgetting everything, making it the perfect excuse. Moreover, not knowing which tribe she belonged to meant he couldn't send her away even if he wished. Heh, she felt clever. Han Mian understood. No wonder this little female was unafraid of him. It wasn't that she was foolish, but rather that she had forgotten everything. There were indeed other tribes nearby. He would inquire later about which tribe she wished to visit. As Yu Huan Huan roasted the meat, she realized she had no salt. She looked at Han Mian, muttering to herself, snakes eat raw meat. He probably doesn't have salt either. But I should ask, how can we deepen our connection without communication? Do you have salt? Roasted meat tastes better with salt. Han Mian glanced at her and replied, No, I only eat raw meat. Salt is unique to the sea tribes. Nearby tribes exchange goods with him annually. Females and young ones who do not consume salt for prolonged periods can become weak. However, Han Mian did not require it. He could sustain himself on beast blood. Han Mian thought, the female is delicate. She cannot find her tribe and has forgotten everything, so it seems she cannot leave anytime soon. It would be better to gather some essentials for her. Yu Huan knew he lacked salt. She merely wanted to converse, so while turning the meat, she asked, What is your name? I can't keep calling you Hey. Han Mian. Han Mian? I will remember that. My name is Yu Huan. Huan means joy, and Yu means heart. Remember it. Don't call me little female anymore. Yu Huan teased him playfully. Han Mian was at a loss for words. No one had ever expressed affection for him before. Like a snake, he mused. When this little female sees his beast form, she might never utter such words again. As Han Mian sat on a stone, lost in thought, Yu Huan suddenly squeezed in front of him. Here. It's done. Try it. Although it lacked salt, it was still delicious. She placed it directly in his hands. The little female's sudden closeness caught Han Mian off guard. Her gentle breath brushed against his face, prompting him to awkwardly turn away. After taking a few bites of the roasted meat, he found it rather dry and tasteless, utterly baffled as to why females enjoyed it so much. Yu Huan gazed at his expressionless yet breathtakingly beautiful face and smiled brightly. Han Mian. Is it tasty? Turning to her, Han Mian saw her smile as radiant as a flower, her eyes sparkling with flecks of light. Unable to dismiss her feelings, he nodded slightly. If you like it, eat more with that. He stood and handed her a large piece of raw meat. Yu Huan quickly waved her hands. I have enough. You should eat. Han Mian looked at her stomach, but remained silent. He crouched down, cutting the meat into small pieces, skewering them like she had, and offered them to her. I will go out for a while. Stay in the cave and do not wander. My scent is here. The wild beasts will not approach. As he stood to leave, Yu Huan grasped his arm. Han Mian, will you return? Han Mian looked at her earnest expression, perplexed by her thoughts. This was his cave. Of course he would return. Yet, before departing, he left her with a single word. I will. Watching him descend the small hillside, Yu Huan dismissed her worries, since he promised to return. There was nothing to fear. She began to happily enjoy her roasted meat. This beast realm wasn't as terrifying as she had imagined. Han Mian, though cold and aloof, had taken her in and provided her with meat. He was a good snake. Each day brought meat to eat and a handsome companion by her side, and she needn't worry about starving or being devoured by wild beasts. This wasn't so bad. Though he seemed a bit indifferent towards her, as Yu Huan munched on her roasted meat, she suddenly remembered that she hadn't brushed her teeth or washed her face. Rushing back to the cave, she took a look around. How bare it was. Only a bed, a few animal skins, nothing else. Ah, it seems I have developed a fondness for a poor snake. Yet, what did that matter? Love can nourish the soul. A happy life must be created through her own diligent hands. Thinking of Han Mian's face, her spirit soared. With her toiletries and water cup in hand, she made her way to the small river where she first encountered Han Mian. Although he had advised her against going out, surely the riverside would be safe. She had spent so much time there yesterday without incident. She pondered what she might need. With nothing at home, she at least required a water tank, so she wouldn't have to run to the river daily to wash her face. A pot would be necessary for cooking soup, and she needed a table for dining. There were so many essentials. She'd ask Han Mian to help her make them when he returned. Digging out a wooden bowl by herself would be quite a task. She unilaterally believed Han Mian belonged to her, even though they had only known each other for a day. Upon reaching the river, after washing her face and brushing her teeth, she thought, should I take a bath as well? It's so hot today. And I just roasted meat near the fire, which left me covered in sweat. Surely, no one else would be around. As she contemplated, she slipped off her sun protection gear and pants, donning a tank top and shorts as she waded into the river. Humming a cheerful tune, oh ho! Hear us a little female. Ha ha ha! Come here, come here. Let us take her back. Yu Huan blissfully enjoying her soak, nearly jumped out of her skin at the sudden shout. Frantically lifting her head, she saw 4 men approaching from the shore. Quickly sizing them up, she noted that the men in the beast realm were quite handsome, but these 4 had the rugged, muscular build typical of tough guys. "Wait a minute, what do you want?" As they drew closer, Yuan's heart raced and she shouted in a panic, "What do you want? Who are you? Which tribe do you belong to?" "Tribe. Little female, we found you. You belong to us now, come with us," the man who had entered the water said as he reached for her. "Finally, I've heard those words, but they weren't from Han Mian." Yuan's heart raced as she thought it best to stabilize the situation. She mustered her courage and said, "I can go with you, but you have to tell me who you are first. Step back a bit. Let me put on my clothes before I come with you." "All right, Gray Wolf, why are you wasting time? Hurry up. This is that snake's territory. If we don't leave soon, we'll be in trouble," shouted a muscular man from the shore. The one called Gray Wolf approached, effortlessly scooping Yuan up and heading for the shore. Yuan was dumbfounded. Had she encountered stray beasts? She could already imagine the fate that awaited her if they took her back. She struggled fiercely and cried out, "What are you doing? I have a partner. He won't let you get away with this. Put me down," though she shouted. She wasn't sure if Han Mian would even care, as she had virtually clung to him. Moreover, Han Mian wasn't here now. Gray Wolf carried her up the bank. "Partner? You mean that snake? He, like us, is a stray beast. But you will die with him during the cold season. With 4 of us, we can protect you. You need not fear. Quickly, stop talking nonsense." The muscular man shouted at Gray Wolf in an instant. They all transformed into their beast forms. Yuan was terrified. She hadn't even managed to utter the words "Who needs your protection?" before her eyes widened in shock. What are those things? She had seen wolves on television, but these were enormous, about 5 to 6 times larger than normal. Before she could fully comprehend the appearance of these 4 colossal creatures, she was hoisted onto a wolf's back, and they took off running. Chapter 5. I am willing. Without any compulsion, the orc charged into the forest where Yuan had first arrived. With her clinging to him on the back of the gray wolf, she was nearly jolted to the point of nausea. Adorned in a tank top and snug shorts, her face, thighs, and arms bore the marks of twigs and branches. Leaving her bruised and battered in her despair, regret washed over her. She should not have come to bathe. This was nothing like the forceful, domineering love she had envisioned. What she had cherished as a source of pleasure had turned into something utterly unacceptable. Even if it meant death. And to make matters worse, there were 4 of them. It turned out that the previous day's lack of incident was merely due to luck. How foolishly she had followed Han Mian to his cave. Taking refuge there, had Han Mian opted for force the day before, he would have had his way with her right from the start. What was she even thinking? With death looming, why entertain such thoughts? Yuan forced herself to calm down, deliberating carefully. The prospect of self-rescue was impossible. The disparity in strength between herself and these orcs was insurmountable. With a single hand, they could easily end her life. What should she do? Leap from the wolf's back and risk death from the fall. She had no desire to die. But being taken away, subjected to humiliation, and then dying would be far worse. Wouldn't it? It wasn't that she cared about her chastity. Yet, had she not read that wandering beasts would relentlessly torment captured females, forcing them to bear offspring until they were ultimately broken? And here she was, facing 4 of them. The thought was unbearable. Who could save her? Han Mian. Would he even come looking for her if he couldn't find her? As her mind raced, she saw the distance to Han Mian's cave growing ever larger. Her heart crumbling in despair. So be it. If death was inevitable, she might as well leap. But what if she didn't die from the fall and ended up grievously injured? Just as she was caught in her dilemma of whether to jump or not, the gray wolf suddenly halted. Startled, she looked forward to see a massive black python, its head the size of a double-door refrigerator, blocking their path. Its length was hidden among the lush foliage, obscured from her view. A jolt of realization struck her. It was a snake. Han Mian was also a snake. Was this him? Without pausing to think, she shouted ahead. Han Mian. You are Han Mian, aren't you? Save me, Han Mian. Han Mian felt a pang of alarm. The little female recognized him as a serpent beast. After fetching some salt for her, he had returned to find her missing from the cave. Surely, she hadn't left. All her belongings remained behind. Fearing for her safety, he had set out to find her. At the riverbank, he discovered her clothing and caught the scent of other orcs. Had she followed them? He decided to investigate further. If she intended to leave, she ought to take her belongings along. He couldn't forget how much those items must mean to her. Following the scent, he found Yu Huan being led away by 4 orcs, all of whom were shaggy beasts. Surely she would find them appealing? Yet, he intercepted them, intending to ensure she could take her belongings, never expecting her to plead for his rescue. She did not wish to accompany them. Transforming into his human form, he hesitated, his voice laced with uncertainty. Yu Huan? You do not wish to go with them? Upon seeing Han Mian in his human form, Yu Huan's heart swelled with joy. It was truly him. She would not have to die. Without hesitation, she leapt from the wolf's back, prompting the wolf to transform into its human form as well. The gray wolf seized Yu Huan, declaring, thinking of escaping. That partner you mentioned must be him. Right? Ha! You actually want to be with a serpent beast? Against 4 of us. Are you certain he can save you? Yu Huan struggled fiercely, oblivious to the gray wolf's words, and cried out to Han Mian. Han Mian, I want to be with you. I do not wish to go with them. Save me. Han Mian understood now. She had been taken against her will. He glared at the gray wolf, his voice icy. Did you not hear what she said? Release her, and I will not harm you. The other orcs also transformed into their human forms. One muscle-bound male shouted at Han Mian. You think just because you say so, we will let her go? She is not your partner. Whoever finds her claims her. It's all fair game. In truth, they were also somewhat apprehensive. This snake was a 6th-tier beast. Not to be trifled with, however, they had finally found a female, and they would not relinquish her easily. If they teamed up, they stood a chance. They had to take the risk. After all, capturing a female from the tribe was far more perilous. Han Mian shot a cold glance at him. Fine, I have given you a chance. With that, he transformed back into his beast form. Yu Huan was thrown to the ground by the gray wolf, and the other beasts turned into their animal forms, charging at the snake. Her heart raced as she finally saw what these beasts were: a gray wolf, a brown bear, and 2 scruffy dogs. The 4 massive creatures lunged at the black serpent, but before the 2 dogs could close in, the python's tail swept them aside, crashing them against a tree. The bear and wolf engaged in a fierce struggle with the python, their movements too swift for Yu Huan to comprehend. In her panic, she noticed one of the injured dogs trembling as it approached her. Despite its wounds, it was still several times her size. Frantically, she dodged and sprinted toward the python. Han Mian, seeing the little female rushing toward the battlefield, felt a surge of urgency. He could not risk her getting hurt. With a swift flick of his tail, he toppled the bear, but in doing so, he received a blow from the wolf. Die in pain. He coiled his tail around the wolf, tightening his grip with lethal intent. With a single, forceful motion, the wolf's bones shattered, and it fell silent. He had not intended to kill them, wishing to shield the little female from witnessing his brutality. But if the battle continued, she too might become injured. Well, if she saw his savage side, it was no matter. They would not be together in the ends. He looked at the 3 beasts lying on the ground, contemplating their demise. He was startled to see the little female charging toward him, and in a rush to avoid harming her, he transformed back into his human form to catch her. Yu Huan threw herself into Han Mian's arms, sobbing uncontrollably, suddenly enveloped in warmth and softness. Han Mian felt his ears flush red. He did not know where to place his hands. He lowered his gaze to her, only to find her face, arms, and legs marred with wounds, some still bleeding. Her tears mingling with blood, a sight too harrowing to behold. Han Mian's heart raced. He could no longer bear the fight. With her so gravely injured, the orcs would likely not survive. Wandering beasts had no shaman to heal them, and such injuries could only await death. There was no need to kill in front of the little female. He scooped her up without uttering a word and began to return. Once she had cried her fill, Yu Huan realized she was being held by Han Mian, her heart settling into a sense of safety, and she felt no fear. With both arms wrapped around Han Mian's neck, she carefully spoke. Han Mian, I was wronged. I should not have run out of the cave. I just went to bathe. It won't happen again. Upon hearing this, Han Mian glanced at her, remaining silent, but in his heart, he mused, "This little female knows he is a serpent beast. Yet she still wishes to be with him. It must be because she has forgotten everything." He would tell her when they returned that there was no future for them. Seeing Han Mion's lack of response, Yu Huan thought to herself that this snake was indeed handsome, but also quite aloof. He was far too taciturn. Was he the brooding type? How should one deal with a brooding, cold man? As she pondered this, she began to smile, cupping Han Mion's face and planting a firm kiss on his lips. Han Mion shivered, dropping her to the ground. Yu Huan felt as if her bottom might shatter. "What is wrong with me kissing you? You saved me. You belong to me now. I merely kissed you, and you tossed me aside." With a sense of indignation, she began to ramble. "I can't get up after you threw me down. You have to help me up and carry me back. I'm immobile and lack the ability to care for myself. You threw me, so you must take responsibility." Han Mion was nearly driven to laughter by her antics, gazing at the little female sprawled on the ground, bewildered by her illogical reasoning. "I was minding my own business bathing when you splashed water all over me. I left, yet you chased after me to the cave. You were the one who saw me bathing, yet you claim I exposed myself and demand I repay you with my body. I saved you, and now I am yours." Perhaps it was best to speak plainly, to prevent her from concocting further nonsense. "Yu Huan, I am a serpent beast. I belong to no tribe and am but a wandering beast," Han Mion stated coldly. Yu Huan, confused, wondered why he was saying this now. "I know. So what? Serpent beasts and wandering beasts do not have partners. They merely raid females during their heat cycles, capturing them to confine and force them to mate, bearing offspring. No female would willingly choose a serpent beast, especially not a wandering one." Han Mion's heart hardened as he spoke. "I know that. I don't need you to capture me or force me," Yu Huan replied urgently, her mind racing. Did Han Mion say this to drive her away? No, she knew she might not survive a day alone. She was well aware of her own limitations. So she added swiftly, "I wish to have babies with you. No need for coercion." As soon as she uttered those words, her cheeks flushed crimson, her toes wishing to burrow into the ground. Chapter 6. A person's turbulent infatuation. Han Mion stared at her in disbelief. This little female had forgotten everything, including any disdain she might have harbored for serpent and wandering beasts. He decided to let it go for now. They needed to tend to her wounds. Han Mion squatted down and lifted her once more, and Yu Huan felt a surge of happiness. Surely this silence meant he consented. Indeed, a fierce woman fears a clingy man. This was just the way to go. In truth, Yu Huan was not merely drawn to Han Mion's looks. She had given it considerable thought. In the circumstances they had met the previous day, when Han Mion had turned away without coercing her, it indicated he was a principled serpent. That was why she had dared to pursue him. Cold as ice, yet still gentle towards her, he provided her with sustenance and asked for nothing in return, sheltering her. A soft-hearted serpent. He had just saved her, which meant he had come looking for her. A responsible serpent. He could take on 4 at once, indicating a high level of prowess to protect her. With top-tier looks, good character, and capability, being with him was not just visually pleasing but came with additional value. He was the ideal man. Well, aside from his constant refusals, she would have to think of a strategy upon their return. Indulgence proves futile. Thus, I shall endeavor to explore alternative avenues. Is it not said that since ancient times, strategies have captivated hearts? No matter how unyielding your heart may be, I shall employ all manner of tactics to ignite that cold iron. Yu Huan nestles in Han Mion's embrace, her mind wandering, her gaze irresistibly drifting over his face and body. How can that Adam's apple and collarbone exude such allure? It's maddening. I find myself longing to touch. I never realized I harbored such a penchant. What could be the cause? Han Mion truly possesses an intoxicating charm. Why does merely gazing upon his features ignite my cheeks with warmth and my heart with a frantic rhythm, compelling me to reach out? Is it merely because I have spent over 20 years in solitude, with little interaction with men? Yet surely that cannot account for such desperation. I mustn't look any longer. With that thought, I promptly shut my eyes. Arriving by the riverbank, Han Mion gently sets Yu Huan down. Wash yourself. The wounds are not deep, merely scrapes. There's nothing to fear. Only then does Yu Huan recall her injuries. Ah, they say beauty is a feast for the eyes. It seems that stunning looks can indeed make one forget pain. Do I possess some hidden trait akin to that of a tyrant? Am I blinded by desire? Hastily, she enters the water, noticing that Han Mian bears some injuries as well and has been walking under the sun for so long. Unable to restrain herself, she exclaims, Han Mian, you should wash too. You're sweating. Upon uttering this, she realizes it may seem inappropriate. Surely he doesn't think I harbor ulterior motives? As if I haven't seen enough on the first day. Come down. I won't do anything to you. I won't force you. Seeing Han Mian remain unmoved, Yu Huan calls out again. Does this little female not comprehend her own words? To think he hasn't forced her is already a stroke of luck. Does she fancy herself some great benefactor? Very well, I shall frighten her. Perhaps it will dissuade her. With her trailing me, she would scarcely survive this harsh season. With that in mind, Han Mian wades into the water. Resting against a stone, splashing water on himself while contemplating how best to intimidate her. Yet, to Yu Huan's eyes, his actions appear as, my heavens, what a vision of a wet beauty! That exquisite face glimmers under the sun. Slightly tilted back, the Adam's apple protruding, and his collarbone and chest muscles undulating with each splash. Unable to resist, she draws closer, her hand reaching for the very Adam's apple she has been yearning to touch. Han Mian is startled, seizing her errant hand. Yu Huan, do you even know what you're doing? Yu Huan, too, stands frozen. Oh, I merely wish to touch. How did I actually do it? I like him, but is it to the point of losing control? Yet gazing upon Han Mian's stunning visage, she resolves not to cower. Opportunities are fleeting. The moment is ripe, and having ventured this close, if she lets it slip away, she might genuinely regret it. Thus, she brazenly declares, of course I know. I simply want to touch you. You are mine. Why should I not? Han Mian believes he must be hallucinating. He intended to frighten her, yet she is the one who initiated contact. It seems he must show her some consequences so she may understand the peril of her desires. Surely, all females fear consorting with serpentine beasts. Han Mian wraps an arm around her waist, parting her legs so she may straddle him, his fingers slowly tracing her alabaster neck. Leaning down, he whispers threateningly into her ear, Yu Huan, do you understand the consequences of your actions? Can you endure them? At that moment, as his breath brushes against her heart races audibly, each beat reverberating through her. His cool lips graze her ear, each caress igniting a gentle tingling sensation, sending ripples through her heart. What consequences? She envisions certain scenarios, her cheeks burning crimson, as if she had never seen a pig run after having consumed one. Does Han Mian wish to engage in such matters? Is it too soon for such intimacy? Yet, she feels no aversion to his proximity. Instead, joy blooms within her at the thought. Why is this happening? Yes, I do like him. When one likes another, the desire to possess them, both heart and body, naturally follows. Is it not human nature to succumb to mutual affection? What difference does it make if it happens sooner rather than later? Having resolved her feelings, she leans forward, her chest thrust out, and kisses him. His cool lips carrying the scent of fresh grass. That first intimate contact leaves Yu Huan spellbound, unable to withdraw. This little female truly oblivious to the concept of fear. It appears she is confident he would not harm her. Yu Huan kisses her way down from his lips, her warm mouth resting upon his Adam's apple. Han Mian feels every cell in his body stir. She is so fragrant, so soft. His rationality seems to teeter on the brink of collapse. In a frenzy, he removes Yu Huan's clothing, her soft curves proudly displayed before him. Still dazed, she presses his head down, and suddenly, a fire ignites within him, uncontrollable and consuming. Han Mian realizes the situation is spiraling beyond his control. He cannot proceed like this, he only meant to frighten her. Yet she shows no fear and takes the initiative. This is something he never anticipated. How will he extricate himself from this scenario? Yu Huan is the first to express her affection. To approach him willingly without disdain, it is impossible for him to feel no stirrings within his heart. He refrained from acting yesterday, wishing to avoid the disdainful gazes, not wanting to follow the path of his parents. Yet she knows he is a serpent beast and still professes her feelings for him. She is so beautiful, so endearing. He cannot bear the thought of harming her now. He must not take advantage of her naivety, nor shall he sully her in her ignorance. His mindset has shifted, yet the outcome remains the same. He cannot touch her. He is a cold-blooded beast destined for hibernation. And this entire winter, the females in the tribe, under the protection of numerous long-haired males, will still suffer losses. How could she possibly survive alone? Should he mate with her, he would leave his mark upon her. A scent that would betray his presence. He could never be accepted by the tribe. Yet Yu Huan cannot forsake the tribe either. A beauty so delicate and precious should be cherished and adored by the males of her tribe. Following him would only lead to endless danger and wandering. Han Mian has never loathed his serpentine identity as he does in this moment. Were he not a serpent, he and she lost in thought. His head pressed against Yu Huan's chest, he finds himself in a state of disarray, his body betraying him. Yu Huan, in a daze of desire, senses something pressing against her. Han Mian has breached his defenses. This little female is truly unaware of the peril she faces. What if he were a different man? If this continues, he himself may become uncertain of his actions. He submerges Yu Huan in the water, hastily rising and dashing toward the shore. Yu Huan, left bewildered in the water, is caught in a whirlwind of confusion. What is happening? What is this? Wasn't he everything fine just a moment ago? Did he not desire the same? She had been so proactive. Why has that serpent fled? A lump forms in her throat, suffocating her, as the desires that had just been ignited leave her feeling weak and despondent. She finds herself in a state of emotional turmoil, akin to presenting a feast before someone, eagerly wagging her tail, only for them to take a single bite before abandoning their meal. He truly so disinterested that he cannot even muster the desire to taste? Yu Huan gazes at Han Mian, standing on the shore, his fur skirt still glistening with droplets of water, watching her with an unsettling calmness, devoid of any emotion. Here she is, exposed, clad only in her modest undergarments. Who told me that serpents are inherently lascivious? Why must I encounter such an unpredictable creature? Had she not been so caught up in her own desires, she would not be in this embarrassing predicament. Was it merely her own infatuation that spiraled out of control? Has he been watching her drown in her own longings with such clarity? Yu Huan feels utterly humiliated before Han Mian. Indeed, what mutual affection exists? It has never been such. It was her sudden infatuation with him, clinging to him, while Han Mian has never uttered a word of wanting to be with her. Yet why did he respond so earlier? He may not like her, but why did he not reject her advances? What of the consequences he mentioned? Had he not led her to believe there was something more? If he had not seduced her, would she have considered such intimate matters? A mere touch would have sufficed. The kiss was initiated by her, yet the clothes were removed by Han Mian. Now that they have reached this point, if he does not like her, can he not at least pretend? What does he stand to lose? Moreover, he has already touched her, only to flee. What a despicable serpent! Such an embarrassing situation leaves her wondering how they will interact moving forward. Moving forward? How foolish of me to believe in his charms, to have fallen under his spell. I find myself in this predicament. Yet I still wish to pursue a connection. Shall I leave? Depart? Yet gazing upon Han Mian, an undeniable reluctance wells up within her. Why the unwillingness? I like him. That is true, but it has only been 2 days. Surely, I cannot be so desperate as to cling to him. Is there some masochistic trait within me? Am I destined to play the role of the lovesick fool? Is it the thrill of the chase that drives me? I have never felt such a desire to conquer before. As Yu Huan comes to terms with her predicament, she realizes she is beyond help. In stories, heroines embark on epic journeys, gaining fame and admiration. Yet here I am, a mere love-struck pawn, yearning for what I cannot have. If only Han Mian had declared his affection for her. Then perhaps his earlier actions could be seen as noble restraint. But he has not spoken of such feelings. He enticed her, and when she was ready to surrender both heart and body, he fled. He neither rejected nor accepted her. He has played with her heart, has he not? This wretched serpent. She knows she must return to the tribe. Her expertise in medicine cannot go to waste. She, too, desires to be revered as the leading lady, but she will not give up on this serpent. She refuses to believe it. Anger, shame, powerlessness, grievance, and resentment swirl within her like a tempest. Yu Huan vows inwardly, "You foul serpent. You claim no interest in me. Yet you wish to play the aloof one, do you? Engaging in playful restraint, are we? If I do not conquer you and compel you to kneel and sing of submission, then I shall feel that my life has been lived in vain. Once I have ensnared you, my proud serpent, rendering you utterly helpless, I shall bring forth a line of men to incite your jealousy, to vex you to your core. Chapter 7. Desires must be fulfilled. Hanmian observed Yuanwan, who remained motionless in the water, as if turned to stone, a pang of inexplicable sorrow striking his heart. Had he perhaps gone too far with his jest? Had he frightened her? Would she choose to depart? His intentions were merely to illustrate the treachery of beastly hearts, if she were to encounter other beast men in such a manner. Why did the mere thought of her with another fill him with discomfort? Enough of this. The sun has set, and surely she must be famished after a day without sustenance. Moreover, she bears wounds that cannot endure prolonged immersion in water. Turning to her, his voice tinged with a tenderness he scarcely recognized in himself, he implored, Huan, come up. It is time for us to return. Yuanwan, inwardly cursing the loathsome serpent and pondering how to exact her revenge, was suddenly startled by his call. Did he truly address her as Huan? He proposed their return, unlike yesterday when he had turned and abandoned her. Could it be that she need not pursue him with desperate tenacity? Her legs trembled. She could not rise. You must carry me back. Determined to subdue this serpent and avenge her humiliation, Yuanwan resolved to be shameless and persistent. His heart was soft, as long as he allowed her to cling to him. Day in and day out, there was hope. Hanmian regarded her for a moment, and seeing her remain still, he resignedly approached and lifted her into his arms. Their bare skin pressed together. An unspoken intimacy hung in the air, both sweet and awkward. Upon reaching the shore, he gently set her on a stone, retrieved a sunshade from the bank, and draped it over her shoulders. Holding out a pair of trousers, he instructed her to change out of her wet garments. Lest she fall ill, Yuanwan gazed at him without blinking. He was gentle and considerate. Yet how could she? Change? I shall do it. Who is afraid? After all, you are a cold-blooded serpent. With swift determination, she shed her undergarments, causing Hanmian to turn away in haste. I knew you were incapable of handling this, she teased. Unhurriedly donning his trousers, he washed her undergarments and tank top, gathered the scattered toothpaste and toothbrush from the shore, filled a cup with water, and opened his arms wide. Hanmian, carry me back. I can no longer walk. He thought back to her earlier insistence on washing clothes. Now she claimed she could not move. Was this not a blatant act of defiance? Yet, looking at her pale face and the various small wounds etched upon her skin, he chose to say nothing and scooped her up, returning to their cave. Yuanwan felt a sense of relief. Had she known Hanmian was so agreeable, she would not have spent so much time fretting over their future interactions. What a trivial concern it had been. Once inside the cave, after setting their belongings down, Hanmian handed her some salt. Yuanwan gazed at the yellowish salt, feeling an unexpected warmth within. Hanmian, did you venture out today solely to procure salt for me? He acknowledged her inquiry with a hum, as if the answer were obvious. He then looked at her earnestly, stating, do not venture outside. I shall hunt and return shortly. Having traded the game he caught during the day for salt, he now had no choice but to hunt anew. The sun was too fierce, and the prey could not be preserved. He could forego meals for days, but Yuanwan could not. He remembered that a female required several meals a day. Yuanwan nodded fervently. Rest assured, I shall no longer wander aimlessly. Once Hanmian departed, Yuanwan began to ponder the limitations of subsisting solely on roasted meat. The crucial element was water. She needed to wash and drink, and she could not continually rely on Hanmian to escort her. It was imperative to procure buckets and pots. Perhaps tomorrow, she could persuade Hanmian to accompany her to find suitable trees and stones to craft a wooden bucket and stone pot. She truly did not dare to venture out alone. Starving, she retrieved a piece of chocolate to stave off her hunger, reluctant to consume more than a small portion. She had not brought much with her, and the thought of possibly never tasting such delights again filled her with melancholy. At 5 years old, she had lost her parents in a car accident and had stumbled through life with her grandfather until he too departed during her 3rd year of university. She had adhered strictly to the rules, diligently studying, avoiding romantic entanglements lest they distract her and cause her grandfather worry. She wished to make him proud. Yet, Before she could achieve anything, he had left this world. She had lived cautiously, with trepidation, reaching her 20s without any hobbies, passions, or close friends. She interacted amiably with everyone but had never truly connected with anyone. She tirelessly learned various skills, striving to be exemplary, consistently rejecting suitors, and playing the role of an unattainable flower. Alas, she had been unable to retain what she cherished. It had been over a year since her grandfather's passing, and she had begun to emerge from her grief. Just as she thought to relax her long-held tension, she found herself transported to the world of beasts. Yet, perhaps it was for the best. In this realm, she need not maintain a facade or play a false role. From now on, she would laugh loudly, cry freely, pursue her desires fervently, and grasp what she yearned for, regardless of the means. What did reputation matter? Lost in her thoughts, Hanmian returned, dragging a wild boar behind him. She rushed to the entrance of the cave, silently watching as he skinned and butchered the beast, utterly captivated. Perhaps it was true what they say. Love renders one blind. She felt an unexpected allure in every movement he made. Droplets of blood adorning his face and form, enhancing the charm of his already captivating visage, while crimson streaks traced down his snow-white chest. Her heart raced, pounding relentlessly, rendering her breathless. Yu Wanwan felt unwell, for human desires, once ignited, became difficult to contain. Was this what they meant by savoring the marrow? Before Hanmian spoke of what might transpire, she had never contemplated such matters, merely wishing to remain by his side and find joy in his presence every day. But now, she longed to press his hand against her heart, yearning for the tremors that such contact would bring. She wished to bite him. The more unattainable he seemed, the more she craved him. And she could no longer restrain herself. It was an embarrassing and shameful feeling, one difficult to articulate. Fearing she might act inappropriately again, she fled back to the cave, her heart racing, lying on the stone bed, feeling both ashamed and exhilarated, her thoughts in disarray. Time passed, and eventually, Hanmian presented her with a portion of roasted meat. She, consumed by her own thoughts, dared not meet his gaze, lowering her head as she accepted the food and began to eat in silence. The taste lost on her. Noticing she had finished, Hanmian assumed she must be sated, offering her some water before laying down a hide on the ground, preparing for sleep. The moonlight danced at the cave entrance, casting a dim, ethereal glow. Hanmian, I was terrified today and cannot bear to sleep alone. Will you share the stone bed with me? I assure you, I shall do nothing. I simply cannot sleep alone. Please do not be afraid. Yu Wanwan could not find rest. Her heart raced as she carefully contemplated how to entice him. Hanmian was at a loss for words. Was he afraid? No, he simply wished to protect her from harm. Yet, this little one failed to understand. He was not foolish. He could see the infatuation in her eyes, and the events of the day lingered vividly in his mind. He recognized her genuine desire to be with him. Though he did not comprehend the origins of her affection, given their recent acquaintance and mutual unfamiliarity, he sensed its authenticity. If he were to acquiesce to her wishes, the deeper their bond became, the less likely she would abandon him for the tribe. Following him could lead to her demise. If her feelings were merely for fleeting pleasure, then he would have no objections. He too was fond of her. Yet, he could not bear to let the only person who cared for him lose her life because of him. He lacked the ability to shield her completely. Thus, he steeled his resolve and ignored her. Yu Wanwan, awaiting a response that never came, mused, "Ah, how heartless he is. What shall I do? Perhaps I should wait and nurture our relationship gradually, allow time for love to blossom? No, that may lead to unforeseen complications. What if he were to leave one day? In this vast beastly world, where could she find him? Hanmian was her first love. If she could not have him, would he not become a thorn in her heart? Akin to losing her only family, life is unpredictable and fraught with uncertainties. She did not wish to gamble. Awakening to newfound feelings but uncertain of how to navigate them, the more Hanmian rejected her. The more she felt compelled to pursue him, as if she might tear him away from his very essence. Yu Wanwan recognized this as unhealthy, a sign of emotional turmoil, yet she could not help herself. She had no desire to hold back. Silently, she slipped from the bed and nestled beside Hanmian, wrapping her arms around him from behind. Hanmian's body stiffened momentarily. He turned to face her, but the dim light obscured her features. Leaving him feeling a mix of sorrow and helplessness, he lifted her and placed her back on the stone bed, sitting beside her, his tone surprisingly warm. Huan, be a good girl. I shall remain here to watch over you as you sleep. Unable to resist the sound of his voice, her heart raced. She seized the opportunity to pull him closer, pressing her body against his and kissing his neck fervently, guiding his hand to her chest. Hanmian froze for a moment, his eyes filled with anguish, before turning and kissing her lips. His lips were cool against hers, the kiss tender and fleeting, suffused with a gentle intimacy. Yuanwan's restless heart gradually calmed as she savored the beauty of that moment. As the kiss ended, Hanmian embraced her, murmuring, Huan, dear, sleep now. I am here with you. Yuan found solace in the warmth of his gentle kiss, burying her face in his chest, her arms tightly wrapped around his waist. Her eyes fluttering shut, she thought to herself. Though they had not gone further, their relationship had indeed progressed. He had initiated the kiss, and now held her as she slept. His tenderness indicated that he must care for her. As my heart settled, I began to feel the weariness of my body, which seemed on the verge of collapsing, and gradually I drifted into slumber. Upon hearing her breathing grow steadier, Hanmian finally relaxed and began to ponder. Her unwavering dedication made it impossible for me to remain by her side. The crucial point was that I, too, found it hard to resist. Tomorrow, I should seize an opportunity to explain the stakes to her. It would be best to help her find a tribe soon, for their relationship could be deemed a proper beginning and end. Chapter 8. You will forget me. Yuan awoke feeling refreshed, but upon opening her eyes, she found Hanmian absent, causing a surge of panic. She quickly emerged from the cave to discover Hanmian roasting meat. A chuckle escaped her lips. Had she been affected by Hanmian's antics? Hanmian noticed the fleeting look of anxiety in her eyes and felt a mixture of helplessness and tenderness. Was she truly afraid of being abandoned? Huan, wash up and come eat. I've prepared something for you. Hanmian spoke gently, gazing at her with warmth. Yuan looked at the large leaves cradling a pool of clear water, nearly moved to tears. Aside from not expressing her affection, Hanmian was simply wonderful in every way. It was rather disheartening. After hastily finishing her meal, she turned to Hanmian. Can you take me to the small river? I want to fetch a water bucket. The leaves are rather inconvenient. Hanmian agreed, and with joy, Yuan gathered her supplies, placing them in her backpack, then extended her arms towards Hanmian. Hug, with a resigned smile. Hanmian lifted her up, allowing her to cling to his neck as they made their way to the riverbank. Upon arrival, they both washed up before setting off into the forest. As they entered, Yuan joyfully leaped from Hanmian's embrace, eagerly exploring her surroundings, her mind racing with excitement. Wow, is this bamboo? It's even thicker than a water bucket. And this wild vegetable, is it planted? Everything in this beastly world is so exaggerated. She gleefully used her folding knife to dig up several types of wild vegetables, and even had Hanmian knock down 2 bamboo stalks of varying thickness. Noticing a nest of unknown bird eggs, Hanmian, though bewildered by her intentions, complied with her wishes, watching her excitement unfold. With a bountiful harvest, Yuan beamed at Hanmian, her voice tinged with delight. Hanmian, could you transform into your beast form and carry these back to the riverbank? Beast form. Hanmian hesitated for a moment, then recalled her fearlessness around him, and transformed, leisurely carrying Yuan and their collected treasures out of the forest. For the first time, Yuan clearly observed his beast form, marveling at its length and size. Sitting upon his serpentine body, she felt as if she were merely a sesame seed atop a pancake. The sunlight glinted off his dark scales, illuminating them in a dazzling light. Was this the vibrant black she had heard of? It seemed to complement her pale complexion perfectly. They were indeed a natural pair. Yuan chuckled at her own shameless thoughts. Upon reaching the riverbank, Hanmian, now in human form, noticed Yuan's lingering smile and could not help but reach out to ruffle her hair. Snapping back to reality, Yuan quickly suppressed her emotions, reminding herself of the task at hand. She asked Hanmian to break the bamboo and smooth the cut ends, exclaiming, Ha! We have a water bucket now. The thinner one can be used to drink from, just like a cup, and the other can serve as a bowl. Hee, I've gathered so many buckets and bowls. My spirits are high, but what about a pot? A stone pot, perhaps. Where can I find a stone with a hollow? As she searched along the riverbank, Han Mian could no longer contain his curiosity. Huan Huan, what are you looking for? I need a stone like this, she said, gesturing with her hands to indicate its size. After contemplating, Han Mian located a stone of similar dimensions, sat down, and began to dig with his bare hands. Wow! Yu Huahuan exclaimed in astonishment. Digging with his hands? She rushed over and grasped his hand. My goodness! She marveled at the nearly 2-centimeter-long sharp nails that had appeared on his slender, fair fingers. Han Mian withdrew his hand. Be careful. You might get hurt. Yu Huahuan gazed at him in wonder as he swiftly extracted the stone from its hollow, retracting his nails and handing the object to her. She stared at Han Mian's hands, utterly enchanted, and then cradled the stone pot delicately. The edges are smooth, and the thickness is just right. Han Mian, you must be my deity, right? Oh my! Han Mian couldn't help but chuckle at her exaggerated expression and tone. Wasn't this something any male could accomplish? Was she teasing him? Yu Huahuan, dazzled by Han Mian's smile, felt her heart flutter like summer flowers in full bloom. Radiant as fireworks, it was the first time he had smiled at her, his dimple showing, his dark eyes sparkling like stars, his lips curving upward in a gentle yet audacious manner, exuding a beauty that was both tender and striking. She found herself unable to control her emotions around Han Mian, feeling as if she had lost her senses. Without warning, she abandoned the stone pot and leaped onto Han Mian, kissing him fervently, her lips hurried and unrefined, seeking connection. Han Mian was taken aback by her sudden advance and, feeling flustered by her eager kisses, decided to grasp her wandering hands with one hand while the other gently held her head, returning her kiss. Feeling the change beneath her, Yu Huahuan realized he was responding. She attempted to slip her hand from his grasp to explore further. But Han Mian suddenly snapped back to reality, seizing her hand and lifting her off him. After a moment to collect himself, he gazed into her eyes, his tone serious. Huan Huan, please, calm down, I have something to say to you. Once again rebuffed, Yu Huahuan felt less anger than before. She sensed that Han Mian was not toying with her, that he might indeed harbor feelings for her. But why? All right, go ahead, she urged, striving to steady her heartbeat and eager to understand his reasoning. With a complex mixture of emotions, Han Mian looked at her. Huan Huan, I must hibernate through the entire winter. I cannot protect you, and being with me could cost you your life. Can you comprehend this? Yu Huahuan was taken aback. She hadn't realized his refusal stemmed from a desire to protect her. Her heart swelled with a blend of sorrow and gratitude. Such men were rare even in the human world, let alone in the beast realm. She was uncertain whether encountering someone like him was a blessing or a misfortune. All she knew was that she liked him and felt safe by his side. Yet he continued to reject her, which only fueled her desperation. This obsession was unhealthy. She never considered a lasting relationship. Feeling both moved and guilty, she looked into his eyes earnestly. Han Mian, I understand that snakes must hibernate. But if we prepare food in advance, I can survive. I don't eat much, and I'm not afraid of the cold. We can make a mud stove to keep warm, gather more animal skins, and I can wait for you to emerge from hibernation. Han Mian was touched by the hope in her eyes, but felt compelled to continue. Even if you are not afraid of the cold or hunger, what if another situation like yesterday occurs? My hibernation lasts for 3 full moons. What if rogue beasts come for you? What if wild animals attack? Indeed, she was weak and unable to fend for herself. Then she remembered that the wish cat had mentioned gifting her a phoenix beast dan. She glanced at her wrist, finding it empty, not a trace of the phoenix tail flower in sight. Noticing her silence, Han Mian, fighting against his own reluctance, spoke softly. Huan Huan, there is a white tiger tribe nearby, the most powerful in this area. There, you won't have to worry about being abducted. They treat females well. You could live happily there. Tears welled in Yu Huahuan's eyes. Han Mian, are you sending me away? Han Mian carefully wiped away her tears. Huan Huan, I am not asking you to leave alone. Tomorrow, I will take you to the White Tiger tribe. All right. Seeing her on the verge of tears again, he hurried to console her. Huan Huan, you have forgotten everything and feel anxious. The first one you met was me, which is why you feel attached. Once you reach the White Tiger tribe, you will encounter many excellent males. You can choose freely, and I will no longer seem so special. Huan Huan, you must listen to me. Living is more important than anything else. Yu Huahuan's heart was tumultuous. He spoke the truth. She could not survive alone. The Wish Cat had said the Phoenix Tail Flower must contribute to the good to be recognized by the Beast Dan. If she wished to grow stronger and protect herself, she had to go to the tribe. To be with Hanmian, she needed to become strong, which felt like an inescapable dilemma. But they had only been together for 3 days. When she grew stronger, would Hanmian still be waiting for her? Would she be able to find him again? Perhaps in the tribe, she would slowly forget him. Forgetting might be a blessing, as this obsessive attachment could harm them both. Yet, the thought of leaving him now was unbearable. She needed to reassure Hanmian first. With reddened eyes, she looked at him. Hanmian, I will heed your advice and go to the tribe, but not tomorrow. May I stay with you for now? As winter approaches, I will leave. Hanmian's gaze was filled with deep compassion and helplessness. Huan, humans are not mere plants. The longer we are together, the harder it becomes to part. Since there is no future for us, why persist in this way? I, too, will struggle to remain composed. I cannot guarantee I will always be able to resist your allure. Then act on it. I am willing. Yu Huan exclaimed, once again attempting to leap into his arms. Hanmian caught her, soothing her gently. Huan, your presence leaves traces of the serpent beast man upon you, which will affect your future in finding a beast husband. They understand serpents far too well. They would assume I would relentlessly pursue you, and none would wish to invite such peril into their lives. Yu Huan felt numb. Her chances of finding a beast husband affected? Surely he was speaking nonsense. In the beast world, females were scarce. It was entirely normal for one female to have a dozen or 20 beast husbands. Males did not care whether a female had previous partners. She had read about it. Hanmian must be deceiving her, right? Moreover, she had not even considered seeking a beast husband. She thought that once she reached the tribe, her medical skills would allow her to survive. As they revered healers, how can she express herself to ensure that Hanmian stays with her? What can she do to make Hanmian believe that she will grow stronger, return to him, and ask him to wait? Is Hanmian's decision to send her away rooted in his deep affection, unwilling to see her hurt, or does it stem from a lack of affection, leading him to abstain from seeking a resolution? She struggles to comprehend him, as well as her own heart. Is he truly indispensable to her? If not, why this relentless obsession? Despite his clear words, she finds it impossible to let go. Yet, if she were to encounter someone as stunning as a celestial being again, would she not be just as infatuated? Is it merely his appearance that captivates her, a case of desire sparked by beauty? Her heart is in turmoil. Chapter 9. Encountering the perverse serpent. Hanmian. May I stay with you for another full moon? After all, there is still a long time until the cold season, and I promise I will leave after another full moon. I am afraid of interacting with strangers right now. Okay. Yu Huan pondered for a long while before finally voicing her thoughts. She wished to stay for a month to gain clarity about her feelings. These past few days have been too chaotic. Perhaps her feelings for Hanmian are merely a fledgling's infatuation, a longing for closeness that has been intensified by his rejection. Maybe after a month, Hanmian will change his attitude. Hanmian gazed at her cautious and hopeful expression, and his heartstrings finally snapped. All right, let us return to the cave. Night is approaching, and you need to eat. Noticing her dazed state, Hanmian carried her back to the cave, placing her gently on the stone bed. He then ventured into the forest, hunting a rabbit, and returned to the riverbank to fill a bamboo bucket with water, bringing everything back before once again lifting her. Huan, shall we eat something? Yu Huan gathered her spirits, climbed out of bed, and constructed a stove from stones outside the cave. She placed a stone pot on it and asked Hanmian to fill it with water while she kindled a fire. While waiting for the water to boil, she washed the wild vegetables and bird eggs. Having not been able to clean them thoroughly at the riverbank, she wasted a bit of water. Once clean, she cooked 3 of the eggs, their size akin to that of a bowl, uncertain of which bird they came from. After the eggs were ready, she used 2 sticks to remove them and let them cool. Then boiled more water to prepare a soup, asking Hanmian to crush a portion of the rabbit, bones included, to make meatballs. With no spoon available, she gestured for him to carve 3 wooden spoons of various sizes. Hanmian had one quality that resonated deeply with her. He always quietly observed her, never asking questions, allowing her to do as she pleased without hesitation, and the results of his efforts were remarkable. He did not inquire, and she felt no need to concoct explanations or hide anything. As the meatballs neared completion, She added some wild vegetables, seasoning it with salt. After tasting a spoonful, she exclaimed, though it is merely salted. It is truly delicious. After 3 days, she finally savored something warm, her eyes squinting in bliss. Excitedly, she filled a bamboo bowl and handed it to Han Mian. Quick, taste it. It's absolutely delightful. Her smile was radiant, her joy infectious. Han Mian watched her, his heart softening. How charming she was, so easily content. Just moments ago, she had been dazed, and now she brimmed with vitality. The two shared the bird eggs and sipped the meatball soup. Enveloped in a rare moment of tranquility and harmony, in truth, Han Mian had little desire for the taste of food. As long as he felt full, that sufficed. Having wandered since childhood, he had grown accustomed to eating raw meat. And snakes do not relish warmth. Yet, this was made by Huan Huan for him, and seeing her relish it inexplicably made the soup taste exquisite. As night fully descended, they tidied up and returned to the cave, where the atmosphere grew awkward once more. Huan Huan yearned for Han Mian to sleep on the stone bed but hesitated to voice it, clinging to him tightly. After a moment of silence, Han Mian gently lay down with her, and Huan Huan felt a surge of confidence as she shed her outer garments and nestled into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist. This closeness brought her an inexplicable sense of security. Yet, Han Mian was tormented. Her sweet scent stirred restlessness within him, and her movements were anything but still, pressing against him, with her face against his chest. The soft curve of her body pressed close, one leg insistently wedged between his. He felt as if he might ignite. Time slipped away until, at last, he heard her steady breathing, allowing him to gradually place her down and rush towards the river. Such a sweet burden. As dawn approached, Han Mian returned to the cave, still carrying his catch. After preparing the prey and placing it at the entrance, he lay back down, recalling the panic in her eyes when she woke yesterday and found him absent. Just as he settled onto the stone bed, Huan Huan once again embraced him. All right, let us sleep a little longer. When she awoke, enveloped in warmth, she opened her eyes to find his breathtaking visage striking her anew. Han Mian slept with his eyes closed, his long eyelashes casting shadows upon her heart. This was how she had first seen him, exquisite and ethereal, aloof yet beguiling. She remained motionless, entranced by his presence. If only she could awaken in his arms every day, her life would be complete. However, in a month, she would be sent away. Han Mian opened his eyes, meeting the gaze of her infatuation and reluctance. Unable to resist, he hugged her tightly and gently kissed her forehead. Huan Huan, are you hungry? I caught a soft beast for you to use in your soup. All right. The two got up, washed themselves, and enjoyed their meal before returning to the cave. Han Mian retrieved the snake skin and animal hides, along with bone needles, measuring Huan Huan's dimensions. Curious, she asked, Han Mian, what are you doing? Huan Huan, this is snake skin. I will make you a skirt from it.its quite cool to wear during this season, and the animal hides can be fashioned into a skirt for you to wear during the rainy and cold seasons. Seeing her astonished expression, his voice carried a hint of tenderness. Huan Huan sensed the shift in Han Mian's demeanor over the past few days. He had ignored her on the first day, but each subsequent day had shown improvement. Now, he was making her clothes, even using snake skin. She understood that snake skin was reserved for partners, but what did this mean? Was he simply being kind? Or was there some ulterior motive? But he had no reason for such games. The first day might be excusable, but after her overt expressions of affection, he had shown no anger or disdain. Han Mian did not think too deeply. He believed that since Huan Huan had forgotten everything and was now with him, he ought to consider her needs, ensuring that her fondness for him was not in vain. Creating warm memories for her serpent life. Huan Huan sat beside him, wrapping her arms around his. What kind of style will you make? Can I choose the design? What is a style? Han Mian asked, bewildered. Were not animal skin skirts all the same? Huan Huan gestured and explained her preferences, and with a few deft movements, she began sewing using a strand of her hair. Watching his alluring hands deftly maneuver the needle, she found it both fascinating and absurd. What a remarkable man he was! The more she discovered his merits, the more her heart ached. What good was it if he were not hers? Having completed the snake skin skirt, a form-fitting dress with straps, Huan Huan eagerly tried it on, shedding her clothes to do so. The dress, while revealing, hugged her curves perfectly. Han Mion's gaze flickered. She truly did not regard him as an outsider. Despite being a male, Huan, you must not behave this way in front of males, except for your beast husband. Do you understand? Han Mion assumed she had forgotten all societal norms. Yu Huan was not foolish. She was well aware of gender distinctions. She was merely teasing him, exasperated by his dense nature. Dressed in the skirt, it fit her beautifully, showcasing her figure perfectly. She joyfully approached Han Mion, taking his hand. Han Mion, does it look good? Feel how soft this fabric is. She guided his hand to her waist. Huan, did you remember what I said? Of course, I only act this way with you, she replied, her hands roaming over her body, teasingly pressing against him. Caught in the moment, she felt a rush of desire, and Han Mion, unable to resist her fervor, found their breaths entwined once more. Huan Mion, I want... No, Huan, do not do this, promise me, or I will send you to the White Tiger tribe tomorrow. With great difficulty, he pushed her away, his eyes ablaze with emotion, his breath uneven. He had been moved, and Yu Huan knew it. Yet, he stubbornly resisted, threatening to send her away. What a stroke of misfortune, to fall in love with a perverse serpent in a world where serpents are known for their indulgence. The odds seemed even slimmer than winning the lottery. 3 times now, he had rebuffed her. Oh, divine beings, let her perish. Chapter 10. The young patriarch of the White Tiger tribe. Yu Huan did not wish to leave. After much hesitation, she finally spoke. All right. I want to do it again. Han Mion. Han Mion maintained his composure, yet a shiver coursed through him, as if something had slipped away. They tacitly returned to their respective tasks. Han Mion continued crafting the animal skin skirt while Yu Huan set about organizing her belongings. Pure cotton, a blue bed sheet. Perhaps she could use it to make Han Mion a pair of shorts. Each day, he donned a skirt made of beast hide, leaving himself vulnerable to the gaze of others. Wooden tea that put him at a disadvantage. Underwear, such intimate apparel, should only be exchanged within the confines of a close relationship, should it not? It is something to be worn daily, even if she were to depart in the future. She hoped that Han Mion would not forget her. She pressed the bed sheet into Han Mion's hands, explaining its general appearance and dimensions. Lacking scissors, she had no choice but to let Han Mion make the cuts. Having never encountered such fabric, Han Mion examined it closely for a while before successfully crafting it for her. She then requested a bone needle along with a strand of Han Mion's hair and proceeded to the platform outside the cave to work on her project. As night fell, Han Mion slept on the ground while Yu Huan tossed and turned on the stone bed, a night devoid of conversation. The sun's soft rays filtered into the cave, and Yu Huan wearily opened her eyes. Although she had not engaged in any physically taxing labor, for reasons unknown, she felt a profound exhaustion from her sleep. As she turned her head, her gaze was drawn to several bright red fruits resting at the head of the bed. Had Han Mion picked them for her? Instantly, her fatigue dissipated, and she sprang from the bed, clutching the fruits as she dashed towards the cave entrance. Huan, you're awake? Have a fruit. They are quite sweet, and the soup will be ready shortly. Han Mion sat upon a blue stone, looking as enchanting as a sprite, his gentle smile accentuating his soft tone. Yu Huan found it difficult to bear his smile. She had promised herself not to offend him again. In a flurry, she averted her gaze, her heart racing like a frightened deer. The sweetness of the freshly washed red fruits made Yu Huan squint her eyes, the delightful taste weaving strands of sweetness around her heart, prompting a radiant smile to blossom upon her face. Han Mion watched her, his starry eyes shining brightly, his tone unexpectedly cheerful. Do you like them, Huan? I'll pick more for you. I love them, Han Mion, thank you. Yu Huan glanced at Han Mion before quickly lowering her head, a blush creeping to her ears. The thrill of her emotions was ever present. The simple utterance of gratitude rendered Han Mion momentarily lost in thought. Thank you? Yu Huan had never expressed thanks to him before. Her demeanor had always suggested that he should do these things as a matter of course. As a beast man, he could only avoid hibernation upon reaching the 7th tier. And when he met Huan, he had just entered the 6th tier. The prospect of reaching the 7th tier seemed a distant dream. This land had no 7th tier beastmen, unless he ventured into the green crystal forest, which was fraught with peril. Even if he managed to survive and fortuitously obtain the green crystal, he would need at least 2 full years to advance. Hua Huan could not wait for him for 2 years. Would he tell her, "Wait for me in the tribe for 2 years. Do not bond with anyone else"? The uncertainty of whether he could even return from the green crystal forest loomed large. Could he ask her to wait for an uncertain future? Hua Huan, it is not that I do not like you, but rather that the timing of our meeting is all wrong in his heart. Hanmian silently apologized to Yu Wanwan for the words he could not voice. Ultimately, they were destined to miss each other, and perhaps it was best not to speak of their feelings. Yu Wanwan accepted the soup Hanmian offered, taking a sip and smiling brightly. "It's absolutely delicious, Hanmian. You are truly remarkable. It's your first time cooking, and it tastes this good. I envy you." Hanmian's face flushed, and his spirits brightened immediately. Yu Wanwan always had a penchant for exaggerated praise of his simple deeds, a playful yet sincere manner that left him utterly charmed. As days turned into weeks, the two of them left traces of their presence in the forest. Among the grass and by the riverside, the red flower Hanmian tucked into Yu Wanwan's hair was a brilliant sight, while her flowing locks brushed against his face, with their laughter echoing merrily through the mountains and fields. Yu Wanwan had once yearned for the tumult of fate. Now she believed that the most beautiful scenery in her life was Hanmian. He was the essence of an idyllic April day. Time slipped by, and the moment of their parting drew nearer. The two grew increasingly inseparable, entwined in sweetness laced with bitterness. For Yu Wanwan, Hanmian's kindness was quietly nurturing, attending to every detail with precision, striking a perfect balance between closeness and distance. Leaving her in a state of delightful disarray, as separation loomed, she reverted to her former self, plagued by indecision and caution. The resolve she had formed by the river and beneath the cave upon her arrival, to be a carefree spirit who laughed when she wished and cried when she felt like it, had dissipated in Hanmian's presence. She longed to draw near yet hesitated, wanted to distance herself but felt unable to part. Simply existing in the same space brought her satisfaction and sweetness. She willingly surrendered to her descent into blissful torment, experiencing sensations she had never known before through Hanmian. With the shorts and beast-hide skirt completed, Yu Wanwan gazed at Hanmian clad in the shorts she had sewn, her heart awash with mixed emotions. Each stitch had been a labor of love. She had unpicked and resewn it countless times, always feeling it fell short of perfection. Yet how perfect could a pair of shorts truly be? She often pondered the possibility of meeting many others in the future, perhaps even falling for someone new, but could such a fervent and cautious affection ever be replicated? Would she still exert herself to remain by someone's side? "Hanmian, let us go for a stroll. I want to take a bath." Yu Wanwan expressed her desire to revisit the place of their first encounter. Very well. Hanmian donned the beast-hide skirt once more. The shorts were a gift from Hua Huan, and he was reluctant to wear them, deciding to keep them as a cherished memory for the days to come. Yu Wanwan extended her hands, and after a moment of contemplation, Hanmian picked her up and made his way toward the riverbank. After several days apart, the sensation of their skin brushing against each other made Yu Wanwan's eyes well with tears. This feeling, knowing they might part and never see each other again, was akin to knowing one's death date in advance. Amidst her tearful haze, her gaze fell upon a man lying by the riverbank, tall and muscular with sun-kissed skin. His exquisite features and deep-set eyes exuded an air of striking allure. His injuries were not severe. The blood was concentrated on his limbs, with no wounds on his abdomen. He had likely fainted from exhaustion. Yu Wanwan examined the wounds, noting some inflammation and pus. Though she had anti-inflammatory and fever medication, the man's identity remained unknown. Should she save him or not? Hanmian sensed her hesitation and after a moment of silence, remarked, "He is the young chief of the White Tiger clan, the very tribe I intended to take you to. I have seen him before." Yu Wanwan's heart skipped a beat. If she saved him, would that mean she had no choice but to leave? As a mere mortal, her first instinct was to think of herself. Yet a healer's duty is to save lives. She began to waver. Hanmian looked at her with complex emotions, his tone low. "Hua Huan, let us take him back. If he remains here, he will not survive an encounter with wild beasts." "All right." Yu Wanwan resolved not to overthink it. Given Hanmian's character, he would inevitably escort her away, and she could not stand idly by as someone perished before her. Though not a saint, she couldn't ignore her conscience. She retrieved a piece of beast hide to lay on the ground, instructing Hanmian to lower the man onto it. The stone bed belonged to Hanmian, and she did not wish for anyone else to use it. She gathered the anti-inflammatory and fever medications, taking out 2 of each, and also retrieved the leftover fabric from the shorts. Dampening a portion of the fabric, she handed it to Hanmian. Hanmian, please help him clean the wounds. Silently accepting the cloth, Hanmian cleaned the wounds. After inspecting them, Yuanwan noted that they were not deep, merely inflamed. She placed the medication into the man's mouth and let Hanmian assist him in drinking some water to swallow it down. Hanmian, let us go into the forest to find some medicinal herbs. He needs anti-inflammatory treatment for his wounds. Yuanwan took Hanmian's hand and led him outside. Hua Huan, are you a shaman? Do you recall the medicinal herbs? Do you remember anything else? This marked the first time Hanmian asked her a question. Yuanwan felt a pang of guilt, tucking her hair behind her ear. No, knowledge of medicinal herbs is instinctual. Much like cooking, I can't recall anything else. Hanmian's gaze flickered, but he did not press further. As they entered the forest, Yuanwan began her search. Previously, she had only come to play, casually gathering wild vegetables. But she had never paid attention to anti-inflammatory herbs. It was not until they approached the area where Hanmian had rescued her that she finally discovered dandelions and honeysuckle. Though she couldn't find coptis, it was better than nothing. She dug up all she could find. On the return journey, Yuanwan sat upon the tail of the transformed black snake, lost in thought. If someone had told her in the past that she would fall for a giant python, she would have scoffed at the idea. Yet, here she was. Life is indeed unpredictable and absurdly amusing. Upon returning to the cave, she crushed the herbs and applied them to the man's wounds. There was no need for bandaging, as they were not very deep. Even her ragged strips of cloth proved useful. Nothing should go to waste. Hanmian approached, wrapping his arm around Yuanwan, who sat on a large stone outside the cave. Lost in thought. His tone was gentle. What are you thinking about, Hua Huan? Hanmian never initiated embraces, leaving Yuanwan pleasantly surprised. She wrapped her arms around his waist and buried her head in his chest. Inhaling the faint scent of grass that she found so endearing, Chapter 11. The reason for departure. As the moon hung high in the sky, the two lay quietly on the stone bed. This was the first time they had shared a bed since Hanmian told her not to behave that way anymore. Inhaling the subtle fragrance of grass on Hanmian, Yuanwan's thoughts were in turmoil. Sensing her tremors, Hanmian embraced her, gently running his fingers through her long hair. Yuanwan buried her face in his chest, relishing his scent, cherishing everything about him. Even his quiet demeanor and cold gaze. As dawn broke, Yuanwan awoke from a restful slumber, instinctively searching for Hanmian. However, her gaze met another pair of eyes. Momentarily stunned, she recalled. Oh, it was the man she had rescued yesterday. Did you save me, little female? The man stood by her stone bed, gazing intently at her with a smile in his eyes. Hanmian brought you back. I merely administered some medication. Yuanwan rose from the bed, her mind still chiding the rudeness of the individual who stood by her bedside. Watching her sleep. Thank you, little female. I am Imobai, of the White Tiger tribe. How is it that you find yourself here? Imobai was taken aback. It was astonishing to discover such a beautiful little female in the lair of a serpent beast. And moreover, she was a healer and no need for thanks. It was but a trifling effort. Have you seen Hanmian? Yuanwan replied, a hint of urgency in her voice as she moved toward the cave entrance. Imobai followed closely behind, contemplating. She must have been captured by the serpent beast. How could he rescue her? He had encountered the serpent beast upon awakening. It was at the 6th tier. He himself had just attained the 5th tier and stood no chance against it. The serpent beast had ventured out for a hunt. Perhaps he could stealthily take her away. Resolving himself, he stepped before Yuanwan, stating, he has gone hunting. I shall escort you back to the White Tiger tribe. We have over 300 males there. He will not dare pursue you. Yuanwan, while washing her face, found his words perplexing. Upon noticing his proximity, her tone turned slightly irritable. Why would I sneak away with you? What are you doing here, and why are you injured? A wave of concern washed over her. Wasn't this the territory of Hanmian? How could a young chieftain of a tribe be wounded here? Moreover, his tone seemed to harbor hostility towards Hanmian. With over 300 males in their tribe, they wouldn't dare confront Hanmian. Would they? I was hunting with my clan when I chased a bear, inadvertently straying into this forest, where I encountered a pack of feral beasts. A skirmish ensued, and I was injured. I managed to escape to the riverbank, but they did not follow. After that, I lost track of them. Mobai was bewildered as to why the little female refused to accompany him, yet he felt compelled to answer her inquiries. A pack of feral beasts? Here in this forest? Aren't they typically solitary? How is it possible to encounter so many at once? Yu Huanhuan gasped, fear coursing through her as frantic thoughts raced through her mind. Where was Han Mian? What had become of him? Could he have been ensnared by the feral beasts? What if they overwhelmed him? Just then, a cacophony of footsteps echoed, and turning her gaze, she beheld a group of men standing on the dirt path below the small slope. There she is. She is the companion of the serpent beast. Yu Huanhuan thought as she gazed toward the sound. It's that dog-like creature that Han Mian had grievously injured. It appears it survived. And now it has returned with reinforcements to seize me. Seems Han Mian is too merciful. Quickly, we must act. The serpent beast will return shortly, bellowed a muscular man resembling a gorilla. Yu Huanhuan was both startled and enraged, momentarily frozen in place. Heh, that tiger is also here. We let him escape yesterday. Let us take him down together. Before the words had left his mouth, they transformed into their beast forms, and Imo by two shifted into his beast form. Charging down the slope, a magnificent white tiger engaged in battle with the various beasts below. As a fifth-tier beastman, Imo by found himself encircled, managing to hold his own for the moment. The rapid movements left Yu Huanhuan in a daze. A leopard, seizing the opportunity while the white tiger was surrounded, lunged toward the cave. Yu Huanhuan, transfixed by the approaching massive leopard, forgot to evade. Just as despair threatened to engulf her, a dark giant python appeared in an instant, its tail coiling around the leopard and flinging it away with ferocity. Han Mian reverted to human form and, cradling the still-dazed Yu Huanhuan, carried her back to the cave, soothing her. Huanhuan, stay inside the cave and do not emerge. I shall return shortly. Oh, not be afraid with that. He exited the cave, transforming into his beast form to ensnare the white tiger with his tail, and began to battle the pack of feral beasts. Imo Bai, having transformed back into human form, entered the cave, bearing several new wounds. Upon seeing him, Yu Huanhuan trembled, her voice quavering. Where is Han Mian? How is he? Why are you back? Imo Bai noted the little female's evident concern for the serpent beast, which should have been perplexing to him. He is unharmed. He has reached the 6th tier. Those beastmen cannot take his life, Imo Bai replied with a hint of irritation. What tier are you? 5th, although reluctant to concede the serpent beast's superiority. Imo Bai answered honestly. Just 1 tier apart? And you have sustained such injuries. But what of Han Mian? Yu Huanhuan's anxiety escalated as she paced within the cave, too fearful to venture outside, worried that Han Mian might become distracted. A difference of 1 tier can lead to dire consequences. Do not worry. He will truly be fine. Though Imo Bai was puzzled as to why the little female cared so deeply for the serpent beast, he could not bear to see her in distress and offered her comfort. Listening to the roars and sounds of conflict outside, Yu Huanhuan felt overwhelmed with dread at the thought of Han Mian being injured. She began to berate herself for her own weakness. How could she become stronger? Yes, her phoenix essence was of the 7th tier, while Han Mian was of the 6th. If she could gain the beast essence's recognition and merge with it, then Han Mian would no longer be injured. Her desire to grow stronger reached a fever pitch. Amidst her chaotic thoughts, the fighting ceased, and Han Mian entered the cave, his arm marred by 2 bloody gashes. Yu Huanhuan rushed to embrace him, burying herself in his embrace. Han Mian, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I should not have been here. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Huanhuan, dear, do not cry. Look, I am fine. Just a minor injury. I shall be well by tomorrow. It is not your fault. Be at ease. Han Mian gently reassured her, cradling her as he spoke. Yes, the wounds must be bandaged. Yu Huanhuan released Han Mian and frantically rummaged through her backpack. Should I staunch the bleeding first or treat for inflammation? In her flustered state, her hands trembled, struggling to open the lid of the medicine. Observing her trembling hands, Han Mian's heart ached. He pulled her back, cupping her face with both hands. Huanhuan, look at me, truly look that I am fine. It is a small injury that does not require medicine. Do not fear, do not cry. He raised his injured arm to her view, compelling her to see. Finally, Yu Huanhuan calmed down. Indeed, the injury was not severe. The skin had been torn, and a chunk of flesh was missing, eliciting fresh tears from her. How painful! His arm is so handsome. Gently aiding Han Mian onto the stone bed, Yu Huanhuan boiled water to prepare towels and cloth strips, tenderly wiping the blood from his wounds. Tears fell onto Han Mian's arm and chest. Searing his heart, after applying the medicine, she offered Han Mian a painkiller, though he could not bring himself to refuse her, swallowing it obediently as he gazed at her red-rimmed eyes after tending to him. She thought about what would happen if Han Mian were to be injured again after she left, with no one to care for him. She gathered the medicine once more, sitting beside the stone bed. Han Mian, look, this is a painkiller. Take one, and the pain will subside. This one prevents inflammation, which can lead to a high fever and is quite serious. You must take it, 2 each time. This powder stops bleeding, and the 2 herbs we collected are also for inflammation. Han Mian listened quietly to her incessant chatter, then sat up and embraced her, speaking gently, Huan, I am not afraid of pain. My wounds will heal by tomorrow. They mend swiftly. Why do you say all this? Yu Huan gazed at Han Mian, unable to refrain from caressing his face, her voice imbued with reluctance. I say it simply because I wish to share everything with you. Han Mian, you must remember, I watched the two in astonishment. Han Mian was a serpent beast, a feral beast at that. How could this little female feel such affection? He found it incomprehensible, beyond his understanding. Han Mian, what of the feral beasts? Yu Huan nestled in Han Mian's embrace, feeling a sense of security before recalling the feral beasts. Some are dead, others fled. I cleared the area as I went. Do not fear, all is well, Han Mian reassured her, stroking her head gently. Han Mian, are you hungry? I shall prepare some soup for you. All right. Did you hunt that soft-furred beast this morning? Yu Huan inquired as she stood to leave the cave. Stay put. Listen to me, do not go outside. The scent of blood is heavy. Remain in the cave. Han Mian insisted, pulling her back down onto the stone bed. But you are injured, is Huan being disobedient? Han Mian regarded her with a frown. Yu Huan thought, how could he have such control over me? After Han Mian left, Yu Huan sat dazed upon the stone bed by, with a look of uncertainty. Gazed at Yu Huan for a long moment before finally speaking. You two are not mates? No. Yu Huan replied after a brief silence, her heart in disarray, lacking the energy to engage with him. How could the serpent beast take you back without being mates? Imobai asked incredulously, unable to fathom the situation. It was not he who captured me. It was I who captured him, Yu Huan retorted, her irritation flaring. What was the matter with the serpent beast? What did you say? Imobai could hardly believe his ears. A little female had captured a serpent beast. Yu Huan ignored him, but after a moment, Imobai asked again, do you like him? Yu Huan shot him a glance, finding him rather loquacious. He is handsome, possesses a good character, and has admirable qualities. Is it not perfectly natural for me to like him? He is even kind enough to save you. Imobai fell silent, realizing that what he had witnessed today was indeed a miracle in the beast world. He needed time to digest this revelation. How could such a beautiful little female have feelings for a serpent beast, a feral beast at that? Listening to their conversation from the cave entrance, Han Mian felt an array of complex emotions. He pondered. If all went as expected, Huan would be taken to the White Tiger tribe, and this Imobai would likely become her first beast husband, a 5th-tier beast man with commendable combat prowess. And more importantly, he was a young chieftain with the entire White Tiger tribe backing him. Ensuring Huan's safety would pose no issue. Yes, that seems quite good, but why does my heart ache so? Though saddened, he knew he had to fulfill his responsibilities. He could not bear to see Yu Huan perish during the cold season. Han Mian returned with the soup and watched as Yu Huan drank it. He then turned to Imobai, his voice devoid of emotion. Your wounds have healed. Tomorrow, take Huan back to the tribe. Yu Huan had an inkling that this would happen when Han Mian returned with the White Tiger. She sensed it. Whether she was sent by the snake to the tribe or brought back by the young clan leader as a savior, it was clear which situation would favor Yu Huan. Without a doubt, Han Mian would ensure that she followed him. Imobai was astonished. This snake actually allowed him to take the young female back to the tribe? Had he encountered a ghost? Both snake beasts and wandering beasts were relentless when it came to females. It was evident from the demise of those dozen wandering beasts just moments ago. He was perplexed once more. Yu Huanhuan said nothing. Her desire to grow stronger in the tribe was her own aspiration. Parting would inevitably come. Whether it was a few days early or late made no difference. Yet, why could she not stop her tears? After Han Mian finished speaking, he began to pack her belongings, item by item, before stepping outside again. Mo Bai, observing Yu Huanhuan's tear-stained eyes, could not help but ask her, "You do not wish to leave the snake beast, do you?" Yu Huanhuan replied, "Yes, but he does not allow me to stay here, and I have my own reasons for needing to leave." Chapter 12. I'm sorry, I love you. Mo Bai was left speechless, unable to comprehend. Han Mian returned under the moonlight, bringing with him an array of fruits. He washed one for Yu Huanhuan to eat, while the rest were placed in a beast skin bag. He took Yu Huanhuan's hand and said, "Huanhuan, everything is packed for you. Remember to eat these fruits, live well in the tribe, and stay inside the cave during the cold season. I've made you a large cloak from beast skin. Remember to wear it. These 2 pairs of beast skin boots have soft wool inside. Wear them during the cold season." As he spoke, his voice began to choke, and he turned to leave. Yu Huanhuan embraced him from behind, saying, "Han Mian, I will be well. You must take care of yourself too." Mo Bai sat uncomfortably in the cave, rising to leave with a parting remark. "I'll come to pick you up in the morning." "Han Mian, can you kiss me once more?" Han Mian felt a pain in his heart so profound that he could hardly breathe. He lifted Yu Huanhuan and laid her on the stone bed, kissing her lips with a fervor unlike before. This time it was domineering and urgent, their lips and teeth entwined in a passionate embrace. Yu Huanhuan pressed her hand against Han Mian's, and this time he did not shy away. His strong hands roamed freely, kissing down her body, landing on her pale neck and collarbone. His icy lips met the warmth of her skin, igniting a tremor within her. Han Mian's eyes darkened, veins bulging. Yet he lay back down, pulling her close to his chest. "Huanhuan, be good. It's time to sleep." "Han Mian, you do not like me." Han Mian remained silent. Affection and indifference were to be kept apart. "And some words need not be spoken. If you liked me, you would not be able to help yourself?" Yu Huanhuan cried, tears streaming down her face. When Mo Bai arrived, the two had just risen. Han Mian stepped out of the cave, calling Mo Bai to walk a little further away. "Mo Bai, can I trust you?" Mo Bai looked into Han Mian's eyes. "I swear to the beast god, I will protect her." Han Mian scrutinized him for a long while. "Huanhuan is kind, passionate, and tender-hearted. She does not guard herself against others. You must treat her well. She does not eat raw meat. She enjoys fruits and wild vegetables, and she likes to eat the woolly beast and long-eared beasts. Roast them for her, and remember to add salt. She loves soup. Please make her a pot of it when you return. She is different from other females. She must have come from a faraway place and forgotten many things. If you notice anything strange about her, do not question her or frighten her. She will tell you when she remembers. She values cleanliness and loves to bathe. Her cave must have water, and it should be boiled before serving a tea night. Prepare water for her in a place where she can easily reach it. Do you see those buckets? Make some for her to store water in. Be patient with her. Do not force her. She is timid but very well behaved. If she is unhappy, she won't speak of it. Do not let her suffer. Since you have sworn an oath, I trust you. If I ever discover that you have broken your promise, I will destroy your white tiger tribe at all costs. Do you understand?" Mo Bai was taken aback by the volume of instructions. "I understand, rest assured." He gritted his teeth. "I have one more question for you." Han Mian looked at him, his tone calm. "Go ahead. She likes you. You know that. Why don't you take her as your mate? You asked me to take her away because there will always be wandering beasts causing you trouble, right? But you are already at the 6th level. You can clearly handle it. Do you like her?" Mo Bai blurted out the questions that had been weighing on his mind. Han Mian remained silent for a moment. "Your curiosity is quite excessive. I will only answer one question. You ask me whether I like her because you fear I might seek her out again." Mo Bai felt exposed, his cheeks flushing. "Since I allowed you to take her away, I will not seek her again. It is quite normal for you to like her. She is truly wonderful. As for whether you can become her beast husband, that depends on your own capabilities. I only wish for the White Tiger tribe to protect her. The rest will be her decision. If you genuinely treat her well, it is not impossible for her to develop feelings for you. After all, it is up to human effort." Han Mian entered the cave, lifting Yu Huan and instructing Mo Bai to gather the belongings. They set off, with Yu Huan wrapping her arms around his neck. Her eyes filled with longing. Let me take a few more looks. It may be a long time until we meet again. Upon reaching the riverbank, he set Yu Huan down. Huan, we met here. So let this also be where we part. Meeting you has been a stroke of luck for me. From now on, forget me and live well. He pressed his forehead against hers, his icy lips brushing against her with a gentle kiss. As a tear fell onto Yu Huan's eyelashes in that moment, Yu Huan began to utterly collapse. Han Mian wanted her to forget him. He had never intended to see her again. If he left this cave, how would she search for him in the endless mountains and snow? His refusal to take her as his mate was likely to prevent her from tracing his whereabouts through their bond. Right? The pain of love and separation, resentment and longing, the 8 sufferings of the world. Was this meant to be her experience? She clung to Han Mian, refusing to let go. Han Mian, I do not want this to end. Wait for me. I will come back for you. Trust me. I will grow stronger and seek you out after this cold season. All right. Han Mian, do you like me? Han Mian, say you like me. I need you to say it. Promise me. Say you will wait for me, please. Just say it and I will believe. She clung desperately to Han Mian, and Mo Bai, unable to watch any longer, pried her fingers away and carried her over. Giving Han Mian a nod, he dared not transform into his beast form for fear that Yu Huan would leap off, so he held her with one arm while carrying their belongings into the forest with the other. Yu Huan struggled fiercely. Han Mian, you promised me. Han Mian, I love you. I love you. I will come back for you. Do not leave this place. Her voice echoed painfully in the stillness of the valley. In the forest, Han Mian gazed at the small figure disappearing among the trees, collapsing to the ground, tears pouring down his face. Farewell, Huan. I'm sorry. I love you too. From then on, their lives would no longer intertwine. May you find happiness and joy. Yu Huan watched Han Mian's figure shrink into a distant speck before vanishing entirely. She fell silent. Ha! Han Mian never responded to me. He has truly decided to end it. Seeing her quiet, Mo Bai released her. She sat on the ground, burying her head in her knees. After a while, she lifted her head and offered Mo Bai a bitter smile. Let us go. He no longer wants me. Mo Bai felt a twinge of pain in his heart at her state. How could he be so cruel? Why do you still like him? To like someone is simply to like them. There is no reason behind it. Love is a mysterious force that takes root without warning, and who can articulate it clearly? Let us go. Transform into your beast form. Yu Huan climbed onto the back of the white tiger, which sped away with a mind full of questions. Han Mian, farewell, my first love. Love is indeed a painful thing. Suffering outweighs joy. When I grow stronger and can protect myself, if I still cannot forget you, and you are still waiting here, then I will never let you go again. If I can forget and find love anew, then let us part ways in the rivers and lakes after all. You never intended to see me again. Watching Mo Bai gradually leave this familiar forest for a strange land, Yu Huan silently bid farewell to Han Mian. Chapter 13. The White Tiger tribe. Han Mian lingered in the river for a long time, neglecting to hunt. Upon returning to the cave, he felt as though all his strength had been drained. An unprecedented exhaustion gripped him, causing his heart to race. Lying on the stone bed, something poked him. He pulled it out to inspect, a black bag made of an unknown material. Opening it, he poured its contents out, little snacks that Yu Huan adored. He had thought she had forgotten them. After all, he had helped her pack them just last night. As he rummaged through the bag, he discovered the bottle of medicine she had used to dress his wounds, along with the anti-inflammatory and fever-reducing medications she had given to that white tiger. There was even the painkiller she had fed him when he was injured. He had laughed at her then, remarking that for a male, getting hurt was commonplace, especially for such a minor injury. Yet he had taken it because he knew Yu Huan feared for his pain. But a wave of sorrow and anguish threatened to engulf Han Mian. He could not dwell on it any longer. He buried his head in the beast's skin, and his hand brushed against something else. Pulling it out, he found Yu Huan's clothing. She had only taken the outfit he made for her, the one she wore upon arrival, leaving everything else behind. Had she hidden it here while speaking with Mo Bai that morning? Initially, he had thought that once he sent her away, their lives would no longer intertwine. But these items, were they meant for her or for him? Surely, Huan must have safely reached the tribe by now. With nothing else to do, should he venture out for a stroll as well? Enough of this entanglement. The bed is permeated with the lingering scent of Huan, a reminder he can hardly bear. The mere thought of his heart aches, prompting him to step out of the cave. As he emerges, he is once again confronted by the stone pot and bamboo bowl she crafted. Traces of her presence evident everywhere, despite her brief stay. The river is off limits, the forest too. Memories haunt every corner. Han Mian resolves to take a stroll, hoping to lift his spirits. Yu Huan follows Mo Bai to the White Tiger tribe, casting her gaze around. The tribe is circular, flanked by mountains on three sides, with a small river facing the open space in the center. The orcs have carved out dwellings along the mountains, creating a thriving community. Observing the numerous caves, it seems the tribe is quite populous and prosperous. Upon entering the tribe, she sees younglings frolicking in groups of females whispering amongst themselves. The males are scarce, likely out hunting. Along the way, many regard her with curiosity, as if she were an exotic animal. Bai first takes her to meet the tribe leader, his beastly father. The leader, an elderly orc resembling Mo Bai's grandfather, exudes warmth and kindness. Upon learning that Yu Huan saved Mo Bai and possesses medical skills, his joy is palpable, causing his whiskers to tremble with delight. He promptly arranges for Mo Bai to take her to see the shaman. As they walk towards the shaman's cave, Mo Bai suddenly asks, Huan, would you like to stay in my cave? At the mention of Huan, Yu Huan's heart skips a beat, and Han Mian's face flashes in her mind. Mo Bai, please don't call me Huan. From now on, I wish to be called Yu Huan. You must do the same with others. Why? Mo Bai queries, puzzled. There is no reason, I simply cannot bear that name. Just remember it. Yu Huan thinks to herself, amused by this inquisitive tiger. So, will you stay in my cave? He presses again. Are the caves here in short supply? Yu Huan inquires, bemused. Not at all. You can stay in someone else's cave. Mo Bai replies, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Seems Yu Huan has no intentions of becoming his mate. Could I perhaps have a cave to myself? Yu Huan feels a twinge of embarrassment. Asking for a personal cave seems rather excessive. Is it because there aren't enough caves to go around? Mo Bai falls silent for a moment. There is an empty cave, a bit secluded. How about you stay in my cave? And I will sleep in that one? Seclusion might be advantageous. Within the tribe, she needn't fear beast attacks. No need. Thank you, Mo Bai, I will take that cave. She replies. As they converse, they arrive at the shaman's cave, where a youngling guides them inside. The cave is spacious, furnished with 4 stone beds. An elderly woman, hunched over and gazing intently, catches Yu Huan's eye. Great shaman, this is Yu Huan. She is a healer and will be joining our tribe. Mo Bai speaks respectfully. Just as Yu Huan is about to respond, the shaman seizes her wrist. Startled, Yu Huan looks down to find a phoenix tail flower adorning her wrist. When did that appear? She has been so distracted lately, perhaps due to saving Mo Bai. The shaman stares at her intently. You are of the phoenix beast? A messenger of the beast god? What are you talking about? I am not. I merely possess some medical knowledge, not a messenger of the beast god. Yu Huan hastily denies, terrified at the thought of being mistaken for a divine envoy. How could she communicate with a deity? The shaman studies her quietly for a moment. Very well, you may visit me often. Okay, I shall take my leave now and return to see you later, Yu Huan exclaims, anxious to escape the eerie atmosphere. She has always found anything related to witchcraft to be rather unsettling, likely due to childhood tales of witches on broomsticks. Yu Huan, I will take you back to the cave, Mo Bai says as they head back. Yes, all right, I am quite tired and wish to rest, Yu Huan admits, feeling somewhat restless. The pair returns to the tribe leader's cave, retrieves the belongings Yu Huan brought, and Mo Bai leads her to the vacant cave. Upon arrival, Yu Huan inspects the area. Its seclusion is due to the absence of orc dwellings nearby, yet the location is decent, situated at the foot of the mountain with a spacious clearing out front and a few trees on either side. Perhaps to shield from the sun. Inside the cave, the space is ample but sparsely furnished, save for a stone bed. Yu Huan instructs Mo Bai to place her belongings on the bed as she begins to organize her new surroundings. Yu Huan, please wait here while I prepare some things you might need. The hunting party will return shortly, and I will bring you some meat, Mo Bai says, his gaze lingering on her. His features are strikingly handsome, yet his demeanor is gentle, a delightful contrast. What things do I need? Yu Huan asks, puzzled. The snake beast informed me of what you require and how to make it. Rest assured, I will treat you well and ensure you want for nothing. He replies, his cheeks flushing slightly as he attempts to maintain composure before departing. Although Amobai wished to avoid mentioning the snake beast, he recalled the creature's assurance that it would not seek Yu Huan out again, making the revelation feel inconsequential. The snake beast had shared Yu Huan's living habits with him, asserting that as long as he treated her well, he would undoubtedly become her first mate. Yu Huan is not surprised by Amobai's words. Han Mian is precisely that type of person, cold on the surface yet meticulous and considerate, capable of overwhelming tenderness that draws one in. She shakes her head, rummaging through the items Han Mian prepared for her. 2 tiger skins, several sheep pelts, various beast skin skirts, 2 pairs of boots, a large beast skin cloak, and a complete outfit of beast skin trousers and top. All these items are crafted from her specifications. Reflecting on the time spent together in the cave crafting these items, Yu Huan feels a swell of emotion. Beauty is often fleeting and cannot be held onto. Recalling her parting thoughts, she left some sweet treats for Han Mian, believing that sweetness brings happiness, as well as medicine for his injured arm. Fearing infection, she left behind clothing, worried he might forget her. In hindsight, these sentiments seem rather foolish. She once believed Han Mian to be soft-hearted, thinking that persistent affection would win him over. Only now does she understand that he desired her to cling to him, to playfully beg and whine. When he turns ruthless, he is indeed formidable. Gazing at the phoenix tail flower on her wrist, Yu Huan feels a flicker of hope. One can only assert their desires when they possess strength. Currently, she is weak, a mere pawn in others' hands. The power to choose is dictated by others, and she never wishes to experience this sense of helplessness again in her lifetime. Chapter 14. A cave of my own. Yu Huan lays a tiger skin across the stone bed, while the rest of her belongings pile up on the ground. She muses that she needs a shelf for her items, a table for dining, and some stools. Stepping outside the cave, she ventures into the nearby woods to gather some firewood and move a few stones. Since she plans to settle here, she should tidy up her surroundings. Collecting some thin branches, she binds them with vines to create a broom and sweeps both the interior and exterior of the cave, piling the gathered twigs and leaves for kindling. She constructs a simple stove from stones just as Amobai arrives, carrying bamboo tubes, a stone pot, and a stone bowl. Yu Huan, look, is this what you meant? Amobai exclaims, excitement radiating from him as he places the items on the ground. Yu Huan inspects each one. Yes, they are all excellent. Thank you, Amobai. Amobai blushes slightly. I will fetch some water for you. He dashes off with a water bucket in hand. Yu Huan feels a bit guilty for constantly relying on Amobai, but she is genuinely weak at the moment. Oh, how I wish to grow stronger. Amobai returns quickly with a bucket of water, impressively swift. Yu Huan washes the stone pot and lights a fire, feeling an intense thirst. Amobai watches the flames flicker in awe, recalling the snake beast's warning not to question her or startle her, stifling the inquiry that rises to his lips. Once the water boils, she pours some into a cup and a stone bowl, pondering the many items she needs, since she has already troubled Amobai. She may as well get everything sorted at once. Amobai, could you assist me in making some additional items? Yu Huan asks, a hint of shyness in her voice. Of course, taking care of you is my duty. Just tell me what you need. He responds cheerfully. His appearance is striking, with sharp features and deep-set eyes, yet his temperament contrasts sharply, creating an intriguing dichotomy that makes Yu Huan want to smile. She communicates her needs to Amobai, sketching out the more complex requests in the dirt with a branch. Once he comprehends her intentions, he fetches a bone knife from his cave and heads into the woods to fell a large tree. Diligently working away, watching him, Yu Huan feels a pang of admiration. Orcs possess incredible strength, effortlessly toppling a tree in mere moments, completing tasks with remarkable efficiency. As Amobai finishes crafting the table, Yu Huan finds herself idle. She pulls out a folding knife and carves a few pairs of chopsticks and skewers for meat. Just as she finishes, she notices Amobai has completed his work at an astonishing pace. The rack is well crafted, the spoons and spatulas are commendable, and a small table with several stools is ready. Yu Huan, how do you like it? Amobai asks, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. How can you work so quickly? Thank you, she exclaims, genuinely impressed. Yu Huan gazed at Amobai, her smile radiant. The hunting party will be returning soon. I shall fetch some meat for you. So please wait for me to Mobai, flattered by her praise, turned crimson and dashed away. Yu Huan moved the table and benches into the cave, arranging the shelves close to the cave wall. She neatly stacked the animal skin skirts atop them, leaving her backpack untouched at the top shelf. The fruits can rest on the stone bed. I can easily grab one to eat, she mused. The tribe only distributed meat once a day, and with the heat making preservation difficult, fruits had become a necessity. She pondered what else might be lacking. Living alone in the darkness of night made it challenging to see anything. Even drinking water or using the restroom proved troublesome. Illumination was essential. But where could she obtain a lamp? A lamp seemed out of reach. With nothing available, she could only make a torch. If she could find pine resin, crafting a bamboo lamp for light would be splendid. Noticing the fruits in the snake skin bag, she realized she also needed a fruit basket. Carrying items in animal skin bags was rather inconvenient. With no rice, no flour, and no vegetables, she felt utterly deprived. When with Han Mian, she had not sensed any lack, but now in this place, discomfort loomed everywhere. Indeed, when she saw Han Mian, she had been too enamored, lost in thoughts of how to be close to him. Such infatuation was not advisable. Yu Huan tapped her head in self-reproach, By approached with a large piece of meat. Yu Huan, you cannot eat raw meat, can you? I will cook it for you first. He spoke as he took a stick to skewer the meat. Yu Huan rushed out of the cave, witnessing the scene unfold. No need for that, Bai. I can cook it myself. Such a large piece will not cook through properly. She took the meat from him and asked Bai to bring her a flat stone slab. After washing it, she placed the meat on it and used a folding knife to cut it into smaller pieces, which proved quite laborious due to the knife's small size. As she cooked, she conversed with Bai, saying, I prefer this method of roasting meat. It cooks quickly and tastes delicious. By the way, could you tell me about the tribe? What should I be mindful of? Bai had never seen meat roasted this way and found it intriguing. However, recalling Han Mian's advice not to ask too many questions, he began to explain the tribe's circumstances in detail. Considering that Yu Huan had no recollection of anything, we are called the White Tiger Tribe, but not all members are tiger beastmen. Some other beastmen seek refuge and join us. Go join the tribe. One must swear an oath to the beast god, pledging never to betray. There are more than 20 adult females and over 300 males. A single female may have multiple beast husbands, with the strongest being the first beast husband. Females usually remain in the tribe, gathering every other day mainly to stretch their limbs, and this is voluntary. Males hunt in shifts, handing over the catches to the tribe. The team leader reports daily occurrences to the chieftain, who distributes the game based on contributions, while the remaining spoils are allocated to older beastmen who cannot hunt, as well as to the young cubs. The tribe is filled with kind-hearted individuals, and there is nothing much to be cautious about. Females are supported by their own beast husbands, but as you have no partner, the tribe will provide your food. So there is no need for concern. As Yu Huan ate, while listening to Bai's introduction, she felt she had grasped a fair understanding of the tribe. The pelts and skins obtained from hunting are traded for salt. Not all males hunt every day. There is a designated roster, with some hunting and others remaining to protect the tribe. A few males accompany females during gathering, and aside from the game brought back by the hunting party, the rest of their earnings belong to them. Once he finished speaking, Yu Huan offered him a piece of roasted meat, saying, Bai, do give this a try. She knew Bai had already eaten. As they all consumed raw meat directly, Bai accepted it, tasted it, and his eyes lit up. Delicious. Just too salty. The tribe allocates salt to females in fixed amounts. Next time, I will trade some more for you using my own animal skins. Yu Huan quickly replied, I still have plenty left from my supplies, so there's no rush. Was this salt exchanged with the snake beast? Bai felt a pang of disappointment. Yu Huan suddenly lost her desire to speak. Such a handsome man, yet he had a penchant for prying. With a casual she said, Bai, the sky is darkening. It's best you head back now. If you have time tomorrow, feel free to visit me. I wish to explore and familiarize myself. All right, then do rest early. What was that about? Bai pondered, puzzled by her earlier demeanor. Had the mention of the snake beast affected her? With a heart full of questions, he departed. Yu Huan felt little inclination to eat further. She extinguished the fire and washed a fruit before returning to the cave. Lying on the soft tiger skin, an overwhelming sense of loneliness washed over her. She had spent time alone in a cave before, but back then, there was hope, knowing Han Mion would return shortly, making the wait sweet. Now, at this hour, Han Mion must be sleeping as well. She wondered if his arm had healed. With his temperament, he likely would not take medicine. How aimless she felt, worrying about him when she should focus on herself. She sighed, deciding it was futile to dwell on such thoughts. A good night's sleep was in order. She reminded herself of her purpose for coming to the tribe. Tomorrow would herald a new beginning. You Huan, it is time to showcase your true skills. This thought burst into her mind, and she couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. How delightfully juvenile. Chapter 15. What lies within the forest. Upon waking the next day, after bathing and consuming a few fruits, Yu Huan heard a cacophony outside the cave and was about to investigate when Imobai entered. Yu Huan, what's happening outside? She inquired, perplexed. Yu Huan, the tribe has heard that a new female has arrived, and they wish to see you. Come, let us go outside. Yu Huan felt bewildered. Was she to face a spectacle of onlookers? The thought was mortifying, yet not stepping out seemed impolite. Considering her new life in the tribe, interaction with its members was unavoidable. She steeled herself and stepped out into the open. As she emerged from the cave, an overwhelming number of gazes seemed to pierce her. Steadying herself, she surveyed the scene. Dozens of beastly men were fixated on her. They were all quite handsome, yet being scrutinized in such a manner was excruciating. Greetings, everyone. I am Yu Huan. I became separated from my kin and sustained injuries, causing me to forget my past. I shall be residing in the White Tiger tribe from now on, so please take good care of me. She managed to deliver her self-introduction, albeit with considerable effort. Upon finishing, the crowd erupted in lively chatter. Hey, little female, take a look at me. Do you wish to become my mate? I can protect you, called a rather robust man with a charming smile. Little female, are you planning to partner with Imobai? You should consider me instead. I am quite impressive as well, echoed another, as a throng of contenders clamored for her attention. Yu Huan was taken aback. The beast world was indeed so open-minded, with courtship approached so casually. I apologize, but I already have a partner. He will come to find me, and for now, I do not wish to seek any additional partners. Thank you all. With that, she retreated back into the cave. With no other choice, she resorted to fabricating a lie about having a partner. Otherwise, she would be inundated with suitors, leaving her no time to focus on other matters. She needed to devise a way to contribute and earn the Phoenix Beast's acknowledgement. Strengthening herself was paramount, and she had little patience for such distractions. Back inside the cave, she could still hear the voices of those males. This little female is so beautiful, so fair and delicate. I must become her beast husband. Young chieftain, won't you take her as your mate? We can make you the first beast husband. The commotion was relentless. Imobai, blushing, hastily shooed them away before hesitantly entering the cave. Yu Huan, you mentioned having a partner, but you are not bonded yet. Han Mion also said he would not come looking for you. Yu Huan's words struck deep, leaving her feeling frustrated. She thought it necessary to clarify, especially since the beastmen had misunderstood her intentions regarding Imobai. After all, Imobai was a familiar face, having witnessed her most vulnerable moments when she desperately clung to Han Mion. It was best to speak plainly. Imobai, please refrain from mentioning Han Mion again. When I said I have a partner, it was to convey that I do not wish to seek a beast husband. I believe this is the most effective way to decline, especially since we will be in close contact for a long time. This will prevent any awkwardness. But females can have many partners. What you said may be ineffective, Imobai countered. Yu Huan sighed. Realizing her oversight, she had forgotten the customs of the beast realm. The modern notion of lifelong fidelity was deeply ingrained in her, and it was not easy to adapt quickly. As your reluctance to seek a partner due to your lingering feelings for Han Mion? Imobai pressed. Yu Huan felt exasperated. Imobai, as I have stated, please do not mention Han Mion again. That chapter of my life is behind me, and I do not wish to revisit it. I have significant matters to attend to, and it is impossible for me to bond with anyone in the near future. She had never been in a relationship before, lacking experience. Her first encounter had been with Han Mion, resulting in a heart-wrenching and chaotic affair. Had she arrived at the tribe first instead of encountering Han Mion, embracing a life of shared companionship might have been an acceptable option. Under the pressures of life, she could have managed to find multiple partners. She was not a staunch traditionalist. Alas, life does not entertain what-ifs. Her sole focus now was obtaining the phoenix tail flower, empowering herself to the point where she would not need to rely on anyone, nor wait to be chosen. She had no interest or energy left to deal with others. Bai fell silent. If she did not wish to take a partner, did that mean he still had hope? He had liked Yu Huan from the very first moment. The snake beast had mentioned that if he treated her well over time, she would come to like him. Yu Huan had said she would not bond with anyone soon. After coming to this realization, Bai's tone brightened. Yu Huan, I understand now. I will not mention it again. How about I take you out to explore? Shall we venture into the forest? Yu Huan collected her thoughts. All right. Let's go. She was in urgent need of the beast's approval and eagerly followed Bai out of the tribe. She wished to explore the nearby forest and mountains for anything that might be of use to her. The beast realm lacked many essentials, and she possessed nothing but a hodgepodge of knowledge acquired over the years. Living in an era of information overload, she was inundated with various insights from bloggers on platforms like a certain Red Book or a certain Fight. Having lived in the countryside with her grandfather during her childhood, she only moved to the city after starting middle school. Her grandfather, an experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, enjoyed tinkering with handmade crafts, which greatly influenced her. Consequently, she spent most of her leisure time delving into such knowledge and videos, dabbling in crafts involving yarn, weaving, and more. Although she had yet to master clothing making, she explored a variety of skills. Albeit superficially, for a time, she was particularly captivated by survival videos, having watched almost all of them. This fascination led her to sign up for outdoor exploration activities, only to unexpectedly find herself in the beast realm. Perhaps it could be seen as putting her knowledge to practical use. When she was with Han Mian, her thoughts were only consumed by romantic notions, leaving her in a daze. Now, upon reflection, she realized there was much she could do. But the key was to find the necessary resources. As she walked, Yu Huan searched along the way. She noticed some wild vegetables that were edible and plenty of herbal plants in the forest. Yet she left them untouched, intending to take a general stroll, familiarize herself with the area, and remember what was available and what could be done. Suddenly, she spotted what appeared to be sweet potato vines beneath her feet. In her childhood, she enjoyed snapping the vines into segments without breaking them, leaving the outer threads to create earrings to wear. Thus, she was quite familiar with sweet potato vines. This vine resembled sweet potato, but the leaves seemed rather oversized. Unsure, she pondered whether to dig it up and take a look. After all, there was still ample time. So why not dig up a couple? As she crouched down, she pulled out a folding knife to begin excavating. Noticing her pause, Bai asked, Yu Huan, what are you digging up? Let me assist you. Yu Huan replied, you dig it up, and I'll see if it's edible. Bai thought, what could possibly be delicious among the grass? Perhaps he should share more of his meat with her today. He remained silent and directly dug it out. The strength of the beastman's hands was truly impressive. Yu Huan envied him greatly. After brushing off the dirt, she examined the find and, to her delight, discovered it was indeed sweet potato. However, it was rather large. Yu Huan was elated. Sweet potatoes were delicious whether steamed or roasted, and they stored well. If the tribe had sweet potatoes, it could alleviate the food shortages during the rainy and cold seasons. Would the phoenix tail flower also come? She sighed, realizing her thoughts were too utilitarian. Initially focused on gaining the approval of the beast Dan rather than considering how it could save lives. However, she reminded herself that she was not a savior, so perhaps a little selfishness could be forgiven. Calming herself, she needed to assess how many there were to avoid unnecessary excitement. If there were too few, she could plant them. These were hardy plants with high yields. Bai glanced around, astonished to find an entire patch filled with them. Who on earth planted all this? He restrained his excitement and asked, Bai, doesn't your tribe eat these? Bai looked perplexed. Can these be eaten? We primarily consume meat, only resorting to fruits when meat is scarce. Moreover, we cannot eat just any fruit. Only those deemed edible by the shaman are gathered, as many fruits are poisonous. Yu Huan beamed with joy. These are edible. I've eaten them before. Let's dig up a couple to take back. I'll prepare them for you to taste. Bai extracted 2 sweet potatoes, and the two continued on their way. Oh my! What a vast expanse of pine forest! She hurriedly urged Bai to gather some dry pine branches, the thickness of an arm, and after scraping off some pine resin, they pressed on. Chapter 16. Steaming sweet potatoes. After a long walk, the forest felt expansive, and Yu Huan was utterly exhausted. Fortunately, She had made several discoveries, finding an abundance of wild vegetables, purslane, gray herb, tender thorns, and goose intestines. Near a small river, there was a patch devoid of trees, where tiny green buds peeked out, blossoming into cotton flowers, albeit still immature and needing about 10 more days to fully develop. Yuhuan quietly committed this to memory, contemplating what cotton could be used for. As the afternoon passed, the two began their return journey. Yuhuan casually dug up some commonly used herbs and wild vegetables, while she asked Imobai to gather some bamboo and bramble. With their load becoming quite heavy, Imobai remarked, "Yuhuan, are you tired? I can transform into my beast form to carry you back." Yuhuan sat atop the tiger, feeling relaxed and content. Such days weren't bad at all. They remained silent on the way back to the cave, where Yuhuan, famished after a morning without a proper meal and having only snacked on a few wild fruits, instructed Imobai to set their finds down before starting a fire to steam the sweet potatoes. The sweet potatoes were enormous. Roasting them would result in the outsides burning before the insides cooked through, and lacking proper tools, steaming was the only option. She had Imobai fashion a wooden lid for her makeshift pot, propping it up with a few sticks, and placed the sweet potatoes inside to steam. Before they could finish, the hunting party returned, and Imobai went to fetch the meat. Yuhuan wished to observe the meat distribution but had to tend to the fire, so she opted to wait, thinking there was no rush. While she was preoccupied with the wild vegetables, a female figure appeared before her. With wheat-colored skin, a healthy glow, and long brown hair, she wore a skirt made of animal hide. Her sturdy frame and well-defined features gave her a striking presence, though her expression was less than welcoming. "So, you are the female Imobai brought back? Not much to look at, are you? Thin and weak? Just a bit fairer." She scrutinized Yuhuan, her tone dripping with sarcasm and disdain. Yuhuan wondered if she had offended this woman in any way. Why was she so ungracious upon their first meeting? After all, she hadn't eaten her food, so what business was it of hers if she was thin? "Well, I see you aren't much to boast about either. Dark, plump, and rude," Yuhuan retorted. The female's face flushed with anger. "This is called being robust. Do you understand? Are you trying to become Imobai's mate? Don't even think about it. He is the one I have my eyes on." Yuhuan realized this was the moment when female rivalry began, and she thought it best to excuse herself from this exchange. Initially, she had intended to provoke her further, but recalling the matter concerning mates, she didn't want to mislead Imobai, who had treated her kindly. This female seemed quite attractive too. Her boldness in asserting that Imobai was hers suggested that they might share mutual feelings. It was best not to meddle in potential romances. Therefore, she decided to be frank. "No, I will not become his mate. I have a partner, and he brought me back because I saved him. My partner entrusted him to look after me, and we have no intentions of becoming mates. So please don't misunderstand." Just then, Imobai approached. "Yina, what brings you here?" Yina replied, "Imobai, I came to see the new female you brought back. You were injured a few days ago, right? Are you feeling better?" Imobai shot her a glance, slightly impatient. "I'm fine. Now that you've seen her, hurry back. The meat has been distributed, and Lengya and Imo-san have brought some back to the cave for you." In the beast realm, being robust is considered a symbol of survival and reproductive strength. Yina was one of the more popular females in the tribe, known for her beauty and sturdiness. She had only taken 2 beast husbands, both of whom were 4th-tier beast men, making them formidable figures in the tribe. Only Imobai had recently ascended to 5th tier, and Yina believed that beast husbands should be carefully selected. A privilege she felt entitled to. She had long desired to take Imobai as her first beast husband, but females in the beast realm were perpetually revered and pampered. Since Imobai remained silent, she felt too proud to overtly pursue him, opting instead to linger near him, hoping to attract him with her charm. Yina cast one last disdainful glance at Yuhuan before sashaying away, her hips swaying enticingly. Since they were not becoming mates, it seemed there was no issue. Yuhuan's earlier words had reached Imobai's ears, for beastmen possess keen hearing, a knot formed in his chest. The partner she referred to was Han Mian. Imobai had witnessed her desperate embrace of Han Mian, weeping uncontrollably, and he felt the path ahead growing ever more arduous. "Yuhuan, the meat has arrived. Today's catch is the soft-furred beast. Isn't it your favorite? Would you like it in a soup?" Imobai attempted to suppress his discomfort, striving to sound cheerful. "Yes, let us make it into soup," Yuhuan replied, her gaze fixed on him. Obai hesitated, realizing he shouldn't mention Han Mian. Wasn't he the soup we had last time made with the soft-furred beast? I just guessed. Oh, that is true, Yuhuan said. The sweet potatoes are ready. You should try them. Later, we can enjoy some soup before heading out. Obai took a bite, his eyes sparkling with delight. Yuhuan, they're sweet? Truly delicious. He was exhilarated. Food was scarce, and discovering something new to eat was a cause for celebration. Obai, go inform the tribe leader that the area is abundant with these. You should gather them all. Sweet potatoes are easy to store and will keep well until the cold season. Yuhuan was eager to see if finding sweet potatoes could be exchanged for a phoenix tail flower. Her anticipation mounting, Obai's excitement grew. They'll keep well until the cold season? If we gather more, we won't face hunger as we did in previous rainy and cold seasons. The rainy season in the beast realm brought relentless downpours lasting nearly half a month, with only 1 or 2 clear days in between, leaving them unable to hunt outside the cave. Although temperatures were not particularly low, meat could only be preserved for a few days, forcing them to subsist on wild vegetables and fruits for the remainder. Males are typically robust with large appetites. If they do not exert themselves, they can go several days without eating, while females require multiple meals a day. Thus, during each rainy and cold season, it was common for people to perish from food scarcity. Obai sprang to his feet, brimming with enthusiasm. Yuhuan, let us go see the tribe leader together. Grabbing a sweet potato, he took Yuhuan's hand and prepared to leave. Yuhuan, feeling somewhat awkward, withdrew her hand. All right, I'll go with you. The act of being held by someone of the opposite sex remains quite awkward and unfamiliar to her, although last time Obai had carried her in his arms. It was during a moment of her disorientation and emotional collapse. Upon noticing her withdrawal of her hand, Obai felt a tinge of melancholy, yet this feeling was swiftly overshadowed by the excitement of discovering new sustenance. The two hurried to the chieftain's cave to offer him a taste, explaining the preservation methods. The chieftain, in a fit of enthusiasm, immediately sought to organize a group to dig for more. His eyes sparkled as he gazed at Yuhuan. The shaman claims you are the messenger of the beast god. It appears to be true. Thank you, messenger. Thank you, beast god. He exaggeratedly pressed his hands together in a gesture of reverence. Yuhuan was taken aback, hastily evading his salute. Chieftain, I merely possess some knowledge of pharmacology and a fair understanding of food. All of which I learned in my tribe. I am truly not the messenger of the beast god. Please, hurry and dig. The sun is setting. Obai, you take them. You know the way. I will not accompany you, as I need to return to prepare a soup. With that, she bid a hasty farewell to the chieftain and returned to her cave. The mere mention of being a messenger filled her with dread. All she desired was the phoenix tail flower, without any entanglements with the tribe. After preparing a delicious mutton and wild vegetable soup, she relished a hearty bowl, exclaiming, "Ah, feeling full is indeed delightful. Truly, exquisite cuisine can heal all." Cheerfully, she began to gather brambles, intending to weave herself a backpack and a fruit basket. With Obai absent, she found it somewhat challenging to carve holes in the pine branches using her folding knife. She decided to postpone the torch-making until Obai returned. She understood the importance of not becoming overly reliant on others, yet at this moment, she felt utterly powerless, lacking both tools and combat prowess. It was not her style to feign strength and invite unnecessary hardship. Previously, she had felt justified in commanding Han Mian, believing he was her husband, with nothing to feel embarrassed about, even though he never acknowledged it. Now, as she frequently sought Obai's assistance, she diligently crafted justifications for herself. She had saved him and helped their tribe find food. Although there was a personal desire for the phoenix tail flower, her actions had undeniably benefited the tribe. As the young clan leader, it was only natural for Obai to accept her help. Once she had convinced herself, the mental burden lifted, and she began weaving the backpack. This was a skill she had learned in her childhood while assisting her grandfather, and she was quite adept at it. Theo enhanced the flexibility and sturdiness of the backpack. One could soak the brambles in water to absorb moisture, then dry them before use. However, feeling a bit restless, she dove right in. The brambles proved to be quite supple, unlike bamboo or sorghum stalks, which could easily prick her fingers, allowing her to work at a swift pace. Upon completing the backpack, Yuhuan gathered some pliable branches and vines, braiding 2 wide straps reminiscent of a twisted pastry, attaching them to the backpack. The width ensured they wouldn't dig into her shoulders. Testing it out, she declared, "Perfect." After a long day of toil, the sun had set. Assuming that Imobai and the others had returned from their sweet potato digging expedition, she tidied her belongings and headed back to the cave. Meanwhile, Han Mian had been wandering in the forest outside the White Tiger tribe for the entire day. He carried with him snacks, medicines, and clothing intended for Yu Huan Huan. He mused that he simply wanted to return her belongings, yes, just to return them. In the forest, he observed Huan Huan and Imobai, transforming into a small snake to follow them. He noted how well Imobai treated Huan Huan, who appeared genuinely happy. After much hesitation, he refrained from revealing himself. He had vowed not to seek her out again. She seemed to be thriving, and he should not disrupt her newfound happiness. Yet he found it difficult to leave. Perhaps he would wait a few more days, until he was certain she was indeed flourishing. Before departing, he was not yearning for her. He was merely concerned for her well-being. Yes, he reassured himself, coiled around a tree. He gazed in the direction of the tribe. He could not enter the tribe without being discovered, though he was not afraid of being recognized. Having reached the 6th tier, they could not overpower him. However, he could not let Huan Huan know he was near. He had witnessed her distress when she left, understanding how deeply she cared for him. After all, she had finally managed to settle down in the tribe, and he should not reappear. Upon returning to her cave, Yu Huan Huan felt the urge to relieve herself, lest she be unable to do so later at night. Grabbing her last packet of tissues, she exited the cave. When it came to relieving herself, she typically sought a secluded spot in the woods. This place was vast. She mused that a proper toilet was essential. Tomorrow, she would hasten to construct a small facility using bamboo. Venturing deeper into the woods until the cave was out of sight, surrounded by dense trees, she hurriedly took action. After finishing, she buried the evidence and began her way back. Alas, something felt amiss. The direction seemed unfamiliar. Unlike her initial route, turning back, she walked briskly, but without sunlight. The dimming light heightened her anxiety. Suddenly, she felt a tug, followed by being swept into someone's embrace. Startled, Yu Huan Huan turned to see an attractive man. His enchanting peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly as he regarded her. The darkness obscured much of his features, but it was evident he was a striking beauty and a swift motion. She shoved him away and exclaimed angrily, "Who are you? What do you want? Little female, are you new here? What is your name?" The languidly spoken words of the handsome stranger reached her ears. Fuming, she retorted, "Who exactly are you? And why have you embraced me? Do you have no manners?" The nerve of this little thief nearly frightened her to death. "I am Yi Chun. Now tell me, who are you, little female?" As he spoke, his hand reached toward her head. Yu Huan Huan dodged, exasperated. "Speak without touching. I am Yu Huan. I've just arrived at this tribe. It is dark now, and I must return to my cave. As she turned to leave, Yi Chun sauntered leisurely behind her. Upon exiting the woods and arriving at the cave, she stood at the entrance. "What do you want now? It is dark, and I need to sleep." Yi Chun took a step forward, smiling at her. "I like you. You are beautiful and fragrant. I wish to sleep with you and be your beast husband." "How does that sound?" Yu Huan Huan thought she must have misheard. "What nonsense! Why would I sleep with you? Are you out of your mind? Leave at once, or I will call for help." She feigned bravado, glaring at Yi Chun, though her heart was racing with trepidation. Call for help? There was no one nearby. Regret washed over her. She should have installed a door on her cave. Previously, with Han Mian, she had never considered the lack of a door, but now she felt rather foolish. Yes, she had her wolf repellent spray. Turning back to the cave, she found Yi Chun following her inside. "Huan Huan, have you not yet taken a mate? Do you live here alone?" Gripping her wolf repellent spray, she hesitated, unsure of its effect on beastmen. Just then, upon hearing him say her name, she exploded. "Who told you to call me Huan Huan? My name is Yu Huan. I will say this once more. Leave, as I am going to sleep. Otherwise," she raised the spray, prepared to use it. Seeing her genuine anger, Yi Chun quickly responded, "All right, I will leave. I shall return tomorrow. Please do not be upset." As Yu Huan Huan approached the cave entrance, confirming he was indeed leaving, she returned to her sanctuary, relieved, placing the wolf repellent spray on her bedside before lying on the stone bed. She resolved to install a door by the next day. In truth, her worries were unfounded. The males in the tribe were prohibited from coercing the females. Violators would be expelled from the tribe, living the life of a rogue beast. Yet, Yu Huan remained unaware, tossing and turning throughout the night, pondering why she felt so irate towards such a handsome man. Was it not the very allure of Han Mian that had captivated her at first sight? Had she not fantasized about a domineering love from him? Why then did she feel anger towards this attractive stranger? What would happen if others approached her in a similar manner? Clutching another tiger skin, she found a semblance of solace, eventually drifting into a restless slumber. Throughout the night, she experienced a myriad of chaotic dreams, awakening with a sense of melancholy. After a brief embrace of the tiger skin, she adjusted her mood before rising to freshen up. Using a bamboo bowl for water, she found it cumbersome to wash her face with one hand, resolving to fashion a basin. With plans to construct a door and torches today, her head spun with the tasks ahead. Just as she finished washing, Imobi led a large group of people to her cave's entrance, each carrying animal skins, wildflowers, and fruits. What was this all about? Imobi, with an excited gleam in his eye, turned to Yu Huan. Yu Huan, we unearthed a bounty of sweet potatoes. Each cave received a generous share, and these are for you. The tribe wishes to express their gratitude. His eyes sparkled brightly, radiating joy. Indeed, Yu Huan, with this, we need not worry during the rainy season. We are immensely grateful. Here is an animal skin I have hunted for you. This is wild fruit I gathered, just for you. Both males and females chimed in, their voices blending into a cacophony. Overwhelmed, Yu Huan found her arms and the ground filled with gifts. Are the beast men truly this simple-hearted and warm? She pondered, feeling both bashful and touched. Gratefully, she responded, the tribe has sheltered me, so this is only right. Thank you all for your gifts, I cherish them. Yu Huan, what is this? A female pointed at the backpack. Oh, this is a backpack. You see, you place items inside and carry it on your back, freeing your hands for other tasks while conserving energy. She demonstrated by placing her belongings into the backpack, showcasing its functionality. The females gathered around, each eager to try it out, discovering that it indeed made carrying items significantly easier than animal skin bags. They joyfully exclaimed, Yu Huan, did you make this? I adore it. May I trade an animal skin for one? No need, no need. This is quite simple to create. I can teach you how to make one without needing any trade. However, the brambles must be procured by yourselves. Bai grasped Yu Huan's arm and said, Yu Huan, are you suggesting that you can teach us how to do this? I will summon some of the elder orcs to learn from you. They need not hunt. By crafting these baskets, they can contribute to the tribe by trading with other tribes. Is that agreeable? The elder orcs, typically reluctant to consume more food during the rainy and cold seasons when provisions are scarce, often refuse to eat more. The tribe does not distribute food to them, as they believe they can no longer hunt and feel useless. They think food should be reserved for the cubs and females, which is ingrained in the Orcish nature. Certainly, go ahead. I'll teach them first, Yu Huan replied, pointing to the females. Imobi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, responded, no need, Yu Huan. Just teach the elder orcs later. The females, delicate and treasured, had always been pampered, with their needs catered to by their mates. The notion of weaving baskets seemed foreign to them. They only desired comfortable means to carry items when foraging. By turned to the males, his tone serious. You all should return for now. If you wish for baskets in the future, trade something with the elder orcs. The hunting hour is approaching. Let us depart. The young males had no objections. They were not lacking in hides and did not wish to witness the elder orcs perish. They happily bid farewell to Yu Huan before dispersing. Chapter 18. The absurd. The females agreed with Yu Huan to call for her during the gathering the next day, parting on a joyful note. After Yu Huan organized the items gifted by the orcs, quite a substantial amount, including numerous hides and a rabbit with fur, she settled down to boil some water. Just then, Yi Chun sauntered over lazily. With peach blossom-like eyes, his gaze sparkled, his straight and handsome nose complemented by full, rosy lips that bore a hint of gloss. His long brown hair accentuated his fair complexion, and his tall, slender figure possessed an androgynous beauty indistinguishable as male or female. Unlike Han Mian, whose complex aura was ethereal yet undeniably masculine, Yi Chen's features conveyed a captivating ambiguity. Upon seeing him, Yu Huan immediately felt a sense of alertness. What do you want? She asked, her tone laced with displeasure. Yi Chun, grinning, moved closer to her. Huan, I like you, but am I not allowed to come? Sensing that Yu Huan was about to erupt, he quickly added, Yu Huan, I won't call you that anymore. Please don't be upset. I startled you yesterday. It was unintentional. I'm here to apologize. His voice was laced with feigned sorrow, eyes brimming with hurt. Yu Huan could see through his act. What are you being so aggrieved about? Ignoring him, she continued, What are you doing? Do you have firewood? Let me help you gather some, he offered. Yu Huan sighed, No need. Just attend to your own matters. I have things to do. At that moment, Imobai approached with the elder orcs. Yi Chun. What are you doing here? He inquired, feeling a twinge of discomfort at seeing Yi Chun so close to Yu Huan. I am here to help Huan gather firewood. Why? Can the young clan leader come? But I cannot. Yi Chun replied nonchalantly, his tone dripping with provocation. Imobai was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he had yet to form a bond with Yu Huan. Even if he did, other males had the right to pursue her. He chose to ignore Yi Chun and turn to Yu Huan. Yu Huan, I've brought them here. Please teach them. I appreciate your effort. As he spoke, he gestured towards her with a light embrace. Yi Chun's eyes gleamed momentarily before dimming again. Yu Huan, oblivious, acknowledged with a all right, and gestured for the elder orcs to come closer. They were all quite excited. If they could truly learn to craft baskets for trade, they would no longer be burdens to the tribe. She began by weaving a base, allowing them to observe before they all attempted it. Yu Huan quietly monitored their speed and accuracy, selecting the one who learned the fastest. To weave baskets, we need to gather more of these brambles, and bamboo as well. I know several other weaving methods. I will teach you all together. There are too many of you, so I'll only keep one person to learn with me. Once you grasp it, you can teach the others, all right? You can save time by fetching brambles and soaking them in the river for a while to dry. Is that acceptable? The orcs all nodded in agreement. After finishing her instructions, Yu Huan retained the most adept weaver among them to work alongside her. He indeed managed to keep pace, crafting exceptionally well. The remaining task was to assess his memory by having him weave on his OW end. Yi Chun remained by the fire, adding more wood. When Imobai approached, looking down at him. Yi Chun, do you have feelings for Yu Huan? Yi Chun smiled and fixed his gaze on Imobai. Of course, I do. She is so beautiful and not delicate like the others. She is quite unique. Don't you like her too? Imobai's face flushed, his tone becoming stern. She is indeed unique and special. However, she will not bond with you. She has someone she likes, so you should let it go. Yi Chun shot him a sidelong glance, his words dripping with sarcasm. She likes you? So what? Which female isn't attracted to several males? How do you know she wouldn't like me as well? Imobai, exasperated, retorted, the kind of like I mean is not the same as yours. You wouldn't understand. He was aware but found it challenging to articulate to Yi Chun. He had never witnessed a female sobbing so heartbreakingly while embracing a male, especially one shunned by all females. Females were proud and precious, always catered to by the males, never daring to show any negligence. He couldn't comprehend the nature of Han Mian and Yu Huan's relationship. He had pondered for many days without clarity. Yet, his instincts told him that Yu Huan's feelings for Han Mian were different, not the typical affection a female has for multiple mates. What it was, he couldn't quite articulate. Yi Chun scoffed. Like is like. If you like someone, you bond with them. What is the difference? I'm about to reach the 5th level. Are you afraid you won't be the first mate? Imobai chose to ignore him. Although he was displeased by Yi Chun's pursuit of Yu Huan, he was aware of the truth. Yu Huan had indeed stated she would not bond with anyone in the near future. Yu Huan overheard their conversation but chose not to engage. She approached Imobai. Could you help me put a door on the cave? Just a wooden board that can block the entrance, she said, gesturing at the cave's mouth. After some time, Imobai understood and went to find a large tree in the forest, as the cave entrance was quite spacious, and the trees in the woods were not thick enough. Yi Chun stood up and moved closer to Yu Huan. Yu Huan, what else do you need? I can help you with that. Look, the water is already boiling. Yu Huan regarded Yi Chun. Finding him genuinely handsome. No need, Yi Chun. Shouldn't you be out hunting? Currently, the prey was easy to catch, and since it couldn't be stored, the hunting parties were divided into 4 groups, going out every 3 days. I just went yesterday. I can accompany you for 3 days, he insisted. What else do you need me to do? His pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes gazed earnestly at Yu Huan. Yu Huan pondered for a moment. Yes, it was indeed challenging to store prey in the heat, but during the rainy season, hunting was not viable. Why not turn the currently caught prey into jerky or salted meat? Ah, she had discovered another solution to the food shortage. She smiled brightly. Yu Huan possessed the classical beauty of large eyes, a small nose, and a petite mouth framed by an oval face. Yet when she smiled, her eyes curved charmingly, radiating allured. Wei Chun felt his heart soften at her smile, unable to resist leaning in to ruffle her hair. Yu Huan instinctively stepped back, feeling awkward. Avoiding his gaze and looking down at the ground, Wei Chun, just speak. There's no need to touch me all the time. Yi Chen looked at her and suddenly chuckled softly, upon hearing his laughter. Yu Huan raised her head to look at him. Ah, he was indeed a captivating figure. His laughter was enchanting. Yu Huan sighed inwardly and lowered her head, preparing to pour the water into a bamboo bowl. Yi Chen leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Yu Huan, you like me, don't you? Otherwise, why would you be so shy to look at me? Yu Huan felt speechless. Was he really that self-absorbed? Were all attractive individuals so conceited? Yes, he was handsome, and she did enjoy looking at him. Who wouldn't he? Imobai was also attractive, and the males in the tribe had their own charms, each possessing a different kind of beauty. But her appreciation was merely aesthetic. It was simply admiration. Perhaps having encountered Han Mian, who was so extraordinary, had dulled her perception of others. Indeed, one should not meet someone too stunning in their youth. Otherwise, the rest of their life would seem mundane. Yu Huan shot him a glare. You're overthinking this. I do not like you. Keep your distance. In her heart, she mused that meeting Han Mian had indeed been a mistake. A calamity. If she could never find someone to stir her heart again in this lifetime, how tragic would that be? To live a life of mediocrity, settling for someone merely adequate who could treat her kindly to pass the remainder of her days? Perhaps all her passion had been drained by Han Mian, so fervent, so disregarding of appearances, first playful and coy, then cautious and insecure, exhausting all efforts yet still longing for unrequited affection. Such a pitiful state would never be experienced again in her lifetime. Yi Chen chuckled mischievously. You don't exude the aura of someone who is bonded. If you don't like me, do you fancy Imobai? What is it about me that falls short? I am about to reach the 5th level. Can't you like Imobai and still have feelings for me? He inched closer, their arms nearly touching. Yu Huan pushed him away forcefully. You barely know me. How can you claim to like me? Stop spouting nonsense. I do not like you, nor do I like Imobai. If you keep babbling like this, don't come looking for me. She had forgotten that she had also fallen in love with Han Mian at first sight, feeling inexplicably perplexed by Yi Chen's presence. Chapter 19. My heart is too small, only capable of accommodating one person. Yi Chen found it utterly amusing. How could one not like someone they had just met? With a smile dancing in his eyes, he gazed at Yu Huan and said, But I like you. I can't help but seek you out, and if I don't see you, I will miss you. What do you suggest we do? He leaned in, locking eyes with Yu Huan, his tone laced with flirtation. Infuriated, Yu Huan shot him another glare. Reminded of Han Mian, she lost her mood for anything else, taking out 2 fruits to eat. Imobai returned with a door he had crafted, having pierced several symmetrical holes in the cave's wall and secured the door with vines. It was complete. Yu Huan felt a bit downcast. Imobai, let's take a stroll in the forest. I need some fresh air. Imobai agreed, and as they stepped outside, Yi Chen hurried to catch up. I am coming too. I'll carry your basket. Yu Huan ignored him, instructing the old beastman to learn what he could before returning in a few days for further lessons. The 3 of them exited the tribe together. Han Mian stood in the forest, anxiously gazing toward the tribe, and only when the sun reached its zenith did he finally catch sight of Huan's figure, concealed behind a large tree. He observed her every move, marveling at her beauty and charm, which filled his heart with joy. Yu Huan did not retrace her previous route. The trio decided to traverse horizontally through the forest. The woods were vast, and there were many places she had yet to explore. As they leisurely searched, they stumbled upon numerous herbs they had not seen the day before, unexpectedly discovering several clusters of spiritual mushrooms, which instantly lifted her spirits. As they walked and foraged, Yi Chen's basket grew nearly full. Noticing her persistent gathering of herbs, Yi Chen could not resist asking, What are you doing with all this grass? Do you enjoy eating grass? Yu Huan, taken aback, replied, "These are medicinal herbs. They can cure illnesses." "Are you a shaman?" Yichen's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, sparkling with intrigue. Yu Huan observed his gaze. Recognizing the allure of his captivating eyes, "I am not a shaman. I am a healer." Yichen, perplexed, inquired about the difference between a shaman and a healer, engaging her in conversation. Yu Huan chose to ignore him, moving forward only to discover an unexpected clearing in the forest. No trees, just waist-high wild grasses. As she approached, she scrutinized the area and nearly leaped with joy upon realization. It was wheat. She plucked a wheat ear, confirming its ripeness. Yu Huan could hardly believe her fortune. Surely, it was the blessing of the cat god of wishes. Overjoyed, she turned to Imobai and exclaimed, "Imobai, hurry back to the tribe and bring some people. Bring as many as you can. I'll wait for you here." Swiftly, after saying this, she cut several wheat ears and began to tinker with them. Though Imobai was unsure of her intentions, he sensed the urgency in her request. The snake beast had advised him not to question her, so he suppressed his curiosity and transformed into his beast form, racing back to the tribe. Yichun set down his basket and gathered a few wheat ears. Sitting next to Yu Huan, as he noticed her hair obscuring her face, he reached out, gently tucking it behind her ear. Yu Huan, absorbed in the wheat, was entirely oblivious to his gesture and the proximity they shared. Han Mian followed them from a distance, observing Huan animatedly speaking to Imobai, her face radiant with joy. Once Imobai departed, she sat down, and the fox beast settled beside her. Seeing their intimate demeanor, he wondered if Imobai was Huan's beast husband. Lost in thought, he then watched as Huan joyfully leaped up, cradling something in her hands, her face alight with happiness as she twirled with delight. The fox beast gazed at her with tender affection. Han Mian felt a tumult of emotions, joy intertwined with sorrow, a pang of longing that made it difficult to breathe. Huan was truly happy, surrounded by companionship and affection. While he felt glad for her, the sight of her closeness with another caused an ache in his heart. Huan was different when she was with him. Aside from a few bold moments days prior, she had always been cautious, her smiles tinged with bitterness. She had never radiated such unbridled joy. She was always in tears. When he crafted a leather skirt for her, she cried. When he made her boots, she wept. Even when he held her, tears streamed down her face, breaking his heart. It seemed that sending her away was the right choice. Huan was so beautiful and deserved a life free from worries, filled with joy and cherished by others. The fox beast was not bad either, nearing the 5th stage, with 2 5th-stage beast husbands and the protection of the tribe. He likely did not require Han Mian's guardianship. As he pondered, he reminded himself, Han Mian, look how radiant she is now, so bright and dazzling. You are but a cloud that should not obscure her. It was time to leave. Lingering any longer would surely lead to unbearable heartache. But where to go? He had previously busied himself with progression, hunting, and wandering aimlessly. Now, he felt a loss of direction in life. Perhaps to the green crystal forest, where dangers lurked, ensuring life would not be dull. If he were to perish there, it would not be an overly lengthy existence. Huan, thank you for your presence. Thank you for loving me. I was born lowly and weak, unable to protect you. I am unworthy. Han Mian wished to steal one last glance at Huan, but upon lifting his gaze, he saw the fox beast holding her close, and his heart felt as if it were being torn apart. Unable to bear it, he fled, escaping into the forest, sprinting back to the cave, feeling as if his heart had been hollowed out, a significant part of him missing. He believed he must be ill. Gravely so, he collected the animal skins from the stone bed, imbued with Huan's scent, and gathered the stone pots and bowls she had used. Every memory was beautiful and warm, and he could not bear to part with any of it. Once everything was packed, the cave felt desolate, as if no one had ever lived there. He transformed into a serpent, coiling the items and heading toward the green crystal forest. Yu Huan gazed at the small amount of flour in her hands, elated beyond measure. Now, the phoenix tail flower should make an appearance, right? It had been nearly a month since she had last eaten flour, and she longed for it. Yi-chan watched her twirl joyfully on the ground, her long hair flowing and her smile radiant, beautiful in a wild and carefree manner. His heart raced, and unable to resist, He approached and embraced her tightly. Startled by the sudden embrace, Yu Huan momentarily froze. But upon realizing it was Yi Chun, she hastily pushed him away. Why, Yi Chun? What do you think you're doing? I told you not to touch me, Yi Chun replied. Yu Huan, please don't be angry. I like you, and seeing you smile makes me want to hold you. Noticing her genuine irritation, he felt lost, his large eyes filled with innocence. Yu Huan sighed. Yi Chun, perhaps we could be friends. But we will never be partners. Intimate gestures like hugging and holding hands are reserved for partners. Do you understand? Yi Chun's eyes brimmed with grievance. Yu Huan, why is it impossible for us to be partners? Do you dislike me that much? I do not dislike you, but I do not have feelings for you either. Tiomi, you are merely a stranger I met a day ago. I have someone I truly care for. Who do you like? You could like me too. There's no conflict. Why can't you like me? Yi Chun's face was already strikingly beautiful, his large, captivating eyes filled with allure. Perhaps people are particularly forgiving of beautiful things. Especially beautiful people. Yu Huan, observing the confusion in his eyes, considered her own feelings. Indeed, she had also fallen for Han Mian at first sight, unable to extricate herself from that initial infatuation. Why Yi Chun's earlier embrace may not have been intentional. She had been uncontrollably drawn to Han Mian, always succumbing to her impulses, and now, feeling soft-hearted, she took a moment to ponder before speaking slowly. Yi Chun, I truly do not dislike you. I believe you like me, and I trust that it was unintentional. However, if you truly find it hard to control yourself, please do not seek me out in the future. It is simply not meant to be. I understand you. And my request is not born of dislike, but rather a desire to prevent you from becoming too entangled. It is best to cut off feelings before they deepen, for the sake of both parties. Yi Chun stepped closer, fixated on Yu Huan. Why is it impossible for us? Even if you don't like me now, how do you know you won't like me in the future? Yu Huan did not shy away, stating firmly, I have someone I care for deeply. I did not withdraw in time, and now my heart and thoughts are consumed by him. Yet he says we cannot be together. And that brings me anguished. I cannot forget him, and I am tormented day and night. My heart is too small to like multiple people simultaneously. It can only hold one. I cannot yet ascertain whether I can forget him. Yi Chun listened, shocked and bewildered. Yu Huan, you are beautiful and skilled in healing, capable of weaving baskets, not delicate, and you can find food. With all your wonderful qualities, how could anyone not like you? Yu Huan felt a bitter pang in her heart. Understanding that what is sweet to one may be poison to another. The world operates on such principles. What one person discards as worthless may be the very thing another longs for. No matter how perfect a person may be, it is impossible to be liked by everyone, especially when she considered herself an ordinary individual. She did not even know if he liked her. He simply stated they could not be together, leaving her unable to decipher him. Please do not seek me out any longer. I mean it. Are you afraid that if I continue to seek you out, you might grow to like me? Yi Chun lowered his gaze, looking at Yu Huan. Chapter 20. Sweet yet bloodied. Yu Huan was resolute in her understanding that she did not harbor those feelings for Yi Chun. He was indeed beautiful, captivating, yet he could only catch her eye, not her heart. With time, feelings might develop, but it would never blossom into love. Just as she was about to speak, Mobai and the beastmen arrived. Compelling her to remain silent, Mobai, this is wheat. It is flour that can be used to create numerous dishes. Take it back first, and I will teach you how to prepare it when I return. Yu Huan instructed the beastmen on how to harvest the wheat. Mobai's excitement painted his face red. Grass is food too? Yet, upon the thought of sweet potatoes, without further inquiry, she hastily directed the orcs to harvest the wheat. Yu Huan sat beside them, gazing at the single phoenix tail flower still adorning her wrist, her thoughts in turmoil. Was there a delay? Yi Chun quietly plucked a large leaf, holding it above Yu Huan's head to shield her from the sun. Yu Huan looked at him, unsure of what to say. She had already expressed everything she needed to, and she certainly did not intend to give him any false impressions. They were all adults, capable of shouldering the consequences of their choices. Each person has their own fate. No one can rescue another. With the wheat fully harvested, the sun was nearing its descent, and the day had passed swiftly. Filled with incessant busyness, on the return journey, Yu Huan sat atop Mobai, observing Yi Chun transformed into a beastly form, a fiery red fox. Its fur glistened in the sunlight, dazzling to the point of making one squint. What a beautiful fox! No wonder Yi Chun appeared so captivating in his human form. She understood now. After all, he was a fox spirit. Upon arriving at the cave, Yu Huan said to Mo Bai, "It's too late today. I will tell you tomorrow how to prepare the wheat. For now, let them spread it out on the ground to dry." And Mo Bai nodded. "All right, Yu Huan, are you hungry?" Noticing the time, she realized it was too late to make a torch and felt genuinely famished, having eaten nothing all day. Thus, she nodded in agreement, asking Mo Bai to prepare the rabbit. Part of it would be eaten raw by Mo Bai, while the other portion would be made into meatballs. She began to heat water for the soup. Just then, Yi Chun approached with the meat, saying, "Mo Bai, I feared you might not have enough time. So I brought both your and Yu Huan's portions." He handed the meat to Mo Bai, not daring to look at Yu Huan, worried she might dismiss him in front of Mo Bai. As she had previously asked him not to seek her out again, Mo Bai accepted the meat without a word, but his expression turned slightly colder. Yi Chun stood awkwardly, reluctant to leave yet lacking a reason to remain. His gaze evasive. Observing the cautious Yi Chun, Yu Huan felt a pang of compassion. He was like a mirror reflecting the disheveled self she once was before Han Mian. Every sincere heart is precious and deserves kindness. She had already clarified the stakes. The choice lay in his hands, and she should not make decisions for him, as Han Mian had done for her. Yi Chun, thank you. Her tone carried a gentle warmth she was unaware of. Seeing that she did not chase him away, Yi Chun felt encouraged and moved closer to her, reaching up to brush a speck of grass from her hair. "Yu Huan, shall I gather firewood?" Yu Huan smiled wryly. "Go gather plenty of firewood and bring back some water." As she spoke, she handed him the bamboo bucket. Yi Chun looked at the bucket with curiosity but asked nothing, swaying as he departed. The fact that Yu Huan was willing to let him assist her was a sign of hope. Perhaps he could return to her in the future, and the more he thought about it, the more delightful it seemed. Mo Bai observed them silently, chewing on meat while pondering. Had Yu Huan consented to Yi Chun's pursuit? Did this imply there was hope for himself as well? Uncertain, he decided to wait and see, not wanting to inadvertently frighten her. The serpent beast had mentioned that it could help Yu Huan like her. It surely understood her well. Once the meat soup was prepared, Yi Chun returned just in time. Since there was plenty of soup, Yu Huan served him and Mo Bai each a bowl, ensuring they also ate. Mo Bai was accustomed to this, but Yi Chun was taken aback. A female had prepared food for him? Goodness, which female would serve a male? Especially something made by her own hands. In the tribe, males waited for females to finish eating before they could partake. And while females ate, their beast husbands surrounded them, feeding them mouthful by mouthful. If a beast husband fed a female an extra bite, he would be elated for half the day. See, Yu Huan must indeed like him. She just refuses to acknowledge it. If he tried hard enough, there was a great chance. As he marveled at the delicious meatball soup, he incessantly praised Yu Huan, all the while mentally plotting how to treat her well in the future, hoping to be accepted as her beast husband. Lost in his thoughts, a hint of a smile graced his face, illuminated by the hazy moonlight, rendering him as beautiful as a celestial being. Yu Huan glanced at him, reflecting if only this stunning visage were transported to the modern world, would he not become a top idol, captivating countless maidens? Ah, but Han Mian must not go. He cannot be seen by others in the beast world. She was not afraid of Han Mian being with someone else. After all, he was a serpent, and she was merely blind to his nature. Moreover, that serpent was a perverse creature, as frigid as a false snake. He lacked charm, was cruel-hearted, and would frown if one did not heed his words. Who would want him? There were so many gentle and charming young men in the beast world. They could transform into fluffy creatures, ready to be petted, unlike that cold-blooded serpent who needed to hibernate. How foolish would one be to desire him? The modern world would certainly harbor several young girls, like herself, whose minds were ensnared by beauty. She could hardly fathom the thought of Han Mian with anyone else. The mere idea sent her into a rage. Was she perhaps becoming psychologically unhinged? She could maintain a calm demeanor and rationally analyze anyone else, considering the consequences, but upon thinking of Han Mian, she felt something within her yearning to burst forth. Alas, she was gravely afflicted, beyond self-healing. Yu Huan believed that if she could not possess something, neither could anyone else. In this way, her heart could find some semblance of balance. Realizing what she was contemplating, Yu Huan momentarily paused, then a wry smile crept across her lips. Ah, Yu Huan, your submissive tendencies are blatantly exposed. How is it that you can only think of Han Mian? Even in this state, you cannot let go if he does not torment you. Who will? The fact that he had not driven her to despair was his mercy. Imobai noticed Yu Huan's unwavering gaze upon Yi Chun, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Did she truly harbor feelings for Yi Chun? She liked Han Mian, liked Yi Chun, yet had no affection for him? What was it that he lacked? Yi Chun thought, she has been watching me. She is smiling at me. Ah, she indeed likes me. She is merely pretending to be tough. Overjoyed, he could hardly contain himself, wishing to transform into his beast form and roll about joyfully. Wagging his long tail, the three, each with their own thoughts, finished their meal and sent the two away. Yu Huan returned to the cave and thought, the door works well, but it is darker when closed. Perhaps I should leave it ajar. Otherwise, I might not even find the stone bed. Lying on the stone bed, she embraced the tiger skin, feeling a surge of happiness. The tiger skin was simply too comfortable, soft and fluffy, with a faint scent of grass that brought her peace. Resting her face upon it, she nestled in, the familiar aroma lulling her into a deep slumber. Han Mian raced onward without pause, utterly exhausted when he discovered a small river. Transforming into his human form, he stepped into the water, leaning against a rock with closed eyes, his long lashes casting shadows upon his face, which was steeped in an overwhelming sadness under the gentle moonlight. The first time he met Huan, it was just like this. He had just leveled up, utterly spent, leaning against the river to recover, when she, like a sprite, burst in, splashing water all over him. He recalled that initial encounter, her gentle smile warming his heart, and remembered their first intimate moment by the river. His heart raced, desire began to swell, and longing turned into a malady. Memories are like a blade wrapped in honey, sweet yet dripping with blood. Chapter 21. I truly indulge you. As the stars and moon faded, the dawn broke. Yu Huan stood at the cave entrance, sorting through the animal skins sent by the tribe the previous day. She decided to stitch them together to line the cave. After all, she had enough animal skin skirts, and it would be a waste to let them lie idle. She moved all the skins to the cave's shelves, intending to sew them together when she had time. Stepping out of the cave, she boiled water while pondering her tasks for the day. She had promised the females to go foraging together. Yet the torches remained unmade, and the wheat was still drying. Initially, she had planned to take it slow, but the discoveries were too delightful to resist. She yearned for noodles as the water came to a boil. Imobai and Yi Chun unexpectedly arrived together. The two approached, one strikingly handsome and the other extraordinarily beautiful, their styles vastly different. Yu Huan suddenly felt an urge to ship them. They looked so well matched. As they drew near, Yu Huan quickly dismissed her frivolous thoughts, fearing they might resent her if they knew what was on her mind. Yu Huan, what are we doing today? Are we going out again? Yi Chun spoke up eagerly. Who has time to play? First, we need to make the torches. I've been thinking about it for 2 or 3 days, Yu Huan replied, instructing Imobai to fetch the dry pine branches. She directed Imobai to strip the bark and carve grooves into the branches, filling them with torch wicks and crushing pine resin to sprinkle into the grooves. A rudimentary torch was thus fashioned. Given the limited resources, they had to make do. After creating a dozen or so, they finally paused when the materials ran out. Males typically ate only once a day, but she could not. She rushed to eat 2 fruits. Then told Imobai, I'm going foraging with the females today. At that moment, both Yi Chun and Imobai chimed in, we're coming too. We'll protect you. Several females approached, each robust and healthy, their skin a radiant wheat color, glistening with vitality, clad in animal skin skirts, exuding a primal beauty that made Yu Huan want to scream. Yu Huan, I'm Imo Xiong. Let us go. They're all waiting up ahead. A strong-featured female came over, pulling Yu Huan along. She followed them outside, with Yi Chun and Imobai trailing behind, carrying a basket. Perhaps due to the sweet potato incident, these females were particularly warm toward Yu Huan, eagerly engaging her in conversation. Yu Huan had never had close friends before, but she maintained decent relationships with everyone, neither too distant nor too close, managing to keep up appearances after all these years of practice. She could navigate such situations, yet she felt increasingly agitated. She was a contradiction, quite awkward. Perhaps it is the oppressive and strained nature of modern existence that stifles one's innate essence, leading to a boiling point where suppression only intensifies the desire for an explosive release. When others approach her, it is an expression of fondness. However, she now finds the insincere smiles of greeting utterly distasteful. She is aware that her reactions may be somewhat ungrateful, yet she cannot fathom the reason behind her feelings. With painstaking patience, she engages in conversation, enduring the various scrutinizing gazes. Following the crowd to the picking site for the first time, she yearns to observe her surroundings, but the opportunity eludes her. 20-odd females surround her, incessantly bombarding her with questions, while she repeats the same answers 4 or 5 times. Out of the corner of her eye, she catches sight of a small yellow flower, reminiscent of a dandelion. And just as she bends down to inspect it, a figure stands directly before her. Yenna, the very individual who had made her presence known on the first day by asserting her claim over Imobi. Yu Huan, I hear you've discovered sweet potatoes and fire seeds, concocting all manner of peculiar items. Where did you learn such things? From which tribe do you hail? She raises an eyebrow, her gaze sharp. Yu Huan's agitation reaches a critical threshold, yet she remains mindful that Yenna might be Imobi's partner, and the Imobi people are not entirely unpleasant. Thus, she grits her teeth and replies, I don't remember that I injured my head and have forgotten many things. You've forgotten your tribe but remember what sweet potatoes are and how to create those strange items. Do you truly believe that? Yenna, once the most cherished female in the tribe, now feels her spotlight dimmed by Yu Huan's arrival. Seeing Imobi closely following Yu Huan only fuels her jealousy and anger, compelling her to confront her. Yu Huan muses inwardly. It seems somewhat illogical. If it doesn't make sense, perhaps it's time to become infuriated. The thrill of madness is oddly liberating. She has had enough of this. She retorts, Why does it matter where I come from? Have I feasted upon your meat? Did you not benefit from the sweet potatoes I found? Do you raise a bowl to eat and then scold your mother? Have my creations caused you any harm? If you think you're capable, then step up. You have no skills yet meddle excessively. Yu Huan fundamentally fails to grasp the point of Yenna's inquiries. Does her origin truly matter? What is significant is that she has never harmed anyone and has only brought benefits. The orcs believe in deities. She could assert she hails from the heavens. And some would still believe her. Yenna's attempt to exploit this as her weak point is rather misguided. In a fit of rage, Yenna shouts, You come from nowhere and behave oddly. I'm merely inquiring about your situation. You claim to have a partner, yet you exude no aura of companionship. You are nothing but a liar. Dare you swear before the beast god to validate your words? Yu Huan's eyes dart around. What words? I forgot. Was it about not forming a bond with Imobi? I may have lied, but why should I explain myself to you? Do you fancy yourself a deity? I have indulged you enough. A wicked smile tugs at her lips as she glances at the combative Yenna, then turns to Imobi. Imobi, she claims you are hers. She demands I swear to the beast god that I cannot bond with you. What say you? The revelation sends ripples through the crowd. Imobi stands, stunned into silence, while Yenna feels a mix of humiliation and fury. This was not the oath she sought. As onlookers whisper and point, she feels her dignity evaporate. Yu Huan is acutely aware of the pride among the females of the Orc continent, the pursuit of males. She feels no embarrassment. To desire openly is not a matter of pride. If one likes another, they should not hide it. This aligns perfectly with modern female sensibilities, yet the orc world is different. It resembles a scandalous elopement in ancient times, drawing ridicule. Fuming with embarrassment, Yenna reaches out to push Yu Huan aside. What nonsense are you spouting? When did I ever say that? Yu Huan, sensing an impending brawl, is exasperated. She might not win, but she will not back down. In a moment of impulse, she seizes Yenna's outstretched arm and pushes back. Yenna stumbles, falling heavily to the ground. Yu Huan stands bewildered. What just happened? She gazes at her still-raised hand. Heavens! 3 blooming peacock flowers. When did they arrive? Couldn't they have given me a heads up? This is shocking. The crowd exchanges glances, and Imobi, utterly astonished, reflects. Han Mian said she was timid and would not voice her grievances. We must not frighten her. Yet here she is, causing fright to others. Yenna's mate, Langya, rushes to assist her, his veins bulging as he bellows at Yu Huan. Yu Huan, what have you done? Yu Huan shrugs. raising her hands. You saw it. She was going to push me. So I merely returned the gesture. Shouldn't you be asking her what she intended? Males are not permitted to bully females. Had Yu Huan had a mate, Langya might have confronted him. Alone and isolated, Yu Huan finds Langya's fury directed at her is futile. He can only glare, powerless to act. Yenna, consumed by rage, flushes crimson. She has always been coddled and indulged, accustomed to her domineering ways. She only wished to humiliate Yu Huan, never expecting the situation to escalate in such a manner. Yu Huan, observing Yenna's malevolent glare, understands she will not relent. But so what? She has endured enough. This feels liberating. The crowd remains stunned, grappling with the realization that this seemingly delicate female possesses such strength. Silence envelopes the atmosphere, and after a prolonged moment, Mo finally speaks. We shall not pick today. Everyone return. His tone is calm yet carries an undertone of authority. The crowd, recovering from their shock, disperses quietly, no longer probing Yu Huan with their questions. Only Mo Xiang winks at her. Yu Huan internally grumbles. What have I done wrong? She initiated the trouble. Yi Qin and Mo remain silent, their expressions devoid of emotion, while Yu Huan, unbothered, finds solace in the quietude. Chapter 22. Such strength unleashed upon returning to the cave, Yi Qin pulls Yu Huan aside. His handsome face lit up with exaggerated glee. Yu Huan, splendid work. What other surprises do you have for me? I was dying all the way here. Yu Huan pulls her arm away, shooting him a glare. Mo Bai, are you with Yenna? When did this happen? Yi Qin laughs boisterously, teasing Mo Bai with mischievous intent. Mo Bai, irritated, raises his foot to kick him, but Yi Qin dodges and continues with his playful banter. Mo Bai, you aren't with Yenna? Why were you so quiet in the woods? Fuming, Mo Bai chases him, the two engaging in a playful tussle, unable to contain their laughter. The commotion frustrates Yu Huan, compelling her to shout at them. Enough laughing. What is so amusing? Yet, feeling the need to maintain her facade, she softens her tone. I've been bullied, and you still find it funny. Their laughter only intensifies, prompting Yu Huan to retreat to the cave and slam the door shut. Exasperated, lying on the stone bed, she clutches a tiger skin, pondering. 3 flowers. Are they sweet potatoes? What else? The wheat hasn't sprouted yet. Could it be a woven basket? That can't count. Just a few days in, and I've already encountered 3 flowers. If they possess such strength, could I reach 7 before the cold season? Her anticipation grows, and she rushes back outside. Mo Bai, go fetch some wheat. I'll prepare a meal. See if you can find some fatter meat to bring back. Just a small piece will suffice. She beams at Mo Bai, who is equally eager, his steps light as he heads off to gather wheat. Yu Huan requests Yi Chun to fashion her a cutting board and rolling pin, demonstrating her intended preparations. Why Yi Chun pulls her along. Yu Huan, let us head to the woods. I want to see just how strong you are. Yu Huan declines. What for? No matter how strong I am, I can't fell trees. Yi Chun remains silent, stubbornly pushing her forward until they arrive at an appropriate tree. He instructs, Yu Huan, give it a try. I want to see which tier you belong to. Yu Huan retorts, I'm not an orc. I can't transform, so what tier? I only have a pill. Yet, curious about her strength, she positions herself before the tree, deciding to use both hands. One hand might not even budge the leaves, which would be embarrassing. Summoning all her might, she charges at the tree, which promptly snaps under her force. However, she fails to brace herself and crashes into the trunk. Pain radiates through her body. It feels as though her ribs have fractured. Yi Chen is momentarily stunned, quickly rushing to assist her, and upon closer inspection, he finds one side of her face. Yu Huan assessed her injuries and found them to be rather minor. Her legs bore considerable bruising, yet they were merely abrasions that required no medication. Her arms were similarly unscathed, though her chest ached intensely without any visible wounds, and while her ribs were painful, they were neither fractured nor bruised, perhaps due to the protection afforded by the animal hide. However, her face and mouth suffered significant injuries. One side of her face was swollen to the point of being untouchable, and half of her mouth was also swollen, tainted with the metallic taste of blood that she could not help but spit out, still crimson, indicative of a deep laceration. Lacking a mirror, she could only rely on her sensations, too fearful to touch the affected areas. Although Yi Huan was not coddled, she had never endured such suffering. She sought out a painkiller but was too apathetic to fetch any anti-inflammatory herbs, reasoning that her injuries were not severe enough to inflame. The chest pain was quite intense, and she lay on the stone bed, clutching the tiger hide in a daze, when Mo Bai returned with wheat. He found Yichen pacing restlessly at the cave entrance. "Where is Yu Huan?" he inquired. Yichen gestured towards the cave. Mo Bai, bewildered, entered and was taken aback upon seeing Yu Huan. His voice trembled with shock. "Yu Huan, what happened? Who hurt you?" Yu Huan, in pain and disinclined to speak, managed to murmur, "I did it to myself. You all should go back. I want to sleep, I'm so tired. I'll deal with the wheat in a few days." Mo Bai, both alarmed and angry, insisted on taking Yu Huan to the shaman. Finding it difficult to speak and feeling increasingly agitated by the pain, Yu Huan could only rise and push Mo Bai out. Seeing her adamant refusal to visit the shaman, Mo Bai dared not press her further and instead asked Yichen about the situation. Listening to Yichen's account, Mo Bai felt an overwhelming urge to strike him. Yu Huan is a female who doesn't need to hunt. Why does it matter what level she is? What will you do if she is injured like this? If you continue to act recklessly and harm her, he will come for us, Yichen, bewildered, asked. Who will kill us? Mo Bai fell silent, realizing he had lost his composure. The sight of Yu Huan's injuries filled him with both pain and dread. He had assumed she would be safe within the tribe, thinking he could always follow her, but in just a moment of distraction, she had been hurt. Yichen, from now on, do not pry into Yu Huan's matters unless she asks. Just do what she tells you. And do not act as you did today. She cannot afford to be harmed, do you understand? Do not inquire about the reasons. I will not disclose them. Just remember. Yichen remained silent, still perplexed. He had not anticipated this outcome. Yichen, you stay here and I will fetch some meat to prepare a broth. Yu Huan has yet to eat. Suddenly recalling that since her arrival, she had only eaten once a day, he felt a surge of guilt. Yichen stood quietly outside the cave, resembling a statue. After a long period of contemplation, he wondered about the identity of the person Mo Bai referred to. Was it someone Yu Huan cherished? Unable to discern the truth, he gathered wood to fashion a cutting board. Upon Mo Bai's return with the meat and after preparing a broth, Yu Huan, unable to eat due to her mouth pain, resolutely sent him and Yichen away. She yearned for solitude. Lying on the stone bed, she felt the tiger hide was somehow insufficient, and holding it left her feeling hollow. She retrieved her beast hide skirt and wrapped it around the tiger hide, which made it resemble a human form. Han Mian had placed all the items he had brought into his newly excavated cave before setting off for the green crystal forest. For orcs, ascending to a higher level took increasingly longer time. Han Mian had spent 7 years progressing from 5th to 6th level. Given the longevity of orc life, 7 years was not particularly long. Yet for Han Mian, 7 years seemed an eternity. Although only a few days had passed since parting from Huan, it felt like a lifetime. Furthermore, his journey to ascend from 6th to 7th level would not merely take 7 years. Even with the green crystal in hand, he would require an additional 2 years. But at least there was hope. The green crystal forest held perilous challenges, yet if he were fortunate enough to return, ascending to the 7th level would free him from hibernation. Could it mean he would finally see Huan? Alas, who would wait for him? Han Mian, a serpent beast, was not destined to remain idle. There was always the threat of being hunted. Would Huan abandon her beast husband for him? Such thoughts were mere folly. A self-deprecating smile crept across his lips as he plunged into the depths of the green crystal forest. Yu Huan clutched the human-shaped tiger hide, her brows furrowed, finding her sleep exceedingly restless. Chapter 23. Flower is made when she next opened her eyes. Night had fallen. Uncertain of the hour, she felt hunger pangs but had no desire to rise. She reached for a fruit, one of many that Han Mian had brought, and took a bite. It was sweet, yet her mouth throbbed. Perhaps a sip of water would help. Unable to locate a cup, she reluctantly descended from the bed, the cave shrouded in darkness. Just as she pondered whether the door was closed, Yichen pushed it open, allowing a sliver of moonlight to enter. Yu Huan, are you awake? Would you like something to eat? Yichen spoke softly. Yu Huan shook her head but felt compelled to respond. Yichen, could you fetch the torches we made during the day? Once Yichen returned with them, she lit 2 and placed them in the cave, grateful that it was no longer so dark. She suspected her face must resemble a ghost in the firelight. Yi-chun, what brings you here so late? You should go back. I'm fine. I just came down for a drink. Yu Huan spoke weakly. Yi-chun handed her the water and after a moment's pause said, Yu Huan, dawn is approaching and I worry about you. May I lie on the ground for a while? Call me if you need anything. Yu Huan, utterly drained, relented and allowed him to stay. The following day, she awoke only when the sun was bright. She had slept for quite a while and upon rising, stretched her limbs. Huh? I feel no pain anywhere. Had her body changed as well? Her recovery ability was astonishing. Only her face remained somewhat swollen, but the abrasions had scabbed over. Oh, how remarkable! With her body restored, Yu Huan found herself restless, feeling the urgency of time pressing upon her. She could not afford to waste a moment. The process of turning wheat into flour involved many steps. Yet fortunately, orcs possessed great strength and completed tasks swiftly. After preparing a small batch as a demonstration, she threshed the wheat, washing it twice to remove the dirt, and spread it out to dry on a flat stone. Grateful for the blazing sun that hastened the process. While waiting for the wheat to dry, she sent Mo by to retrieve 2 large stones to craft a millstone. With nothing else to do, Yu Huan took some bramble and taught Yi-chun how to weave large baskets and handheld carriers. Yi-chun's comprehension was remarkable. He grasped the skill in a single attempt, even faster than Yu Huan herself. She envied their talents. The male orcs were truly formidable beings, kind-hearted, handsome, devoted to their partners, and possessing a wealth of skills that they could master at a glance. Yi-chun, from now on, you should teach the older orcs how to weave. Their bramble should be dried by now, and they can manage the carriers. You can instruct them. Yu Huan discussed her plans with Yi-chun. There was so much to accomplish. She had previously thought there was ample time. But after the appearance of the phoenix tail flower, impatience took hold. Moreover, she genuinely wished to transform the lives of the older orcs. The sooner they could produce baskets and carriers, the sooner they could venture to other tribes to trade for goods. With her hands full, she could only rely on Yi-chun for assistance. All right, I don't want to overburden you. Yi-chun agreed without hesitation. Yu Huan sighed. Indeed, they are all truly wonderful, including Mo. Once the wheat had dried and the millstone was ready, they could begin grinding immediately. Yu Huan was too eager to wait. Although the flour would contain bran and husks, the dietary fibers would alleviate the constipation caused by a meat-heavy diet. The flour, albeit coarse, was fragrant and retained its original flavor, which was delightful. As she placed the flour into the stone pot, the sight of it brought Yu Huan immense joy. After nearly a month, she finally had flour. Yi-chun, quickly fetch some bird eggs, she called out as she prepared the flour. Without any leavening, making buns would be unappetizing. As the wheat was ground directly, it was rather coarse and lacked elasticity, making it unsuitable for noodles, which would likely break apart. After some thought, she decided to make large flatbreads. She spread rendered fat from the meat in the center of each flatbread, sprinkled some salt, folded them, cut them, and then reformed them into cakes. The resulting flatbreads, with their layers upon layers, were delicious. Mixing the flour with bird eggs and a pinch of salt, she began to add water to the dough while Yi-chun managed the fire. Given the orcs' hearty appetites, by the time they finished cooking the entire pot of flatbread, the moon had already risen. As they ate, they lavished praise upon the meal, and Yu Huan felt elated and fulfilled to finally enjoy the long-awaited taste of flour-based food. Lying on the stone bed, her emotions still heightened, she chatted endlessly with the tiger hide. Yu Huan fervently wished that this food would grant her a phoenix tail flower. The next day, Mo and Yu Huan brought the freshly made flatbreads to the chief, who was so moved upon tasting them that he nearly wept. With this flour, the tribe would be able to survive the days when hunting was not possible. After discussing their plans, they gathered in the large clearing outside the tribe, where the wheat was drying. The chief summoned all the orcs to hear Yu Huan explain how to process wheat into flour. This time, they had ample time and were not rushed to eat, allowing her to provide detailed instructions for producing fine flour. Once she finished, the chief assigned several orcs to construct a millstone. One orc cautiously inquired of Yu Huan. This food requires fire and the tools you mentioned. But we do not know how to make them, and we lack fire. The fire starter is only possessed by the shaman, who is not present in the tribe. These are not issues. I can provide fire for everyone, and I have shared the methods for making all the tools with the young chief, who can teach you. Once the flour is prepared, the young chief will select a few individuals to come to my cave, where I will teach them how to prepare food. Entrust everything to you. Those who grasp it shall subsequently impart their knowledge to the rest. I possess the spark of fire, with a torch already ignited. I can share it with you. The young clan leader will instruct you in the art of torch-making. Flour can be stored for an extended period, alleviating our concerns about food during the rainy and cold seasons. You have all seen the appearance of wheat and sweet potatoes. While hunting or foraging, let us all be vigilant. We may designate a few individuals to seek them out, bringing back whatever quantity they can gather. More is always better. Yu Huan's spirits lift, her voice resonating with newfound brightness. Bai observes her smiling demeanor, exuding calm confidence, and feels as though she is radiating light. Is this truly the same delicate and tearful female from the Serpent Beast Cave? Yu Huan, with your vast knowledge, are you perhaps a sage? Voices arise from the crowd. Yes, are you a sage? Or perhaps a messenger of the beast deity? Yu Huan, bewildered, whispers to Bai, what is a sage? Bai, facing the crowd, speaks with solemnity and a serious tone. Indeed, Yu Huan is the sage, blessed to our white tiger tribe by the great beast deity. Yu Huan gasps, ah, a sage. Our tribe has received a sage. The great beast deity has bestowed blessings upon us. Thank you, revered sage. With the presence of the sage, our white tiger tribe shall undoubtedly become the mightiest. The sound is a cacophony of excitement. The beastmen collectively bow in respect to Yu Huan, their adoring gazes rendering her both hesitant to flee and unable to escape, caught in a state of awkwardness and trepidation. She truly wishes to distance herself from the tribe, yet cannot reveal her true feelings, forcing herself to maintain composure. Upon returning to the cave, Yu Huan expresses her discontent. Bai, what are you doing? You are well aware of how I came to this tribe. What does it mean to be a sage? Why did you speak of this to the tribe without consulting me? Bai smiles gently. Yu Huan, do not be anxious. Let me explain. A sage is the most revered figure throughout the beast god continent. Your knowledge can transform the lives of the beastmen. You are indeed a sage, though you have simply forgotten. Bai's earnest conviction leaves no room for jest. She has been here for only a few days, but has brought continual surprises to the White Tiger tribe. Yu Huan, gazing into Bai's sincere eyes, muses inwardly. Am I not aware of my own identity? Yet it matters little. Being a sage merely requires some knowledge. No magic is necessary, and surely I can navigate through this. At the very least, it is preferable to being labeled as a messenger of the beast deity. What if they ask me to contact the deity? That would be a disaster. Chapter 24. A place of no use as we await the completion of the flower, which takes 2 days. Yi Chen ventures out for a hunt and teaches the elder beastmen how to weave baskets and large containers. Bai instructs the males in crafting stone pots, bowls, and spoons, passing on all that Yu Huan possesses. She, however, prefers not to join them. She has never been one for communal living, as interactions among individuals often breed various emotions and complications. She lacks the inclination to manage interpersonal relationships. Socializing drains her spirit. Moreover, upon encountering her, the tribe members reverently address her as revered sage, a title that fills her with trepidation. After all, she knows herself best. Her presence in the tribe is driven by her own selfish motives. The honorific of sage only amplifies her feelings of guilt and anxiety. She came to the White Tiger tribe with the desire to grow stronger, and every good deed she performs is motivated by personal goals. Thus, she feels no true sense of belonging to the tribe. Subconsciously, she believes that after merging with Beast Dan, her destiny lies with Han Mian, as she feels he harbors affection for her. Once she secures her own safety, she is confident that Han Mian will one day join her. Ultimately, she intends to leave the tribe, which makes her reluctant to engage with its members. She occupies herself in the cave, sewing together animal hides. Strangely enough, while she excels in other crafts, she struggles with needlework. It took her 2 days to complete a few pieces of hide. Finally, having laid the hides upon the ground, she revels in their softness beneath her bare feet, feeling that her efforts over the past couple of days were worth it. The males of the tribe have gathered a considerable amount of wheat and sweet potatoes, working diligently to process them. Yu Huan busies herself teaching them how to prepare food from flour. During her free moments, she wanders the forest with Yi Chen, returning with wild vegetables and medicinal herbs. Bai is tirelessly occupied with the transformations occurring within the tribe. often accompanied by Yi Chen at Yu Huan's side. The first batch of woven baskets and similar items has proven to be immensely popular, allowing the tribe to trade for numerous goods. Yu Huan's respect within the tribe continues to grow. Beast men frequently present her with gifts of fruits or animal hides, leaving her both touched and somewhat guilty. Yu Huan feels compelled to explore the mountains. As she has thoroughly scoured the forest with little significant discovery, she is anxious regarding the matter of the phoenix tail flower and wishes to search for rock salt. This contemplation follows her earlier reflections on the phoenix tail flower. If she can locate salt, she could preserve meats as cured or dried products, contributing significantly to their food supplies, which are vital in the beast realm. Salt, a precious commodity unique to the sea tribes, is scarce, and the tribe can only acquire a small amount each year, primarily reserved for the females and young. If she could find rock salt, food preservation would no longer be a concern. And it could also be utilized for trade with nearby tribes. Ideally, she would find lake salt, but Bai has informed her that there are no lakes surrounding the tribe. Venturing too far poses dangers, as the beast realm is fraught with peril. While she can safely remain near the White Tiger tribe, straying beyond its influence could lead to encounters with rogue beasts. Bai and Yi Chen guide her through the mountains for 2 days. Although they do not uncover a salt mine, they do collect many medicinal herbs and edible items like chestnuts. Once the cotton matures, they will return it to the tribe, and during the cold season, cotton can be sewn between 2 hides for warmth. Yu Huan's impatience grows as she yearns for swift results. She lacks the focus to study and craft cotton thread or fabric. Days pass, and with just over 10 days until the rainy season, Yu Huan finds herself unwell due to her menstrual cycle, unable to venture out, and lies idly on the stone bed. Disinclined to move. With only 1 pack of sanitary pads, once depleted, there will be no replacements. She stitches together a sanitary belt from the remaining fabric of the bedspread and cotton. Yet, the more idle she becomes, the more anxious she feels. With so many tools, baskets, torches, tables, and cotton, only 3 phoenix tail flowers were provided, totaling 4. It seems impossible to gather 7 before the cold season. She possesses medical knowledge and has gathered many herbs, all prepared for use, yet during her time here, she has found no opportunity to apply her skills, having even sustained an injury herself. The White Tiger tribe stands as the strongest in this forest. Free from attacks by rogue beasts or incursions from rival tribes, the beastmen hunt in large groups, rarely sustaining injuries. The tribe is home to a shaman. While she enjoys the protection of this powerful tribe, she simultaneously loses the chance to save lives. What else can she possibly contribute? She feels that apart from food preservation, there is little demand in the beast realm. The males are robust, and as a beast woman, she cannot wield her blade near them. Crafting knives and swords requires iron smelting, a time-consuming process with little utility. Her eagerness for results breeds a restless mindset, limiting her thoughts. Amid her agitation, Yi Chen enters with a bowl of meat soup. Sitting beside her on the stone bed and urges, "Yu Huan, drink this. It's warm and will ease your discomfort." Yu Huan evades his hand, rising to take the soup herself, thanking Yi Chen before settling at the table. A fleeting sadness crosses Yi Chen's handsome face, his enchanting peach blossom eyes clouded with sorrow. It has been several days, yet she remains unwilling to engage in physical contact with him. In truth, Yu Huan feels uneasy as well. During these days, both Yi Chen and Bai have been by her side, caring for her in every detail. She knows their intentions are genuine and is not oblivious to their feelings. But matters of the heart cannot be swayed merely by gratitude. Moreover, she harbors fantasies of returning to seek Han Mian. Guilt and unease weigh heavily on her, as she continually finds excuses, believing she has made her position clear. This is not her fault. Accepting their kindness, yet unable to reciprocate their feelings, leaves her feeling rather ungrateful. A glimmer of remorse flashes in her eyes, and her tone softens. "Yi Chen, please attend to your own matters. I am fine on my own for now." Yi Chen suppresses his sadness, forcing a smile. "Yu Huan, aside from hunting, what else is there for me to do? You are in your heat cycle and require proper care." Yu Huan silently scoffs. "You are the one in a heat cycle. Just because I have my period doesn't mean I am in heat." However, she understands that for the beast men, the heat cycle coincides with menstruation, and after this period, mating may lead to pregnancy. Yet for her, this happens once a month, and it's best not to discuss it for now. Thus, she refrains from arguing against his assertion regarding the heat cycle. Regarding the matter of not forming a bond, she has reiterated this many times and is now too weary to repeat herself. Regardless, Yi-chun will not leave. She chooses to ignore him, focusing on her own tasks. With little chance to gather the phoenix tail flowers, she might have to remain in this tribe throughout the rainy and cold seasons. Firewood must be adequately prepared, as the cave is too small to accommodate such a large supply. Yu Huan inquires, Yi-chun, how long does it take to dig a cave? She wishes to excavate an additional cave next door for storing firewood. It would take me 2 days. Yu Huan, are you considering digging another cave? Yi-chun felt a twinge of confusion. I wish to excavate another cave to store firewood. Otherwise, during the rainy season, the incessant downpour will leave everything damp. I cannot do without firewood. In the past, you consumed raw meat without preserving any firewood. Please speak to Amobai and ask him to inform our kin to stockpile more firewood. It is not only essential for food preparation, but also for warmth during the cold season. After Yi-chun departed, Yu Huan found it difficult to remain still. With merely 10 days until the onset of the rainy season, there was much to be accomplished. She arose from her bed, exited the cave, and began slicing and drying any fruits she could find to make dried fruit, while also steaming some sweet potatoes for preservation. The urgency of storing meat could not be overstated. Lacking salt, perhaps we should start with jerky? Chapter 25. Saving Wolf 7. Without hesitation, Yu Huan sought out Amobai. When you venture out for hunting, can you catch the moo beasts? She aimed to prepare dried beef. Amobai looked at Yu Huan with a fond smile and teased, are you craving moo beast now? I will go hunt one for you. Yu Huan quickly interjected, no, I wish to make jerky. Once prepared, it can be preserved for later consumption, even when hunting is not an option. Amobai's eyes sparkled with excitement. The ability to preserve meat is simply splendid. Is it true, Yu Huan? There are plenty of moo beasts, and they are easy to hunt. Yu Huan withdrew her arm, her face adorned with a smile. Indeed, Amobai. Just hunt one down and bring it back. I will prepare it, and you can have the first taste. Watching Amobai dash away, Yu Huan couldn't help but chuckle. Amobai was a curious blend of composure and authority, yet at times, he resembled a child, exhibiting a stark dichotomy. After Amobai returned with the moo beast and prepared it, Yu Huan meticulously removed the sinews and excess fat from the beef, slicing it and steaming it until partially cooked before laying it out on a stone slab to dry. Amobai, this is how it's done. You should all hunt more moo beasts. And when you bring them back, prepare them as I have. Once dried, the jerky can be preserved for some time. Even during the rainy season, Amobai was exhilarated and hurried to discuss adjusting the hunting party numbers with the tribe leader, while Yu Huan ventured back into the mountains with Yi-chun. Time was of the essence. Although they had succeeded in making jerky, she remained fixated on the absence of salt and scoured a vast area, yet found nothing. As dusk approached and she prepared to return, she heard intermittent groans emanating from the nearby thicket. Yi-chun and Yu Huan hastened over, parting the bushes to reveal a pale, beautiful youth lying among the fallen leaves. He appeared gravely injured and seemed somewhat dazed, groaning intermittently. Yi-chun inquired about his identity, but the youth did not open his eyes. His upper body was covered in wounds. Though not severe, but his legs bore more serious injuries. They were nearly devoid of healthy flesh, with a significant portion of his right leg torn away, exposing bone beneath. Yu Huan approached and examined his legs closely. The left leg has a slight fracture. It is misaligned. At Yi-chun, we must take him back to the tribe. I have medicinal herbs in my cave. His wounds need cleansing and treatment, and his leg requires setting. He has begun to run a fever. We should give him some antipyretics upon our return before addressing the other injuries. Yi-chun hesitated. But I do not know who he is. All I know is that he is a wolf beast man. Is it safe to bring him back? Wolves? Every tribe has its territory. How could this wolf beast be in the White Tiger tribe's area and in such a severely wounded state? We must return. If we do not assist him, he will perish. Are there any nearby wolf beast tribes? Yu Huan pondered aloud. The wolf tribe has no territory. They reside in Cloud City. Cloud City? Yu Huan had no time to contemplate further. The injured youth had lost a significant amount of blood, so they needed to bring him back without delay. Upon reaching the cave, Yu Huan first administered a fever-reducing tablet before instructing Yi-chun to cleanse the wounds. She reserved the anti-inflammatory and hemostatic medicines for Han Mian, only able to apply herbal remedies for bleeding and inflammation. As a practitioner of traditional medicine, setting bones was within her capabilities, provided it was not a comminuted fracture. She aligned the fractured bone in the lower leg and fashioned 2 wooden splints secured with vines. Once the fever subsided, he should be fine. Just as she completed her tasks, Imobi entered. "You Huan?" "The tribe members said you brought back an injured male. The leader sent me to check on him." Huan realized she had yet to inform the leader and quickly replied. "Imobi, my apologies. I was in a rush to treat his wounds and did not report to the leader. Chun mentioned he is from the wolf tribe. We will inquire further once he regains consciousness. Please inform the leader that he should stay a few days, if possible." Imobi smiled. "Huan, you are a sage. Your presence in our tribe is a blessing from the beast god. You need not tread cautiously. The leader will not pride. He asked me to see if you needed any assistance." Huan felt a twinge of embarrassment at being called a sage. She had always felt unworthy of the title. Imobi, it is still necessary to inform the leader. There is nothing requiring assistance here now, as the leg has been set. Imobi regarded the beautiful youth thoughtfully before slowly suggesting, "Huan, should he not reside in my cave? It will be inconvenient for you both to share a cave as night approaches." Huan hesitated, "But he is running a fever. I must stay with him tonight to monitor his condition. If the fever persists, I will need to administer more medicine and change the dressings on his wounds. It might not be appropriate to move him to your place." Chun quickly interjected. "I will stay here tonight. I can sleep on the floor with him. Tomorrow, we can excavate a new cave for him to rest in." "Huan, you are also in need of a cave to store firewood? Are you not?" Huan conceded that it might be inappropriate for only her and the wolf beastman to occupy the cave, thus did not refuse. That evening, they lit several torches in the cave. With Chun engaging Huan in light conversation. As dawn approached, the youth stirred awake, his eyes wide with fear, resembling a startled fawn as Huan changed his dressings. After examining him, she spoke softly, "Do not be afraid, we found you in the mountains. What is your name? Which tribe do you belong to? How did you sustain your injuries?" The beautiful youth looked at her with gratitude shining in his large eyes. "My name is Wolf 7. Thank you for saving me. I have no tribe. I live in Cloud City. I was injured by the ape tribe while fleeing to this place." Huan conversed with the youth for quite some time before uncovering that Cloud City was the most powerful entity on the entire Beastman continent. Led by the Lion tribe, known for their martial prowess and classified as 6th Order superiors. Ascending from 6th to 7th Order involved 3 stages, and he was at the final stage, the Super Stage. With 1 year remaining before his ascension, he, alongside the wolf and ape tribes, had established Cloud City and gathered several smaller tribes. Presently, 8 different tribes coexisted in Cloud City. The ape and wolf tribes were at odds, each vying for power and seeking to become the second in command of Cloud City. Wolf 7's beast father was the leader of the wolf tribe, and he had been ambushed by several beastmen from the ape tribe while isolated. Oh, how chaotic! Huan initially believed beastmen existed solely within tribes, yet it appeared they had begun to adopt a city-state model. Given Cloud City's might, why had the White Tiger tribe not joined? Yichen glanced at Wolf 7 before speaking slowly. The White Tiger tribe has always been at odds with the Lion tribe. Previously, the Lion tribe also resided in this forest, and conflicts frequently arose between the tribes, leading to numerous casualties on both sides. The current leader of the Lion tribe established Cloud City after taking over. Now, the White Tiger tribe is also absorbing beastmen from other tribes, like me and Yina's beast husbands. To strengthen the tribe and prevent Cloud City from launching an attack. I see. So this is a matter of ancestral enmity. Huan found herself in a peculiar situation, having saved a potential adversary. Wolf 7, noticing her gaze, hastily reassured, "Rest assured, Cloud City will not launch an attack for the time being due to internal discord. They are still contending for power. The ape tribe is ambitious and desires to lead Cloud City, so the lion leader will not come." Huan chuckled, "Do not worry. I will not expel you now. Your leg is fractured and needs time to heal. You may stay in the White Tiger tribe until you recover." Wolf 7's face flushed with gratitude as he replied, "Thank you." Huan glanced at the newly blooming phoenix tail flower on her wrist and thought to herself, "I should be the one thanking you." Wolf 7. At dawn, Missouri Bai and Yichen arrived with several beastmen to excavate a cave nearby. Huan prepared roasted meat, soup, and steamed buns for them. As they were assisting her, Wolf 7 beamed with delight at the novel food. his eyes narrowing with joy as he showered Yu Huan with compliments, causing her to laugh heartily. Within a day, the new cave was completed, furnished with a stone bed and adorned with animal skins. Yi Chun helped move Wolf 7 inside. While changing his dressings, Yu Huan noticed that his wounds were nearly healed, with only the area on his right leg where flesh had been lost still requiring attention. She marveled once more at the beastman's remarkable healing abilities. Returning to her cave, she lit a torch and, bathed in the flickering light, gazed absently at the phoenix tail flower adorning her wrist. 5 blossoms? Are you well? Chapter 26. Even the stone bed is gone. The following days were consumed with the tasks of gathering firewood and preparing jerky in anticipation of the rainy season. After a flurry of activity, they were finally ready, and Wolf 7's injuries had healed sufficiently for him to begin walking. He limped into Yu Huan's cave, where the floor was covered with animal skins, and silently observed her as she organized the newly delivered animal skins from the tribe. Ultimately, he remains a mere boy, heavily reliant on Yu Huan, the one who saved him. Yu Huan meticulously folded the animal skins and placed them on the shelf, then retrieved the animal skin skirts to dry them under the sun, fearing that the prolonged rainy season would render them damp and uncomfortable to wear. Yu Huan, how did you come to possess skirts made of snake shed? Came the terrified voice of Wolf 7. Yu Huan frowned. What's so strange about snake shed? Snakes are vicious, cold-blooded, and cruel. Before the establishment of Cloud City, our Tianling tribe was annually attacked by snake beasts. They not only killed and injured the males but also abducted the females, most of whom were tortured to death. Aren't you the wise one? Have you ever been taken by a snake beast? How did you escape? Wolf 7 blurted out in a single breath. Though Yu Huan was aware of the negative reputation of snakes, hearing such a blunt account of snake beasts for the first time unsettled her. She couldn't help but worry, does everyone in Cloud City think of snake beasts this way? It's not just Cloud City. The entire Orc continent shares this belief. No, it's not just a belief. It's a fact. Which tribe has not suffered from snake beast attacks? Wolf 7 found Yu Huan's question somewhat peculiar. And how do you treat snake beasts? Yu Huan's anxiety deepened with each word. We organize encirclements. Snake beasts prefer solitude, so several tribes band together to hunt them down. There are not many snake beasts left on the Orc continent now, only a few that are highly skilled and alert. Cloud City hasn't organized a hunt lately. Yu Huan's heart trembled, feeling sorrow for Han Mian. He was certainly not the monster they describe. If he were to seize females, why would he allow himself to come to the tribe? He had done nothing wrong yet bore such a dreadful reputation, reviled, hated, and hunted. What had he done to deserve this? Was it his nature as a snake? But who could choose their own lineage? After dismissing Wolf 7, Yu Huan sat on the stone bed, lost in thought and restless. It wasn't until the cave was enveloped in complete darkness that she snapped back to reality. She hastily consumed a couple of fruits, lay on the stone bed, and embraced the tiger's skin, drifting into a daze before finally succumbing to sleep. Her brow furrowed, a clear indication of her distress. Indeed, she was trapped in a nightmare, surrounded by a thick fog where nothing was visible, and she could not find her way. Stumbling forward, she reached out her hands but grasped nothing, engulfed by confusion and fear. After what felt like an eternity, the sound of flowing water reached her ears, and she followed it. The fog dissipated, revealing a scene drenched in red. Han Mian lay by the riverbank, his body covered in blood. The ground stained crimson. Han Mian! She cried out in horror as she jolted awake, only to realize it had been a dream. Yet, her heart ached unbearably, tears mingling with sweat, even as the sunlight streamed into the cave. She remained trapped in her panic. Mobai, not seeing her outside the cave, felt it odd, as she usually prepared breakfast at this hour. Upon entering the cave and finding her curled up on the stone bed, her eyes swollen like peaches, he was taken aback and rushed to ask, Yu Huan, what's wrong? Are you unwell? I'll take you to see the shaman. Seeing Mobai, Yu Huan grasped his arm tightly. Mobai, please take me to see Han Mian, just for a moment. I'll return immediately. Her voice was urgent, her fingers trembling. Yu Huan, didn't you part ways? He said he wouldn't see you again. Mobai forced himself to be resolute. I won't disturb him. I just want to take a look. Mobai, please take me. I dreamt he was hurt. He is close to death, and I can't let him die. Mobai watched Yu Huan in her near madness, his heart aching profoundly. It was evident. After all this time, she still hadn't forgotten that snake, still cared deeply. Suddenly, he could no longer contain himself. "You Huan, he sent you away. Why must it be him? I like you. Can't you see? I will treat you well. He has given up on you. What right does he have to you? Have you ever considered that you are not happy with him? He only brings you tears." Yet, Huan paid no heed to his words, repeating insistently, "Bai, take me to see him. I must go. If you want to take me, I'll go myself. Right? I'll bring him some flour. He hasn't eaten yet, and sweet potatoes too. I need to make him some clothes. Yes, his animal skin skirt is soaked in blood." Huan chattered on as she began to gather her belongings. Night Dust entered the cave and witnessed her in a daze, searching for something, hearing Bai say, "Huan, calm down. It was just a dream. He is a 6th-tier warrior. Who but the Lord of Cloud City could harm him? Yes, the Lord of Cloud City. They will hunt Han Mian down. I must kill them." Huan grew more agitated. Night Dust dragged Bai out of the cave, questioning what had transpired. Fearing that Huan might act recklessly, Bai had no choice but to explain everything to Night Dust, urging him to keep a close watch on her. After a long moment of shock, Night Dust spoke slowly. "Bai, have you considered that the snake beast might be Huan's emotional knot? The reason she can't accept us is that she still harbors feelings for him. Since the snake beast has stated he wants to be with her again, we should take her to see him. Only he can tell her directly, and then she might let go. Otherwise, she will only sink deeper into despair. Look at her now. Does she have any rationality left? We want to have a chance if we don't help her untie that emotional knot." Bai reflected on the situation. Indeed, the snake beast had been resolute, and even as Huan wept, he had not kept her. Perhaps taking her to see him could finally allow her to move on. The two conspired and began to help Huan gather her things, ensuring they took everything she wanted, then transformed into their beast forms and sped towards Han Mian's cave. As they neared home, perhaps it was the fear of returning, but when they reached the riverbank, Huan insisted they revert to human forms and approach slowly. She felt excitement and trepidation. Rehearsing in her mind what to say upon seeing Han Mian, she would tell him she had gone to the tribe to activate the phoenix tail flower, and once she was strong enough, he could rest easy during his hibernation. She had already gathered 5 phoenix tail flowers and would return to him at the end of the cold season, able to protect herself. Han Mian would have no reason to send her away. She would cling to him, no matter what. She wanted to prepare a delicious meal for him. He had yet to taste wheat and sweet potatoes, and she had never made him an animal skin skirt. Upon seeing the small river where she first encountered Han Mian, she felt a wave of relief. He was not here, indicating that her dream had been false, easing her anxious heart significantly as they arrived at the cave entrance. She began to hesitate. What should she say first upon seeing Han Mian? "Bai, do you think he will drive me away? Will he enjoy the cakes I make? Will he resent me for disobeying him by returning?" Huan's eyes reflected helplessness and fear. From love arises worry. From love arises fear. Bai and Night Dust could hardly bear to watch. During their journey, they had detected no trace of the snake beast. There was none in the cave either, indicating that the snake beast had long departed. They felt a mix of heartache and fear, uncertain how Huan would react upon discovering that the snake beast had left. Both remained silent, and after taking a deep breath, Huan stepped into the cave. Nothing was there. The animal skins were gone. Her pots and pans were missing. Even the stone bed had vanished. The cave was as barren as if no one had ever resided there. Chapter 27. The cost of transformation. Huan squatted down, hugging her legs, burying her head in her knees. Utterly still. Was this an illusion? Was the emptiness before her an illusion? Or were the days spent with Han Mian merely a figment of her imagination? She felt dazed, as if something within her was collapsing. So exhausted, she longed for sleep. After a while, she stood up and said to Bai, "Let us go back. I want to sleep." Bai and Night Dust felt as if their hearts were being torn apart. Unable to say a word as they led her back to the White Tiger tribe, Bai had expected Huan to react like the first time she left Han Mian. To cry, to throw a tantrum, to break down. But she did not. She was eerily calm. Returning to the cave and lying down to sleep, it was Night Dust's first time seeing Huan in such a state. The Yu Huan he knew was beautiful, composed, strong, and wise, revered and beloved by all in the tribe. But today, her fragility and helplessness pained him deeply. He couldn't help but speculate what the snake beast had done to her to leave her so lost. The two stayed by the stone bed, unwilling to leave her side. But she slept far too long. 2 days passed without her waking, and they didn't dare to call her. The two anxiously discussed various options but found none that would suffice. Feeling increasingly frantic, outside, a torrential rain began to pour. The rainy season had arrived. Yu Huan struggled in torment, her dreams filled with the repeated loss of her parents, grandfather, and Han Mian, each departure forced upon her. Unable even to bid farewell, what she wanted, what she cared for, always slipped away, despair and pain assailing her relentlessly. Living was truly exhausting. Yu Huan, your spirit is in turmoil. I once gifted you a phoenix beast, Dan, which can sense that your life is not in danger. Why do you harbor thoughts of death? The voice of the wish cat god resonated within her dream. Cat god, I'm so tired. Can you send me back? I don't want to be here anymore. You already possess the phoenix beast, Dan. You are no longer merely human. With 5 phoenix tail flowers blossoming, your body has been transformed. You cannot return to that world. The beast world aligns perfectly with your desires. Isn't it stimulating? Are there not enough handsome men? The wish cat god questioned in confusion. And once you fuse with the beast, Dan, you will be at the 7th tier in such a short time. The blooming of 5 phoenix tail flowers indicates your significant contributions to the beast world. You have much to accomplish here. I wish to understand what transpired to alter your yearning for the phoenix beast pill. Nothing happened. Perhaps it is merely the torment of my own heart. I can no longer find him. Love unfulfilled has ensnared me. You brought me here, promising countless sweet romances, yet I have ended up like this. You must be mocking me, right? With a self-deprecating smile, Yu Huan is acutely aware of her own pathological psyche. Her obsession with Han Mian stems from the countless rejections he subjected her to initially. She indeed fell for Han Mian at first sight, but it was not to the extent of despairing over his absence. She believes Han Mian harbors feelings for her, and his repeated refusals only draw her closer, fostering her affection. The agony of unrequited love has entrapped her heart. Had he engaged in a normal relationship with her, allowing feelings to fade into a peaceful parting, or had he firmly cast her aside from the outset, things would not have spiraled into their current state. Everything she has done subsequently has been with the hope of being with Han Mian. When she suddenly discovers he has left, her heart turns to ashes, leaving her feeling as though life has lost all direction and meaning. The wish cat chuckles, realizing she is ensnared by love, and cannot help but tease her. Why are you so foolish? Nothing is truly unattainable. Even a forcibly gathered fruit is still a fruit. It may not be sweet, but it still quenches thirst. Once you become strong enough, acquiring what you desire becomes feasible, even if it means binding it to your side, he jokes, yet Yu Huan feels as though enlightenment has dawned upon her. Yes, if I were strong enough, why would I fear him escaping again? If I were powerful, I could roam freely and, upon finding him, keep him close. But how can I become strong? Currently, the phoenix tail flower only grants me a bit more strength and improves my health. Even if I were to gather all 7, I still cannot transform. Before the beast men, I am but a speck of dust, incapable of self-preservation, let alone restraining a serpent. The wish cat never anticipated she would take him seriously. Well, this is better than contemplating death. He had brought her here with the intention of instigating some change in the beast realm. She cannot simply perish. He possesses the transformation pill, but the torment it inflicts is unbearable for anyone lacking an unwavering will. You are flesh. To transform, you must endure the agony of being scorched by fierce flames and struck by heavenly thunder for 7 days. The outcome is uncertain. Are you willing to gamble? The uncertainty of life and death? Ultimately, everyone must face death as long as one feels that their demise is justified. Then this life has not been lived in vain. Humans are inherently driven by desires. It is merely the nature of those desires that differs. Her desire is Han Mian. She does not aspire to be a saint nor a virtuous person. She simply wishes to be herself, to remain true to her heart, which is the essence of who she wants to become. I am willing to gamble. If I cannot endure, I will perish. I will lose everything. Will you regret it? The wish cat senses the conviction in her tone, surprised by her resolve. I know precisely what I want and the price I must pay. I have no regrets. Often, the act of choosing is not as daunting as it seems. It is merely a matter of following one's heart. My true self shall fulfill your wishes. I have bestowed upon you a transformation pill. Do not engage in wicked deeds. Remember, do not be overly fixated on anything. Yu Huan slept for 3 days, awakening languidly. Upon seeing her awake, Yichen hurriedly supported her, allowing her to lean against him. Yu Huan, you are finally awake. You scared me half to death. Wolf 7 also approached the bedside, holding her hand in silence, his worry evident. Yu Huan had no strength, leaning against him as she managed to speak. I'm fine. Do not worry. Is it raining outside? Yes, the rainy season has arrived. The downpour is heavy. You have been unresponsive for so long. I just went out. She said you love to eat the mi beast. So she went to fetch you some fresh meat. You haven't eaten for 3 days. You must be starving. I have warmed the soup for you. Would you like to drink a bit? Yichen gently held her, reluctant to let go. Let us start with some water. Yu Huan felt a bit uncomfortable, shifting her body to create some distance. Wolf 7 hurried to fetch water, and after Yichen fed her a few sips, he brought her meat soup, encouraging her to drink slowly. After a bowl of hot soup and a couple of bites of meat, Yu Huan felt a semblance of strength returning. Recalling what the cat god had said about the trials of transformation and the uncertainty of life and death, she pondered how to avoid the others. The people here have treated her kindly, yet she does not wish for them to worry. Where could Han Mian be now? Winter is approaching. Does he have a safe place to hibernate? Yichen, noticing her silence and dazed expression, felt both worried and saddened. That serpent truly deserves to perish. Yu Huan, some things cannot be forced. You cannot be together. He is a serpent beast, a wandering creature, and cannot be accepted. He is always at risk of being hunted down, facing death. The serpent beast is cold-blooded. He will not possess feelings nor cherish you. He has left. Wolf 7, having learned the full story, began to counsel Yu Huan. Like Bai and Yichen, he found the situation utterly absurd, beyond their comprehension. Yu Huan suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Her twisted and obsessive feelings had become public knowledge. Yes, he is a serpent beast, cold-blooded, and he has left. But so what? He cannot escape. Torn between love and hate, Yu Huan's eyes glistened with tears once more. Seeing her eyes redden in silence, Wolf 7 and Yichen quickly fell silent. Bai, drenched and carrying the prepared mi beast, burst in, exclaiming excitedly, Yu Huan, you're awake. Just wait. I'm going to make you mi beast. Your favorite. With that, she dashed off to Wolf 7's cave, which was larger, stocked with firewood, and equipped with a stone stove, as the smoke from burning wood was too intense for Yu Huan's cave. Yu Huan's thoughts were pulled back as she watched Bai bustling about, preparing meat, soup, and pancakes, feeling a wave of guilt. She knew that both Bai and Yichen genuinely cared for her. Yet her heart had become ill, beyond the remedy of any medicine. She could have chosen to live simply with them in tranquility. Surely, being loved by others would bring happiness. She did not know. All she understood was that her heart beat fervently for someone. Thus, she chose to take a gamble. This gamble, if won, would make everything right, and if lost, it would become her final memory on this earth. The path she chose, once embarked upon, offered no retreat. Chapter 28. Wings that spit fire. Han Mian found himself entangled in a fierce battle with the guardian beasts of the green crystal forest. Seemingly faced with an endless wave of foes, upon obtaining the green crystal and exiting the forest, he was utterly exhausted and battered. He forced himself back to the cave where he stored his belongings. Collapsing onto the stone bed that moment, the intense pain had already drenched Yu Huan in sweat. She gritted her teeth, veins bulging on her forehead. Despite her mental preparation, she found the pain unbearable. It felt as though every single cell in her body was fracturing, every inch of flesh splitting apart and then closing again. Her bones shattered and healed repeatedly, the excruciating torment relentless, making even a moment's respite seem impossible. Clutching the tiger skin, she sank into an endless abyss of suffering. Han Mian, do not let me encounter you again. Bai and Yichen arrived at the cave, horrified to find Yu Huan secretly smiled bitterly. reflecting that if it were merely for herself, relinquishing her aspirations would be rather effortless. Yet, if there exists someone she regards as a dream, for that individual, she must endure, envisioning the sweetness of the future, rendering all suffering bearable. Awakening from a deep slumber in a cave, she realized that her wounds no longer bled. It appeared that the green crystal had elevated her cultivation level once more. She was now likely a 6th-tier warrior, merely a step away from becoming a formidable force. She gathered all the belongings left by Huan and placed them beside the stone bed. Upon seeing the medicinal herbs, memories flooded back. Huan's earnest reminders, her panic-stricken visage when she witnessed his injuries, and the tremor in her hands as she applied the medicine. Tears welled up again as he mourned the loss of the one person who truly loved him. With the cold season approaching, he found himself wounded and unable to return to his previous cave. He resolved to hibernate here instead. Though it was the territory of Cloud City, during the cold season, the beastmen seldom ventured out to hunt, so he should survive. Huan would be well protected within the tribe, under the watchful eyes of 2 beastmen. He had little to worry about, as he was alone and unencumbered. How he despised being born a serpent! The ink-black serpent emitted a desperate wail before closing its eyes to hibernate. Huan had always wished to test whether she could transform. However, with the torrential rain, Yichun, Mobai, and Wolf 7 found themselves with nothing to do during the rainy season, huddled together in Huan's cave, and she could not find a reason to venture outside. Thus, she took out the animal hides and began to experiment with making a leather skirt. Huan, what kind do you wish to create? I shall craft it for you. Look at your hands, Yichun exclaimed, observing her fingers pricked countless times. No, I must do it myself. Huan insisted, resolutely attempting again and again. Amidst the haze of time, the rainy season passed, and the cold season loomed. Yichun warned that the cold season would bring incessant snowfall, and the frigid air would freeze one's hair upon stepping outside. Huan began to prepare. Living in caves, the earthen Kong seemed unfeasible, as they could not carve out a chimney. The crux was that she had only seen an earthen Kong and had no knowledge of its internal structure. A stove could be constructed from stone and clay, providing warmth and cooking capabilities. A bamboo tube could serve as a chimney, extending through a hole in the door. Wouldn't that suffice? By hollowing out the stone bed and placing the burning coals beneath it, warmth would surely ensue. With determination, Huan, Mobai, and Yichun communicated through drawings and labor, expending considerable effort to finally complete the stove. Upon testing it, they found that, indeed, no smoke filled the cave. Once the temperature within the dwelling rose, Mobai hurried to inform the tribe leader, advocating its implementation throughout the tribe. The caves would no longer be cold, and with food available, the females and young would no longer perish during the cold season. After Yichun dug out the stone bed, he and Wolf 7 ventured into the forest to gather firewood. Living amidst the trees, they lacked for nothing in the way of fuel, and their cave already held ample supplies. The 2 dug a large hole to store firewood, while Wolf 7 prepared the stove and stone bed in his own cave, and Yichun moved in as well. During their bustling activities, Huan stealthily slipped away to the riverbank, where she was alone. Unsure of the extent of her animal form, she hesitated to enter the forest, fearing that she might break her wings upon transforming. She pondered silently on how to shift forms, and before she could grasp the situation, she soared into the sky, startling herself. Looking into the river, she beheld an enormous phoenix unfurling its wings in the air. Both curious and exhilarated, flapping her wings, she sought to gauge her offensive capabilities. To her astonishment, she nearly plummeted, bewildered by her own wings emitting flames. What an alarming ability, in a land abundant with beasts. Was fire truly her greatest power? Wouldn't that be perilous? Setting the forest ablaze would only lead to her own demise. This thought suddenly struck her like a bolt from the blue. She hastily transformed back into human form. Sitting by the riverbank, she lamented her newfound offensive capability. If she were to engage in combat, would she inadvertently incinerate her opponent? What if she set the forest ablaze and brought calamity upon herself? She muttered to herself as she returned to the cave, yet the ability to transform still filled her with uncontainable excitement. She could fly. As the beastmen busied themselves, the cold season arrived. Snow fell thickly, and it was Huan's first encounter with such a heavy snowfall, blanketing everything in white. Dressed in a fur cloak, She left several crooked footprints in her wake. Snowflakes settled upon her hair and eyelashes. She mused that if they were to be drenched in snow together, it would symbolize a lifetime of companionship. Yu Huan smiled ruefully, lamenting that while the hibernating serpent must endure the winter, they could not even share the experience of enjoying the snowfall together. Where would he hibernate? The snow continued to drift without pause. Throughout the day, the others gathered in Yu Huan's cave, roasting sweet potatoes and chestnuts, justifying it as a means to conserve firewood. For the first time, she felt no anxiety over food or the weather during the cold season. The three males laughed and played, enjoying their time immensely. Yu Huan sat daily upon the warm stone bed, clad in the leather trousers and long-sleeved shirt crafted by the hibernating serpent, tirelessly working on her leather skirts. The three of them could scarcely get a glance at her. As life flowed smoothly, she crafted one skirt after another. Yi Chan and Mo Bai observed Yu Huan diligently toiling with the leather. Though they seldom smiled, their conversations with her no longer included formalities of gratitude. Their physical interactions, such as gently grasping her arm to coax her from the bed, became more casual, suggesting a deepening intimacy. Surely, she must have forgotten about that serpent. Hope blossomed within their hearts, sweet as honey. Thus, they remained together, passing the majority of the cold season in tranquility, until the sounds of battle and roars outside the tribe shattered this peace. The three transformed into their beast forms and raced towards the clearing within the tribe. While Yu Huan hastily donned her boots and cloak, rushing outside. Chapter 29. The White Tiger tribe under-attacked the scene before her nearly took her breath away. On the snow-laden ground, hundreds of wild beasts were locked in combat. With countless wounded beastmen collapsing, blood splattering across the pristine white snow, a harrowing sight. She suppressed her terror, scrutinizing the chaos. Bears, leopards, and tigers were all engaged in fierce battle. What was happening? A fox fell beside her. It was Yi Chen. She hurriedly dragged him to a secluded spot and examined him, noticing a gaping wound in his abdomen. Yu Huan was filled with rage. Transforming into her beast form, she flapped her wings toward the bear. The beastmen, caught in the fray, suddenly looked up to see a massive phoenix soaring above, flames bursting forth from its wings, rendering them momentarily dumbfounded. Once they regained their senses, panic ensued as they fled in all directions. Yu Huan, however, would not grant them the opportunity. She flew ahead to block their escape and unleashed more flames. The beastmen crumbled under the pressure, all transforming back into human form and kneeling before her. Yu Huan was taken aback. What was happening? They hadn't even battled yet, and they were all kneeling. Even her own kin. Her thoughts were interrupted by the cries of Great Fire God. Spare us, the beastmen. Having long held a reverent fear of fire, naturally assumed that the enormous fire-breathing phoenix was the legendary deity of flames. Yu Huan found this misconception rather delightful. However, it also worked to her advantage. Their reverence for her would prevent them from defying her will, thus averting a bloody conflict. Transforming back into her human form and steadying her demeanor, she spoke with authority. Rise. Why have the bears and leopards attacked the White Tiger tribe? The beastmen, now standing, gazed at her with wide eyes, astonished to discover that the fire god was a beautiful little female draped in a fur cloak. The leopard tribe leader, suppressing his shock, respectfully recounted the series of events. With half of the cold season past, our tribe has run out of food. Males can endure hunger for a few days, but the females cannot. We overheard the goat tribe mention that a sage had arrived at the White Tiger tribe, bringing with him many unfamiliar foods and tools, as well as a stockpile of jerky. The goat tribe claimed that the White Tiger tribe had boasted about their food, enough to last an entire cold season. The leopard and bear tribes quickly conspired, reasoning that starving to death was still death. Joining forces to launch a surprise attack on the White Tiger tribe seemed a better alternative than waiting for their demise. Yu Huan listened aghast. So they were here to rob? Very well, you shall remain in the White Tiger tribe for now. Do not engage in further hostilities, nor attempt to flee. Otherwise, I shall set your tribe ablaze. Mo Bai, take all the injured to the shaman, Yu Huan commanded, turning to lead Yi Chun back to the cave shared with Wolf 7. Yi Chun quietly watched as she tended to his wounds. Astonished yet elated, Yu Huan was indeed a phoenix. She had concealed her true identity all along, revealing it only due to her concern for his injuries. Look at her. She was so eager to return and treat his wounds, which meant she cared for him. The more he thought about it, the happier he became, his beautiful eyes sparkling with joy. Yu Huan noticed him smiling at her and shot him a playful glare. Scolding, "What are you grinning about? We're both injured. Just lie still and don't move." The beastmen of the White Tiger tribe had already begun to cheer exuberantly. Yu Huan is our sage, and she is also the fire god. She has come to protect us. The White Tiger tribe will surely grow ever stronger. As Bai escorted the injured to the shaman, his thoughts wandered elsewhere. Yu Huan was a phoenix, the fire god. She had concealed this from them all along. Had she only chosen to reveal her true form because of Yi Qian's injuries? After Yu Huan finished treating Yi Qian's wounds, she sought out the tribe leader. Upon entering the cave, she was startled by the leader's exclamation of "Great Fire God." Yet now was not the time for explanations. These two beast tribes were indeed infuriating. Their desperation drove them to attempt robbery, but one could understand their plight. When survival is at stake, people often resort to desperate measures. Had she not arrived at the White Tiger tribe, it is likely that the tribe would have met the same fate as others. Although some members of the White Tiger tribe sustained injuries, fortunately, none were severe. She still recalled the long-standing enmity between the White Tiger tribe and Yunzhong City, and thus wished to avoid provoking these orcs. Fearing they might defect to Yunzhong City, which would ultimately lead to the tribe's demise, it was essential to win their hearts, and after sharing her thoughts with the chieftain, he concurred, recognizing the wisdom in her words. Now was not the time for enmity, and he readily agreed. In truth, he would have concurred regardless, for who would dare to oppose the fire god? Moreover, the fire god had come to aid their tribe. Yu Huan left two tribal leaders behind, releasing the other orcs and instructing Bai to teach them how to prepare food and build stoves. The White Tiger tribe would provide them with sustenance and knowledge of its preparation, all to ensure their survival. After the cold season, others would instruct them on how to locate food, and henceforth, they must unite with the White Tiger tribe to grow stronger together. The leaders of the Brown Bear and Cheetah tribes were overcome with gratitude. Repeatedly thanking the fire god, Yu Huan felt both apprehensive and somewhat elated. It was no wonder that everyone aspired to become gods or emperors, for the sensation of being revered and respected was indeed intoxicating. After bidding farewell to the two chieftains, Yu Huan realized she needed to clarify her identity to Chieftain Bai and the others. She was not the fire god, but rather a phoenix beast. And she feared that assuming the title of a deity might invoke divine retribution, for a single bolt of lightning could claim her life. She could not afford to die. After much persuasion, they finally understood. However, the White Tiger tribesmen remained unconvinced, reverently addressing her as the fire god upon seeing her. Feeling overwhelmed, Yu Huan retreated into the cave and did not emerge again. Yi Qian's wounds healed swiftly, and they resumed their previous lives. The orcs brought numerous animal skins, and Yu Huan crafted an increasing number of animal skin skirts. The companionship of Yi Qian and Bai was warm and enduring, while the little wolf Qi was exceptionally considerate. At times, Yu Huan could not help but ponder. It is said that in life, one encounters two individuals, one who captivates the heart and another who soothes the soul. Perhaps Han Mian was the one who merely captivated her heart, vibrant and resplendent, yet ultimately unattainable. If she could not find him, she would eventually forget him, would she not? Living a mundane life with others. Perhaps this was the essence of existence. The most dazzling moments never last forever. Yet, gazing at the many animal skin skirts she had painstakingly sewn on the stone bed, she longed to see Han Mian adorned in one. Thus, the cold season passed quietly. The White Tiger tribe, having ample food and warm stoves, suffered no casualties among the females, and the tribesmen's respect and admiration for Yu Huan grew ever stronger. As spring approached, the orcs resumed their normal hunting lives. Wolf Qi was also sent back to Yunzhong City by Yu Huan. While she arranged the animal skin skirts to sunbathe, Yi Qian examined them closely. Confirming they were indeed male, he snatched one from Yu Huan's hands. "Yu Huan, is this made for me?" In that moment, Yu Huan's mind flashed with Han Mian's face. Lost in thought, Yi Qian embraced her. "Yu Huan, I like you very much." Just as he was about to kiss her, Yu Huan panicked and forcefully pushed him away. Gazing at Yi Qian's stunningly beautiful face, she herself was perplexed. How could she be drawn to Yi Qian when her heart was captivated by Han Mian's visage? Why, After spending so much time with Yi Chun, could she not accept him? During the cold season, she had once thought she had come to terms with reality, finding warmth in being with them. Yet, the moment Yi Chun held her, she realized her body's instinctive rejection could not be deceived. Rejected, Yi Chun's eyes were filled with pain and astonishment. He had always believed Yu Huan would eventually come to love him. With a steely resolve, she retrieved the animal skin skirt, stating, "This is for Han Mian." "I am sorry, Yi Chun." Why Yi Chun's heart shattered. It was always that serpent. After an entire rainy and cold season, no matter what he did, he could never compare to that serpent in Yu Huan's heart. His voice was hoarse as he pleaded, "Yu Huan, it's fine if you haven't forgotten him, but after all this time together, don't you feel even a little affection for me? Yi Chun, I have said before. My heart is small, and it can only accommodate one person. I'm sorry." With that, Yu Huan turned and entered the cave, feeling an immense heaviness in her heart. Yi Chun stood outside the cave for a long time before sorrowfully departing. To avoid further awkwardness, Yu Huan began to wander about the tribe, feeling she could no longer remain there. If she could not learn to love another, she ought to relinquish hope. Although the Orc continent was vast and unfamiliar to her, she believed that traversing every corner might lead her to him. That serpent beast surely could not have survived. She had seen him collapse in the forest. Well, let it be, as long as he does not attack our tribe. The conversation between the two males reached Yu Huan's ears, prompting her to rush over and seize them. "What are you talking about? What serpent beast? Who is in danger? Where?" The two males, startled, stammered that there was an injured serpent beast in the forest, which they had just seen, but they were unsure if it was still there. Without waiting for the rest of their words, Yu Huan dashed out, too anxious to remember to shapeshift, stumbling out of the tribe in haste. Seeing that Yu Huan was not in the cave, Mo Bai and Yi Chun, who had come to look for her, were alarmed by her frantic demeanor and intercepted her before they could even inquire. She shouted, "Don't stop me!" to the forest. Fearing for her safety, Mo Bai swiftly transformed, allowing her to climb on his back as they rushed toward the forest. With Yi Chun following closely behind, Yu Huan felt as though her head might explode, her heartbeat racing out of control. Upon entering the forest, she feared missing any corner and urged Mo Bai to set her down so she could search diligently. A serpent beast, injured, unable to survive. Could it be Han Mian? What if it were Han Mian? If he were to perish? She found herself unable to think clearly, her legs mechanically weaving through the trees. Why was this forest so vast? Chapter 30. Re-encounter with Han Mian. Yu Huan halted her steps. It was Han Mian. He was covered in blood, numerous wounds marring his body, his hair disheveled, leaning against a large tree with eyes closed. After several months, to see Han Mian once more, Yu Huan was overcome with tears. The person she had believed she would never see again, for whom she was prepared to traverse mountains and rivers, now stood before her. Yu Huan was uncertain of her emotions as she cautiously approached him, reaching out to touch his arm. Feeling the reality of his presence, she pinched herself to confirm she was not dreaming. She glanced at Mo Bai and Yi Chun. "Is this real? Can you see him?" The two men, witnessing her tears cascading down, nodded silently. It was real. It was Han Mian, yet he was so gravely injured that she dared not embrace him. Han Mian, stirring from his stupor, opened his eyes and upon seeing Yu Huan, immediately regained his senses. With great effort, he rose and moved to another tree, distancing himself slightly. "It is wonderful to see you again, Huan, though I regret that it is in such a pitiful state. The scent of blood is too strong. I do not wish to frighten you." Their gazes locked, silence enveloped them. Yu Huan's voice trembled. "Han Mian, please don't run away. Let me help you back." "All right, you're bleeding. Does it hurt?" Han Mian gazed quietly at Yu Huan. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed the injured expressions of the two men behind her. After a moment of silence, he spoke with difficulty. Huan, please return with them. I am fine. Do not cry." He understood that his injuries were severe, and to see Yu Huan once more was a gift. If she took him away, as a serpent beast, he feared there would be friction in her heart with her two beast husbands. He only wished for her happiness, hoping she would not suffer any harm because of him. He was pushing her away again. He always did this. Yu Huan was exasperated. Han Mian, are you telling me to leave again? Do you think I could ever let go again? Don't even think about it. She knew Han Mian's character. He would not willingly go with her. She could force him to leave, but he was injured, and seizing him would cause him pain, which she could not bear. After all, it was Han Mian, the one she had longed for, the one she had endured the flames for. How could she be so cruel to him? Seeing the blood dripping continuously from Han Mian's body, she felt a surge of determination. Drawing out a folding knife, she pressed it against her neck. Han Mian, please come with me, she was gambling. Han Mian was soft-hearted. He would not allow her to perish before his eyes. The three were taken aback. Wei Chin's first instinct was to snatch the knife from her hand. Stay back. Yu Huan screamed hysterically. Han Mian, if you don't come with me, I will die with you. Did you not say that you feared I would not survive without you? Now you need not worry. Without you, I do not wish to live either. Let us die together, shall we? In life, we were never to share a bed. But in death, we can share a grave. That would be a form of completeness for me. With a smile on her face and tears streaming down, she finally understood the feeling of a heart shattered. Every wound on Han Mian's body ignited her sanity. Han Mian was on the verge of breaking down. He had never anticipated this. Huan, please calm down, put the knife down and I will go with you. Once again reunited, Yu Huan's feelings for him seemed to surpass his expectations, leaving him astonished, heartbroken, moved, and fearful. Han Mian, just stay there. May I come to you? Yu Huan slowly approached Han Mian, carefully taking his hand. She did not lower the knife, calling out to Mo Bai and Yi Chun. Let us go. Yu Huan had lost all reason. Her subconscious believed that Han Mian, as a serpent beast, would be harmed by everyone. Mo Bai, feeling a pang of anxiety, contemplated the consequences. If they allowed them to leave, they might never see Yu Huan again. He suppressed the pain in his heart. Yu Huan, shall we bring him back to the tribe? I assure you that the people of the tribe will not harm him. The tribe possesses your herbs. He is injured and requires immediate treatment. Time is of the essence. Yu Huan has regained a bit of consciousness. Indeed, the tribe is the closest to here, and their herbal resources are the most comprehensive. The tribe is aware of her ability to conjure fire, and thus they dare not approach to harm Han Mian. All right, let's go, she declares, turning to Han Mian. We shall tend to your wounds first. Once you are well, we can depart. All right, Han Mian, already at the end of his strength and deeply affected by Yu Huan's recent actions, can no longer hold on. As she lowers the knife, he collapses. Yu Huan hurriedly catches him, transforming into her beast form to carry him on her back, soaring back to the cave, with utmost care. She lays Han Mian upon a stone bed layered with several furs, then rushes out to fetch water and prepare a cloth. Hearing footsteps approaching, Yu Huan suddenly stands, positioning herself at the entrance of the cave. Upon recognizing Mo Bai and Yi Chun, she breathes a sigh of relief. They would not harm Han Mian. She places the medicinal herbs meant for internal use into another stone pot and asks Yi Chun to assist her in brewing the medicine. Mo Bai carries warm water and the prepared cloth, following Yu Huan into the cave. Gently, she wipes the blood from Han Mian's wounds with the cloth. It must hurt. Han Mian, she murmurs, tears streaming down her. The trembling hand of Han Mian clutched the cup. His thoughts drifting to Huan, who had once declared her desire to die alongside him, and to the tears that flowed from her eyes without cessation. His gaze fell upon the vines binding him, a searing anguish consuming him. Huan, why must you endure such suffering? Mo Bai observed the tremor in his hand and the profound pain reflected in his eyes, feeling an unrelenting compassion. He was aware of Han Mian's affection for Yu Huan. Before taking her away, Han Mian had imparted meticulous instructions, down to the smallest detail. It was impossible for him to feign disinterest. Yet, Yi Chun remained oblivious. He regarded Han Mian with cold disdain. You chased away Yu Huan, rendering her unable to find you. She is so strong that she has never shed a tear from her wounds, but upon seeing you this time, her eyes are nearly blinded by tears. What have you done to her that she cannot live without you? Han Mian was momentarily lost in the intense pain of his heart, his usual calm demeanor giving way to reddened eyes. Indeed, it seemed Huan was perpetually in tears when she was with him. Yu Huan entered with a bowl of noodles, witnessing this scene. The sight of Hanmian's shattered expression and trembling hand sent her into a flurry, prompting her to hastily set down the bowl and approach him, wrapping her arms around him. Hanmian, what is the matter? Is your wound hurting again? Hanmian gazed at the person who loved him with such fervor. Unable to maintain his composure, he shook his head, yet tears streamed down his face. Yue Huan was immediately alarmed at the sight of his tears. Hanmian, you are usually so composed, your emotions seldom revealed. What is this? Carefully, she wiped away his tears, each drop striking her heart, challenging her rationality. Turning to glare at Mo Bai and Yi Chen, her voice turned icy. What have you done to him? Yi Chen, witnessing the fire in her eyes, felt a chill in his heart. Yue Huan, do you truly believe I would harm him? This was the first time Hanmian had seen Yue Huan so furious. And fearing their argument would escalate, he quickly interjected. Huan, it is not their fault. Did you not prepare the noodles? Bring them to me. I am hungry. Upon hearing Hanmian's admission of hunger, Yue Huan disregarded Yi Chen and swiftly moved a small table to the stone bed. Placing the noodles before him and sitting beside him, Hanmian, try this. Eat slowly. You haven't eaten in so long. Don't overindulge. I have also prepared a nourishing soup for you to drink afterwards. As the noodles entered his mouth, Hanmian was instantly enveloped by a profound happiness. He had thought he would perish in the green crystal forest and believed he would never see Huan again, never imagining they could share this moment together. Enjoying a bowl of noodles she had lovingly prepared for him, Yue Huan watched as he devoured her cooking, her heart instantly lightening, as she tenderly stroked his long hair, whispering in his ear, Hanmian, is it delicious? I can make many more delightful dishes for you in the future, if you would allow. Yi Chen observed Yue Huan's gentle tone, as if afraid to startle Hanmian, while the serpent remained unfazed. His face darkening with suppressed fury. Yue Huan, what is going on between you two? What do you see in him? He has abandoned you. Have you forgotten? In what way am I inferior to him? Yue Huan turned to Yi Chen, sensing that some matters required clarification. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke slowly. Yi Chen, I apologize for my earlier actions. You are a wonderful person, no less than anyone else. My affection for Hanmian is not rooted in his perfection. As you have seen, he has a temper, is taciturn, and possesses an icy demeanor. Yet I still care for him. I appreciate both his virtues and flaws. Pausing, she continued. From the very first moment I laid eyes on Hanmian, I was struck by his extraordinary presence. It was love at first sight. When he fled, I pursued him to the cave. Offering myself to him, he ignored me, so I remained in his cave, and eventually, it became a chase where he ran, and I followed, until he allowed Mo Bai to bring me to the tribe. The subsequent events are well known to you. Hanmian has never uttered that he likes me, nor has he declared a desire to be with me, so there is no question of abandonment. You cannot blame him for this. Yi Chen was taken aback, realizing that it had always been Yue Huan pursuing the serpent beast, who remained ungrateful. His years of care and companionship paled in comparison to a fleeting moment of infatuation. The weight of unspoken feelings lodged in his chest left him momentarily speechless. After Yue Huan finished speaking, she breathed a sigh of relief, noticing Hanmian's complex gaze directed at her. She quickly moved the table aside and sat beside him. Hanmian, let me fetch the nourishing soup for you to drink. After that, you should rest for a while. Your injury has slightly improved, but you mustn't exert yourself. As she spoke, she gently tended to his long hair. Pressing a kiss on his forehead, Hanmian's face flushed, his long eyelashes lowered as he turned away from her. Mo Bai, Yi Chen, let us step outside. Yue Huan beckoned the two to leave the cave. Once they had exited, Hanmian reopened his eyes, his thoughts tumultuous. Huan was thriving in the tribe. Mo Bai and Yi Chen genuinely cared for her. He had witnessed the pain in their eyes moments ago. They had been fine until his arrival, and indeed, they were right. He should not have appeared. He was a calamity in Huan's life. That Na'vi girl seemed oblivious to the tension her kindness might create between her and the two men. If he remained, it would likely sow discord between them, leaving Huan vulnerable. Who would protect her? Moreover, he was still the serpent beast. Staying too long in the tribe might invite trouble for Huan. Yet, he was acutely aware of the depth of Huan's love for him. If he were to leave secretly, he feared what she might do in despair. To stay or to go, he was caught in a web of confusion. Chapter 32. I insist on forcing it. The three stepped away from the cave. And in a secluded spot, Yue Huan slowly began. Imobai, thank you for allowing Hanmian to recuperate in the tribe. I was too hasty earlier. I apologize. Yue Huan, there is no need for apologies. I understand. You have done so much for the tribe, and bringing Hanmian here to heal is only right. I inquired about Hanmian, and it appears he was injured by the ape tribe. They must be hunting him down. Given the severity of his injuries, the ape tribe must have suffered losses as well. I worry that Yunzhong City will not let this matter rest. Imobai's tone was earnest, his gaze flickering with concern for Hanmian's predicament. Fearing it might endanger you and Mobai, once Hanmian recovers a little more, we will leave. We will not bring trouble to the tribe. Yue Huan tucked her hair behind her ear, her tone calm, but her heart burned with determination. Ha! Yunzhong City will not let this go unpunished? Neither will I. They dare to harm Hanmian. They shall pay the price, Imobai, alarmed, quickly replied. Yue Huan, you know that is not what I meant. You have contributed so much to the tribe. And we already have grievances with Yunzhong City. There is no question of bringing trouble. Yi Qin's face was etched with pain, his voice hoarse. Yue Huan, are you planning to leave with him? What about me? What about Imobai? What about the tribe? Will you abandon us? Yue Huan gazed into Yi Qin's reddened eyes, a complex emotion flickering within her. She forced herself to speak. Yi Qin, Imobai, you are both very important to me. I cherish the White Tiger tribe. You are like family to me. You have always been here. Whenever I miss you, I can return to see you. But Hanmian is different. He will not remain in the tribe. If he leaves, I may never find him again. Yi Qin stepped forward, his voice trembling. You have not been with him during the rainy and cold seasons. Was that not fine? Even if you cannot find him? So what? We are here for you. Must it be him? Following him will only lead to danger. Why act foolishly? Yi Qin, I came to the White Tiger tribe for Hanmian. He said he would not be with me because I could not protect myself. Everything I have done in the tribe has been for him. I cannot disclose the specifics, but my calmness during the rainy and cold seasons stemmed from hope. Hanmian is my dream, my guiding light. Can you understand? As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I will never give up. Yue Huan's tone was resolute. Yi Qin was burned by the obsession in Yue Huan's eyes, his words spilling forth. Yue Huan, I know you love him, but what about him? He does not wish to be with you. You are aware of that. You plan to bind him to you indefinitely. He is injured now. He is forced to comply. But once he recovers, he will not feel the same. You cannot force him. Yi Qin's assertion that Hanmian did not love her ignited Yue Huan's emotions. Her voice rose sharply. So what if he does not love me? I love him, and that is enough. I refuse to believe it. I will force it. Imobai and Yi Qin, witnessing the madness that suddenly clouded Yue Huan's eyes, realized her emotions were dangerously unstable, ready to erupt at the slightest provocation. This was not the time for discourse. They needed to allow her and Hanmian some time together. They could see that Yue Huan listened to Hanmian. Perhaps he could resolve this himself. With that thought in mind, Imobai offered a few comforting words to Yue Huan before pulling Yi Qin away. After a considerable time, Yue Huan returned, holding the nourishing soup she had prepared, feeding it to Hanmian one spoonful at a time. Hanmian watched her, his heart a bittersweet blend of sorrow and sweetness. Huan, will you always bind me like this? Hanmian, do not be angry. You are injured and must not move around. It will hurt. Huan, I am not angry. Once I am healed, I will leave. Do not worry. I will reside in the cave and not depart. You can find me whenever you wish. Hanmian spoke cautiously. Hanmian, look, you cannot move these injuries yet. You should sleep for a while. When you awaken, we can talk. All right? Yue Huan soothed him, calculating the time it would take for the medicine to take effect. She knew he would want to leave, but how could she possibly let him go? She had added a generous amount of sedative to the soup, and Hanmian looked most adorable while asleep. When she was asleep, she would not express her desire to leave. Sitting quietly by the stone bed, she gazed at the slumbering Hanmian, feeling content. Just look at her, so obedient in sleep. This silence and stillness are perfectly fine. As long as she is nearby, from then on, it would be just the two of them sharing 3 meals and 4 seasons in one room. Who said one cannot be tethered? Is this not a form of binding? Once asleep, how could she run away? Yue Huan traced the delicate features of Hanmian, her heart finally finding peace. The following noon, Imobai and Yi Qin arrived, noticing that Hanmian was still asleep. They found it a bit strange, but reasoned that a patient needed ample rest, so they did not dwell on it. Yu Huahuan was busy concocting medicine while the two of them engaged in casual conversation, careful not to mention Hanmian, fearing it might provoke her again. As they chatted idly, a burly male member of the ape tribe rushed in. Panting heavily, Lord Fire God, young clan leader, trouble. Hundreds of ape tribe members have appeared in the forest, charging towards our tribe. Upon hearing of the ape tribe, the suppressed hatred within Yu Huahuan surged. Ah, those are the very ones who harmed Hanmian. Perfect, she is injured and cannot seek them out, yet they have delivered themselves to my doorstep. Do not panic. I will assess the situation. Mobai, you two leave first. I will pour out the medicine. Her tone was calm and unruffled. She understood that with her current combat prowess, those ape men were no match for her. Upon hearing that hundreds of ape tribe members were attacking the village, Imobai and Yi Chun felt a surge of urgency, but watching her methodically pour the medicine into the stone bowl, they gradually calmed down. Once Yu Huahuan transformed, no one would be her opponent. Once she was prepared, the group made their way to the square. Upon arrival, they found that indeed, there stood hundreds of ape tribe beastmen outside the village, clamoring for the serpent beast to be handed over. The white tiger tribe members stood guard at the entrance, creating a standoff. Seeing Yu Huahuan emerge, the clan leader hurried over, his face filled with anxiety. Yu Huahuan, what should we do? They demand the serpent beast. After the serpent beast arrived in the village, Imobai had explained the situation regarding Yu Huahuan and the serpent beast to him. He knew Yu Huahuan held a fondness for that serpent beast. Yu Huahuan urged him not to panic, assuring him she would handle it. Yet, she pondered within. Hanmian had only been in the village for 3 or 4 days. How did the ape tribe from Yuncheng City learn of her presence here? As she walked towards the crowd, the members of the white tiger tribe parted to clear a path for her. At that moment, a muscular, towering ape beast man shouted loudly, "Hurry and hand over the serpent beast. It has injured dozens of our tribe members, and you dare to ally with it? Truly a disgrace to the beastman continent. Hand it over, or we shall annihilate your white tiger tribe." His voice boomed with arrogance. Yu Huahuan regarded him with the indifference one might reserve for a corpse. So it was you who harmed Hanmian. Her tone was as frigid as words could get, as if they had emerged from a millennium of ice. The ape beast man, seeing a diminutive female step forward to confront them, laughed even more boisterously. "Is there no one left in your white tiger tribe? You send a female to represent your clan?" The other ape beast men joined in derisive laughter. Yu Huahuan patiently waited for their laughter to subside, her gaze icy as she demanded, "Answer my question. Did you harm Hanmian?" The ape beast man glared at her, his eyes blazing with fury. "The serpent beast is cruel and savage, having stolen the fire seed and injured dozens of our tribe members. It deserved to die. Yes, we were the ones who harmed it. What will you do about it? Hurry and hand it over, or we will not rest until it is ground to dust." At the moment he claimed that Hanmian deserved to die, her expression hardened. "So it was you. Very well. As long as you dare to admit it, I will take the life of whoever harmed her." Her voice was icy, and the word life resonated with finality, transforming her form as her wings unfurled, unleashing a torrent of flames upon the ape beast men. Before they could react, the inferno engulfed them. The beast skins and hair of those closest to the flames ignited instantly. The excruciating pain sent them rolling on the ground, wailing in agony. The others, witnessing a massive phoenix spewing fire in the sky, were petrified, seeing their comrades consumed by flames. Those who regained their senses attempted to retaliate against the phoenix, but being unable to fly, they could not reach it. Seeing yet another wave of flames rushing towards them, they turned and fled. Yu Huahuan, consumed by rage, pursued relentlessly, the cries of the wounded echoing in the air until they fled into the forest. Only then did she regain her composure, realizing she could no longer continue the assault. If she did, the forest would be lost. She returned to the village, ignoring the struggling and wailing ape tribe members on the ground. Heading straight back to the cave, Hanmian's medicine would soon cool. The members of the white tiger tribe had all witnessed this heart-stopping spectacle, the horrific cries still ringing in their ears, and the sight of the ape tribe beastmen struggling in the flames filled them with dread. They had seen the fire god transform before, yet that time, it had merely been to intimidate the leopard and bear tribes, after which the fire god had even provided them with food. But now, in an instant, Nearly 100 ape tribe beastmen had been killed. The ape tribe had only come to demand the serpent beast, not to attack the village. A mere scare would have sufficed. Yet this had been exceedingly brutal. The people of the tribe stood frozen in shock, unable to move. Mo Bai and Yi Chen were equally stunned by Yu Huahuan's sudden outburst. Their hearts were filled with a complex array of emotions. Yu Huahuan had always been kind, even saving Wolf 7, never having harmed anyone. Yet now, for the sake of a serpent beast, she had dealt a lethal blow. Something must be wrong with her state of mind. Anxiously, Mo Bai pulled Yi Chen, and they hurried back to the cave. Chapter 33. Is Han Mian not innocent? The two rushed to the cave, and upon pushing the door open, they found Han Mian half reclining against Yu Huahuan, drinking medicine. Yu Huahuan was casting a stern gaze at them. They understood. She was worried they might speak of such matters in front of Han Mian. The two nodded at her and approached the stone bed. Han Mian, how are you feeling today? Mo Bai attempted to steady his emotions, forcing a smile. Much better, thank you. Han Mian set down the medicine bowl and expressed her rare gratitude. She genuinely appreciated Mo Bai for protecting Yu Huahuan. Yu Huahuan's smile was gentle as she brought over another bowl, speaking softly to Han Mian. Han Mian, drink some blood-replenishing medicine. You were seriously injured this time. You lost too much blood. This will help you recover faster. I made buns for you and stewed the Mian beast. Let me go fetch them for you to taste. After Han Mian finished the medicine, she adjusted her position to lie flat, signaling the two men with her eyes before turning to leave the cave. Mo Bai and Yi Chen hastily followed her out. Han Mian observed the three of them together, her heart filled with a bittersweet ache, yet also a sense of comfort. Huahuan was cherished. Seeing Yi Chen and Mo Bai follow her out, Yu Huahuan began to add firewood to heat the buns while speaking without lifting her head. I know what you want to say, that I acted with lethal intent and may have harmed potentially innocent individuals. But who asked them to harm Han Mian? If I hadn't gone to the forest to find him, Han Mian would have died. Is he not innocent? Mo Bai carefully chose his words, speaking softly. Yu Huahuan, I understand your anger, but that was the lives of hundreds of ape tribe members. The serpent beast is inherently ruthless and violent. It stole the fire seed, and their encirclement was not without reason. They came only to demand Han Mian. They did not attack. You could have merely frightened them. Why resort to such extremes? Before he could finish, Yu Huahuan erupted in anger, standing up and interrupting him. Mo Bai, Han Mian has never done anything wrong. He is innocent. The fire seed was left for him by me. He did not steal it. Just because he is a serpent beast, he should be scorned, despised, and hunted down? Should he deserve to die? Why should I spare them? They nearly took Han Mian's life. Coming here to demand Han Mian's surrender was also a means to kill him, was it not? They wanted to grind him to dust. Yu Huahuan, how do you know Han Mian has never done anything wrong? The nature of snakes is such. They attack tribes and seize females. You have only known him for a few days. The ape tribe claims he injured dozens of their beastmen. Yi Chen could hardly contain himself. Yu Huahuan laughed in anger. So you and those ape tribe members saw Han Mian seizing females and stealing the fire seed? No. Based on conjecture. Because it is the inherent nature of serpent beasts. You condemn him? She stepped closer, fixing her gaze on Yi Chen's eyes, each word resonating with conviction. You claim he harmed the ape beastmen. When the ape tribe encircled him, should he not fight back? The injured beastmen are to blame for their own fate. They deserved it. I know Han Mian did nothing wrong. I believe in him. Yu Huahuan's lips curled into a disdainful smile, her tone chilling. Moreover, even if Han Mian did commit wrongdoing, so what? Yu Huahuan, do you realize what you are saying? What do you mean, so what? Yi Chen could hardly believe his ears. Yu Huahuan scoffed, her expression becoming manic. I endured excruciating trials, suffering 7 days in searing flames and the agony of thunder striking down, all to be with him. If I do not protect him, should I merely watch him perish at their hands? What use is this phoenix fire to me? No matter what he has done, he is still Han Mian. I simply wish for him to be by my side, whether he is good or evil. I do not wish to inquire. While he is with me, he is never wrong. Whoever harms even a single hair on him, I will take their life. Her words left Mo Bai and Yi Chen speechless for a long time. They felt that Yu Huahuan might have lost her mind, insisting on protecting someone who was evil. After finishing her declaration, Yu Huahuan took the buns and entered the cave. By glanced at Yi Chun. Yi Chun? Yu Huahuan's emotions seem off. She is not receptive to anything we say. Let us first deal with those corpses. Yi Chun also felt that Yu Huahuan was in a frenzied state. It would be better to discuss this later. The two silently departed. Inside the cave, Han Mian was struggling against his fatigue, feeling incredibly sleepy and exhausted. Upon seeing Yu Huahuan enter, he mustered the energy to ask, "Huahuan, why did you take so long?" Yu Huahuan sat on the stone bed, allowing Han Mian to lean against her, handing him the buns. "The buns have cooled. I added some firewood and warmed it up again. Here, eat this, Han Mian. This contains the meat of a humming beast, and it is quite delicious." Han Mian took a bite and smiled at her. Everything Huahuan makes is delightful." Yu Huahuan gazed at his long-awaited smile, feeling that all of it was worth it. "Then eat more. It's important to eat well to recover quickly. I've prepared so much for you." Yu Huahuan fixed her gaze on Han Mian, her smile radiant. "Huan, I really want to sleep, but I can't talk with you anymore." After eating several buns, Han Mian spoke these words and promptly leaned back into Yu Huahuan's embrace, falling asleep once more. Yu Huahuan settled him comfortably, covering him with a tiger's skin, and sat by the stone bed, watching him drift into a deep slumber. The cold demeanor faded from Han Mian's face as he slept, revealing a beauty that was both innocent and serene. Unable to resist, Yu Huahuan gently caressed his brow and eyes. "Sleep well, Han Mian. You don't need to converse with me. Just listen to my words. As long as I can see you, that is enough." The wounds gradually healed, and the torn flesh began to regenerate. Yu Huahuan remained indoors, busying herself each day. Yi Chun and Mo Bai visited daily, wishing to inform Han Mian about Yu Huahuan's act of killing the ape tribe's beastmen. They sensed that Yu Huahuan was not in her right state and hoped Han Mian could persuade her, knowing she would heed his words. However, they could not find an opportunity to be alone with Han Mian. Other than meal and medicine times, he spent all his waking hours asleep. They gradually began to feel that something was amiss. It was impossible for him to remain in slumber despite his injuries. During these days, aside from preparing various dishes for Han Mian, Yu Huahuan spent all her time by his side, keeping watch over him as he slept. Each day, she washed his face, combed his hair, applied medicine, and changed his various animal skin skirts. They finally realized what Yu Huahuan had been crafting for an entire winter season. On the first day she brought them back, she had allowed Yi Chun to assist in concocting medicine, but afterward, she refused to let them help in any capacity. She insisted on attending to every detail regarding Han Mian herself. Mo Bai and Yi Chun observed her daily actions and finally understood. Yu Huahuan was a healer, deliberately preventing Han Mian from waking up. They felt that if this continued, it would lead to a dead end. With so many ape tribe members having perished in Yunzhong City, they were certain there would be repercussions. If they were to come after Yu Huahuan in her current state, it would undoubtedly result in a relentless confrontation, potentially leading to further bloodshed. Han Mian had to awaken quickly. Yu Huahuan, it's one thing to keep Han Mian bound, but letting him remain in this deep sleep is not a solution. Mo Bai carefully considered his words and mustered the courage to speak up. "What's wrong? Isn't this good? If he's asleep, he won't demand to leave. And he won't be angry with me for binding him. I can't bear to see him upset. This is much better." Yu Huahuan saw nothing wrong with her reasoning. "But he is alive. If you keep him asleep like this, he will fall ill." Mo Bai thought that invoking Han Mian's well-being would strike a chord with her. Fall ill? Han Mian is a serpent. Doesn't he sleep through an entire winter season? Indeed. But too much sedative can be harmful, no matter how much he sleeps. Mo Bai's words jolted Yu Huahuan back to reality. What was she doing? Was she harming Han Mian? Seeing the uncertainty in her expression as she fell into contemplation, Mo Bai felt that his words had made an impact, and without disturbing her further, he pulled Yi Chun away. Yu Huahuan was enveloped in confusion. As dawn broke, Han Mian naturally awoke for the first time in many days. Previously, Yu Huahuan would always rouse him for his medicine and meals. As he opened his eyes, he felt his mind was much clearer than in the previous days of muddled thoughts, but he couldn't even manage a few words with Huahuan. The moment he opened his eyes, he was met with Yu Huahuan's smiling face. "Han Mian, you're awake? Look, all your wounds have healed, not a scar left behind." Her tone was light and cheerful as she brought over some cooled water to feed him. "Huan, I can drink by myself." Yu Huahuan untied the vines binding his hands. After a night of confusion and turmoil, she suddenly realized. She could transform now. Hanmian could go wherever he wished, for she could fly and would follow closely behind. He couldn't escape her. Seeing Yu Huahuan release his hands surprised Hanmian, but he thought little of it. He raised his arms, moving them around. Indeed, he felt fine, without any pain. Huan, I wanted to sleep for several days, feeling utterly exhausted, but today I feel much more awake. Hanmian was a bit puzzled. Why Yu Huahuan glanced into Hanmian's eyes, not wishing to deceive him. She lowered her head and softly admitted, "It's because I gave you sedatives." Hanmian stared at Yu Huahuan, who had lowered her head, for a long time. She was afraid he would leave and had drugged him. He knew how much she cared for him. She would cry her heart out whenever he was hurt, tending to his wounds with utmost caution to avoid causing him pain. Now, fearing he would run away, she resorted to using drugs. She wanted him to be unable to speak, unable to move, only to sleep. Hanmian pulled Yu Huahuan closer, biting down on her collarbone. Chapter 34. Then let us go mad together. He exerted force, knowing it would hurt. Huan, if being with me means pain, will you still like me? Yu Huahuan felt the pain at her collarbone, understanding he was doing it intentionally. Pain? How much could it hurt? Was it comparable to the despair she felt when she thought she might never find him again? Was it akin to the excruciating agony she endured, being burned by fierce flames for 7 days just to be with him? Was it like the heart-wrenching pain she felt when she saw him injured and suffering? Yu Huahuan laughed. She understood why Hanmian always rejected her. He feared that getting closer to her would bring her harm. He was afraid she would suffer because of him. He had lived in a world filled with malice. Rejected, misunderstood, and hunted, he knew his future was shrouded in darkness. He had nothing and relied solely on himself. If he were always alone, then he would fear nothing. Even if he perished, he would be unencumbered, free from attachment. But if she followed him, he was attempting to frighten her with pain. Yu Huahuan lifted Hanmian's head, gazing into his eyes. Pain? What kind of pain do you mean? I fear no pain. As long as it is pain given by you, I cherish it, madwoman. Hanmian felt her unwavering resolve once more. The defenses he had long maintained crumbled completely. If that were the case, then what harm would it do to indulge in madness with her just once? Hanmian broke the vines and stood up, enveloping Yu Huahuan in his arms. She was so determined to stay with him. He would strive to ensure their future was not one of devastation. From henceforth, she would be his Huan. Yu Huahuan was filled with delight as Hanmian embraced her, feeling as if she had grasped something. Hanmian, let us go. You called me a madwoman. I will show you what madness looks like. She was brimming with excitement, grasping Hanmian's hand and heading outside. Though Hanmian had no idea what she intended to do, he would accompany her in whatever she wished. The two walked hand in hand out of the tribe, greeted respectfully by the white tiger beastmen along the way. Hanmian was puzzled. As a serpent beast, why were these beastmen not driving him away but instead bowing to him? Was he still not fully awake? The beastmen of the white tiger tribe, after witnessing Yu Huahuan's fierce retaliation against the ape tribe, were shocked and confused but also recognized her affection for this serpent beast. Thus, when they saw the two holding hands as they exited the tribe, they found nothing odd about it. Yu Huahuan was the fire goddess. Who would dare to provoke her by pushing him away? Yu Huahuan was in high spirits, her heart and eyes filled with Hanmian. Completely oblivious to her surroundings, they arrived at the riverbank, and Yu Huahuan smiled mischievously at Hanmian. Hanmian, watch closely. I'm about to go mad. Before Hanmian could react, she transformed. All Hanmian saw was a colossal phoenix shimmering in the sunlight, its brilliant eyes fixed intently on him. Caught off guard, the phoenix's wings suddenly unleashed flames. Hanmian was left in astonishment. Huan was a phoenix beast? Were phoenix beasts not mere legends from ancient tales? The continent of beastmen had many stone carvings of phoenixes, yet no one had ever seen a living one that could wield divine fire. But she hadn't transformed when attacked by the roaming beasts before. Perhaps it was because she had lost her memory and had only remembered after arriving at the tribe. Countless thoughts whirled through Hanmian's mind. After transforming back into human form, Yu Huahuan shook Hanmian's arm and laughed. For the first time, she saw astonishment in his eyes. His dazed expression was irresistibly adorable, melting Yu Huahuan's heart. After a long moment, Hanmian regained his senses and looked at Yu Huahuan, who was clinging to his arm and laughing. his expression complex, unsure of how to begin speaking. Yu Huahuan gazed into Hanmian's eyes, her tone gentle yet solemn. Hanmian, look, I can protect myself now. I can be with you. Hanmian, I once said I fell in love with you at first sight and that I would give myself to you. Hanmian, I promised I would grow stronger, that you would not have to leave that cave, and that I would return to find you. Hanmian, I declared my love for you, that we would share life and death together. And I would never let you go. Hanmian, I stated that as long as it is pain given by you, I cherish it. I endured 7 days of torment to transform, but I am joyful. You called me a madwoman, yet every word I spoke to you holds true. With each utterance of his name and each promise, Hanmian's heart trembled. To have someone like this in his life was an immense fortune. Very well, then let us go mad together, Huan. Since I have consented, I shall never give you the chance to retract. Hanmian's voice was deep and choked with emotion. I have no regrets. Yu Huahuan's voice rang with determination and strength. Sitting side by the riverbank under the sun, the two who had been at odds since their first meeting finally connected on a deeper level, silently savoring the beauty of the moment. As the sun set, they held hands and returned to the cave. Waiting outside were Bai and Yichun, who watched the tightly clasped hands of the two, their hearts aching. Did this mean Hanmian had agreed to be with Yu Huahuan? However, upon witnessing the unprecedentedly sweet smile gracing Yu Huahuan's face, he swiftly suppressed the pangs of pain within him. The males of the beastly realm were well aware that a female could not possibly have but one partner. Yu Huahuan, where have you all been? I've waited for half a day. We hunted the fluffy beast you adore. Shall we begin roasting it now? Yechen endeavored to manage a less awkward smile, filled with joy for having her wishes fulfilled. Yu Huahuan's spirit soared, her eyes sparkling with delight. Yechen, Bai, I went to the river with Hanmian. I forgot to mention it to you. As for the fluffy beast, let us commence cooking it now, one for roasting and another for soup. And perhaps we can make some flatbreads to soak in the broth. It will be divine. Her eyes narrowed into crescents as she beamed like a blossoming flower. Hanmian was gently seated by Yu Huahuan on a stool, and the three of them busied themselves. Yechen tended to the roasting meat while Bai assisted Yu Huahuan by passing her the necessary items. Observing their seamless cooperation, Hanmian felt a pang of bittersweet sorrow. A mere glance was enough for them to understand each other's needs. It stirred a sense of regret within him. He had pushed Yu Huahuan away, allowing her to join the tribe, and he had missed out on so much. Once everything was prepared, they gathered around the table. Yu Huahuan tore apart the flatbreads, placing pieces into Hanmian's bowl. Hurry and eat, or it will cool down and lose its flavor. Yechen cast a glance at Hanmian before handing Yu Huahuan a piece of roasted meat. Yu Huahuan, quickly, eat while it's hot. Did you not say that my roasted fluffy beast is the best? Yu Huahuan accepted the meat, fully aware that Hanmian disliked it for being too dry. Taking a bite, she exclaimed, Yechen, your roasted meat is becoming increasingly delectable. How is it so fragrant? Her good mood made everything taste far more delightful. Bai and Yechen chatted about recent events in the tribe as they ate, and Yu Huahuan listened intently, occasionally interjecting with questions, creating a harmonious atmosphere, save for Hanmian. Yu Huahuan understood that Hanmian was not fond of conversation and noticed him quietly consuming his food without much thought. Bai and Yechen exchanged furtive glances at Hanmian, each harboring their own private thoughts. Hanmian, though maintaining a calm demeanor, was not well. He recalled the heart-wrenching feeling he experienced upon seeing the fox beast embrace Yu Huahuan. If this continued day after day, he feared for his own longevity. Yet, he had brought this upon himself. In times past, when he felt sorrow, he understood there was no hope for him and Yu Huahuan. Absence had shielded his heart, and he could still find joy in her happiness, knowing someone truly cared for her. However, after deciding to be with Yu Huahuan, the anguish was driving him to the brink of madness. He stifled the heart-wrenching pain, maintaining a calm facade as he bid farewell to the trio and returned to the cave. Upon entering the cave, he found himself at a loss as to where to sit. He had spent the previous days sleeping, awakening only to eat and take medicine, with Bai and Yechen present each time. He had not been alert in the evenings either, presuming they were also resting in the cave. Where could he sit? The ache in his heart and the bitterness of regret left him standing in a daze within the cave. Seeing that Hanmian had returned to the cave, Yu Huahuan grew concerned for his well-being. She instructed Bai and Yechen to continue eating, then fetched a warm towel before following him inside. Upon entering, she found Hanmian standing dazedly in the cave, the flickering torchlight casting shadows across his face. Hanmian, are you not tired? Why not lie down to rest? I've prepared a warm towel. Sit still while I wipe your face and hands. Yuehuan gently led him to the stone bed, where Hanmian sat, blankly gazing as she wiped his hands and face. After stepping out to rinse the towel, she returned to find Hanmian still lost in thought, sensing something was amiss. Hanmian, do you feel unwell? Her soft voice brimmed with concern. Hanmian shook his head, coming back to himself. Yuehuan helped him lie down, settling beside him on the stone bed. Hanmian, you are recovering from a serious injury. Having spent the day outside, you must be exhausted. Sleep now. I will stay here with you. Gently stroking Hanmian's head, her eyes radiated warmth. Perhaps the emotional turmoil of the day had drained him, compounded by his recent recovery. With Yuehuan by his side, he gradually succumbed to sleep. Chapter 35. Can the future still be mended? Yuehuan gazed at Hanmian, who was slowly drifting into slumber, her heart swelling with tenderness. Yet, concern crept in. Hanmian had seemed somewhat dazed during meals and had been lost in thought earlier. Had she inadvertently harmed his health by administering too many calming herbs? Once fear takes root, it proliferates unceasingly, igniting a sense of restlessness within her as she contemplated seeking out herbs to strengthen his constitution. Stepping out of the cave, she was surprised to find Mo Bai and Yechin still present. Why have you not returned to rest? She inquired as she entered the cave previously occupied by Wolf 7. Rummaging for herbs, Mo Bai followed her inside. Yuehuan, what are you searching for at this late hour? Hanmian has fallen asleep again, and I worry that the previous herbs may have harmed his body. I am looking for some medicinal herbs to help him recover, and I might as well organize the herbs since we will be leaving in a couple of days. You are planning to leave? No one in the tribe is forcing Hanmian away. Wouldn't it be better for you to stay here? Mo Bai expressed his urgency. If they remained in the tribe, even if they became mates, he would still have a chance. But if they departed, his opportunity would vanish entirely. To Mo Bai, Hanmian has grown accustomed to solitude. He likely does not appreciate the bustling nature of the tribe. I do not wish for him to overhear any negative remarks. Furthermore, there is the animosity with Yuncheng City. I do not want to implicate the tribe. The Yuan tribe will surely come looking, as someone must have informed them of Hanmian's presence here. If we leave, they will receive word and will not trouble the White Tiger tribe. Yuehuan explained as she continued to gather the herbs. Yuehuan, Yuncheng City will not spare the White Tiger tribe. If you leave, they will still come, Mo Bai insisted. Now that you have found a reason to stay, they will be even less inclined to relinquish their pursuit. If you depart, the White Tiger tribe is doomed. With you and Hanmian present, they would be deterred from acting rashly. Mo Bai could only devise this strategy to keep Yuehuan from leaving. He knew she would never allow the tribe to come to harm. Yuehuan hesitated for a moment, her tone tinged with uncertainty. Then, once Hanmian awakens, I will ask him if staying in the tribe for a time is permissible. For now, you should return. Do not mention Yuncheng City to Hanmian. Why must we keep it from him? Mo Bai pressed. Yuehuan, has he agreed to be your mate? Before he could finish, Night Dust, who had just entered the cave, interjected. Night Dust, Hanmian is reluctant to be with me due to concerns of burdening me and his inability to protect me. He fears for my well-being during hibernation in winter, which is why he insisted on sending me away. Today, I revealed my ability to transform and protect myself, which is why he acquiesced. If you inform him of Yuncheng City, his character will compel him to act recklessly to resolve the issue. He cannot come to harm, for if he does, I cannot survive either. Yuehuan articulated her thoughts after much contemplation. Mo Bai finally comprehended why Hanmian, despite his feelings for Yuehuan, had allowed her to leave. The serpent beast, known for its cold-blooded brutality, could indeed let go for the sake of Yuehuan's survival. His perception of Hanmian had undergone a complete transformation. Night Dust was astonished. So, the serpent beast's reluctance to be with Yuehuan stemmed not from a lack of affection but from a desire to protect her. This was beyond his comprehension. Hanmian was unaware that you are a phoenix beast? Why did you not disclose it to him at the time? Mo Bai questioned, perplexed. After arriving at the tribe, I only discovered my ability to transform by chance. I had forgotten everything from before. Unaware of my identity as a phoenix beast, Yuehuan's gaze flickered. She deemed it best not to mention the matter of the phoenix Dan bestowed upon her by the cat god. Now it makes sense. But eventually, Hanmian will learn of Yuncheng City. The truth cannot remain hidden, and they will certainly come after us. Night Dust still believed that Hanmian should be informed, allowing him to make his own choice regarding whether to stay or go. My fear lies in Hanmian discovering it first and secretly resolving matters with Yuncheng City. As long as Hanmian is with me, should Yuncheng City come, I will ensure they leave with nothing. A flicker of madness and determination ignited in Yue Huan's eyes, causing concern to swell within Mo Bai and Night Dust. After the two departed the cave, a silence enveloped them until Night Dust finally spoke. Mo Bai, tomorrow, devise a plan to persuade Yue Huan to leave. I need to inform Hanmian of these matters. At the very least, he must be aware that Yue Huan's state is amiss. She is using divine fire, and as a divine beast, her reckless slaughter may invoke backlash from the beast god. Mo Bai fell into silence, realizing that no matter the course of action, they seemed trapped in a deadlock. If Hanmian learned the truth, he might fear for Yue Huan and resolve the matter himself, leading to dire consequences. With thousands of beast men in Yuncheng City, Hanmian would undoubtedly face peril. If he fell, what would become of Yue Huan? Yet, Night Dust's words held merit. In ordinary tribal conflicts, the casualties among beastmen were typically minimal. However, if Yue Huan were to annihilate Yuncheng City, the beast god would undoubtedly deliver punishment. With the priest absent from the tribe, whom could they consult? The beastmen of the continent held the beast god as the highest deity, governing all the laws of the beastman continent, a belief unwavering among the beastmen. The most solemn vow among them was to swear an oath to the beast god. Any breach of promise would lead to dire consequences from the deity. While wars occasionally erupted between tribes over resources and territory, the stronger side would merely incapacitate some beastmen, taking their prey and driving them away from their hunting grounds. Though minor casualties were inevitable, no tribe would ever face complete annihilation. The serpent beasts faced widespread condemnation and were hunted down precisely because they not only abducted females but also slaughtered the males within their tribes. Yet none had ever been as ruthless as Yue Huan, who had slain so many beastmen in one fell swoop. This was the underlying reason for the harmonious existence of the beastman continent. Although the strength among the tribes varies greatly, none have been completely annihilated. The weaker tribes pose no threat to life as long as they refrain from hunting within the territories of the more powerful tribes. The orcs adhere to these rules, with the exception of the wandering beasts. These outcasts are those who have erred and been expelled from their tribes. Once they become wandering beasts, they lose the protection of their tribes and the constraints of the rules. Most perish while attempting to seize females during their mating season. Unbeknownst to Yu Huan, Mo Bai and Yi Chun are worried. Upon returning to the cave, she finds Hanmian still asleep, albeit with a furrowed brow. Gently, she reaches out to smooth his furrowed brow, leaving a torch burning as she lies down beside him, tenderly wrapping her arms around him. The faint scent of grass emanating from his body fills her with an unprecedented sense of contentment. She has been exhausted these past few days, too fearful to sleep as she watched over Hanmian. Now, with the weight lifted from her heart, she finally sleeps soundly. Sunlight streams into the cave. And as Hanmian opens his eyes, he sees Yu Huan, still asleep in his embrace. Her small face, flushed with a rosy hue, is breathtakingly beautiful and adorably charming. This is the first time Hanmian has seen Huan sleeping beside him since the rainy and cold seasons. She is the one he has longed for day and night. A wave of tenderness washes over him, and he cannot resist planting a kiss on her forehead. Yu Huan awakens to the gentle touch on her forehead. And in her dazed state, she sees Hanmian's face, so stunning it seems unreal, leading her to believe she is still dreaming. She leans in and kisses his lips. The icy sensation causes her to widen her eyes. This is not a dream. It is truly Hanmian. For a moment, she is startled, her words tumbling over one another. Hanmian, I didn't mean to. I thought I was dreaming. I promised I wouldn't act like that again. Hanmian's heart aches at her flustered and cautious explanation. He knows Huan remembers the early days of their acquaintance, when he had said that if she were to behave in such a manner again, he would send her away. A deep sorrow fills his heart, and he kisses Yu Huan tenderly. Her previously panicked state is soothed by his gentle kiss. Huan, you may do whatever you wish from now on. There is no need to tread carefully or fear. Since I have made a promise, I will not leave you again. Hanmian's voice trembles with emotion. Regret and heartache threaten to overwhelm him. What has he done in the past? How much has he hurt Huan Huan? Will he ever be able to make amends in the future? Really? Han Mian, then please kiss me again. I miss you so much. Yu Huanhuan's heart swells with sweetness upon hearing his words, prompting her to indulge in a bit of playfulness. Han Mian smiles at the playful Yu Huanhuan, amused by her antics. Huanhuan remains just as she has always been, affectionate and clingy. Another kiss lands on Yu Huanhuan's lips, tender and lingering. After a moment, Han Mian releases her, observing her flushed cheeks, rosy lips, and dreamy gaze, unable to resist kissing her forehead once more. Huanhuan, I will go prepare some soup for you. You should rest a little longer. Han Mian gently strokes her hair. Han Mian, I want to go with you. Today, I want to make you fried Gugu beast. It's super delicious. Without waiting for Han Mian's response, Yu Huanhuan hops off the stone bed and pulls him out of the cave to wash up. Han Mian chuckles helplessly and acquiesces to her wishes. The two of them bustle about until, while eating, Han Mian ponders. Where are Mo Bai and Yi Chun? Why haven't they shown up? Where did they sleep last night? Chapter 36. Shall I take you flying? As Han Mian is lost in thought, Mo Bai and Yi Chun arrived. A flicker of conflict flashes in Han Mian's eyes before he forces a smile of resignation. Is this what it feels like to be with Huan Huan for the first time after waking up? You, what are you eating? It smells so good. Yi Chun rushes over and sits beside Yu Huanhuan, grabbing a piece of fried Gugu beast and popping it into his mouth. It's Gugu beast. I fried it. Han Mian doesn't tea like roasted meat. This one has a softer texture. Mo Bai, you should try it too. Yu Huanhuan calls out to Mo Bai, but she continues to place pieces of Gugu meat into Han Mian's bowl until it is filled to the brim. It's delicious. You, the chieftain and the shaman have some matters to consult with you. They would rather not disturb you. So would you accompany me for a bit? Mo Bai asks while eating. Sure. Once Han Mian finishes eating and drinks the soup medicine, we'll go. Yu Huanhuan replies without a second thought. This is a matter for the tribe and quite complicated. Han Mian is recovering and shouldn't he be burdened? Let him rest in the cave? Mo Bai speaks delicately. That won't do. Han Mian can't be left here alone. Yu Huanhuan frowns, setting down her chopsticks. Seeing Yi Chun giving him knowing glances, as if he has something to discuss privately, Han Mian contemplates and then says to Yu Huanhuan, Huanhuan, I fear it may be noisy. I will wait for you in the cave and won't go anywhere. But Yu Huanhuan is reluctant to part with Han Mian. Just as she considers asking Mo Bai to summon the chieftain, she hesitates upon hearing Han Mian's words. Huanhuan, be good and go. I will wait for you. Han Mian smiles at Yu Huanhuan. All right, this is the soup medicine for you to replenish your strength. Once you finish the Gugu beast, drink it while it's still warm. You must drink it. This is the water I prepared for you. Do not drink it raw. I made you some dried fruits. They are very sweet. After you take your medicine, pop a few in your mouth to counteract the bitterness. Yu Huanhuan carefully arranges everything in front of Han Mian. Listening to her endless stream of instructions, Han Mian cannot help but chuckle. All right, I've remembered everything. Now go. He ruffles her hair affectionately. Yu Huanhuan, dazzled by Han Mian's smile, feels her heart race and quickly turns to call for Mo Bai to leave. Yi Chun, observing their interaction, cannot help but ask Han Mian, is it always like this between you two? Han Mian is momentarily taken aback by the question. How is it? Is it that Huanhuan treats him exceptionally well? After pondering briefly, he responds, Huanhuan is unlike other females. She is very obedient, caring, kind-hearted, timid, and has a good temperament. She never voices her grievances. She simply worries that I might not take my medicine or care for my health properly. Han Mian did not wish to elaborate further, but knowing that Yi Chun had asked out of concern, he felt it best to prevent any rift between Yi Chun and Huanhuan. Though his heart aches, Huanhuan's happiness is paramount. Why Yi Chun looks at Han Mian as if he is insane. Timid? Kind-hearted? She does not voice her grievances? Are you sure you were talking about Yu Huanhuan? Do you have some misunderstanding about her? Listen to me carefully. This is important. Please don't react too quickly. All right. After much deliberation, Yi Chun finally speaks, fearing Han Mian might flee before he finishes. Han Mian, confused, gestures for Yi Chun to continue. Yi Chun recounts the events of when the ape tribe came seeking revenge and how Yu Huanhuan drove them away after Han Mian's arrival. He speaks nervously, watching Han Mian's expression closely, wary of any violent outburst. Han Mian listens quietly, his face unchanging, his fingers absently tapping on the stone table. Yet within, a storm brews. So this had transpired. It seems that what he feared most has indeed come to pass. He has dragged Huan into this turmoil. If not for his serious injuries, the ape tribe would not have relentlessly pursued him. And Huan, being so kind-hearted, could never have. Yi-chun, noticing Han Mion's composed demeanor and silence, cannot help but press on. Don't you think Huan's state is concerning? She acted with lethal intent. She even said that regardless of what wrong you may have done, she would protect you, whether good or evil. She promised to ensure that the Cloud City would not see a return. Huan's feelings for you are truly strange. She becomes utterly frantic when it comes to you. It seems she cannot even control herself. What if she goes on a rampage and brings disaster upon herself? Yi-chun, sensing Han Mion's continued silence, grows increasingly anxious, pressing for answers. After a lengthy silence, Han Mion finally speaks slowly. Do not worry. Huan is not a killer. She only harbors hatred for those who have harmed me. As long as I am here, she will not harm anyone from the Cloud City. She is very obedient. You need not seek out the Cloud City yourself. Just persuade Huan not to go on a killing spree. She specifically instructed us not to tell you. Fearing you would act rashly, I only had Mo by divert her, so I could inform you. Han Mion explains to Yi-chun, understanding his concerns stem from a place of care for Huan. Yet, within him, a tumult of emotion surges. Regardless of whether he is good or evil, Huan is determined to protect him. She, so fragile and gentle, resorting to violence because of those who have harmed her? Han Mion finds himself at a loss on how to face Huan and her profound feelings for him. It is too overwhelming, too fervent, too unwavering. Huan dashes back to the cave, relieved to see Han Mion sitting comfortably outside, engaged in conversation with Yi-chun. Her heart settles at the sight. She approaches with light footsteps, squatting down to embrace Han Mion's arm, her face radiant with joy. Han Mion, are you feeling bored? Shall we go out to play? I want to take you up the mountain to see. I can transform and take you flying. How about that? Han Mion suppresses the tumult within and affectionately strokes her head. Very well. Let Huan show me the sights. Huan's heart is elated. Yi-chun, you and Mo prepare some firewood. I will cook the Gugu beast with Han Mion, and when the Mian beast returns, we shall feast with that. She transforms, allowing Han Mion to mount her back as they soar into the sky, heading toward the nearby mountain range. Night Dust and Ink White gazed at the phoenix soaring into the sky, their hearts heavy with a pang of envy. How fortunate that serpent must be to receive such affection from Huan. When Night Dust first encountered Han Mion, he felt a sense of unfairness. Convinced he was no less worthy than him, the serpent, with his foul temper and icy demeanor, lacked compassion, relying solely on Huan's care. Yet, time and again, he was struck by the realization. It was Han Mion who captured her heart. Not due to any extraordinary merit. She had once declared that even if Han Mion were to embody malice, she would still hold him dear. This left Night Dust at a loss as to how to measure himself against Han Mion, forcing him to accept the reality that all he desired was a place in Huan's heart, to simply be by her side. Why should he torment himself by comparing with Han Mion? Huan's feelings for Han Mion were inherently abnormal. Though Ink White felt a tinge of sorrow, he had long been aware of the depth of Huan's affection for Han Mion. Otherwise, she wouldn't have wept so pitifully, nor would she forbid others from calling out her beloved's name. Thus, his acceptance of this reality was far less tumultuous than Night Dust's. Han Mion reveled in the sensation of flight upon Huan's back, filled with gratitude for the warmth and sincerity that filled the voids of his past. Perhaps all those hardships were merely a prelude to his encounter with Huan. If he could spend his life alongside her, then all trials would be worthwhile. Descending upon the mountaintop, Huan transformed into her human form and playfully inquired, "So, Han Mion, how was it? Did you enjoy it? If you liked it, I shall take you flying every day." Her smile radiated joy, while Han Mion felt his heart soften. Huan, I truly enjoyed it. Being with you brings me joy in all that we do." He then gently pressed a kiss upon her forehead. It was the first time Huan had heard such words from Han Mion. Gazing into his eyes, sparkling with light, she felt her heart racing, nearly leaping from her chest. Seeing her gaze linger on him, Han Mion couldn't help but smile, teasing, Huan, snap out of it. Let us go find the Gugu chicken. Yu Huan's cheeks flushed at his words, realizing her tendency to daydream about Han Mian at any moment. Unable to resist the allure he held over her, the two frolicked and hunted upon the mountain, with Han Mian adorning her hair with a crimson flower, eliciting a cascade of laughter from Yu Huan. Upon returning to the cave, the sun was nearly set. Ink White and Night Dust had already prepared everything they needed. As Night Dust spotted Yu Huan, he swiftly took the Gugu beast from her grasp. After Han Mian stored the Gugu beast and other prey, he began to tidy up. Yu Huan once again witnessed Han Mian skillfully preparing their catch, her gaze transfixed. Han Mian was indeed striking, every gesture imbued with grace, his hands stained with blood exuding an alluring charm. Each aspect resonated with her aesthetic sensibilities, even the sweat trickling down his throat captivated her. Once Han Mian finished, cleaned himself and lifted his gaze, he found Yu Huan staring at him, lost in admiration. He approached and ruffled her hair, thinking to himself, this silly Huan, unaware of how to temper herself in front of others. What will become of her in the future? As they shared a meal, the conversation flowed as usual among the trio, with Han Mian remaining silent. At tea times, he found himself grappling with the absurdity of his emotions. Fully aware that the situation was unchangeable, yet he felt he shouldn't burden Yu Huan with his own sorrow. Yet, a sense of unease gnawed at him, a persistent ache that he could hardly suppress. Rarely did he find himself overwhelmed by emotions, and this state left him feeling somewhat flustered. He hastily finished his meal and retreated to the cave. The others, accustomed to his nature, paid him no mind. Upon returning to the cave, Yu Huan noticed Han Mian was absent from the bed, fiddling with a torch in the corner. She decided to gather the animal skin skirts, folding them slowly. After a while, Han Mian, having waited in vain for Ink White and Night Dust to return, observed the countless animal skin skirts beside Yu Huan. His expression complex, he could not help but approach the stone bed and inquire, "Where are they?" Chapter 37. A phoenix resides in your heart. Yu Huan, still folding the animal skin skirts, was taken aback by Han Mian's sudden question. "Are you referring to Ink White and Night Dust?" Han Mian's face paled. Who else could it be? Is there more than just the two? Yu Huan, increasingly bewildered, asked, "What do you mean, more than just two?" Han Mian, "What's wrong?" Seeing her evade a direct answer, Han Mian pressed on, "Where do you usually sleep? These past few days, I've occupied the stone bed. Where do they sleep? Where do they sleep? They sleep in their own cave. Why would they fight you for the bed?" Yu Huan found it odd. Han Mian typically showed little interest in others' affairs. Why was he suddenly concerned? Had the ship of friendship set sail? Oh, so everyone has their cave, and this cave belongs to Huan Huan? Han Mian mused, uncertain, as he had been cast out of the tribe at a young age, unaware of how females cohabited with their beast husbands. After a moment, Han Mian's voice broke the silence once more. "Then you? Which cave will you sleep in tonight?" Yu Huan's heart skipped a beat. Didn't we agree to be together? Was Han Mian still unwilling to share a bed with her? What was going on? Hadn't they shared a bed just last night? Oh, right. Han Mian had fallen asleep first, and she had climbed in afterward. Wasn't sharing a bed a step towards becoming mates? Wouldn't there be a beast mark on her? She longed for a little serpent. What should she do? Just when she thought she had secured his heart, was it slipping away again? But Han Mian was somewhat stubborn. If she insisted on sleeping with him, would he threaten her like last time? They had just begun to enjoy their sweet moments, and she truly wished to avoid angering him. Seeing her silent for too long, Han Mian's brows knitted together in distress. Feeling a pang in his heart, he spoke coldly, "Where you choose to sleep is your freedom. There's no need to consider me." Yu Huan gazed at Han Mian's ashen face, never having seen him like this before. After reflecting on his questions, she suddenly grasped the underlying meaning. "Han Mian, are you angry?" Uncertain, she pressed on, "I'm not. Sleep wherever you prefer." Han Mian turned away, lying down with his back to her. Upon realizing what Han Mian was implying, Yu Huan felt a mix of anger and amusement. Was Han Mian actually jealous? Had she inadvertently caused him to misunderstand? Was it because she had been too close to Night Dust and Ink White? She climbed onto the bed and pulled Han Mian towards her, fixing her gaze upon him. "Han Mian, what are you thinking? Who do you want me to sleep with?" Han Mian remained silent, his eyes reddening with anger. She was actually asking him whether she could choose who to sleep with. His heart ached, his body trembling slightly. Yu Huan suddenly felt a wave of caution. Misunderstandings, if not clarified on the spot, would be challenging to explain later. Furthermore, she genuinely wished to avoid causing Han Mian any distress. With that thought, she pressed Han Mian's head against her chest, whispering, "Han Mian, take a deep breath. Can you smell me? Is there any scent of another on me? What on earth are you imagining?" As Han Mian found himself pressed against her, he was initially furious and reluctant to engage. Yet, Yu Huan's fragrance enveloped him, and he realized there was no scent of a mate. He had always assumed the two were her beast husbands, as it was common knowledge among the beastmen that females often had multiple partners for better protection. Since encountering Yu Huan, despite their past interactions, he had been overwhelmed by her unwavering love, while daily witnessing ink white and night dust around her. His subconscious had avoided recognizing any scent of others on her. As he was evading the truth, moments ago, he had been furious, but now he was greeted with an unexpected revelation, leaving him in a daze. Seeing him remain silent, Yu Huan assumed he was still upset and gently lifted his chin. Speaking earnestly, "Han Mian, there truly is no one else. From the beginning to the end, my heart has only belonged to you. What are you thinking?" Gazing into Han Mian's reddened eyes, Yu Huan felt a wave of compassion surge within her. In a swift motion, she shed her animal skin skirt, revealing her porcelain-like form, dazzling him and causing his heart to race. "Han Mian, take a look, see if there is any trace of another." As she grasped Han Mian's hand, he enveloped her in a tight embrace, their breaths quickening, accompanied by fervent kisses, inch by inch, again and again. After a long drought, the sweet rain fell. "Huan Huan, you'll feel pain. Han Mian, I fear not pain. The pain you give me is what I cherish." The flickering flames cast a romantic glow, and the moonlight danced in the night. When Yu Huan opened her eyes, she found Han Mian lying beside her, gazing at her with eyes full of tenderness. The sight of him filled her with happiness. The one she had longed for was finally hers. Yu Huan reached out, wrapping her arms tightly around Han Mian, softly murmuring, "Han Mian, I love you." Han Mian, looking at the adorable little head nestled in his embrace, gently leaned in to whisper in her ear, "Huan Huan, I love you too." Yu Huan's heart leaped at his sudden response, a declaration she had not anticipated. She had only spoken from the heart, knowing Han Mian's cool demeanor, without expecting a reply. Yet, this response arrived as a beautiful surprise. After chasing, yearning, and enduring emotional turmoil, she had finally attained what she desired. Just days prior, she had resorted to binding and drugging him to keep him close, and now, she had it all. The stark contrast between her past struggles and present joy overwhelmed her, and she wept openly in Han Mian's embrace. She had finally received what she longed for, her first true love. Han Mian held her silently, allowing her tears to flow. His own tears began to fall. Tio opened his eyes and see Yu Huan beside him was not just a fleeting moment, but the promise of every day to come. This was a reality he had never dared to envision. Although he once struggled to comprehend why Yu Huan's affection for him was so intense that it bordered on terrifying, he now felt it unnecessary to understand. Love is simply love. With her by his side for the rest of his days, life felt complete. Yu Huan had finally ceased her tears, and Han Mian gently stroked her head, gradually soothing her that a sense of unprecedented relief washed over Yu Huan's heart. Lifting her gaze, she began to look at Han Mian, the face she yearned for so deeply. Han Mian tenderly wiped away the tears that clung to her lashes, asking, Huan, are you hungry? Shall I prepare some soup for you? The day is drawing to a close." Yu Huan shook her head, then nodded. "Han Mian, I want to go with you. I do not wish to remain alone in the cave." Han Mian gazed at her swollen eyes, feeling a pang of heartache, reluctant to leave her behind. "All right, get up and put on your first skirt. We shall go together." Yu Huan was elated, sitting up, when she suddenly noticed a small inky snake tattoo on her chest. She glanced at Han Mian's phoenix tattoo over his heart and felt her face flush, followed by her eyes. Sensing her impending tears, Han Mian hurriedly handed her the first skirt, knowing he could not bear to see her cry any longer. As Yu Huan prepared to leave the stone bed with Han Mian, her legs suddenly weakened, nearly causing her to fall. After being caught in Han Mian's arms, her cheeks burned with embarrassment. She pointed at the first skirt, playfully clinging to Han Mian's neck. "Han Mian, look, This is the first skirt I made for you during the cold season. I've just washed it. It's all clean. Would you wear the leopard pattern one for me? Han Mian looked at the first skirts. So many? All made by Huan Huan for me. But Huan Huan cannot possibly make fur skirts. It took her ages to craft that pair of shorts. Her fingers bled. During the rainy season, Huan Huan knew he had left, yet she still made fur skirts for him in the cold season. He could only imagine how many times her hands must have been pricked. Han Mian's eyes brimmed with tears. How many times had she done this? She always managed to strike him from angles he least expected, penetrating the defenses he had built over the years and directly reaching into his heart, leaving him utterly defenseless. All right, I shall wear it for Huan Huan. Han Mian choked, setting Yu Huan Huan down to don the first skirt. Yu Huan Huan beheld Han Mian, envisioning the very image she had imagined when she crafted it. Han Mian, clad in the first skirt, exuded an intense and dazzling beauty, cool, sensual, enchanting, and complex, yet utterly captivating. Han Mian, is the phoenix on your heart me? Yu Huan Huan whispered, tracing the beastly imprint on Han Mian's body. Yes, Huan Huan has always been in my heart. Han Mian replied, her gentle touch igniting a flame within him, his eyes a vivid red. Han Mian, feel this. I have a little snake on my heart, and it is you. Yu Huan Huan grasped Han Mian's distinctly boned hand, guiding it to her heart. The soft sensation in his hand made Han Mian lose control, and he leaned in to kiss her. Thus, the two embarked on their initial experience of passion, savoring the sweetness of love, making it difficult to part. Outside the cave, Mo Bai and Yi Chun, who had waited for an entire day, sensed the delay and guessed what might be transpiring. Their hearts were filled with unspoken bitterness. As the moonlight danced, realizing they could not wait any longer, they departed with complicated feelings. Inside the cave, darkness enveloped them, only the sounds of their intermittent voices puncturing the silence. Han Mian, no. Huan Huan, is this not what you have always desired? Have you forgotten? Huan Huan, do not run away. Be good. Yu Huan Huan drowsily opened her eyes to behold Han Mian's sleeping visage, innocent and breathtaking like a celestial being. Could this be the same Han Mian? Wild and domineering, from the night before, she couldn't resist snuggling closer, embracing him. He embodied everything she had ever desired. He was her Han Mian, her dream, her life. No embrace could ever feel sufficient. Han Mian, awakened by her affection, gently combed through her tousled hair, his gaze shimmering like it held the cosmos. Huan Huan, are you awake? His voice was husky and alluring, laced with the languid intimacy of morning. Yu Huan Huan adored this side of him. Unable to restrain herself from kissing his lips, a small voice in her heart urging, take it all. I'd give you my life. The two remained entwined until dusk approached, finally rising to prepare a meal. Aware that even love cannot sustain them without nourishment, as they stepped out of the cave, they encountered Mo Bai and Yi Chun waiting outside. Chapter 38. Cloud City. Within the stone hall of Mo Ran, the lion tribe leader, a sense of astonishment flickered in his eyes. What? A phoenix that breathes fire? Mo Ran, the pride of the lion tribe and a sixth-tier powerhouse, was unparalleled across the beast god continent. He became the leader of the lion tribe at a young age and single-handedly established Cloud City. In just a year, he would become the first seventh-tier powerhouse in the history of the beast god continent. His youth and ambition radiated an aura befitting a leader, and the returning gorilla tribesmen bowed their heads in fear, murmuring, yes, it is a female. Can a female also transform? It had been years since anything had perplexed him. She had mentioned why she slaughtered so many gorillas. The beastmen believed fire to be divine. Mo Ran pondered. If she possessed divine power, why engage in such brutal acts? She had claimed that whoever harmed the snake beast would pay with their life. Though spoken softly, the gorilla felt incredulous, fearing the leader would not believe him. Yet even in that hushed tone, a tempest brewed within Mo Ran. A female controlling divine fire, wreaking havoc due to an injured snake beast? What has become of this beastman continent? His curiosity surged, spurred by the unexpected revelation. How did you know that the snake beast was in the White Tiger tribe? The White Tiger tribe was a mortal enemy of the lion tribe. However, Mo Ran bore no hatred towards them. They lived in the same forest, battling for resources to survive. Thus, after becoming the leader, he began constructing Cloud City to distance himself from that forest. Yet the Lion tribe members harbored a deep-seated animosity toward the White Tiger tribe. As Cloud City grew stronger, calls to attack the White Tiger tribe intensified. There was a female named Wolf Fong from the White Tiger tribe, but she didn't mention anything about a phoenix. She merely said there was a female who brought back an injured snake beast. Knowing we were searching, she specifically came to inform us. The gorilla replied cautiously, head lowered. Very well, I understand. You may return now. After dismissing the gorilla, Mo Ran contemplated for a long time. Sensing the situation was growing intricate, he paced slowly within the hall, inwardly reflecting. A fire-breathing phoenix in the White Tiger tribe. Did she kill the gorillas merely to protect the snake beast? That seems unlikely. Could she be targeting Cloud City? If so, that would pose a problem. I cannot guarantee victory against her. While I fear not the flames, she can fly. How do I combat that? No matter how swift or strong I am, I cannot ascend to the heavens. Most importantly, the phoenix was a legendary divine bird capable of controlling divine fire. Opposing her would be ill-advised. Yet this phoenix had taken the lives of over 100 gorillas, all of whom were citizens of Cloud City. If he did not seek an explanation, he could not pacify the people. Furthermore, if the phoenix's intent was indeed to confront Cloud City, a battle would be inevitable. Mo Ran's thoughts swirled. For the first time, this seemingly invincible powerhouse felt utterly powerless. Indeed, he feared not the flames. After ascending to the 6th tier, he had encountered a 7-horned beast in the green crystal forest. After the beast perished, it transformed into a transparent crystal. He had assumed it would enhance his strength like the green crystal, but upon consuming it, his power did not increase, and a snowflake-shaped mark appeared on his left arm. Later, he inadvertently discovered that his hand passed through flames without any sensation. After verifying, he understood that the transparent crystal allowed him to evade fire. Mo Ran pondered with a furrowed brow. The gorilla tribe leader, Wu Luan, arrived. Wu Luan, robust and muscular, resembled an iron tower. Years ago, he, alongside the wolf tribe leader, Ka-Wan, had followed Mo Ran, establishing Cloud City, out of respect for this powerhouse. Beastmen revered strength. Chief, are you aware of the phoenix in the White Tiger tribe? She has killed over 100 of our tribesmen. Wu Luan's fury boiled over at the thought of losing so many of his kin. He rushed to consult the chief about vengeance. I am aware. She is a phoenix, wielding divine fire. Revenge must not be impulsive. We must contemplate carefully. Mo Ran pacified the enraged Wu Luan, requesting that the wolf tribe leader, Ka-Wan, be summoned. This was a significant matter that required discussion among the three parties. Ka-Wan, the wolf tribe leader, had long been aware of the phoenix in the White Tiger tribe. He was the father of Wolf 7, who had not returned for an entire rainy and cold season after departing for Cloud City. So he naturally sought to inquire. Now, as the chief summoned him to discuss strategies against the White Tiger tribe and Yu Huan, he was reluctant. He had already been at odds with the gorilla tribe. And given that the gorilla tribe had injured Wolf 7, while Yu Huan had saved him and sheltered him for so long, how could he possibly assist the gorilla tribe in opposing Yu Huan? Yet, as the chief sent for him, he could not refuse. After much contemplation, he approached Wolf 7. Wolf 7, go to the White Tiger tribe and inform the phoenix that Cloud City may seek revenge against her. Let her prepare in advance, go quietly, and do not let others know. Upon hearing that Cloud City intended to retaliate against Yu Huan, Wolf 7 grew anxious, not even inquiring about the reason before dashing away. The three convened to deliberate on the specifics. Mo Ran felt complex emotions. He was curious about the phoenix, yet did not wish to confront her directly. He was even less inclined to attack the White Tiger tribe. Ka-Wan naturally shared his reluctance to become enemies with the phoenix. The dead were gorillas, which had nothing to do with him. Only Wu Luan was seething with rage, pacing within the hall, incessantly advocating for the deployment of troops to attack the White Tiger tribe. Seeing the two remain silent, Wu Luan grew agitated. Are you both afraid of that phoenix? Do you still believe that the demise of the ape tribe members is of no concern to you? When the Cloud City was established, it was agreed that the three families would share life and death together. The atmosphere within the Grand Hall was eerily silent. Yu Luan, can you fly? If that phoenix beast ignites a fire upon their first encounter, giving you no chance to react, and before you can even move, your body is engulfed in flames, what will you do? Ka-Wan, having discerned the underlying thoughts, shifted the topic to divert Yu Luan's attention. We do not disregard the lives of the ape tribe, but that is a phoenix beast. There is no infallible method. We cannot recklessly send our kin to their deaths. Please, remain calm. Mo Ran expressed his helplessness. Yu Luin paused for a moment, ceased his ruckus, and began contemplating how to deal with the phoenix beast. Should we attempt to strike it down with rocks? Yet, one might be incinerated before even launching the attack. Should we send the eagle beast to confront it? But it can breathe fire and cannot be approached. The crux lies in the flames. Yu Luin pondered how to prevent the phoenix beast from unleashing its fire. While the three of them, each lost in their own thoughts, fell into a stalemate. Meanwhile, at the White Tiger tribe, Ina was horrified after witnessing Yu Huan burn the ape tribe members and had secluded herself in a cave for several days. She had been yearning to avenge the humiliation Yu Huan had inflicted upon her in public before the rainy season. However, she could never find an opportunity. During the day, Yichen and Mo Bai remained steadfastly by her side. And at night, Yichen and Lang Qi stayed in a neighboring cave, while Yu Huan never ventured out. Finally, after the cold season had passed, she saw Yu Huan, seemingly in a daze, rushing towards the forest. Just as she was about to follow, she noticed Mo Bai and Yichen were also present, prompting her to suppress her intentions. Later, upon inquiring, the tribe members mentioned that Yu Huan had brought back a severely injured snake beast, which she tended to closely every day. A snake beast. This was the opportunity she had been waiting for. She initially thought about inciting the tribe members to create a ruckus, driving the snake beast away. Ideally, Yu Huan would leave, but if not, it would certainly infuriate her. Yet, to her astonishment, the beastmen were reluctant to cause a disturbance. Seeing her distressed every day, Langya could not help but inform her that the ape tribe was searching for the snake beast, which had evidently been injured while being hunted down by them. Why, Ina's eyes lit up. Of course, she could inform the ape tribe that the snake beast was in the White Tiger tribe, leading them to stir up trouble. Although she was aware that Yu Huan could transform and breathe fire, she had never witnessed her harm anyone. During the last attack on the tribe, she not only refrained from causing any harm but also generously supplied a great deal of food. She believed Yu Huan was the type of person with a heart of gold. Otherwise, why would she save a mere snake beast? If the ape tribe caused a significant uproar, the snake beast would surely be sent away, and Yu Huan would undoubtedly be scorned for instigating discord within the tribe. However, events unfolded in a manner far beyond her expectations. Yu Huan had gone mad over a snake beast, resulting in heavy casualties among the ape tribe. Now, as she recalled the figures struggling in the flames, she was too frightened to sleep. If Yu Huan were to discover that it was her words that prompted Langya to speak, or if the ape tribe were to become enraged due to Lang Qi's failure to inform them that Yu Huan was a phoenix beast, she shuddered to think of the consequences. She felt immense regret. She merely wished to see Yu Huan suffer a setback. After Lang Qi dashed out of Cloud City, he suddenly remembered that he had yet to inquire why Cloud City intended to retaliate against Yu Huan. How were they planning to exact their revenge? He stealthily returned, concealing himself outside the leader's stone hall to eavesdrop. Fearing discovery, he dared not approach too closely, only catching fragmented snippets about the ape tribe. Flying, breathing fire, and throwing stones. Puzzled, he hurriedly made his way to the White Tiger tribe. Cloud City and the White Tiger tribe were somewhat distanced from one another. Both were powerful tribes, and their hunting grounds were inherently vast. Several smaller tribes lay in between, thus Lang Qi raced forward, not daring to linger. Chapter 39. You're almost drooling. Han Mian and Yu Huan emerged from the cave, only to find themselves exchanging wide-eyed glances with Mo Bai and Yichen, who were waiting outside. Yu Huan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. After all, just the other day, there had been a misunderstanding with Han Mian. Mo Bai and Yichen had treated her exceptionally well. Having spent over half a year together, they had accompanied her through the most challenging times, forming an undeniable bond. Although their relationship had remained friendly thus far, if Han Mian were to care, she would inevitably have to make a choice. She remained silent, repeatedly reminding herself in her heart, "It is not that I am being too callous. I was meant to leave with Han Mian. Having friends is wonderful, but it is also acceptable to be alone." Han Mian's emotions were complex and hard to articulate. He had previously thought of them as Huan's beast husbands, leading him to feel melancholic for quite some time. Now that he understood the truth, He felt a surge of gratitude towards them for being there to safeguard Huan during his absence. It was only because of them that he had the chance to reunite with Huan. Yet he could perceive their feelings. At this moment, he was utterly unwilling to share Huan with anyone. The mere thought was unbearable. Conversely, he reasoned that since Huan had not formed a bond with them throughout the rainy and cold seasons, and now that he was by her side, there would be even less likelihood of that happening. "Have you come over? Let us eat together next time." The eternally taciturn Han Mian finally spoke up. Mo Bai and Yi Chun were still immersed in their sorrow, having seen the phoenix on Han Mian's chest. They were bonded. Taken aback by Han Mian's sudden words, Yi Chun quickly composed himself and said, "All right, I hunted a fluffy beast. Let us prepare it now." With that, he nudged Mo Bai, and the two began to feign nonchalance as they prepared for the barbecue. Yu Huan was utterly bewildered. Just 2 nights ago, Han Mian had almost lost his temper because of these two, and now, he was the one who actively invited them to stay for a meal. What was going on? Unsure, she decided it was safer to ask. "Han Mian, will you be upset if I talk to them?" Han Mian turned to look at Yu Huan, his expression a mix of amusement and exasperation. Huan, you don't need to tread so carefully, constantly gauging my mood. Just do what makes you happy. I want you to be joyful." With that, he joined Mo Bai and the others in preparing the prey. Yu Huan responded with a soft thinking to herself, "How naive. I can't be sure if you're genuine." Who was almost driven to the brink of frustration, she decided it was best to remain cautious. The concept of moderation is difficult to grasp. One never knows which words, actions, or glances might strike Han Mian's sore spot. Having obtained him with great difficulty, she was unwilling to let him feel even the slightest grievance. Knowing that Han Mian disliked roasted meat, she approached him. "Han Mian, could you give me a piece of meat? I'll make you some soup and some pancakes." "All right, Yu Huan, you want to make pancakes? I brought back a lot of Gugu beast eggs." Han Mian had yet to respond when Yi Chun exclaimed from the side. Seeing that Yu Huan hesitated, seemingly afraid of upsetting him, Han Mian felt a warm sensation in his heart. She always prioritized him. And that was enough for him. He gently draped his arm over her shoulders and whispered in her ear, Huan, go ahead. What I said earlier is true." Yu Huan looked up and saw the smile in his eyes, which seemed genuine. She nodded and dashed off to collect the eggs. "So many? Yi Chun, where did you find these? I'll stir-fry them with some wild vegetables for you to try." Yi Chun beamed brightly, his voice clear. "Just behind that patch of forest, there are plenty. I'll take you there next time." As they spoke, a figure dashed towards them at great speed. Upon closer inspection, it was Lang Chi. Panting heavily, he reached Yu Huan and grasped her arm. "Yu Huan, Cloud City is planning to retaliate against you. My beast father asked me to inform you to be prepared." Yu Huan felt a surge of joy upon seeing Lang Chi. Yet she was not surprised by the news. After all, she had known all along that Cloud City would not let the matter rest. Quickly retracting her arm from Lang Chi's grasp, she cast a nervous glance at Han Mian, only to find his expression unchanged, which slightly reassured her. "Lang Chi, please, sit down and tell us slowly." Yu Huan urged him to take a seat and offered him a cup of water. The three males all focused their attention on Lang Chi, waiting for him to elaborate. After Lang Chi took a sip of water to steady his emotions, he turned to Han Mian and suddenly stood up. "The snake beast," Yu Huan, fearing he might say something unpleasant that would upset Han Mian, quickly signaled to Lang Chi. "Lang Chi, this is Han Mian, my partner." Lang Chi was taken aback for a moment before sitting down again. He knew that Yu Huan had a fondness for a snake beast and had nearly lost her life because of it. Now she had formed a bond with Han Mian, yet seeing Yu Huan's anxious demeanor, he chose to remain silent. "Lang Chi, what exactly happened? Please explain in detail." Bai interjected to ease the tension. "The leader summoned my beast father to his hall to discuss how to take revenge on the phoenix beast. And why beast father asked me to notify you." I eavesdropped for a while. "It seems to involve the ape tribe and mentions throwing stones and such. They were still deliberating on a strategy when I left." Lang Chi relayed everything he knew. "Yu Huan, how did you end up at odds with the ape tribe?" Lang Chi was somewhat perplexed. Yu Huan had been in the White Tiger tribe, so far from Cloud City. How did they cross paths? He had been roaming freely every day, completely unaware of the happenings in Cloud City. "It's nothing. They harmed Han Mian, so naturally, I sought their lives." Yu Huan approached Han Mian's side, carefully brushing his arm. She had always believed that Han Mian was unaware of the situation, but now that Lang Qi had revealed it, she could no longer conceal it. She could only attempt to soothe Han Mian. She feared that once Han Mian learned the truth, he would rush off to confront the ape tribe, and she also worried that he might see her as a terrifying person due to the number of ape tribe members she had killed. Having received too much difficulty, she constantly sought to present herself perfectly before Han Mian, torn between fear and desire. Huan, don't be afraid. I found out a few days ago. Han Mian couldn't bear to see Yu Huan in such a state. She was always afraid of upsetting him, always cautious. This matter was clearly caused by him. Han Mian genuinely felt for Yu Huan, gently stroking her head to comfort her. He realized he needed to change his demeanor. Yu Huan gazed into Han Mian's eyes and embraced him. Han Mian, as long as you're not angry, that is fine. Indeed, as long as he was not angry, did not seek out the ape tribe, and stayed by her side, everything else was inconsequential. Yi Qian and Mo Bai had grown accustomed to this, while Lang Qi, observing Yu Huan's demeanor, was taken aback. He leaned closer to Yi Qian and whispered, Yu Huan is afraid of this snake beast? Yi Qian cast a glance at Wolf 7, her voice somewhat subdued. It's not fear. She harbors affection for him and cannot bear to see him upset. Just avoid provoking that serpent beast. Yu Huan was injured because of him and killed hundreds from the ape clan in a fit of rage. Now, we still rely on him to pacify Yu Huan. Otherwise, everyone from Yunzhong City will meet their demise. Wolf 7, taken aback, stammered, hundreds? They will all perish. What are you talking about? Yi Qian disregarded him and continued roasting meat. Han Mian understood that Yunzhong City dared not act rashly, for they feared Yu Huan's divine fire. Yet, he pondered. Yu Huan's weakness lies in her inability to battle within the forest. If fire consumes the woods, the prey will be incinerated, and the entire White Tiger tribe will suffer the consequences. He was now a 6th-tier warrior. In the entirety of the Beastman continent, only the Lion Chief was a 6th-tier powerhouse. However, the serpent's size and attack power presented significant advantages, even against him. Yet, he had no desire to create enmity. He was no longer alone. There was also Huan. He did not wish for her to endure the life of being hunted. How could he avert this impending conflict? Sensing Han Mian's deep contemplation, Yu Huan, concerned he might overthink, said, Han Mian, don't be upset. They wouldn't dare approach. I'll threaten them in Yunzhong City. Whoever dares to come, I will set their entire hunting grounds ablaze. This was the only solution Yu Huan could conceive. She did not want Han Mian to witness her lose control and become a killer. The onlookers were bewildered. What was the difference between burning their hunting grounds and killing them? The entirety of Yunzhong City was surrounded by forest. If the fire ignited, who could escape? The surrounding tribes would also suffer. Mo Bai and Yi Qian exchanged glances, hoping Han Mian would quell Yu Huan's idea. However, Han Mian smiled. Huan, a threat is indeed a clever tactic. But we must not truly ignite the forest. If the fire spreads, we too cannot remain unscathed. Silly girl, let us make pancakes first, shall we? Upon hearing Han Mian's desire for pancakes, Yu Huan instantly perked up. Casting aside her earlier thoughts, she rushed to the counter. Han Mian, it will be ready shortly. I'll add plenty of Gugu beast eggs. They are exceptionally delicious, and you will surely love them. Wolf 7 could hardly bear to watch. Yu Huan, you are a phoenix beast. Must you be so infatuated? What is so remarkable about him? He began to scrutinize Han Mian closely. To his surprise, Han Mian was indeed handsome. But what good was good looks if he was a serpent beast? Yet, he truly was striking. His eyes sparkled like stars, skin pale as snow, a straight nose, and a charming mouth. His face resembled that of an immortal or a fairy. Wolf 7 muttered to himself, entranced by Han Mian. Han Mian, sensing his gaze, ignored him and quietly watched Yu Huan prepare the pancakes, vowing to remember this moment to make them for Huan in the future. Once Yu Huan completed her task, she lifted her head and noticed Wolf 7 staring at Han Mian with an eager expression, completely forgetting to be gentle in front of him. With a lion's roar, she exclaimed, Wolf 7, why are you staring at Han Mian? You're practically drooling. He is my partner. Her furious shout left everyone speechless. Wolf 7, snapping back to reality, wished he could burrow into the ground. How had he become so mesmerized? Mo Bai and Yi Qian were laughing uncontrollably. Han Mian's face turned a shade of green. Yu Huan, realizing Han Mion's expression, suddenly comprehended that Wolf 7 was male and questioned why he was gazing at Han Mion. What was she doing? She awkwardly glanced at Han Mion, unsure of what to say. Mo Bai and Yi Chun, having laughed enough, hurried over to diffuse the tension. Come on, it's all ready. Let us eat. Wolf 7, lowering his head, approached and sat beside Han Mion, hoping that being close would prevent him from directly seeing Han Mion's face. At most, he would only catch a glimpse of his profile. The young boy's heart was shadowed by Han Mion's appearance. Upon seeing Wolf 7 sitting so close to Han Mion, Yu Huan felt the urge to scold him again, but alas, he was still just a child. So she decided to let it go. Chapter 40. Are you poisoned? Wolf 7 obediently sat down to eat. He had initially preferred raw meat, but after spending a rainy season and a cold season with Yu Huan and the others in the White Tiger tribe, he began to enjoy roasted meat. He picked up a pancake and took a bite, the flavors bursting in his mouth. His spirits lifted immediately, and he couldn't help but nudge Han Mion with his elbow. Delicious. Isn't it? Do you like it? Shall I fetch you another? He subconsciously recalled Yu Huan saying Han Mion would surely love to eat, prompting the question. After speaking, he was taken aback, as everyone stared at him as if he were a ghost. Han Mion looked at the blushing Wolf 7, finding him quite endearing, and couldn't help but smile. It's delicious. Wolf 7, if you like it, eat as much as you want. Don't mind me. I'll get my own later. The awkwardness of the moment faded for Wolf 7 when he saw Han Mion turn to him with a gentle smile and respond to his words. His eyes widened. Cough cough, Yi Chen, noticing Wolf 7 gazing at Han Mion once more, fearing Yu Huan would explode, quickly warned him. Yu Huan, at this moment, found it amusing. Her earlier outburst had been a reflex, merely a reaction to seeing someone staring at Han Mion. Now, observing Wolf 7's demeanor, she found it utterly hilarious. Wolf 7, eat your food, keep staring, and your eyes will fall right onto Han Mion's face. Ha ha ha! Mo Bai and Yi Chen burst into laughter again. Wolf 7, snapping back to reality for the second time, was no longer as embarrassed as when Yu Huan had shouted at him earlier. Blushing, he asked Han Mion. Han Mion, are you poisoned? Why do I feel as if I'm under a spell? Yi Chen nearly choked on his food, almost suffocating himself, while Yu Huan and Mo Bai laughed uncontrollably. Indeed, it's highly toxic, Han Mion replied, maintaining a straight face. Laughter erupted, and the meal was filled with joyous camaraderie. Yu Huan invited Wolf 7 to sleep in the cave next to where she had previously rested. And together with Han Mion, they returned to the cave. After a night filled with laughter, she was unusually exhilarated. She pulled Han Mion close, chattering away. Han Mion, Wolf 7's reaction upon seeing you was just like mine when I first laid eyes on you. I couldn't look away. You truly are poisonous. Do not wander off carelessly. Han Mion, helpless, tapped her head lightly. Don't say such things. Han Mion, when shall we return to our cave? Yu Huan expressed her desire to leave this place, not only due to fears of retaliation from Yunzhong City, which could endanger the White Tiger tribe. She had been apart from Han Mion for too long, and now that they were finally together, she yearned for a life free from disturbances. The presence of many people made her uneasy, and she could not bear any unexpected events. Hearing Yu Huan's words, Han Mion felt a warmth in his heart. Being a serpent beast, he understood he could not remain in another's tribe indefinitely. Yet, he noticed how much time Yu Huan had spent here and how well Mo Bai and Yi Chen treated her. It was evident she cherished her time here. Now that she had expressed a desire to leave, Han Mion felt elated. He pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Huan, I will head out tomorrow. Once I return, shall we go back, all right? Yu Huan immediately became alert. Where to? I'll accompany you. To a cave near the green crystal forest. The things you left behind are there. I must retrieve them. It is all forested there, and it's unsafe for you to go. Will you wait for me here? Han Mion gently cradled Yu Huan, soothing her. I refuse. I want to go with you, Han Mion. I do not want to be apart from you. You promised you wouldn't abandon me. As she spoke, her eyes reddened. Seeing her eyes welling with tears, Han Mion's heart softened instantly. All right. I will take you with me, but it's south very close to Yunzhong City, so you must not transform. Han Mion, was that where you were besieged by the ape clan? What is the green crystal forest? Why do you need to go there? Yu Huan, eager to know what Han Mion had been doing during the rainy season, had long hesitated to ask, but now she felt he was more willing to share. When I met you, I had just ascended to the 6th-tiered. 7th-tier serpent beasts no longer need to hibernate. However, the transition from 6th to 7th tier takes many years. I could not wait. So I ventured to the green crystal forest to hunt for green crystals. In less than 2 years, I will ascend to the 7th tier, meaning I will only hibernate this one cold season. After that, I can be with you all the time. Han Mian was not one to speak much, but he did not wish for Yu Huan to remain anxious. Thus, he shared every detail with her, believing that since they were now partners, there was nothing left to conceal. Yu Huan's tears flowed once more. It turned out Han Mian had left their dwelling to hunt for green crystals, all to ensure he could accompany her during the cold season. Han Mian, I'm sorry. I misjudged you, thinking you no longer wanted me and had intentionally run away. Huan, you did not misunderstand me. Nor did you wrong me. It was I who came to the White Tiger tribe and saw you so happy. Witnessing Yi Chen holding you, I thought you had formed a bond with them and no longer needed my protection. So I went to the green crystal forest. It's all my fault. I didn't know if I could survive and return, nor did I believe you would wait for me for 2 years. I thought you would forget me once you joined the tribe. It was my mistake for not clarifying and pushing you away. From now on, I will share everything with you. Han Mian tenderly wiped away Yu Huan's tears. The realization that Han Mian had indeed come to the White Tiger tribe and had seen Yi Chen holding her surprised Yu Huan. She felt both joy and fear. Han Mian had indeed liked her from the very beginning. She nearly lost him forever because of Yi Chen's embrace. Han Mian, please listen to me. I need to explain my urgency regarding Yi Chen. Huan, do not worry. I understand. You have not formed a bond with them all this time. I know you only love me. You need not be cautious anymore. I love to see you smile. Han Mian, feeling anxious yet elated, realized that Yu Huan's deep affection had long since healed his sensitive heart. He was not blind. He could see and sense that Yu Huan truly held him dear to her heart. Han Mian, you are wonderful. I truly like you. Yu Huan once again nestled into Han Mian's embrace. The sensation of happiness felt somewhat unreal. Early the next morning, after the two had risen and cleaned up, Lang Qi also emerged. The three were about to prepare breakfast. Yi Chen and Mo Bai arrived with their catch and some fruits. Did you go hunting this early in the morning? Lang Qi inquired with a hint of surprise. Well, Yu Huan enjoys drinking soup, so I thought I might as well gather some fruits, Yi Chen replied. Beginning to sort through the prey, Mo Bai hurried to assist Yu Huan in making dumplings. The dough had been prepared the previous day, so now they merely needed to fill them and steam them. Han Mian, have you always lived alone? What do you usually like to eat? Don't you get bored with no one to talk to? Lang Qi incessantly questioned as he trailed behind Han Mian. Lang Qi, go fetch some firewood. We're running low, Mo Bai interjected, noticing Lang Qi's persistent inquiries aimed at the reticent Han Mian, and hurriedly sent him off. Once the meal was prepared, the group sat down together to eat. Lang Qi, with his youthful curiosity, engaged in playful banter, making the meal quite enjoyable with his presence. Yu Huan and I are heading to the cave near the green crystal forest to retrieve some items. After finishing their meal, Han Mian prepared to bid them farewell. The area near the green crystal forest? Isn't that part of the hunting grounds of Yunzhong City? Couldn't that be dangerous? Mo Bai expressed his concern. I'll go too. Han Mian, take me along. I'm quite familiar with that area. It's on my way back. Lang Qi insisted, tugging at Han Mian's arm, only to have it swatted away by Yu Huan. Lang Qi shot her an annoyed glance, to which Yu Huan responded with a playful grimace. The others couldn't help but chuckle at the lively exchange. There may be dangers, but those items must be retrieved. They all belong to Yu Huan. Han Mian stated firmly to Mo Bai. Han Mian, take us with you. There's nothing much happening in the tribe right now, and we'd like to explore that area. We haven't been there yet. Yi Chen looked at Han Mian eagerly, genuinely wanting to join in on the adventure, as well as fearing they might not return. Indeed, I also wish to accompany you. It would be good company. There are forests over there, and in case of any danger, having an extra person could be beneficial for Yu Huan. Mo Bai quickly chimed in. Han Mian was initially reluctant to bring them along, having grown accustomed to solitude. However, upon hearing Mo Bai's words, he hesitated. Yes, that area is dense with forests, and Yu Huan's divine fire cannot be wielded there. Although I am a 6th-tier warrior, if we were to encounter a large number of beastmen, I might not be able to protect Yu Huan adequately. I cannot afford any unexpected surprises. All right then, Let us pack up and set off. Han Mian finally agreed after a moment of contemplation. Mo Bai and Yi Chan were thrilled. The group gathered the necessary items and explained the situation to their chieftain before bidding farewell and stepping out of the tribe together. Since there was no urgency, they refrained from transforming, leisurely enjoying the scenery as they traveled, filled with laughter and joy. However, as they neared the vicinity of Yunzhong City, the atmosphere gradually grew tense. Han Mian, it's getting dark. Let us make our way under the cover of night. They want to be hunting at this hour, which might help us avoid any encounters, Mo Bai suggested, clearly wishing to evade any confrontation with the people of Yunzhong City. All right, everyone hop on, Han Mian said, transforming into his serpent form to allow the four of them to ride upon his elongated body. He moved swiftly and silently, conserving their energy, as they would need to run if they transformed. Unfortunately, the hunting grounds of Yunzhong City were vast, and despite Han Mian's speed, it took the better part of the night to reach the cave. Chapter 41. Encounter with the Lion Beastmen. The cave was situated on a small cliff, surrounded entirely by forest. Under the dim moonlight, the isolated cliff appeared as though it had been placed there by human hands. The group surveyed their surroundings and, finding nothing amiss, lit their torches and entered the cave. Inside, it was empty save for a stone bed. Han Mian, did you spend the entire winter here? Yu Huan asked, glancing around the rudimentary cave, which lacked even a beast hide, feeling a pang of sympathy. Yes, I hibernated here, Han Mian replied casually while rummaging through a small hole by the stone bed. Han Mian, you're quite reckless. You hibernated in the territory of Yunzhong City? Aren't you afraid they would take advantage of your slumber to kill you? Yi Chen exclaimed, his voice rising in astonishment. When I emerged from the green crystal forest, I was injured, and since it was the rainy season, I couldn't return to my cave, so I had no choice but to stay here. Han Mian replied in a calm tone. You were injured in the green crystal forest? Why didn't you tell me yesterday? Yu Huan's eyes turned red at the thought of Han Mian being hurt. Yu Huan, the green crystal forest is the most perilous place on this continent, teeming with beasts guarding the crystals. Surviving the journey back is a stroke of luck, and sustaining injuries is inevitable. Mo Bai interjected, noticing Yu Huan's distress. Seeing Yu Huan's emotional state, he quickly sought to explain for Han Mian, wishing to leave a good impression. However, his words only agitated Yu Huan further. Han Mian, did you not intend to return alive when you entered the green crystal forest? Yu Huan, it won't happen again. Please don't cry. Han Mian, unable to bear the sight of her tears, hurried to console her. Let us gather our things and leave quickly. It's dangerous here, Yi Chen interjected, sensing the atmosphere growing tense. Han Mian retrieved their belongings. Yu Huan's clothing, medicine, snacks, and the stone pot they had made. He also found the lighter tucked away in the far corner. Lang Qi, curious about the snacks in Han Mian's hands, approached him. Han Mian, what is this? What kind of skin makes that rustling sound? It is poison, highly toxic, Han Mian replied gravely, causing Lang Qi to retract his hand immediately, prompting laughter from Yi Chen. What do we do now that dawn is approaching? If we return now, we want to make it out of the Yunzhong City area before daybreak. We may very well encounter them while they're hunting. After traveling all day and night, why don't we eat something first to replenish our strength? Mo Bai proposed. The group, feeling both weary and hungry, began to prepare the small beasts they had caught along the way, which they could consume raw. Yu Huan, however, could not do so, so Han Mian gathered some firewood to roast meat for her. With limited water available, they could only manage enough for everyone to drink without boiling soup. After hastily consuming their meal, the sun had fully risen, as they deliberated whether to leave now or wait until nightfall in the cave. A cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside. This is it. There's the scent of the serpent beast. It must be inside the cave. But what's with the other scents? A voice called out. The group exchanged glances, realizing that their fears had materialized. They could not escape their fate. Upon reaching the cave entrance, they were taken aback. A large group of ape and lion beastmen surrounded them. The ape and lion clans had come out to hunt, and though they rarely ventured into this forest, they had unexpectedly caught the scent of the serpent beast this time. Assuming it was merely one serpent, they were stunned to discover 5 different clans represented, including a female, that's him. He is the serpent that killed our tribe members last time. One ape beastman shouted in fury upon spotting Han Mian. Seeing the imminent confrontation, Lang Qi quickly stepped forward, shouting, Look closely. I'm Lang Chi. Han Mian is not a bad serpent beast. I can assure you. Lang Chi. How dare you betray Yunzhong City and associate with serpent beasts? Does your beast father know? The ape beastman's face turned red with rage as he bellowed at Lang Chi. A lion beastman whispered to those nearby, "Return and inform the leader. That serpent is here." Along with Lang Chi and a female, the young chiefess of the White Tiger tribe is also present. We should summon the leader. We might not be able to handle this. I haven't betrayed Yunzhong City at all. They saved me. They are good. You must not recklessly encircle us, Lang Chi retorted, his face flushed with indignation. Han Mian interjected, blocking Lang Chi, and addressed the encircling beastmen calmly. I have merely come to retrieve my belongings. I do not wish to make enemies with you. You do not wish to make enemies? You have injured dozens of our tribe members, and that white tiger beast killed over 100 of our kin to protect you. You think you can avoid enmity? Are you dreaming? The ape beastman was seething with rage, his voice booming and deafening. What do you wish to do, then? Han Mian asked coldly. We want your life. With that declaration, the ape beastmen charged forward. Han Mian swiftly scooped up Yu Huan and carried her back into the cave, instructing her to stay put no matter what, warning her that they could not start a fire here. When he turned back, he found Imobai, Yi Chun, and Lang Chi already engaged in battle with the ape beastmen. After transforming, Han Mian first coiled Lang Chi and brought him to the cave entrance to keep company with Yu Huan before joining the fray. The dozen or so ape beastmen stood no chance against Han Mian. With a single sweep of his tail, he sent several of them flying. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, the lion beastmen also transformed and joined the fight. Returning to the cave, Lang Chi patted his beast hide skirt and asked, Yu Huan, why won't Han Mian let me fight? You are from Yunzhong City. If you engage them in battle, how will you explain it later? Your beast father is the chief of the wolf clan. It would be difficult for him to account for it. Yu Huan reassured the innocent-minded young wolf. Though she couldn't shake her worry, Han Mian was strong, yet there were so many beastmen outside. The addition of the lion beastmen made the battle increasingly precarious. Bai was 5th tier and could still hold his ground. Yiqian, at 4th tier, struggled against several ape beastmen, finding himself in a dire situation. Han Mian, surrounded by dozens of lion beastmen, saw Yiqian in critical condition and Bai in peril as well. If this continued, when the main forces from Yunzhong City arrived, they would all likely perish alongside him. With resolve, Han Mian unleashed his full power, disregarding the prospect of enmity. With a mighty sweep of his tail, he sent a multitude of lion beastmen tumbling away. The encirclement had a gap, and Han Mian dashed out to eliminate the ape tribe members surrounding Bai and Yichun, swiftly bringing the two back to the cave. He then rushed back to the battlefield, sweeping left and right with frantic energy. His speed was astounding. The remaining orcs could not approach him. Yichun and Bai returned to the cave, disheveled and bearing various minor wounds that they had no time to tend to. They immediately began to devise a strategy with Yu Huan. This cannot continue. I saw a lion orc leaving here. He must be going back to inform the chief of Yunzhong City. Although Han Mian is powerful, if the lion chief arrives, victory becomes uncertain. With so many of them, they could exhaust Han Mian. Then we must call for Han Mian to leave now. Yu Huan said anxiously. What should we do if Han Mian won't let me set a fire? But if that chief is coming, he should be arriving soon. Yunzhong City is vast. We cannot escape. Yichun looked at Yu Huan, helplessly stating, I'll transform to scare them, and let Han Mian come in. You can ask him what to do. I'll stay at the cave entrance and set a fire. As Yu Huan spoke, she was about to head outside. Before she could exit, Han Mian entered. We must leave quickly. A large group of people is coming into the forest. There's no chance of going back the same way. We would be caught. I'll take you to a lakeside. Come. After Han Mian finished speaking, he transformed and left the cave. The others prepared their belongings and jumped onto the serpent's back as Han Mian charged in a direction. The speed was so great that they only had time for a fleeting glance at the battlefield. A multitude of orcs lay scattered on the ground, and the few remaining dared not pursue. Trembling in fear, the sounds of chaotic running echoed through the forest. It seemed a large number of people from Yunzhong City had arrived. Han Mian sped through the dense woods. The group clung to the serpent's body, nearly fainting as the towering trees obscured the sky. Yu Huan felt nauseous. Suddenly, they emerged into an open space where the dense trees vanished. revealing a vast expanse of icy blue lake. Hanmian came to a halt, transforming back and collapsing beside the lake to catch his breath. Wolf 7 rushed to the water's edge, eager to scoop some up to drink, but Hanmian quickly stopped him, saying, "Wolf 7, that water is salty. IVE tried it. Drinking it will leave you unable to speak." Upon hearing this, Wolf 7 hurried back to Hanmian's side. Before he could ask, Yu Huan's voice rang out. "Hanmian, you said this water is salty?" "Yes, I've been here before. Look, across the way is the green crystal forest." Hanmian, still slightly unsteady, pointed towards a distant forest. Yu Huan's heart stirred. Salty? Could it be a saltwater lake? Before she could revel in this discovery, a throng of orcs charged out of the forest. Chapter 42. The pursuit from Yuncheng City. Seeing that the people from Yuncheng City were in pursuit, the group instinctively stood up. "Don't panic. This area is open ground. As long as we don't enter the forest, Huan has fire. They won't dare approach," Hanmian said calmly from the side. Upon seeing Hanmian and his companions emerge from the forest, the orcs of Yuncheng City transformed into their human forms. The Lion Chief, Mo Ran, stood at the forefront, scrutinizing the group opposite him. Upon spotting Yu Huan, he was immediately captivated by her beauty. When his subordinates reported that they had seen the serpent beast alongside the young lord of the White Tiger tribe, as well as a female, he speculated whether it might be the phoenix beast. For some time, he had been discussing the phoenix beast with the priest and shaman. The priest told him of a legendary soul-reviving incense that could control the phoenix beast's intellect. Once the phoenix beast inhaled it, it would become dazed. Yet, no one had ever seen it, nor did they know where to find it. He had not intended to confront the phoenix beast, fearing that an enmity would be hard to resolve. However, the leader of the ape tribe harbored a deep-seated hatred for the serpent beast. The lion tribe members, upon hearing that the young lord of the White Tiger tribe was present, eagerly volunteered to fight. Moreover, a portion of their kin had already engaged the serpent beast, leaving him with no reason to stop them. The wolf tribe leader, Kavin, upon learning that Wolf 7 was also present, felt anxious, fearing that Wolf 7's message to Yu Huan might be exposed, and thus followed with his tribe. When they arrived at the battlefield, they found the serpent beast had fled, and there were no signs of the phoenix beast setting fires. Mo Ran sought out an injured ape tribe member to inquire about the situation, confirming that this female was indeed the phoenix beast who had set fire to the ape tribe at the White Tiger tribe. But why did she flee? Observing the forest surrounding the cave, he suddenly realized the phoenix beast was unwilling to set fire in the forest, both cruel and merciful. If she was reluctant to set fire, it meant she was not specifically here to deal with Yuncheng City. Then what was her intention? His curiosity intensified. He led his group to follow Hanmian closely, only to find they had stopped by the lakeside, prompting him to order his followers to halt as well. In the open space, despite not fearing fire, he dared not act recklessly. To his astonishment, the ruthless phoenix beast, known for her lethal fire, turned out to be such a beautiful, delicate creature that one glance could soften the heart. Hanmian and the others were also sizing up the crowd opposite them. There were over 1,000 people. All three major beast tribes of Yuncheng City had likely arrived. Yu Huan gazed at the foremost figure, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. He was extraordinarily handsome. His features were chiseled as if sculpted, and his entire demeanor exuded the air of nobility born from long-standing power. This must be Mo Bai, the lord of Yuncheng City, the strongest among the Beastman continent. Following closely behind were two others. The one with a fierce gaze, looking as if he wished to devour them, was undoubtedly the ape tribe leader, while the pale yet slightly sinister-looking one had to be the wolf tribe leader. Yu Huan mentally assigned their roles. Hanmian was also fixated on Mo Ran, calculating their chances of victory should a confrontation arise. For a moment, silence enveloped them. Noticing Mo Ran's prolonged silence, the ape tribe leader, Warren, grew anxious, saying, "Chief, what are we waiting for? That serpent beast just injured so many of us. I'll go kill him." Before Mo Ran could respond, Warren charged forward, driven by rage and blind to the fact that he was no match for the serpent beast. Yu Huan stood in front of Hanmian, witnessing an ape tribe member rushing towards them. Without a moment to think, she immediately transformed. A burst of fire shot forth. Warren was taken aback. It was his first time witnessing a phoenix beast breathe fire. Although returning tribe members had spoken of it, seeing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. In a panic, He turned and fled. Huan, come back, Hanmian. Seeing Yu Huan about to pursue, called out to her urgently. Hearing Hanmian's voice, Yu Huan halted, transforming back into her human form and running back to his side. Hanmian, I just wanted to scare them. Hanmian looked at her with a fond smile. Then turned his gaze back to the opposition. The Phoenix Beast was also present. Chief. Warren ran to Mo Ran's side, still trembling with fear. Mo Ran was equally astonished by Yu Huan's beast form and divine fire. Feeling a strong sense of defeat rising within him, he had been successful from a young age, having faced no rivals for many years. The sudden emergence of the Phoenix Beast, not only powerful but also captivating, ignited a fierce desire for conquest within him after a brief moment of defeat. The orcs behind him were also left speechless by Yu Huan's display. Aside from the ape tribe still fixated on revenge, the lion and wolf tribe orcs had lost all thoughts of aggression. What did it matter to them? This was a life or death matter. The Phoenix Beast was here. What should we do now? Chief, let us rush in together. They are but a few. Can she burn us all? Warren was both angry and scared, his eyes wide with rage. What are you saying? Are you suggesting we sacrifice our kin to fill a pit? Those who surged ahead. What of those who have already fallen? Kavin, the wolf tribe leader, was infuriated by Warren's words. To avenge your ape tribe, you would have us sacrifice our kin. What a foolish dream. Don't rush. Haven't you noticed? The Phoenix Beast doesn't dare set fire in the forest. She hasn't pursued us. She poses no threat. If we stay here, the green crystal forest lies ahead. They won't dare enter, and now they have no way to retreat. We should think of a plan slowly, Oran reassured Warren, but in his heart, he pondered how to approach the Phoenix Beast. Kavin, did you see? Wolf 7 is over there. How do you explain that? Warren, unable to exact revenge immediately, turned his ire towards the wolf tribe. Why should I explain? You should ask yourself. Wolf 7 loves to play and often disappears without a trace. How would I know? Kavin shot Warren a disdainful look, retorting sharply. Now emboldened, with the Phoenix Beast present, no one would recklessly charge to their doom. Wolf 7 would naturally not be foolish enough to admit he was there to deliver a message. Warren, red-faced with anger, found himself at a loss for how to retaliate. Realizing Wolf 7 had indeed been absent from the tribe for an entire cold season, he glared at Yu Huan, hatred burning in his eyes. You are that Phoenix Beast? Why did you kill over 100 of my kin? They harmed Hanmian and came seeking his life. If I don't kill them, should I wait for them to kill us? Yu Huan retorted disdainfully. Just because they harmed a serpent beast that deserved to die, it is only right for the tribe to hunt the serpent beast. Who doesn't he know? Who among the entire Beastman continent doesn't he wish for the serpent beast's demise? What concern is it of yours as a Phoenix Beast to hunt the serpent beast? Warren bellowed angrily, glaring at Yu Huan. His hundreds of tribe members perished for such a ridiculous reason. Upon hearing him say that the entire Beastman continent wished for Hanmian's death, Yu Huan erupted with fury. Who do you say should die? If any of you dare to harm a single hair on Hanmian, I will grind you to dust. It was the first time Hanmian witnessed Yu Huan like this. Her small figure stood protectively before him, her body trembling with rage. Seeing her unstable emotions, he quickly wrapped his arms around her waist from behind and whispered softly in her ear. Huan. Don't get angry. I'm here. I'm fine. Yu Huan turned to look at Hanmian's face, calming down and ignoring the group opposite them. Warren's face turned ashen with fury, yet he dared not charge forward. Left uncertain about what to do, Mo Ran quietly observed everything, pondering. It turns out that the Phoenix Beast only slaughtered the ape tribe to protect the snake beast, rather than coming for Yunzhong City. That certainly makes things easier. He had always regarded himself as unique, the most exceptional, and had never cast a glance at any female. However, the appearance of the Phoenix Beast changed everything. Finally, there was a female worthy of him. Such a beautiful and outstanding Phoenix Beast should belong to the most powerful male on this Beastman continent. Due to the deeply ingrained beliefs of the Beastmen, he had never considered that the Phoenix Beast's protection of the snake beast stemmed from affection. Moreover, even if it were affection, he would scoff at it. What could a snake beast possibly compare to him, the pride of heaven? As the standoff resumed, Yi Chun could no longer contain himself. Han Mian. They dare not approach, yet we cannot leave. If this continues, we will suffer greatly. Yichin expressed his concern. There was no water or food here, and it wouldn't be long before they too would face exhaustion. The main forces of Yunzhong City were concentrated here, leaving the city vulnerable, especially with females needing protection. They would surely withdraw a significant portion of their forces soon. Han Mian, deep in thought, calmly replied. There is a small river in the forest behind us. Quite near, I can go there to hunt and fetch water while Huan keeps watch here. They wouldn't dare approach. Although the forest belongs to Yunzhong City, as long as I don't confront the city lord, they cannot harm me. Han Mian. Does that mean if I can hold off their leader, you all can escape first? Huan's eyes sparkled with hope. How can you hold him off? They are here for revenge against you and Han Mian. Once he leaves, they will surely pursue. You won't be able to exert your strength in the forest. If you go hunting, they will definitely follow you. Yichin exclaimed, a sense of urgency in his voice. Imobai also regretted coming along. You Huan, we shouldn't have come if it were just you and Han Mian. You could have flown him back. We have dragged you into this. Yu Huan laughed. Imobai, what are you thinking? Do you take me for a member of the Eagle tribe? With such a vast area as Yunzhong City, do you think I have the strength to carry Han Mian back? Besides, they will eventually seek revenge. It's better to face them here than in the White Tiger tribe. What Yu Huan said was the truth, not mere consolation for Imobai. Her beast form was too large, and her speed was not fast. She could unleash fire, but prolonged flight was impossible. The last time she took Han Mian to the mountains, she returned feeling exhausted. Just a moment ago, when she had unleashed fire to scare the ape tribe's leader, it was not as vigorous as when she had been in the White Tiger tribe. She believed it was due to the 5 incomplete phoenix tail flowers. Let us first see what they plan to do. There's no need to rush. Han Mian's expression remained indifferent. He could sense that the leader of Yunzhong City bore no intention for conflict. Chapter 43. I am not afraid of fire. Seeing Han Mian's calm demeanor, Huan felt reassured. Being with Han Mian, she feared nothing. After all, they were not waiting here to die. If it truly came to a dire situation, she would not hesitate to burn the entire forest. Moreover, Yunzhong City was not foolish enough to risk the lives of the entire city on a gamble with her. As long as Han Mian was unharmed, she remained unperturbed. Han Mian, you mentioned that the water in this lake is salty. Could it be a salt lake? We can extract salt and take it back. Since we have nothing else to do right now, let us gather as much as we can, shall we? Huan whispered in Han Mian's ear. Salt lake? Huan can produce salt. Han Mian asked, intrigued. He only knew that salt was unique to the sea tribe, but he had never seen how it was made. Huan led Han Mian to the lakeside. Han Mian, take out the stone pot. Let us collect some lake water. Yi Chun and the others followed when they saw them heading to the lakeside. Huan instructed them to find some dry twigs and grass to start a fire. Why are we gathering firewood when we are in a standoff with them? Imobai and Yi Chun, though puzzled, were accustomed to following Huan's directives, so they asked no questions and went off with Wolf 7 to gather supplies. The lakeside was quite a distance from the forest, and in this large open area, saltwort grass grew sparsely, along with a few mulberry trees and yew trees. It was not difficult to find dry grass and branches. And soon the group had gathered enough firewood, brought stones to start a fire, and placed the stone pot atop it. Huan reminded everyone to keep an eye on the fire. While waiting for the salt to boil, Huan began to examine the items she had retrieved from the cave. Among them were her medicinal supplies, clothing, snacks, and even the shorts she had made for Han Mian. Everything was intact and had not been lost. Huan felt a surge of joy as she checked the expiration dates of the snacks, smiling mysteriously at Han Mian. Han Mian, keep a close watch on the stone pot. Soon, you will witness a miracle. As Han Mian observed her fiddling with the old items, sweet memories washed over him. The leader of the ape tribe, stationed at the edge of the forest, caught sight of the group leisurely starting a fire. And he was furious. This was an utter disregard for them. Leader, are we just going to watch them? What do you propose? We cannot fight them. Perhaps we should return to guard the city. They will inevitably enter the forest. Wolf tribe leader Kevin was growing impatient. He wished to leave immediately, pulling back some of their forces to hunt in the forest and return to the city. Their sudden appearance here could very well be a plan by the White Tiger tribe to keep them occupied for a surprise attack. Ran pondered for a long while and could not dismiss this possibility. Kevin, take the wolf tribe back to guard Yunzhong City. Alan, You lead the ape tribe and some of the lion warriors to hunt and return to the city. I will stay here and find a way to lure them into the forest. Go back and scout. If there are no traces of the white tiger tribe, return to join me. Though Mo Rant's arrangements were meant to prevent a surprise attack from the white tiger tribe, he also had ulterior motives. He wished to drive the ape tribe away. Only the ape tribe had enmity with the phoenix beast. Once the ape tribe departed, it would be easier to negotiate with the opposing side. With Alan present, no discussion could take place. He would explode at any moment. After contemplating, Alan concluded that there was no way to deal with the phoenix beast, and remaining here was futile. It was better to return and gather more people to strategize how to push them into the forest. Thus, he and Cavan led the beastmen away. Only about 100 lion beastmen remained at the forest's edge. Mo Ran reflected for a moment, then turned his back to the remaining lion beastmen. Waving his hand, all retreat into the forest. Do not come out without my command. Once the lion beastmen retreated into the forest, Mo Ran walked towards Huan and her group. The few people boiling water by the salt lake noticed that most of the beastmen had departed. And Wolf 7 nudged Han Mian. Han Mian, you're amazing. They really retreated, he exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Han Mian, feeling helpless, replied, Wolf 7, why aren't you going back? Your beast father has left. How will you explain your return to Yunzhong City? I won't go back. I want to stay with you all. I'll just say you kidnapped me. Before Han Mian could respond, he heard Wolf 7 shout, Han Mian, the leader is coming over. What should we do? He is quite formidable. Don't panic. Let us see what he intends to do. If he wanted to attack, he wouldn't come alone. Han Mian casually told him Obai. Standing up, even without Huan's fire, he and this lion were evenly matched. He simply wished to avoid deepening their enmity. Little female, I am Mo Ran, the leader of Yunzhong City. I bear no ill will towards you. May we converse? Mo Ran halted his steps, gazing at Huan, his voice measured and calm. No ill will? You surrounded us in the cave and now chase us to encircle us. Do you even believe that? Yi Chen, seeing Mo Ran fixating on Huan, sensed his deceptive intentions and yelled in frustration. Hold on. Let us discuss this calmly. The conflict outside the cave arose because you entered Yunzhong City's territory first. And importantly, the snake beast has previously harmed many of the ape tribe's beastmen. We pursued you because this area also belongs to Yunzhong City, and you have just injured many of my kin. Little female, you previously killed so many ape tribe members. Is it unreasonable for me to pursue you? Mo Ran endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor, but his long-standing position of authority inadvertently colored his expression and tone with a hint of condescension. Huan found it laughable. Mo Ran, is it? Han Mian harmed the ape tribe because they first surrounded him. The ape tribe can attack Han Mian, but we cannot harm the ape tribe? Since you believe it's all our fault, what is there to discuss? Feel free to make your move. Han Mian restrained Huan's hand, genuinely wishing to avoid enmity with Yunzhong City. He was not alone anymore. He had Huan now. Since Mo Ran claimed to harbor no ill will, he was willing to listen to what he had to say. Little female, please allow me to finish. I have no desire to be enemies with you, but your actions have led to the deaths and injuries of many among the ape tribe. They will not let this go easily. I drove them away because I wanted to negotiate with you on how to avoid this conflict. Without waiting for a response, he continued. You are aware that if this impasse continues, both sides will suffer. Even if you do not perish here, if the ape tribe fights with their lives on the line, do you think your divine fire can incinerate so many at once? Moreover, I am not afraid of fire. He enunciated the last sentence slowly, causing several listeners to startle internally. What does he mean by not being afraid of fire? Seeing their silence, Mo Ran quickly added, if you possess fire, I can come over to test it. I truly do not wish to be your enemy. Wolf 7, your beast father also does not wish to be their enemy. Does he? Wolf 7, blushing, replied respectfully, indeed. Leader Dam O Ran approached the campfire, his hand gliding through the flames, lingering for a moment before emerging unscathed. Several onlookers were left astounded. Could it be that there truly exists flesh and blood unafraid of fire? You see my sincerity now? We are not enemies. Might you reveal your purpose for coming to Yunzhong City? Mo Ran inquired, fixing his gaze upon you Huan. There are my belongings in the cave. I have come to retrieve them. You Huan scrutinized him, her mind racing. He fears not the flames. Could he genuinely be here to negotiate peace? Otherwise, there would be no need to confer with them. Would there? Yet, she pondered, what does it matter whether he is sincere or not? If he is unafraid, surely his kin are. At worst, she could threaten him with the destruction of his forest. Your belongings? You have been to Yunzhong City? Then why do you associate with them now? Mo Ran was perplexed. Such a striking and formidable female should have sought him out first, not gone to the Bai who tried to find the young clan leader. Mo Bai was far inferior to him. I have not visited. It was Han Mian who hibernated here. Upon awakening, we were ambushed by your ape clan from Yunzhong City and sustained grave injuries. We have only just come to retrieve what was left behind. Yu Huan, suppressing her impatience, continued to parry his inquiries, eager to discern his true intentions. Han Mian, the serpent beast? How could he possess a young female's belongings? Mo Ran mused internally, casting a glance at Han Mian, who stood protectively before the young female, revealing only her neck and face. This serpent beast had also attained the 6th tier of strength? Comparable to himself. Why would this young female shield him so fiercely? Was she enchanted by the serpent's visage? That was no matter. His own appearance was also pleasing. Upon this reflection, he shifted his focus back to Yu Huan's face. What do you intend to do? Will we remain in this deadlock indefinitely? Surely, you have come with a plan. Mo Bai, growing increasingly irritated by his incessant questioning, interjected, if I were to simply let you go, the ape clan would undoubtedly pursue us relentlessly. As the lord of Yunzhong City, I cannot turn a blind eye to such matters. There are only 2 options. He raised 2 fingers, scanning the crowd before turning his gaze back to Yu Huan. Changing his tone, young female, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I was captivated. Should you agree to become my mate, it would provide me with the justification to protect you. The ape clan would dare not seek vengeance upon you again. The 2 options are, either you accompany me back to Yunzhong City, and I shall let them go, or I accompany you, and after our union, we will return to Yunzhong City together. Yu Huan could scarcely believe her ears. Was this man truly in his right mind? Han Mian's gaze turned icy, flames igniting in his eyes. Chief, Yu Luin and the others have arrived, before anyone could react. Wolf Chi shouted this proclamation. Mo Ran turned to see shadowy figures emerging from the forest. He then turned back to Yu Huan, his tone earnest. I truly do have feelings for you. Allow me to send them back first. We can discuss this later. Without waiting for a response, he transformed and vanished into the forest's edge with astonishing speed. Chapter 44. Negotiating terms with Salt Han Mian. He was jesting. He must be unwell. He claimed I burned down his forest. Please do not be angry. Yu Huan turned to embrace Han Mian. She sensed his rising anger, feeling the chill radiating from him. In truth, aside from Yu Huan, none were particularly surprised by Mo Ran's words. I in the beast realm. It is entirely normal for a male to desire to mate with an outstanding and beautiful female. Therefore, Mo Ran's affection for Yu Huan was hardly unexpected. Yet, the reaction of Yu Huan was indeed shocking. Even if she were to cherish Han Mian, this was Mo Ran, the lord of Yunzhong City, the mightiest of the beast god continent. Accepting him as a mate would yield only benefits, with no drawbacks. Although Yu Huan was formidable herself, wouldn't a union of strengths be even better? Besides, this lord of Yunzhong City was exceedingly handsome, rivaling Han Mian, albeit with a different aura. Moreover, in the beast realm, a male may pursue a female, and as long as the female is willing, even her primary mate cannot interfere. A male can have but one mate throughout his life. Such a bond signifies an oath to the beast god. Should a mate grow disdainful, the female may sever the bond by erasing the beast mark belonging to that male, resulting in the male's power being drastically diminished. A male stripped of combat prowess becomes a liability, as no tribe would sustain a non-combative male. Females in the beast realm cannot transform or hunt. They rely on numerous males for sustenance and protection. This is also the beast god's means of ensuring the propagation and protection of the beast realm. Females possess absolute authority over their mates. Han Mian observed Yu Huan, who clung to him, his heart a tumult of emotions. He understood that she prioritized him above all else and would never consider uniting with Mo Ran. Yet, her excessive concern for his feelings often led her to tread carefully, which pained him. He gently reassured her, urging her to meet his gaze. Huan, I am fine, though not fear. Han Mian felt a flicker of anger. He was incensed that this lord of Yunzhong City would use a proposal of union with Huan Huan as a bargaining chip, if he had merely expressed admiration for her. Han Mian might have been less irked. Huan Huan, let us ignore him. We shall continue to produce salt, shall we? Yu Huan Huan was thoroughly exasperated with Mo Ran, whose nonsensical remarks had soured Han Mian's mood. Leaving her utterly bewildered, Han Mian took Yu Huan Huan's hand, and together they strolled to the lakeside to continue their salt production, while the other three fell silent for a moment before following suit. Upon Mo Ran's return to the forest's edge, Yu Luan and the others arrived just in time. Chief, we have patrolled the area and found no trace of the Baihu tribe. They are unlikely to attack Yunzhong City. What shall we do? He gestured toward Yu Huan Huan and her companions. We cannot control her flames. If she becomes agitated, she could set this forest ablaze, and we would all perish. We cannot afford to take a hard stance. Mo Ran spoke gravely to Yu Luan, whose heart sank at the thought of a scorched forest and the demise of their kin. The priest mentioned a type of soul-reviving incense that can control phoenix beasts. Merely inhaling it induces dizziness. You must inquire and search for its whereabouts, though it may be difficult to find. It is still a potential solution. Mo Ran doubted they would discover such a legendary item. Let us first disperse the ape clan. Just as Yu Luan felt despair, the mention of the soul-reviving incense revitalized him. All right. We shall all search for it. Chief, will you remain here? This is Yunzhong City's territory. I fear they may cause further trouble. It is best I stay vigilant. You all go, gather everyone. If she unleashes her flames, sheer numbers will not suffice. If she refrains, I alone can handle them. Yu Luan was well aware of Mo Ran's combat prowess, responding affirmatively as he led the lion and ape clans away. Leaving Mo Ran alone, Huan Huan, look, is that salt? Yu Huan Huan exclaimed joyfully upon spotting a thin layer of white crystals at the bottom of the pot. Han Mian scraped the crystals down, crushed them, and tasted them. Indeed, it was salt. Huan Huan, we can extract salt from lake water. Han Mian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, Han Mian. Let us grind it finer and boil it again. The salt will be whiter and cleaner. Yu Huan Huan's face radiated joy. After searching for so long, she had unexpectedly found salt here. Upon hearing it was salt, the other three quickly dipped their fingers into Han Mian's hand, tasting it. And their excitement surged. It's salt. Huan, will we no longer need to exchange with the sea tribe? Yichen gazed at Yu Huan Huan with delight, his voice trembling with excitement. This is salt. With this, the tribes across the beast realm will have to heed our wishes. The beast realm is far from the sea tribe, and we can only make the journey once a year. Trading precious purple jade in exchange. Purple jade is unique to the Wanshur Mountain, a barren land at the northernmost tip of the Beastman continent. Every year, many males must be dispatched to seek it, wasting considerable time. What are you thinking? This is Yunzhong City's domain. Mo Ran interjected, slapping Yichen lightly on the shoulder. Wai Yichen snapped back to reality, realizing the gravity of the situation. Indeed? It is Yunzhong City's territory. Quickly, let us prepare more stone pots and extract as much salt as we can. We can discuss the rest later. Yu Huan Huan shouted to them, regardless of whose it is. Let us focus on gathering it first. Huan Huan, come here. Seeing Han Mian beckoning her, Yu Huan Huan hurried over. What is it? Han Mian. This method of salt production is known only to you. Yunzhong City is undoubtedly unaware. Use this to negotiate terms, demanding half of the Baihu tribe's share. Han Mian indicated toward Mo Ran's direction. Yu Huan Huan followed his gesture, observing Mo Ran sauntering toward them, his pace unhurried. With deep-set brows and a noble demeanor, like a fragrant orchid. However, I do not wish to engage with him. There is something amiss with his mind. Yu Huan Huan truly wished to avoid conversing with Mo Ran. She felt it unjust that an unrelated individual should cause Han Mian discomfort. Do not fret, Huan Huan. He will acquiesce. If he does not, simply threaten to set fire to his forest. Han Mian smiled at Yu Huan Huan. But he speaks nonsensical. Do you not feel angered? Yu Huan Huan remained somewhat concerned. It is only natural for someone as beautiful and exceptional as you to attract his admiration. Many will admire you in the future. I would be foolish to let anger consume me. I wish to live a few more years. Han Mian's lips curled into a smile. Yu Huan Huan sensed an undertone of sarcasm in his words. In truth, While Han Mian was not genuinely angry, Yu Huan's unwavering support and intense affection gave him the confidence that she would not develop feelings for another. Even if she did, it would not compare to her feelings for him. Furthermore, the significance of salt to the tribes was undeniable. Mo Ran, not wishing to be their adversary, would have no reason to cling to the matter of uniting with Huan as an excuse. Mo Ran sauntered over and stood before Yu Huan, earnestly asking, "Little female, I have sent everyone away because I truly like you. Would you consider becoming my mate?" Yu Huan cast him a glance. Her tone displeased. "I have no desire. You didn't send anyone away. We could leave on our own. If worst comes to worst, I shall set your forest ablaze. What is it about me that you find unfavorable?" "How could you refuse?" Mo Ran questioned, confusion evident in his starry eyes. He simply could not comprehend this unexpected turn of events. He had never anticipated that the little female would decline his offer. Was there truly anyone who would not wish to be his partner? Han Mian turned away, lowering his head to suppress a laugh. Let her threaten. Mo Ran with the notion of burning down the forest to secure his agreement. She had used that to her advantage. How am I supposed to know what you find lacking? I do not even know you, moreover. Your worthiness has no bearing on me. I already have a partner. Upon noticing Han Mian's turn back, Yu Huan felt it best to clarify matters promptly. A partner? The young leader of the White Tiger tribe? What of it? I am stronger than he is. That does not hinder our potential union. Mo Ran was somewhat puzzled. Which female would not prefer a stronger male? In this beastly realm, there was no one more formidable than he. What nonsense are you spouting? Mo Bai is not my partner. How about we strike a deal? Yu Huan's irritation intensified at the mention of Mo Bai, especially with Han Mian eavesdropping nearby. She hastily sought to change the subject. What kind of deal? Mo Ran, bewildered, had just been discussing the matter of becoming mates. I can produce salt. Would you like to learn? Produce salt? Mo Ran was genuinely taken aback. Are you willing to share the method with me? Under certain conditions. From now on, we shall produce salt here, and you are not to enter. You will receive half of the finished salt. Alternatively, I can divulge the method, but you must give me half of the salt. Yu Huan scrutinized Mo Ran's expression, attempting to discern something from his demeanor. Mo Ran maintained an impassive facade, yet in his heart, he was contemplating. If there truly was a method to produce salt, they would no longer be beholden to the Sea Tribe, nor would they waste valuable manpower exchanging for salt each year. Sharing half with the little female seemed entirely reasonable. Furthermore, producing salt could strengthen ties with other tribes in Yunzhong City and thwart the ape tribe's potential retaliation against the phoenix beasts. After all, once they became mates, they would be one family. She would undoubtedly accompany him to Yunzhong City, and Mo Bai from the White Tiger tribe could do little to deter her. He could always follow along. Very well, I agree. After a prolonged silence, Mo Ran spoke. You must swear an oath to the beast god. Yu Huan was unfamiliar with his character but knew that beast men revered the beast god. And once an oath was sworn, it could never be violated. Little female, what is your name? Do you not know how to swear an oath? Yu Huan. Han Mian had always been curious. Everyone in the tribe called her Yu Huan, including Mo Bai and Yi Chun. Yet, she introduced herself as Yu Huan. I swear to the beast god that all the salt produced shall be divided equally with Yu Huan. Mo Ran placed his right hand over his heart, sincerely swearing to the beast god. Finally, Yu Huan felt at ease. Han Mian, could you please explain to him how to produce salt? She approached and nudged Han Mian, believing that avoiding any semblance of suspicion was best achieved through distance. Han Mian, preoccupied with thoughts regarding Yu Huan's name, instinctively turned upon being nudged. Mo Ran, witnessing Yu Huan conversing with the snake beast, turned to observe. The phoenix emblazoned on Han Mian's chest caught him off guard. His eyes widened. Was this snake beast Yu Huan's partner? Initially, when they first met, he had been too far away to notice. During his first visit, Yu Huan had stood in front of Han Mian, obscuring his view of the chest. Naturally, he had never considered this possibility. The sudden revelation was overwhelming, leaving him grappling with emotions he had never experienced before. Yu Huan, he is your partner as well? Mo Ran could not help but inquire. What do you mean by as well? He is my only partner. Please, do not say such things. Yu Huan believed her actions in slaying so many ape beasts for Han Mian were self-evident. After speaking, she grasped Han Mian's hand and headed toward the spot where Yi Chun and the others were boiling salt. She turned back and called to Mo Ran, You come too. Han Mian will tell you how it's done. Mo Ran endeavored to convince himself that a snake beast was acceptable. At the very least, it would be easier to bring Yu Huan back to Yunzhong City without a tribe. Chapter 45. You should smile like this. Han Mian watched as Yu Huan grasped his hand and walked ahead, her face displaying a mix of embarrassment and anger. Such a Huan was utterly adorable. He could not help but laugh. It was the first time Yu Huan had heard Han Mian laugh aloud. She turned to look, only to see Han Mian's brows raised, his smile unabashed and charming, making his face even more enchanting, captivating her heart. In her heart, she mused, how wonderful it would be if Han Mian lived like this. He deserved to smile joyously and live freely. He should do as he pleases. This beastly realm had been exceedingly unkind to him. He had endured far too much malice. How could she create a world for him where he would no longer face scorn, disdain, or persecution? Huan, what are you thinking? Han Mian noticed Yu Huan staring at him in a daze, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, and felt a twinge of concern. Han Mian, you should smile like this. From now on, do whatever you wish. You need not worry about anything or anyone. Yu Huan tightly embraced Han Mian. The promise that she would protect him firmly nestled in her heart. The setting sun's rays illuminated Yu Huan's face, a few crystalline tears trailing down, dazzling Han Mian to the point where he could barely keep his eyes open, his gaze misty with emotion and warmth swelling in his chest. Han Mian understood that she was grieving for his misfortunes. Yu Huan had never inquired whether he had committed any wrongdoings. She had not questioned him regarding the reasons for slaying the ape tribe. As long as they had harmed him, it was unacceptable. She was conveying that irrespective of his nature, good or evil, everything would be fine as long as she was there to shield him. How many people spend their entire lives yearning for what they cannot attain? Yu Huan was always like this, slipping into his heart from unexpected angles. Yet, she felt it was not enough. She wanted to push further, to fill his heart entirely with her, leaving no crevice unoccupied. Huan, do not cry. I will smile for you every day from now on. All right? Han Mian tilted his head to prevent the tears from falling. His voice choked with emotion. Those around them stared in astonishment at the two. What does this mean? How did they go from laughing to crying? Mo Ran felt a bit awkward, following closely behind. He could hear and see everything clearly. It seemed Yu Huan was particularly concerned about this snake beast, which sparked a tinge of insecurity in his otherwise confident and superior demeanor. Han Mian. Look, I have produced salt again. Wolf 7, still a youth, was blissfully oblivious, shouting at Han Mian. Once Han Mian's emotions had settled, he took Yu Huan and walked over. Indeed, Wolf 7 is quite impressive. Han Mian praised Wolf 7 as he collected the boiled salt. Upon receiving Han Mian's commendation, Wolf 7's face flushed with excitement and he exclaimed, I will go boil more. I will gather firewood. I will make stone pots. I will fetch lake water. After Wolf 7 dashed off, Yichun cast a sidelong glance at Han Mian, speaking languidly, Han Mian, did you truly poison them? Why are they acting this way? He gestured toward Yu Huan and then at Wolf 7, his face a mask of disbelief. Do you want some too? Han Mian regarded Yichun, a slight smile curling his lips, his eyes sparkling with mischief, a fleeting moment of brilliance. Do not look at me and smile. Help, he is trying to poison me. Yichun sprang up, feigning panic, his expression exaggeratedly playful. Yu Huan and Mo burst into laughter. Mo Ran stood to the side, utterly perplexed. What on earth were they doing? Hadn't they been discussing learning to produce salt? No one seemed to pay him any mind. Left with no choice, he approached Han Mian. Upon seeing him arrive, Han Mian stifled his laughter and earnestly explained how to filter and boil the lake water. Demonstrating once more before instructing Mo Ran to try it himself. As the moon ascended, the lakeside was enveloped in a hazy glow. I will go hunting and bring back some water for you all. Huan, please wait here for me. After advising Yu Huan, Han Mian stood and departed. Yu Huan longed to accompany him but felt she would be of no assistance in the forest. So she returned to her seat, albeit with lingering worry. Though not fret for him. He is nearly a 6th-tier powerhouse. Even Mo Ran might struggle to harm him. Mo comforted Yu Huan as he sat beside her. Yu Huan nodded, her heart astonished. Had Han Mian truly become so formidable? Would he not need to threaten Mo Ran regarding his forest when he left? Imo Bai and Yi-chan returned from the forest with an abundance of dry firewood and several enormous leaves. Yu Huan spread the leaves out on the ground, unable to suppress her astonishment. These leaves are larger than beds. The flora and fauna of this beastly realm truly defy logic. She reclined on the leaves, observing the others diligently boiling salt, unable to stifle her laughter. Particularly amusing was Imo Ran, who, with his noble visage, squatted beside the fire, occasionally leaning in to inspect the stone pot. Adding firewood, his demeanor was utterly incongruous. She then recalled that this was their first encounter with the salt-making process, and as salt was precious, it made sense they would be so invested. After 2 days and nights of bustling activity, Yu Huan was utterly exhausted and longed for sleep, but could not relax until Han Mian returned. Her fingers absently traced the nearby leaves, noticing how rough the texture of this slightly smaller leaf felt. Huh? Why did the veins of this leaf resemble those of mulberry leaves? But mulberry leaves could not possibly be this large. Yi-chan, the leaf you just brought, this one, the smaller one. Is there a type of black or red? Soft fruit on the tree. Yu Huan called out in Yi-chan's direction. Fruits? No, only many large white worms. This particular one is the only one without worms, so I brought it back. Yi-chan pondered for a moment, responding earnestly, worms? Are they silkworms? Yu Huan's heart stirred. If they were silkworms, perhaps she could raise them and craft a silk garment for Han Mian. She could also make some silk undergarments for herself. She envisioned the face of Han Mian, that figure clad in silken garments, and could not help but wonder how exquisite and ethereal he would appear. Unable to suppress her laughter, she exclaimed, Huan, what are you grinning about? Upon returning from the hunt, Han Mian encountered the radiant smile of Yu Huan. Even as he approached her, she remained blissfully unaware, and with a resigned smile, he handed her 2 fruits. Han Mian, you're back. The moment Yu Huan saw Han Mian, her fatigue vanished, and with a joyful leap, she enveloped him in a bear hug, causing the unprepared Han Mian to stumble slightly before he quickly secured his grip around her waist. Han Mian found himself in a mix of amusement and exasperation. Huan always acted like a child. Huan, stop fooling around. Here, have a fruit that I'll prepare a Mian beast for you. Imo Bai and Yi-chan also gathered around, methodically tending to the spoils Han Mian had brought back. After snatching a fruit, Lang Chi dashed off to gather firewood, rekindling the flames under the pot, while Imo Bai set about boiling the Mian beast soup with the water Han Mian had brought. Meanwhile, Yi-chan roasted meat using the freshly boiled salt, its fine, white grains exciting them all. Yu Huan clung to Han Mian like a koala, impossible to pry away. Han Mian, ensnared by her affection, found himself unable to do anything but sit on the leaves, embracing her with a blend of helplessness and sweetness. Han Mian, will you take me to the forest tomorrow to find these leaves? They have worms that spin silk, which we can use to make clothes. It is so smooth. If we bring some back, I'll make you an outfit. Yu Huan whispered in his ear. Worms spun silk for clothing. All right, we'll go find it tomorrow. But first, let me go and have a fruit. Han Mian replied, already accustomed to Huan's whimsical ideas, as she was inherently unique. Imo Ran observed the salt he had finally boiled with excitement, eager to share his joy with Yu Huan. However, upon lifting his gaze, he found her nestled in Han Mian's lap, clinging to him. Han Mian repeatedly attempted to push her away, but she stubbornly burrowed deeper into his embrace. Imo Ran felt a mix of frustration and fondness. Yu Huan was undeniably adorable and delightfully soft, endearing her to him even more. He imagined that once he and Yu Huan became partners, she would surely seek his affection in the same manner. She appeared so tender and innocent, a stark contrast to the assertive figure he had seen earlier. Unable to resist, Imo Ran approached them. Han Mian, noticing him, leaned down and gently coaxed, Huan, be good, let go for a moment. Yu Huan, I've boiled the salt, Imo Ran announced as he reached their side, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yet, Yu Huan, still wanting to play the spoiled child, suddenly heard his voice and immediately pouted. Releasing Han Mian, she turned and spoke coldly, yes, just let someone else boil it when dawn breaks. Seeing her face transform instantly, Imo Ran felt a mix of helplessness and amusement. This little female truly has 2 faces. He thought, a strong desire to conquer her rising within him. He longed to witness her soft, pleading sigh directed at him. He mused that this serpent beast was unworthy. After all, the little female was clinging to Han Mian. While he had dared to push her away, if he were in Han Mian's place, he would have declared, "Yu Huan, I genuinely like you. Will you be my partner? You needn't cling to me for affection. I am strong enough to satisfy you." Yu Huan was taken aback by Mo Ran's declaration, nearly dropping her jaw. Realizing Han Mian was still present, she quickly looked at him, her eyes filled with pleading. "Han Mian, please don't be angry, don't listen to his nonsense." She then turned to Mo Ran, her anger flaring. "What are you talking about? I kindly taught you how to make salt. Don't repay my kindness with malice. Are you trying to sabotage me?" Han Mian observed the rapid shifts in Yu Huan's expressions with amusement. His memories of her depicted her as a tender-hearted girl who cried easily, was playful, timid, and often clung to him, exuding a gentle charm. Yet, the Yu Huan he encountered now, interacting with others, was entirely different. Capable of anger, coldness, and even ferocity, it struck him that she was only soft and sweet in his presence. As he contemplated this, he couldn't help but chuckle at Yu Huan's icy demeanor toward Mo Ran. Such a side of her was truly fascinating. Yu Huan, initially frowning, could not withstand Han Mian's warm smile. Her irritation melted away, as long as he smiled. She felt reassured. She quickly composed herself, cupping his face with her hands. "Han Mian, are you hungry? I'll check if the soup is ready. It's your favorite. So wait for me." Without waiting for his response, she dashed off to assist Mo with the soup, completely ignoring Mo Ran. Mo Ran was left bewildered by Yu Huan's reaction. How have I wronged her? He pondered, his expression complex as he gazed at Han Mian, who sat with one leg bent, nonchalantly playing with the fruit. "How do you manage this?" After a long pause, Mo Ran finally spoke. Han Mian lifted his head. A smile dancing in his eyes asked her, "I truly don't know." His tone was teasing, yet he maintained an air of calm indifference, which only served to irritate Mo Ran further in Mo Ran's eyes. This was a provocation, a display of undeserved arrogance. Having been revered for so long, he could not tolerate such insolence, and his anger flared, wishing to strike Han Mian's face into a pulp. Chapter 46. Who told you to provoke me? As the two were in a standoff, Yu Huan approached, calling out excitedly, "Quick, Han Mian, try this. The salt has no bitterness at all. The soup is delicious." She presented a bowl of soup to him, blowing gently, "Drink up, it's not hot anymore. I've cooled it for you. The Mian beast meat is tender and soft. I'll go fetch you some chopsticks." With that, she dashed away again. Han Mian gazed at the vivacious Yu Huan, then at the warm soup in his hands, feeling an overwhelming sense of contentment. Truly, he felt unworthy of such affection. Mo Ran looked on in disbelief, his tone tinged with displeasure. "You actually let her take care of you." He thought this serpent beast was utterly shameless. Not only was he lacking in prowess, but he also allowed the female to tend to him. Traditionally, it was the male who cared for the female. What was he doing? It was disgraceful. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Han Mian understood Mo Ran's sentiments, but Huan had always been this way, caring and eager to do things for him. If he denied her, she would become upset. Though he had grown accustomed to it, he understood why others might find it hard to accept. He cast a calm glance at Mo Ran. "It's good. You should try it. It tastes great." Mo Ran's urge to pick a fight was thwarted by Han Mian's nonchalant remark. Curiosity piqued, he wondered what this was that he was eating. With a huff of frustration, he turned away to find Mo Bai and the others. Mo Bai, Yi Chun, and Lang Chi were bringing the soup pot and roasted meat to join Han Mian. Upon seeing Mo Ran approach, Lang Chi spoke up, "Leader, let us go find Han Mian and eat together." "Han Mian, is it tasty? I cooked it today, with Mo Bai supervising. I'll fill you another bowl." Lang Chi eagerly took Han Mian's bowl to refill it. Watching him with hopeful eyes, Mo Bai shot Lang Chi an exasperated glance. "You can boast about your cooking skills without dragging me into it." Mo Ran, now exasperated, remarked, "This is absurd. What is happening in this world? Everyone is fawning over a serpent beast." Once everyone settled, Yu Huan returned, pushing Lang Chi aside to sit next to Han Mian. Lang Chi, feeling slighted, moved to the other side, squeezing past Yi Chun, then asked, "Han Mian, is it tasty?" Han Mian, observing Lang Chi's sparkling eyes, felt as if his life had turned surreal since meeting Yu Huan. It was normal for a serpent beast to be scorned, but receiving such earnest attention was bewildering. While Huan's affection was one thing, even Lang Qi seemed drawn to him, leaving him in a state of confusion. However, he cherished this kindness immensely. He affectionately ruffled Lang Qi's hair, smiling gently. "Yes, it's delicious. You're getting better at this, see? I told you my cooking is good," Lang Qi exclaimed, beaming. "Han Mian, if you like it, I'll cook for you every day." Lang Qi's face radiated joy. But Yichen couldn't help teasing him. "Are you dreaming? Do you think they need your cooking with so many of us around? Aren't you returning to Yunqing every day, cooking for him?" Lang Qi's expression fell. In truth, Lang Qi, with his youthful heart, found Han Mian different from the serpent beasts of legend. Being Huan's partner only piqued his curiosity further. After getting to know Han Mian, he found him charming, kind, and gentle, which made him drawn to him even more. Huan handed Han Mian a pair of freshly peeled and washed chopsticks. "Han Mian, don't just drink soup. Eat some meat too. It's soft and exactly what you love." Yichen chimed in teasingly. "Huan, you're being too obvious. His chopsticks are finely crafted, while ours are just wooden sticks. It's heartbreaking." Huan raised her chin defiantly. "What else should I do?" Yichen smiled at her. "Huan, I want a pair of chopsticks made by you too." His tone was half joking, half serious. "Oh, I don't know how to peel." Huan feigned innocence, her large eyes wide with mischief. "Oh, I couldn't help but chuckle." And Han Mian smiled as well. Mo ran, sipping the soup, tried using chopsticks to enjoy the Mian beast and roasted meat. He marveled at the flavors and the dynamics among them. He noticed that Mo Bai and Yi Chun also favored Huan, yet she seemed to have no romantic ties with them. Moreover, they did not appear to resent Han Mian for being close to her. He was perplexed by how they managed to coexist so harmoniously. In the span of a single day, he encountered experiences unlike any he had ever known. Astonished by the formidable power of Huan, captivated by her breathtaking beauty, his confident confession met with rejection, and helplessly watching as she favored a serpent beast. She possessed the ability to make salt and prepare exquisite dishes he had never tasted before. How many more surprises lay hidden within her that he had yet to uncover? The dinner concluded amidst playful banter and laughter. When Huan saw that several were about to resume salt-making, she hurriedly intervened. "We've all been weary for 2 days. Let us rest and cook again tomorrow. The lake isn't going anywhere." Mo Ran added, "Indeed, I shall return to organize the males of Yunqiang City to take charge of the salt-making here. I will also inform them not to trouble you in the future. The situation with the ape tribe is somewhat tricky, but he will not dare to defy me publicly. Just be cautious in private. Come back with me to Yunqiang City tonight. It is rather uncomfortable here." "Well, that would be best. We shall stay here for the night, and I wish to linger for a few more days." "You go back first," Huan replied to Mo Ran. "Huan, you intend to sleep here? There is nothing at all. You should come back with me to Yunqiang City." Mo Ran earnestly believed that the lakeside was unsuitable for lodging and wanted Huan to return with him. "No need, thank you. It is perfectly fine here. You should return. We ought to rest." Without a moment's hesitation, Huan declined. Seeing that he could not persuade her, Mo Ran reluctantly took his leave. Wolf 7 stubbornly remained, resolutely refusing to go back to Yunqiang City. The group laid leaves on the ground not far from Huan, lit several campfires, and soon fell asleep, utterly exhausted. Nestled in Han Mian's embrace, Huan absent-mindedly traced the Adam's apple on his throat while whispering, "Han Mian, do you think Mo Ran truly intends to let us go?" Han Mian shivered at her light touch, capturing her mischief-making hand. "He will, if you share the method of salt-making with him. It will be a boon for Yunqiang City. He likes you. He will not make things difficult for you. Did you not see him leave? But I only have affection for you." Upon hearing Han Mian suggest that Mo Ran favored her, Huan quickly wrapped her arms around his neck, pledging her loyalty. "Yes, I know. You only like me. Now sleep, Huan." Han Mian removed Huan's hand and extended an arm for her to rest upon. "If you let me steal a kiss, I will sleep." Huan began to act playfully. Leaning in to kiss his neck, Han Mian pushed her away. "Do not tease, Huan. They are still nearby." His voice was low and restrained. "I will just kiss you, not cause a ruckus." Huan pressed closer, her soft form and lingering kiss rendering Han Mian powerless to resist. Igniting a fire within him, his gaze turning crimson. Before he could fully restrain himself, he swept Huan into the woods. Soon, from atop a tree that few could encircle, sounds of rustling emerged. as dawn broke. Yuehuan felt as if her bones were dissolving, her hair in disarray, her voice choked with emotion. Hanmian, please, no more. Hanmian held her, eyes sparkling with mirth, kissing her alabaster neck, his voice husky and suggestive. Huan, who compelled you to provoke me? Yuehuan felt like a small boat tossed upon the waves. Finally understanding the essence of serpentine nature, it became apparent that Hanmian's previous restraint had merely been an act. As the sun rose, strands of light filtered through the thick leaves, illuminating the two of them. After much effort, they descended from the tree. Yuehuan gazed at the myriad of kiss marks she had left on Hanmian's fair skin, feeling utterly embarrassed. What had she done the previous night? How could they show their faces outside like this? Hanmian observed Yuehuan's flushed cheeks and then glanced down at the marks on his own chest. A sly smile playing on his lips. Huan, it is nothing. No one will mock you. Hanmian stifled a laugh, lifting Yuehuan and heading toward the lakeside. As the morning sun rose, Imobai and Yichun saw Hanmian and Yuehuan emerge from the forest and, upon noticing the marks on Hanmian, felt an inexplicable pang of envy. When would their turn come? Both felt a mixture of sorrow and anticipation. Wolf 7, with no convoluted thoughts, ran up to Hanmian upon his return. Hanmian, what would you like to eat today? Shall I prepare some gugu beasts for you? I saw Yuehuan make them, and I can too. All right, I shall hunt for you. Hanmian set down Yuehuan, smiling at Wolf 7. I will hunt by myself, just wait. I am quite adept at it. Wolf 7 dashed into the forest. Yuehuan, utterly fatigued and slightly shy, felt drained of energy. Hanmian used branches and large leaves to construct a sunshade tent for her. A short distance from the lakeside, layering thick leaves to make her comfortable enough to sleep. Once inside the tent, Yuehuan quickly succumbed to slumber due to sheer exhaustion. As Hanmian stepped out of the tent, he spotted Imo ran approaching with a large group of male lion beastmen. He quickly gestured for silence. Imo ran halted his kin and approached to inquire, "What is the matter?" Yuehuan has just fallen asleep. So please take them over there to prepare the stone pots and gather firewood. Only once everything is ready can you return to cook the salt, Hanmian explained quietly to Imo Ran. Imo Ran, noticing the marks on Hanmian, felt a mix of anger and bitterness. This serpent beast is quite something. Is he retaliating against my words from yesterday? It infuriates me. Yet, as they were genuine mates, he had no choice but to nod in resignation, silently vowing that once he and Yuehuan were bonded, this serpent beast would not dare come near her again. Chapter 47. 6 Phoenix Tail Flowers. Upon returning to Yuncheng City the previous night, Imo Ran summoned the leaders of several tribes into his stone hall. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke amidst the puzzled gazes of the others. The Phoenix Beast is willing to overlook past grievances and teach Yuncheng City the art of salt making. An uproar ensued. The art of salt making? Are you saying we can produce our own salt in the future without needing to trade with the Sea Tribe? Can salt really be made here? We have no ocean. Is the Phoenix Beast deceiving us? Imo Ran raised a hand to silence their clamoring questions, his voice steady. I have witnessed the salt-making method with my own eyes and even attempted it myself. It is indeed true, but why would the Phoenix Beast divulge such crucial information to us? Surely, she harbors some ulterior motive? Enough. I have sworn an oath to the Beast God, promising to share half of the salt we produce with the Phoenix Beast. Furthermore, Yuncheng City shall no longer trouble the Phoenix Beast. Imo Ran's tone was serious, his expression carrying an air of authority that brooked no dissent. After a moment of silence, Cowan voiced his concerns. This is a tremendous boon for Yuncheng City. The Phoenix Beast is powerful. It is best not to make her an enemy. However, if Yuluin returns and learns of this, it could spell trouble. Yuluin brought his tribe to seek the legendary soul-reviving incense that can control the Phoenix Beast. And he is not in Yuncheng City. The enmity he has with the ape tribe should not drag our entire Yuncheng City down with him, should it? Cowan, you have witnessed the means of the Phoenix Beast. If she intends to oppose us, destroying Yuncheng City would be a simple matter. Now that she is willing to share the method of salt making, to oppose her would be sheer folly. An elder of the lion tribe, who had visited the battlefield that day, shouted, his face flushed and neck taut. Indeed, if we provoke her and she burns our forests, will you accompany us to our demise? Another voice chimed in. No, that is not my point. I am merely concerned that Yuluin will not let this go easily, Cowan quickly clarified. eager to ally with the Phoenix Beast. He had no desire to oppose her. He would clarify matters with Yu Luan later. They would not be responsible for any resulting chaos. Yes, Chief, you must also inform the Phoenix Beast that the troubles with the ape tribe do not concern us, the other minor tribe leaders echoed, asserting that the enmity the ape tribe had cultivated was their own issue to resolve. Yuncheng City should not be drawn into the fray. Seeing his goals easily achieved and the ape tribe isolated, Mo Ran suppressed his excitement and methodically arranged plans for the next day. The lion tribe would assist him in salt-making, while the wolf tribe guarded Yuncheng City, and the remaining tribes would hunt to provide for the females and young. When they returned with the salt, the spoils would be divided among the tribes by head count. Any surplus would be exchanged for necessary goods with other tribes, also distributed by head count, with spirits high. Everyone parted ways joyfully. Thus, early the next day, Mo Ran led several hundred lion beastmen eagerly to the lakeside, eager to share the good news with Yue Huan. Yuncheng City would no longer be her adversary. However, the excitement of the previous night was swiftly dashed by the sight of the marks on Han Mian. He forced himself to maintain composure as he directed the lion beastmen to begin digging stone pots, instructing some to fetch firewood from the forest, feigning busyness. Wolf 7, dragging a Gugu beast, returned with a multitude of Gugu beasts, stumbling along. Wei Chan found it amusing and hurried to assist him, unable to help but laugh. Could you not bring back so many? You almost crushed yourself. Han Mian loves to eat, so I thought I would prepare more for him. He hibernated for an entire winter and got injured. Look how thin he has become. Wolf 7 huffed, wiping sweat from his brow. Is he your beast father? Why are you so eager to curry favor with him? Yi Qin shot him a bemused glance, though inwardly he pondered. Han Mian is quite peculiar. Initially, I held disdain for him. He appears cold and aloof, yet being around him feels surprisingly comfortable, prompting an unconscious desire to treat him well, especially when he smiles innocently at you with his gentle eyes. He rarely smiles, but when he does, it feels like a refreshing breeze, truly disarming. Mo Bai and Han Mian approached as the two began to prepare their catched. Mo Ran, catching sight of them cooking, felt a twinge of longing. The delicious feast from the previous night lingered in his memory. Wishing to join them, he hesitated, feeling somewhat out of place, accustomed to the reverence afforded to him in his high position. The individuals in question exhibit a certain indifference towards him, failing to curry his favor, which is somewhat ungrateful of them. He, too, does not wish to seek out triviality. Yet, he finds himself unable to resist stealing glances in their direction. On one such occasion, he unexpectedly spots Han Mian waving at him. Overcome with excitement, he rushes over, only to abruptly remember. He is the leader of Yuncheng City. What is there to be excited about when a mere snake beast beckons? He must remain composed and measured. Thus, he halts, proceeding with slow, deliberate steps towards her. Observing his reaction, Han Mian internally chuckles. This is indeed an intriguing individual. While he was tending to his catch, he sensed Moran's frequent glances, perhaps a habit born from long-standing vigilance. He could always keenly detect the gaze directed at him. Realizing that Moran wished to join him in feasting, but could not bring himself to lower his pride. Hence, he waved his hand, offering a gesture of invitation to come over. Having endured the rain, Han Mian now finds joy in life with Hua Huan, feeling no regrets and filled with gratitude. He harbors a significant goodwill towards this beastly world. Thus he refrains from putting any well-meaning person towards Hua Huan in a difficult position. This is also due to his firm belief in Hua Huan's feelings for him. He knows she could never harbor affection for another, which is why he feels no animosity towards the males surrounding her. As Moran approached, he hesitated, pondering what to say, when Han Mian casually waved him over. Come help with the preparations and taste Wolf 7's cooking. Fried Gugu beast. The words were nonchalant yet gentle, dispelling Moran's awkwardness, allowing him to seamlessly integrate into their midst, and he began to assist in the butchering of the prey. Wolf 7 had kindled a fire, frying the rich fat from the hung beast in a stone pot, extracting golden oil residue which he placed into a bowl, sprinkled with salt, and offered to Han Mian. It smells divine, do try it. Night Dust and Mo Bai squeezed in to snatch some. Moran, uplifted by their enthusiasm, was drawn over, for the aroma wafting from Wolf 7's frying had piqued his curiosity. Night Dust and Mo Bai were naturally amiable, And with Moran now agreeing to share half of the salt, they welcomed him without hesitation. The three of them jostled and nudged one another, hands continuously reaching towards the bowl in front of Hanmian. This was Moran's first experience of competing for food, and he found it novel and amusing. Having matured young and lived a solitary life, he had never engaged in such playful antics with others. Hanmian, who had always been alone, now found himself in starkly different circumstances. Observing the group surrounding him in their playful food heist, he felt an unexpected warmth and amusement. Wolf 7, noticing their commotion, called out in haste, "Hey! Night Dust, aren't you gathering firewood? The fire's gone out. Hurry!" Seeing Wolf 7 in a fluster, Moran decided to help gather firewood to see how the Goo beast was prepared. Night Dust joined him in chopping the Goo beast into smaller pieces. When Wolf 7 saw the leader lending a hand, his face flushed with embarrassment. After much effort, the meal was finally ready. Hanmian stood to awaken Huahuan for dinner. Seeing her small face flushed and deeply asleep, he hesitated. Forget it, let her sleep a little longer. She is truly exhausted. He added a few leaves atop the shelter to block the sunlight from shining in on Huahuan, and when he confirmed that no rays pierced through, he returned to the group. Hanmian, isn't Huahuan eating? Night Dust inquired upon noticing his solitary return. She is worn out. Let her rest. I'll cook for her once she wakes. Hanmian settled down, accepting a bowl of meat from Wolf 7, savoring a piece that burst with flavor. He never hesitated to praise Wolf 7. Your cooking skills have improved greatly. Wolf 7's face flushed, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Hanmian. Then you must eat more. I'll go hunt for you later. Mobai teasingly added. Wolf 7, are you only hunting for Hanmian, allowing him to eat while denying us? You'd better not venture to the White Tiger tribe. Let him eat. Why are you so eager to snatch it away? Wolf 7 exclaimed, flustered. Laughter erupted among them, and the atmosphere was remarkably harmonious. Wolf 7's culinary talents were indeed impressive. The fried Goo beast was crispy on the outside and tender within, while the hoving beast had been transformed into delectable meat strips, succulent and crunchy with every bite. As they relished their meal, the dwindling portions ignited a competitive spirit among Mobai, Night Dust, and Moran, who, forsaking chopsticks, resorted to using their hands to grab food. Wolf 7, witnessing the frenzy, hastily filled a bowl for Hanmian. After finishing, the group exchanged glances, turning to meet Wolf 7's forlorn gaze, which incited another round of laughter. Moran felt an unprecedented exhilaration, a sensation he had never experienced in his position as the leader of Yuncheng City. While they reveled in their merriment, Huahuan remained lost in her dreams. She felt as if her entire being was floating, sensing something within herself gradually growing. Upon looking down, she discovered a green sprout the size of a broad being located at her heart, slowly expanding. With the sprout's growth, her limbs felt utterly at ease, as if something was merging into her bloodstream, a feeling akin to deadwood meeting spring and ice melting away. She observed the vibrant green sprout, radiating a soft glow, adorned with 2 tender leaves. The sprout halted its growth at around 3 centimeters. She then awakened, blinking in confusion, her body brimming with energy. Remembering her dream, she glanced at her heart, but the sprout was nowhere to be found. Searching her entire body yielded nothing until she suddenly spotted 6 phoenix tail flowers on her wrist. Excitement surged within her. One more had appeared. Did this mean her strength had increased? Could she return to the White Tiger tribe directly? What was the purpose of that little sprout? She had never seen it before. Could it be a newly acquired skill? Yet, despite her attempts to discern any changes, she found herself perplexed. Unable to contain her excitement, she dashed out of the shelter in search of Hanmian. Joy, after all, is best shared with those one cherishes. Chapter 48. From now on, you walk sideways. As soon as Huahuan emerged, she noticed Night Dust and Moran laughing together, with Hanmian nearby, wearing a faint smile as he observed them. What had transpired? How had Moran become so chummy with them? She had no time for further contemplation as she excitedly dashed into Hanmian's embrace, causing him to recline backward onto the leaves. This was an authentic tumble. Hanmian, with a hint of exasperation, looked at Huahuan, gently patting her head, his tone affectionate. Huahuan, always causing a ruckus. Huahuan giggled, refusing to budge from his side. Hanmian, don't be mad. Look, she extended her wrist towards him. With a resigned smile, Hanmian sat up, glancing at her wrist, his gaze flickering. You have an extra phoenix tail flower? Pausing, he turned back to Hua Huan. Have you become even more formidable? Hanmian had never inquired about how Hua Huan had transformed. He only knew that the first time she had left him, her wrist bore no phoenix tail flowers, yet upon their reunion, she now possessed 5. Just moments ago, he had seen 6. Her joy hinted that the more flowers she bore, the greater her abilities. Hua Huan beamed with delight, raising her small fist. Yes, indeed. Hanmian, once you grow 7, you can walk sideways across the beast god continent. Do whatever you wish, and if anyone dares to say anything, I'll make them unrecognizable. Seeing her earnest expression, Hanmian couldn't help but burst into laughter. This Hua Huan was truly adorable. Walk sideways? But he was a snake. How could he walk sideways? His laughter was enchanting, his eyes shimmering like stars in the night sky, his face a picture of ethereal beauty. Hua Huan was utterly captivated by his smile, her heart racing uncontrollably. Hanmian leaned down to look at her, his voice laced with mirth as he teased her near her ear. Hua Huan wants the phoenix tail flowers to make me walk sideways. Hua Huan stared at him, momentarily dazed, before wrapping her arms around his neck. Yes, I endured so much to obtain them, all to allow you to live without restraint. She dared not confess that her true desire was to grow stronger to keep him close. Endured so much? Hanmian's expression grew serious. From his understanding, Hua Huan was the type to suffer in silence, never voicing her grievances or revealing what she did for him. He had learned these things from Night Dust and Mobai. Now, for her to claim she had endured much, it must have been something truly unbearable. Moran watched the two with a mix of bitterness and regret, his heart heavy yet resolute. The more he witnessed Hua Huan's kindness towards the snake beast, the more his determination solidified. He must win Hua Huan's affection. Hua Huan, the leaders of the major clans in Yuncheng City have all agreed not to trouble you anymore. We are allies now. You may go anywhere in Yuncheng City. I will accompany you. Moran settled beside Hua Huan and Hanmian, his tone earnest yet gentle. Hua Huan, buoyed by her joy, found herself unguarded when Moran approached. Sure. I'll play in this forest for a few days. When the opportunity arises, you can take us to explore other places. Moran, pleased by her enthusiastic response, felt his heart swell with happiness, his tone more inviting than the previous day. Night Dust and Mobai had grown accustomed to Hua Huan's affection for Hanmian. They never expected to receive the same treatment. Having observed their journey together, they recognized that Hua Huan's feelings for Hanmian were anything but ordinary. Thus, they were no longer troubled by their own sadness. Hua Huan, are you hungry? I'll go roast some meat for you, hung beast. It's incredibly delicious. Night Dust gazed at Hua Huan with a warm smile, his tone exceedingly indulgent. I am hungry. Night Dust, you are so kind. Hua Huan's spirits soared, and she found everyone pleasing to the eye, speaking with a smile. Night Dust's face flushed as he hurried away to prepare her meal. Mobai also handed her a cup of water. It's boiled. Let it cool for you. Drink a bit, Datha. I was parched from my nap. You cannot fathom how intensely the sun blazed. Yu Huan accepted the water, dramatically describing her thirst, while Mo Ran gazed at her beaming countenance, her entire being vibrant and radiant, so enchanting that he found it difficult to divert his gaze. Han Mian observed the group, then glanced at Yu Huan, who lingered in his embrace, reluctant to depart. And he could not help but feel a twinge of confusion. Each of them was exceptional, exceedingly admirable males, treating Huan with gentleness and care, attending to her every need with meticulous attention. Moreover, seeing how much Huan cherished him, they did not express anger or frustration. The last time, he could hardly contain himself upon witnessing Yi Qian embrace her, feeling as if his heart might shatter. If their roles were reversed, and he saw Huan so devotedly caring for another, clinging to someone else, he feared he would lose his mind, unable to behave as they did. What merit did he possess that earned Huan's singular affection? What precisely had captured her heart? After finishing her drink, Yu Huan turned back to wrap her arms around Han Mian, noticing his drooping eyelashes as if lost in thought, ignoring her presence, causing her heart to skip a beat. Oh no? What had she just done? Had she inadvertently given him the wrong impression? The note of helplessness and anxiety in her voice reached Han Mian, who, pondering her expression, asked, What is it, Huan? seeing her cautiously observing him. He reflected on the events that had transpired, and suddenly it dawned on him. She was afraid he might be upset. Resigned, he ruffled her hair, speaking earnestly, Huan, look at me, I have told you before. Do not always fear my anger. I will not be angry with you, I understand your feelings for me. I do not mind. Yet, seeing you Huan still wearing a frown, he continued, you wish to make me happy? To live freely, likewise, I hope you can find joy and live without restraint. Isn't it always the case? If you Huan were to disregard Han Mion's feelings and interact unabashedly with others, he would undoubtedly feel hurt and upset. Yet now, as she tiptoed around his emotions, always prioritizing him, Han Mion found it oddly unremarkable. Although he occasionally felt discomfort, he was now utterly convinced that Yu Huan would not fall for anyone else. They had accompanied her for so long, and it was entirely natural for her to enjoy their company, but that did not equate to love. He knew that Yu Huan's heart belonged solely to him. Mo Bai and Mo Ran, noticing Yu Huan's sudden loss of cheer, exchanged curious glances, finally grasping the conversation unfolding between them. Mo Bai could comprehend it better. In his recollection, Han Mion had always been this way. He had never demanded Yu Huan to neglect them because of her affections for him. They had never sensed any hostility from Han Mion, which was why he and Yi Qin found him relatively easy to get along with. Mo Ran, however, was somewhat baffled. He had assumed that a serpent beast would possess a strong sense of possessiveness and jealousy. Why was it the other way around? Everything happening with Yu Huan was utterly illogical. Challenging his preconceived notions, meanwhile, Yu Huan's feelings were exceedingly complicated. She feared Han Mion might become angry, yet the thought of him feeling jealous brought her joy. Jealousy stemmed from affection and concern. But Han Mion had just claimed he did not mind. Noticing Yu Huan's forlorn expression, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, Han Mion scooped her up and kissed her forehead, saying, Come, Huan, I will take you to find the insects you mentioned. Let us gather materials for your sewing. Shall we? With Han Mion's kiss, Yu Huan's spirits lifted once more, as she clung to his neck, nuzzling against him, exclaiming, Yes, I will make you so many. Mo Ran watched the two head toward the forest and could not help but inquire of Mo Bai. What is going on with them? Mo Bai paused for a moment before responding, Have you noticed something amiss? Mo Ran nodded. It seems Yu Huan has an indescribable connection to Han Mion. Their interactions feel rather peculiar. Do you know how they came to be together? Mo Ran was eager to understand why Yu Huan was so enamored with Han Mion, going so far as to slay the ape tribe for him, constantly whispering sweet nothings, clinging to him, almost as if she were a bit afraid of him. It was utterly irrational. Only by understanding their past could one know how to approach making Yu Huan fall for him. Mo Bai remained silent for a long while before speaking. I have observed their journey together. Initially, Han Mion urged Yu Huan to leave, asking me to take her back to the White Tiger tribe. And that struck me as peculiar. During the rainy season, she had a dream in which Han Mion was injured, prompting her to rush to find him, only for him to depart. That time, Yu Huan nearly lost her life. After a brief pause, he continued, Later, when I next saw Han Mion, he was injured and refused to leave with her. She threatened to perish alongside him when the ape tribe came to kill Han Mion. She went berserk, killing indiscriminately, fearing he would abandon her, binding him with vines and administering tranquilizers. Mo Bai recounted their past to Mo Ran. If you truly care for Yu Huan, do your utmost not to provoke Han Mion. Yu Huan is usually rational, charming, and wise, but when it comes to Han Mion, she becomes unhinged. Mo Ran was left speechless, astonished for a long time, before finally asking, Do you know why? Why does Yu Huan adore Han Mion so? Mo Bai fell silent once more, his tone somewhat heavy. I do not know. When I first met them, it was just like this. Han Mion had a minor injury, and Yu Huan was trembling as she applied ointment. On the day she was to leave with me, she cried heart-wrenchingly, clinging to Han Mion as if her life depended on it. She repeatedly asked Han Mion if he liked her, urging him to wait for her. Yet she never countered his decisions. She never said she would leave. From the very beginning, their relationship had been strange. Yu Huan herself claimed it was love at first sight, yet Han Mion had consistently ignored her. However, I feel their bond transcends mere affection. Mo Bai pondered for a moment before adding, Just remember, do not provoke Han Mion, and do not let anyone from Yunzhong City disturb him. I tell you this out of concern. Yu Huan might lose control. She truly would fight for you. Seeing the two enter the forest, Yi-chun approached, offering the roasted meat to Imo Bai and Imo Ran. Why overthink it? We cannot decipher it. And perhaps they themselves do not understand either. Let us take one step at a time. Imo Bai nodded. Indeed. Han Mian has only just returned a few days ago. It took Yu Huan considerable effort to form a bond with him. Perhaps she is still uneasy, fearing he might leave, harboring shadows in her heart. Once they have spent more time together and realize Han Mian will not abandon her, perhaps she will feel reassured. Imo Ran remained silent for a long time, feeling somewhat disheartened. If that is the case, then my path will be quite challenging. It is impossible to replace Han Mian. Chapter 49. The cabin by the lake. Han Mian led Yu Huan through the forest. Their playful wanderings reminiscent of their initial encounters. Yu Huan recalled the moment Han Mian adorned her hair with a flower, stirring feelings of excitement and reluctance within her. How wonderful it was. After all this time, he remained hers. Huan, first have some fruit. Han Mian, mindful that she had yet to eat, plucked several fruits for her. As they walked, Yu Huan munched on the fruit, her heart brimming with sweetness. Is this it, Huan? Han Mian inquired, pointing to a large insect resting on a leaf. Yu Huan looked up, astonished by the size of the silkworm, exclaiming, Is it really that big? Is this truly a silkworm? It resembles a snake. Yes, but how do we bring it back? Han Mian, she fretted. We will not take it back. We will raise it here. We can stay a while longer before returning to the cave. After all, we have nothing. It matters not where we are, Han Mian replied with a slightly strained smile. Indeed, Han Mian. Let us discuss with Imo Ran about building a wooden cabin here. It could become our home. Yu Huan proposed excitedly. Home? Han Mian questioned, perplexed. A single room, 2 people, 3 meals, 4 seasons. Wherever you and I are together, that is home. Yu Huan gazed earnestly into Han Mian's eyes, enunciating each word with sincerity. Very well. Wherever Huan is, that shall be home. Han Mian tightened his embrace, understanding her words. A lifetime shared between Toot. But what about the White Tiger tribe? Han Mian hesitated to ask about Imo Bai and Yi-chun. Fearing Yu Huan might perceive him as upset, we will offer salt to the White Tiger tribe and share any treasures we find with them, as a gesture of gratitude for their past hospitality. Shall we? Yu Huan mused aloud. Good. Han Mian swallowed his questions, realizing that Imo Bai and Yi-chun were not part of Yu Huan's plans for the future. It was better not to mention it. Lest she misunderstand his intentions, we will return to the cave during the rainy and cold seasons. When I came to find you last time, the cave was empty. We need to gather some supplies. Perhaps we could build a stone house nearby. I really like that place. Yu Huan's heart brimmed with anticipation for the future as she continued to discuss plans with Han Mian. You will need to hibernate once more. We could construct an enormous stone house where you can hibernate, and I will tend to a fire inside, so you won't feel cold. I could see you every day. Would that be all right? Han Mian, we can build a wooden cabin here for the summer, but it is too perilous to stay by the lakeside during the rainy season. Moreover, this is the territory of Yunzhong City. There are too many people, and I do not wish for them to disturb us. Listening to Yu Huan chatter animatedly about their shared future filled him with sweetness, prompting Han Mian to voice the earlier question that lingered in his mind by the lakeside. Huan, what is it that you like about me? Yu Huan, engrossed in her enthusiastic planning, was momentarily taken aback by his question. What do I like about you? I like everything. I liked you from the very first glance. Han Mian, slightly bewildered, mused, the first glance. Does Huan fancy my appearance? Yu Huan, regaining her composure, chuckled delightfully. Indeed. From the very first glance, you ensnared my soul, and my affection for you has only deepened. Even when you sulk and ignore me, or furrow your brow in annoyance, I find myself drawn to you. As long as I can see you, my heart brims with joy. You even like it when I throw tantrums? Your affection for me is truly inexplicable. Han Mian, with his eyelashes lowered, pondered for a moment before murmuring, love is inherently devoid of reason. The justifications we articulate are merely excuses we concoct after falling in love. Noticing his momentary daze, Yu Huan, enchanted by his cuteness, couldn't resist teasing him. I adore it when you kiss and embrace me. She leaned closer to whisper something in his ear. Han Mian's face flushed crimson, and he turned away, ignoring her. Observing Hanmian's indifference, Yu Huanhuan began to scrutinize the towering mulberry trees nearby, marveling at the abundance of already spun cocoons. What incredible luck! Hanmian, I want this one, look, the yellow one. You must pick it for me. She exclaimed with excitement, pointing at the cocoon. All right, Huanhuan, stand back. I shall retrieve it for you. I don't want any insects to touch you, Hanmian replied, climbing the tree as Yu Huanhuan stepped aside. Meanwhile, on the riverbank, the trio was engaged in salt boiling while exchanging casual banter, having summoned a few lion beastmen to instruct them on the salt-making process before letting them continue on their OWNMO ran. Harboring some private thoughts, chose not to leave. Wolf 7 had long disappeared into the wild. The three, perhaps united by their shared misfortunes, found an inexplicable harmony in their company. As they chatted, they spotted Hanmian and Yu Huanhuan emerging from the forest. Laden with various items. Wei Chen hurried over, taking the things from Yu's hands. Huanhuan, what do you intend to do with these? With a beaming smile, Yu Huanhuan replied, I'm making clothes for Hanmian. They're just like the animal skin skirts, but far more comfortable, soft and smooth. Yi Chen felt a pang of disappointment. Could you make one for me as well? Huanhuan, with so much, it seems wasteful to make one only for him. You can learn from me. Yi Chen, then you can make one for yourself too, Yu Huanhuan said casually. The group huddled together. Mo ran. Did you not mention that in the future, we could freely visit the places in Yunzhong City? Yu Huanhuan looked at Mo ran with a sly, mysterious smile. Mo ran, amused and charmed by her expression, replied, Indeed. Go wherever you wish. May I build a wooden house here and reside for a while? A wooden house? What is that? Of course, it would be wonderful to stay, Mo ran exclaimed, visibly excited. Oh, Bai and Yi Chen, alarmed, interjected, Huanhuan, are you planning to live here? What about returning to the White Tiger tribe? I will go back, but right now, this place has a lake, such beautiful scenery, and vast forests. I wish to explore more and also make salt. Once it's ready, I'll bring it back to the White Tiger tribe. Yu Huanhuan reassured Mo Bai and Yi Chen. Then we shall also stay here, making salt to bring back, Mo Bai eagerly chimed in. But if you stay so long, what if something happens in the tribe? Yu Huanhuan felt at a loss for how to refuse. Fear not. After a few days, we will take a batch of salt back and bring you the things you need. Now that there is no conflict with Yunzhong City, nothing will happen in the tribe, Mo Bai insisted, leaving Yu Huanhuan with no room to decline. Feeling distressed, Yu Huanhuan glanced at Hanmian, who was being looked at with hopeful eyes by Mo Bai and Yi Chen. All right, let us stay at it. Will be nice to have company, Hanmian finally spoke, his tone nonchalant as he noticed the three gazing at him. Yu Huanhuan was left speechless, while Mo Bai and Yi Chen erupted with joy. Mo Ran also felt elated, knowing that staying in Yunzhong City would naturally offer more opportunities for interaction. The group began collaborating with Yu Huanhuan on plans for the wooden house. She sketched a design of a small wooden cabin by the lakeside. Her most cherished vision since childhood, inspired by animated tales she had watched. She endeavored to portray it perfectly, illustrating the bed, table, chairs, and cabinets needed within, explaining as she went. After some time, they finally understood her vision. The four strong males, with their formidable prowess, worked swiftly and flawlessly. They sourced suitable trees from the forest, brought them back, and began processing them. Yu Huanhuan watched in envy as their long, sharp nails were more precise than any knife, producing smooth, even planks. Hanmian, why don't I have nails? She couldn't help but lament. Hanmian chuckled. What do you need nails for? You won't be doing this work. Just be good and let us handle it. The group worked together efficiently, crafting the necessary wooden boards before moving on to the assembly. Yu Huanhuan marveled at their genius. Despite her brief instructions and sketches, they grasped the concepts immediately, creating sturdy and beautiful structures. The wooden wedges could even be hammered into the planks with their bare hands. Yu Huanhuan sighed in admiration. The females in this beast world are truly fortunate. These men are simply stunning, each possessing an array of skills. One female amidst countless devoted beast husbands, all without a hint of complaint. What an extraordinary situation. It seems the cat god truly provided me with a splendid opportunity. Alas, I feel unworthy and may squander such goodwill, entranced by Hanmian. I fear I cannot partake in this shared fortune. Lost in her thoughts, she was jolted back to reality by Yi Chen's call. Huanhuan, look, is this what you envisioned? Yu Huanhuan turned to see, her eyes widening in disbelief. They had built 2 wooden cabins with windows, precisely resembling her dream home. Overcome with emotion, she felt tears welling up. The others, noticing her stunned expression, chuckled softly and resumed making the necessary furnishings inside. With clear divisions of labor, they quickly finished their tasks, arranging everything according to Yu Huan's specifications. They were all astonished at the results. One room contained a double bed, wardrobe, and nightstand, while the other was furnished with a dining table and chairs, complemented by a low, long bench. As sunlight streamed through the open windows, the entire space brightened. Was this not far more comfortable than living in a cave? Imobai and Yichun were visibly excited. Pulling Imo ran back into the forest. Hanmian, what are they up to now? Yu Huan asked. Puzzled that they're building another one. Surely you can't expect us all to share a room. That would be quite inconvenient. Hanmian teased, a playful smirk on his lips. Yu Huan, flustered by his charming grin, felt her heart race uncontrollably. Realizing what he meant, her face flushed crimson. She quickly shifted the topic. Hanmian, why did you agree to let them stay? First, share your thoughts, and then I shall share mine, Hanmian replied, his gaze fixed on her flushed cheeks. Deliberately teasing her. You know I would never bond with them. Allowing them to stay is merely a distraction for them, Yu Huan stated earnestly, though internally conflicted, recalling how she had not outright refused their presence. Having spent so much time together and having previously rejected their advances countless times, this time they only spoke of staying to make salt, leaving her uncertain how to express her feelings. Chapter 50. Not loving means not caring. Hanmian, observing her backtracking, chuckled softly. Huan, males are typically single-minded. When they fall for a female, it's for life. If you don't bond with them, they won't seek affection elsewhere. It's not about distraction. What? Yu Huan gasped, eyes wide with disbelief. What did he mean by that? Was she now ensnared? No wonder she had repeatedly declared she would not bond with them, yet they remained by her side. Did this beast world grant females some miraculous advantage? What should she do? Hanmian, they won't cling to us for a lifetime, will they? Should we leave now? Return to the cave? No, let us find a place where they cannot follow us. How does that sound? Yu Huan's voice trembled with urgency. Her heart yearned to be with Hanmian for eternity, hand in hand until old age. She was certain of her feelings, but if they continued to shadow her, what would Hanmian think? She could not allow any missteps. Yet, she began to struggle internally. Since Hanmian was aware of this, what did it mean that he chose to keep them around? Did he wish to bond with them himself? Hanmian, noticing her anxious demeanor, reassured her, Fear not, Huan. We shall deal with future matters when the time comes. Some issues that seem pressing now may not hold the same weight later. Who can say for certain? That's impossible. I will never let you go. What are you even thinking? Don't entertain such thoughts. Yu Huan, trying to decipher Hanmian's intentions, felt urgency as she heard the implications in his words. Huan, you've misunderstood. I mean perhaps they won't be as fixated on you in the future. Yu Huan remained unconvinced by his words, believing he insinuated that her current feelings for him were steadfast. But in time, she might find affection for someone else. His decision to keep them around seemed a preemptive measure against future regret. How generous, how thoughtful, such magnanimity. But was it not true that one does not care when they are not in love? She could not bear to envision Hanmian with another woman. Even the thought made her furious, and she could not tolerate the idea of them laughing together. Not loving, that's why he had previously placed her next to Imobai. No wonder he had recently suggested she follow her heart. What heart? To have multiple beast husbands, perhaps? He knew Imoran had feelings for him, yet allowed her to be near him, aware that Imobai and Yichun were also fond of her, and still chose to keep them around. He was being deliberate. He suddenly questioned himself about what he liked about him and what he wished to do. Upon realizing what he admired, did he change? If he developed feelings for someone else, would that free him? What dreams occupied his mind? Yu Huan was consumed by her own imagination. Lack of love leads to indifference. Indeed, it was a lack of love. Yu Huan's eyes were tinged with madness, yet her voice softened. Hanmian, do you wish to leave me again? The three who emerged from the forest were met with this scene. Hanmian sat on the wooden steps in front of the cabin, while Yu Huan stood before him, her gaze fixated on him, wild and unblinking. Hanmian was taken aback by the unfamiliar emotions swirling in Yu Huan's eyes, and he gently reassured her in a hushed tone. Huan, I haven't tea. You have. You've always claimed not to care, urging me to follow my heart. What do you think my heart desires? You wish for me to fall for someone else so that you can leave. Don Tiyu? Han Mian? Huan's eyes turned red as she leaned down to grasp Han Mian's arm, her voice trembling and stifled. The three were startled, exchanging glances of concern towards Han Mian. He felt helpless and pained. Huan, what are you saying? Han Mian was at a loss. He had never faced this side of you, Huan, and was bewildered, unsure how to explain. You don't understand what I'm saying? Yes, you wouldn't understand if you didn't love me. Huan, in a fit of hysteria, released Han Mian's arm and took a step back. Huan, I was wrong. Then tell me, what should I do? Han Mian was utterly perplexed. So fierce. She is being fierce with me. Huan had always been gentle and obedient in front of him. This was the first time he witnessed her in such a state. Han Mian, let me tell you, without you, I would perish. I would rather die than live. You are my sole obsession in this world. Call me a pervert or a madman, question my affection. I can endure it all. But I cannot bear the thought of life without you. Do you understand? I have told you more than once that I will grow stronger, and I am now strong enough to accompany you on any path you wish to take, even if it is a path of no return. But you cannot leave me. Wherever you are, I will be. Do you wish to abandon me? Let me tell you, it is not a matter of desire. It is something you must not even contemplate. Huan began to scream hoarsely. I understand. I comprehend. You must stay with me now. I will not go anywhere. I will not leave you. Be obedient. Come here. Do not make a fuss. Be good. Han Mian watched as Huan shouted at him, on the brink of collapse. What was happening? He truly did not understand at all. Huan, what is wrong with you? Yichun was deeply concerned. Step back, all of you. Leave. It's all your fault. Just as Huan was about to approach them, upon hearing Yichun's words, she immediately redirected her anger towards them. Seeing that she was about to lose control, Han Mian stood up, embraced her, and kissed her brow, her lips. Huan was calmed by his gentle embrace, gradually settling down, leaning against Han Mian, clutching his waist, and sobbing intermittently. Han Mian dared not speak, nor did he release her, gently patting her back until her breathing became even, after which he carefully laid her on the bed inside the wooden cabin. When he stepped outside again, his face was weary, lost in thought. The three of them stared at him intently, until Mo Ran could no longer contain himself. Han Mian, what is going on? Did something happen between you two? Why does she always feel you will leave? Han Mian fell silent for a long time, pondering deeply. Perhaps it was the time he always spoke of sending her away and then left her to search for him. Leaving a psychological scar? Noticing the three were still watching him, he too felt confused and eventually spoke slowly. I truly do not know. Nothing has happened between us. From our encounter to our separation, it has only been a full moon cycle. When Huan and I first met, she chased me into the cave, insisting on following me. I feared that if I entered hibernation, she would not survive. So I resolutely chose not to bond with her, intending to send her to the tribe. She made me promise to let her stay for another month. During that month, she was very well behaved. But she always cried, even while smiling. Tears would still fall. I knew she genuinely cared for me, and it pained me, however. I thought that after she went to the tribe, she would encounter many excellent males who would cherish and protect her. She would forget me. Then she left, and I departed as well, and our next meeting is now. He was genuinely lost, and the other three were equally bewildered. Han Mian, you have the chance to have a proper conversation with Huan. You have only spent a month together, and now you are bonded. She is always afraid you will leave. This is not normal, truly, Mo Bai advised earnestly. Her unwavering love for you, without conditions, is simply because you are there. The moment you frown or show displeasure, she becomes frightened. At the slightest disturbance, she fears you will flee. She even administered calming herbs to you, ensuring you constantly slept, while she stayed awake for several days and nights watching over you. No one would love like that. Yichun was also on the verge of breaking down. Mo Ran, too, was at a loss regarding their situation. After a long contemplation, he could not make sense of it. All right? Let us hurry and finish building the cabin. We will sleep here tonight. The group gathered their emotions and resumed their tasks. As night fell, the cabin was completed, and Wolf 7 returned, hauling a multitude of prey. Han Mion, look what I have hunted for you! Wolf 7 shouted boisterously, dragging a large leopard to Han Mion's feet, the impetuous youth oblivious to the tense atmosphere among the others. Wolf 7, how did you manage to catch such a large leopard? Han Mion asked, showing appreciation for Wolf 7's efforts. Wolf 7 immediately brightened, excitedly recounting the details of the hunt, gesturing animatedly, lifting the heavy mood among the group. Wei-chan approached to pat him on the back. Well done. Wolf 7, tonight, we feast on roasted leopard meat. But Han Mion was not fond of roasted meat, prompting Wolf 7 to grumble in disappointment. Just boil some for him. You cook? I'll roast. All right, Imobai, add some firewood. Wolf 7 dashed off with the leopard. Only Imo ran and Han Mion remained in front of the cabin, both lost in thought under the moonlight. I love you, Huan. Imo ran suddenly declared. I know. Han Mion responded, unsure why he said that, his demeanor indifferent. His thoughts were still preoccupied with why Huan had suddenly lost control of her emotions. See, your reaction? I just heard her say that you don't care. Is that true? You don't mind whether others like her or not. You both discussed this earlier today. Imo Ran's gaze was sharp as he fixed it on Han Mion. Han Mion abruptly looked up, confusion evident in his eyes. Are you saying she believes I should care, that I shouldn't allow her to interact with you all? I should be angry and control her? Not exactly. It's just that she might feel if you truly loved her, you wouldn't want her to associate with others. It's not that she wants you to restrict her. It's just that you haven't shown it. So she can't feel your affection for her. It must be like that. Imo Ran, having overheard their earlier conversation, was also unsure how to articulate his thoughts. Finally, Han Mion understood what had caused Huan's earlier outburst. Yet she had not outright rejected him. She had simply turned her gaze toward him. He assumed Huan was afraid of making him angry and therefore hesitated to agree, thinking that with Imo Bai and Yi-chan present, she wouldn't feel too lonely, which is why he had allowed them to remain. Subconsciously, he felt indebted to Huan and sought to make amends. He believed she would be happier surrounded by familiar faces like Imo Bai and Yi-chan. The snake did not understand. The snake was puzzled. Chapter 51. The illness grows more severe after the meal. Han Mion thought about how Huan had not eaten and worried she would be hungry upon waking. So he ventured into the forest to gather some fruit. Imo Bai and Yi-chan were by the lake boiling salt, while Imo Ran sat beside the wooden cabin, deep in contemplation before entering the room. As he stepped inside, he saw Huan lying on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Huan, you're not asleep. Imo Ran was taken aback, having assumed she was sleeping and thus hadn't he called her for dinner. Huan remained silent, her eyes reddened. Imo Ran, observing her state, felt a surge of compassion. Huan, do you always believe he will leave you because you think he doesn't care for you? Huan lifted her gaze to Imo Ran. She could not bear to hear the words, doesn't he love? Her eyes began to swirl with confusion and madness, yet her tone remained eerily calm. Even if he doesn't love me, it doesn't matter, I will not let him go. Regardless, he cannot love anyone else, be it a man or a woman. If he loves someone, I will kill them. Huan, do you truly love him this much? If it's so painful, can't you choose someone else? Imo Ran was unable to comprehend her feelings. Huan sat up, fixing her gaze on Imo Ran. It's not painful. I cannot choose someone else. My heart won't allow it. Imo Ran crouched down to meet her gaze, his expression sincere. Huan, let me love you and treat you well in the future. All right? Can you give me a chance and give yourself a chance? You cannot continue like this. Give myself a chance? Huan smiled bitterly. Imo Ran, my heart is sick. It can no longer accommodate anyone else. After saying that, she lay back down and closed her eyes, feeling utterly exhausted, wishing to sleep. Imo Ran suddenly felt immense regret, realizing he should not have approached Huan during her emotional turmoil. She was likely just speaking out of anger. How could the heart be ill? Indeed, it must be that the moon hangs high in the sky, and Han Mion slowly returns from his slumber. He washed a few fruits, hesitatingly making his way back to the room, where he sat on the edge of the bed, gazing at Huan, uncertain about how to interact with her in the future, and which words might touch her sensitive spots. He pondered for a long time over Moran's words, realizing that if he displayed anger, Huan would become anxious and cautious, a sight he wished to avoid. He desired for her to live more freely. Driving them away was out of the question. They were her friends, and he could see that she found happiness in their company, especially since they had protected and accompanied her for so long. If she truly wished to dismiss them, she would not need to voice it herself. Yet, if he feigned indifference, she might spiral into madness, caught in a dilemma as time slowly passed. Yuan awoke when Hanmian entered, and upon noticing he had returned late at night and remained seated rather than going to bed, she understood he was contemplating how to relate to her. She realized she had shouted at him earlier, and fear gripped her as she felt her emotions growing increasingly uncontrollable. How could she bear to be harsh with him? She must have frightened him. There was nothing significant, so why had she lost control? It seemed her affliction was worsening. What should she do? She thought about how hard-won their relationship had become, and this outburst only deepened Hanmian's sorrow, leading him to tears once more. Seeing her silent and crying with her eyes closed, his heart ached intensely, prompting him to cradle her in his arms. Huan, dear, do not cry. I am here. Hanmian, I am sorry, Yuan sobbed. Huan, it is all right, I understand. Please do not cry. All right. Hanmian persistently wiped away her falling tears. Yuan rose, tears still glistening, and kissed Hanmian's lips and neck fervently. Hanmian, tell me you love me. Her heart raced, feeling that only by holding him tightly could she grasp something meaningful. The entire night was an entangled embrace of love. Yet it left them both physically and emotionally exhausted. By noon the next day, Yuan slowly opened her eyes, searching around. Thankfully, Hanmian was still asleep. He had not rested for several consecutive days, his spirit weary. Yuan gently got out of bed and left the room. Outside, a few people were grilling meat. Upon seeing her, they greeted her with smiles. After washing up, Yuan joined them in grilling meat and even prepared a meatball soup for Hanmian. They all tacitly avoided mentioning the previous day's events, discussing plans for the coming days instead. Yuan, weren't you going to use this to make clothes? When will you start? Yechen asked with a smile. I'll start shortly. You soak them in water first? Yuan replied, chatting with Yechen while making the meatballs, appearing as she usually did. Ma Bei, did you manage to collect the wool from the Mia beast using those claws? She drew a shape in the dirt. Let's make some wool sweaters and small bags. Keep busy, and everything will be fine. After enjoying the grilled meat, the meatball soup was ready, sprinkled with bits of wild vegetables. Yesterday, Yuan had also brought back some wild scallions from the forest, making the dish both fragrant and flavorful. Upon returning to the room, she found Hanmian awake, staring blankly at the ceiling. She sat beside him. Hanmian, get up and eat something before going back to sleep. All right. I made you meatball soup. Hanmian nodded and rose. Yuan stepped out to fetch a warm towel. After soaking it in hot water, she approached him with the still warm towel. Hanmian, may I wipe you down? Hanmian lowered his head, allowing her to fuss over him. After she cleaned his face, hands, and neck, the two of them went to eat. The others had already portioned out the meatball soup, waiting silently for them to sit before quietly eating. Yuan filled his bowl again and again, watching him eat as the others exchanged glances, hesitant to speak, while Hanmian kept his gaze lowered, swallowing without lifting his eyelids. Once they finished, everyone thought the meal was over, but Yuan said, Hanmian, let me comb your hair. All right? It's a bit messy. Hanmian sat still, his fingers lightly tapping the table, his gaze distant. Yuan tirelessly adjusted his hair from behind. Hanmian, would you change into a fur skirt? This one needs washing. Hanmian got up to change. Hanmian, drink some water, all right? I've left it out to cool. Hanmian picked up the cup. Hanmian, would you like to eat some fruit? I washed them for you. Hanmian took a bite. While washing the fur skirt, Yuan chatted away. Hanmian remained silent, sitting expressionlessly as he carved a bamboo cup. Hanmian, you shouldn't always sit in the sun. Your skin will crack. Hanmian set down the cup and moved to sit in the shade beneath the wooden structure, leaning against the wall in a daze. Hanmian, don't lean against the wall. You're not wearing a shirt, and you might hurt yourself. The others watched Hanmian with a mix of envy and sympathy, seeing him sit up straight with a resigned expression, unable to suppress a laugh. Hanmian, come on, I'll take you hunting. There's a tiger beast over there. Moran, feeling suffocated by the sight, could no longer bear it and pulled Hanmian away. Hanmian hesitated, but Yuan suddenly stood up, glanced at Hanmian, and then sat back down. Hanmian, come back early and bring me a red flower. Hanmian nodded and followed Moran. As they walked, Moran laughed. Hanmian, what will you do in the future? Huan Huan is just a bit stimulated from yesterday. She'll be fine in a couple of days. She's usually very obedient. Han Mian spoke with some hesitation. Are you already a 6th-tier powerhouse? You're close to being super strong, right? Let's find a place to test it out. We're about even. A spar would feel good. Moran looked at Han Mian with seriousness. Han Mian also wanted to see where he stood compared to a super powerhouse. The two transformed into their beast forms and ran to a distant location to fight. The lion was powerful and swift, moving with remarkable speed. The ink snake had an advantage in size and strength. For a moment, it was difficult to determine a victor in the end. The lion's paw struck the ink snake's tail, causing the snake to whip around and send him flying. Once they transformed back, Moran laughed heartily. That felt great. It's been ages since I've had such a thrilling fight. You nearly knocked me out. Han Mian laughed as well. It was always enjoyable to meet a worthy opponent. The two hunted some wild beasts, and Han Mian returned with a red flower. As he approached the wooden structure, Yuan Wan noticed his leg and immediately transformed. Ready to pounce on Moran, Han Mian was startled. Huan Huan, come down. Yuan Wan transformed back, glaring at Moran before turning to Han Mian. Han Mian, does it hurt? She pulled Han Mian down to sit, carefully washing his leg's injury with hot water and applying medicine. Moran was taken aback. Such a small wound. Throughout the spar, he had only seen Han Mian's paw make contact without force, just a scratch that drew a few drops of blood. Huan Huan, I just sparred with Moran to see the gap between me and super strong. It was just for fun, Han Mian explained, watching Yuan Huan's red-rimmed eyes as she tended to his wound, feeling both sweet and heavy in his heart. Han Mian, you don't need to be so powerful. Don't work so hard. As long as you are beside me, I will contend for whatever you desire. Yuan Huan fixed her earnest gaze upon Han Mian, her tone incredibly serious. Han Mian understood her sincerity. Her intense love had once left him astonished, moved, and filled with sweetness. Yet in recent days, it had also filled him with fear. She cared for him too deeply, almost to the point of madness. This could not continue. Huan Huan, I feel we need to have a serious conversation. Han Mian took away the towel and lifted Yuan Wan into the room. Yechen mocked the dazed Moran. Serves you right. I told you not to provoke him. Moran, snapping back to reality, shot him a sidelong glance. Don't forget, I can provoke you. Despite his bravado, he understood that Yue Huan's feelings for Han Mian were not merely infatuation. He realized he had no hope. Ma Bei smiled bitterly. If it were possible, he too would wish to be Han Mian. Huan Huan, you haven't forgotten everything, have you? You remember when we first met, right? Han Mian had previously refrained from asking, fearing it might startle her. Later, as they grew closer, there were things he did not wish to inquire about, believing she would tell him if she wanted to share. But now he felt that certain topics needed to be addressed. Yuan Wan's overwhelming feelings for him must be connected to their initial encounter. Identifying the root of the issue was essential for resolution. Yuan Wan was momentarily stunned. This was the first time Han Mian had asked her something. What had he discovered? Looking into Han Mian's eyes, her defenses crumbled, and she did not wish to deceive him. Yes, Han Mian, I do not belong to the Beastman continent. I have always lived in a place entirely different from here, where there are no beastmen. Yuan Wan candidly recounted her life, explaining how she arrived here, how she met Han Mian, and why she agreed to join the tribe, detailing the hardships she endured to successfully transform. Han Mian, have you always found it strange why I fear your departure? Because you are the one I risked my life to return for. In this beast world, I have no family, nor do I in my own world. You were the first person I encountered when I arrived here. Lost and helpless, and I fell in love at first sight. I knew from the moment I saw you that you were mine. I had always lived for my only relative, treading carefully, never genuinely liking anything or desiring anything. Han Mian, you are my dream, the only thing I have ever wanted, my deepest desire. I do not belong here, but if you are present, my heart finds its home. Can you understand? Han Mian, you are my home. With you by my side, I am no longer a rootless wanderer. I am terrified of the cold slumber. I fear I may be ill. Could I be losing my sanity? Are you afraid? Will you abandon me? Han Mian listened, his heart both shocked and pained. He sensed that Yue Huan was somewhat different, yet he never anticipated this. A solitary individual suddenly found herself in a strange world, where even a wild beast could easily take her life. She encountered herself, developed feelings, and sought solace, only to be met with rejection time and again. What he believed were acts of kindness for her were perceived by her as abandonment. Returning to the cave without finding herself, she unexpectedly harbored thoughts of death. What have I truly done? Chapter 52. The Silk Garment. Huan Huan, do not be afraid. You are not sick. It is my fault, Huan Huan. I have always liked you. I was wrong to let you go. I have made you feel insecure. I am sorry. Huan Huan, now I have returned. We are bonded for life. Look, behold my heart. This beast mark is an oath to the beast god. We are companions, never to part again. You may not understand, but in the Beastman continent, once bonded, a male will never leave unless you choose to sever the bond by marking your heart. So do not be afraid, all right? No matter what happens henceforth, we shall remain together. I too am alone in this world. You are all I have. In the end, Hanmian choked on his words, trembling as he embraced Yue Huan. He thought to himself, let it be. She can do as she wishes from now on. If she remains uneasy, binding myself to her is also an option. Keeping her under the influence of a drug to remain in slumber is feasible as well. Yue Huan revealed the secrets hidden within her heart and received Hanmian's promise. At last, her heart found solace. Huan Huan, I do not care if others like you, for I know your heart belongs to me. I am certain. I once cared and felt sorrow, believing they were your beast husbands. Each thought caused me great pain, but later learned they were not. Since then, I have never doubted your feelings for me. My indifference stems from my trust in you. Hanmian recalled why Yue Huan had lost control the previous day, feeling it necessary to explain. Yue Huan finally smiled. This was the answer she had longed to know. The affirmation she desired. As long as Hanmian cared for her, as long as he liked her, nothing else mattered. Yes, Hanmian, I only love you. With her worries dissipated, Yue Huan felt a newfound lightness, burrowing back into his embrace. Playfully clinging to him, Hanmian, still engulfed in sorrow, was momentarily taken aback by Yue Huan's rapid transformation. Once he regained his composure after feeling her playful nibbles at his neck, he felt a mix of laughter and tears. Huan Huan was indeed unpredictable, leaving him bewildered. He repeatedly reminded her that others were present and urged her to refrain from causing a scene. But she remained undeterred, clinging to him tightly. The three outside, boiling salt, sensed something unusual and discreetly withdrew. Rubbing his aching waist, Hanmian caught Yue Huan's teasing gaze, and he thought to himself that he was indeed the type who was inexperienced yet playful, unable to resist teasing him despite always begging for mercy. Until the following morning, the two finally stepped outside. The three hunters, returning from the hunt, beheld Yue Huan's radiant smile and then glanced at Hanmian. He nodded silently, assuring them that everything was fine. They felt reassured that matters had been temporarily resolved. After finishing their meal, Yue Huan eagerly prepared water to boil silk. Using a sturdy grass broom, she stirred the pot, estimating about 5 minutes had passed before wrapping the silk around a cylinder until it was fully extracted. Yue Huan's movements were gentle, yet she mused to herself, the wonders of this beastly world are simply incredible. In modern times, it takes over 2,000 cocoons to yield approximately 1 pound of silk. Yet here, the cocoons are larger than a football. The others watched in awe as she transformed a heap of cocoons into endless strands of silk, filled with wonder and envy. How could she possess such talents? Only Hanmian knew that she hailed from a different world. Observing her rosy cheeks as she busily murmured to herself, he couldn't help but smile. Within a single day, she had transformed completely. The frantic Huan Huan from yesterday and the weeping Huan Huan who always sought his comfort were merely the results of his own unwillingness to take responsibility, often pushing her away. The lively and joyful Huan Huan was her true self. Wasn't she? Days passed in a leisurely manner, and soon enough, they had produced a considerable amount of salt and gathered various necessities for their wooden abode. Hanmian, following Yue Huan's descriptions, constructed a kitchen and bathing area to the right of the wooden house, complete with a large wooden tub for soaking. Surrounding it with wooden walls, he created a small courtyard, even fashioning a washroom in the corner. In the midst of their bustling activities, after several days, Yue Huan's first set of silk shorts and short sleeves was finally completed. This outfit had consumed her considerable effort. Extracting the silk alone took several days, and she had to experiment with wrapping the silk thread to weave it into satin, stumbling along the way without even dyeing it. The pure white garment, soft and delicate, brought tears to Yue Huan's eyes as it adorned Hanmian's form. It was a testament to her arduous labor over the past 20 days. Hanmian's visage, clad in pure white, resembled an ethereal being, exuding an unearthly and lofty grace. Yue Huan began to envision creating a flowing robe for him reminiscent of ancient attire, imagining how beautiful he would look. Dreams are often grand, while reality can be stark. Her first attempt at boiling cocoons resulted in much waste, and this entire outfit had consumed all her silk. It was Hanmian's first experience wearing such soft, silky clothing, feeling as light as air against his skin. Contemplating the challenges Yue Huan faced in crafting this garment, he felt a warmth within, reluctant to touch it. Those in the courtyard gazed wide-eyed at Hanmian as he emerged in the silk attire. His long limbs accentuated. The typically composed Hanmian felt a tinge of anxiety, fearing he might damage the garment, and for the first time, he felt uncomfortable in his own skin. He retrieved a piece of beast hide to place on the bench before sitting down again. Huan, would you make me a set? I adore it. It feels so soft and cool. Naichen began to plead. Did you not see me making it? You should try making one yourself. I need to make Hanmian a longer robe. Let me teach you. Yue Huan had great faith in their skills. Why not let Hanmian learn? I cannot do it. You must make it for me. Naichen's tone was filled with grievance. Hanmian needs no lessons. I will craft it for him. Whether you learn or not is up to you, Yue Huan declared, ignoring Naichen as she nestled beside Hanmian, exploring his arm. She often subconsciously sought closeness with him, playfully nudging him. Hanmian, engrossed in carving designs on a bamboo cup, had grown accustomed to her clinginess and initially ignored her. However, when Yue Huan suddenly burrowed into his embrace, resting on his lap, his hand trembled, ruining the intricate carving on the cup. Setting down the cup, he cast her a fond glance, intending to suggest she rise, but the ground was merely covered in leaves, cool to the touch, before he could speak. Yue Huan noticed his gaze and promptly planted a kiss on his lips. In that instant, Hanmian's face flushed crimson. Huan was always like this, utterly unbothered by the number of onlookers. He felt utterly powerless against her. The others found amusement in Hanmian's expression, teasing him, when the lion beast man approached. Moran walked over, exchanged a few words, and returned. Yue Huan, the salt is nearly ready. This will be enough for the entire beastman continent for a year. Do you wish to take some back first? Yue Huan pondered briefly. Mabe, Naichen, please take the salt back to the White Tiger tribe. Hanmian and I will return in a while. You should also inform the cheetah and brown bear tribes about the wheat and sweet potato matter. If we take too long, the chief will worry. All right, we shall take it back. Once we sort out our affairs in a few days, we will return to find you. Is there anything you need us to bring back? Mabe hesitated for a moment before speaking. I believe there is nothing else to bring. Oh, please bring back cotton. I need it for the loom. Everything else is available here, and I wish to explore this area. There must be wheat or something similar with that. Yue Huan bid them farewell. Naichen's eyes brimmed with reluctance. Yue Huan, we will return in a few days. He stole a glance at Hanmian. Please take care of yourself. The road ahead was safe. Yinchong City would not hinder their departure, and everything had been prearranged, allowing the two to bid farewell to Hanmian and Yue Huan without delay. After transforming, they left with the salt. Wolf 7 had already been taken back by his beast father, and Moran, needing to return to organize the distribution of salt within the tribe and to other tribes, also departed with the lion beastmen. The lively lakeside was left with only Hanmian and Yue Huan. Yue Huan leaped into Hanmian's embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck, her legs entwined around his strong waist, her face brimming with joy. Hanmian, finally, it is just the two of us. I am so happy. Fearing she might fall, Hanmian lifted her in his arms, gently whispering in her ear, Yes, Huan, I will take you to find your favorite red berries. Shall I? No, I just want to hold you. Yue Huan adored the scent of grass that clung to Hanmian, nuzzling against his throat and neck. All right, I will hold you. I will collect many flowers you love while we go. Hanmian affectionately kissed Yue Huan's forehead. Okay, the vase you made for me is beautiful. I want to fill it with flowers. Yue Huan smiled, radiating happiness. After their previous conversation, she understood that in the beast world, once Hanmian bonded with her, he could not leave, and her emotions had stabilized significantly. Now reunited, this was their first occasion of having private space together. They shared breakfast, strolled through the forest, picked flowers, and delighted in the rustle of leaves and the songs of birds. As the sun set, they returned home, basking in the warmth of sweet affection over dinner. They boiled cocoons, crafted undergarments, made skirts for themselves, and created handmade soap. The flowers in the forest have bloomed, and the beloved red fruits have been found. Hanmian has grown increasingly fond of laughter, while Yuehuan's heart becomes more stable and content with each passing day. She has forgotten her desire to wander and explore for wheat or other crops. Forgotten her animosity towards the ape tribe, forgotten the white tiger tribe, and even the seventh phoenix tailflower. Every day spent with Hanmian feels inseparable. Their intimacy brings her immense joy, making her feel happier than ever before. Doing delightful things with the one she loves. Chapter 53. The priest returns in the stone hall of Cloud City. Voices of argument rose and fell like waves. The leader of the ape tribe, Wuluin, glared furiously at those who had once vowed to stand by them through thick and thin. These cowards had been terrified by the phoenix beast, blinded by interests, for the sake of salt. Not only had they allowed the phoenix and serpent beasts to reside within the territory of Cloud City, but they had also agreed to share half of the salt produced with the white tiger tribe. The lion clan had a long-standing feud with the white tigers. It was utterly absurd. He glanced at the chattering leaders and the silent chief, realizing that Cloud City was no longer his support but could very well become a dagger in his back. After days of fruitless searching for the legendary soul-reviving incense, he returned exhausted to find such a dire situation awaiting him. The hatred from losing his tribe and the betrayal from his allies reddened his eyes. After much contemplation, he resolved to adjust his emotions. I understand now. I shall no longer provoke them. Rest assured. I will return to rest. After bidding farewell to the chief, Wuluin stepped out of the stone hall. Pondering, who could still assist him now? He could not rely on Cloud City. It was said that the leopard tribe and brown bear tribe had also been subdued by the phoenix beast. Who else? The eagle tribe. But how could he persuade them to come here? He fell into a long reverie. The eagle tribe resided far from Cloud City and the white tiger tribe, on the barren black leaf cliff. There were no forests, just a stark, desolate land with scarce prey. They seldom interacted with the land-dwelling beast tribes. The newly appointed leader of the eagle tribe, Zasin, was ambitious and dissatisfied with the territory of his people. Due to the scarcity of females and food, their numbers had stagnated around 400. The vast territory of Cloud City, surrounded by lush forests, and the presence of hundreds of precious females within the city ignited his desire. If he could seize Cloud City, the abundance of prey and females would ensure the eagle tribe's prosperity, making them the strongest presence in the beast god continent. Yet, the avian beastmen and land beastmen had long maintained a policy of mutual non-interference. Much like their relationship with the sea tribes, this was an unwritten rule of the continent. But he despised this rule. The strong remain strong, while the weak remain weak. Why should the land beastmen monopolize the best resources? Why should Cloud City possess such vast territory and females? Was it not acquired through relentless conflict? The lion, wolf, and ape tribes had banded together to seize that land, driving out any small tribes that refused to submit. So why could the eagle tribe not do the same? He contemplated waging war but feared the might of Cloud City. Although the aerial beastmen held an advantage over the terrestrial ones, Cloud City was too powerful. He understood that a direct assault was unwise, so he had been sending spies to watch Cloud City, waiting for an opportunity. Indeed, the opportunity arose. The eagle tribe scouts reported. A phoenix beast had appeared in Cloud City, capable of fire, living by a lake alongside a serpent beast. The two had forged a deadly enmity with the ape tribe, yet maintained a close relationship with the leader, Moran. Zasin smiled. It seems that discord has arisen within Cloud City. Leaving the ape tribe isolated and helpless, to deal with the flying phoenix beast, they will surely seek my assistance. Just wait. As for the phoenix beast, what of the so-called king of birds? He knew where the soul-reviving incense was located. At night, a bonfire gathering was underway within the white tiger tribe. The tribe members encircled the fire, celebrating with a joyful atmosphere. The priest had returned to the tribe after nearly a year. Having traversed the Beastman continent in search of the one who could change their world under the guidance of the divine. The White Tiger tribe and Cloud City were the most prosperous on the continent. Yet countless lives were lost during the rainy and cold seasons, not to mention the plight of the weaker tribes. The herbivorous tribes faced even harsher conditions during the cold season. Last summer, The priest received divine guidance that a person capable of transforming the situation would emerge near the White Tiger tribe. He hurried to find this individual, traversing the entire continent, but to no avail. Returning to the tribe, he was astonished to discover astonishing changes. Everyone possessed the means to create fire. They no longer consumed raw meat, but feasted on roasted, stewed, and boiled meat, as well as various dishes made from flour. They had stoves to keep warm during the cold season, along with stone pots, wooden bowls, chopsticks, cups, buckets, tables, and more. There was even a continuous supply of salt. The priest realized that the one capable of changing the beastly world had arrived. After conversing extensively with the tribe leader, he learned that the phoenix beast, Yuehuan, was indeed the person he had been searching for. He summoned Imobai for a detailed inquiry, and upon understanding the situation, he pondered deeply that it was my failure to find her that led her to encounter the serpent beast. She has endured so much suffering. Now that this fate has unfolded, let them have a few more days together. Imobai, you and the tribe should stay a while longer before proceeding. I will accompany you to invite the phoenix beast. The priest felt immense guilt. He believed it was entirely his fault. Had he found Yuehuan in time and brought her back to the White Tiger tribe, things would not have turned out this way. Invite Yuehuan back. If Hanmian does not come, she will not return. Imobai cautiously spoke up. No tribe in the beast god continent would harbor a serpent beast. This has always been the rule. The phoenix beast, bearing the great responsibility of the beast god, should understand the gravity of the situation. The priest spoke with conviction. Priest, are you saying that even if Hanmian is willing to come, we cannot accept him? That is absolutely impossible. Yuehuan would never abandon him. If the tribe desires Yuehuan's presence, they must accept Hanmian and extend an invitation, not merely offer refuge. Imobai stated emphatically. Invite the serpent beast? The White Tiger tribe would become the laughingstock of the entire beast god continent. They would become public enemies. The priest's face reddened with anger at Imobai's words, refusing to yield even an inch. Allow the serpent beast to enter the tribe, and we must extend an invitation? Not a chance. He waved his hand as Imobai attempted to speak again. Young chief, further discussion is futile, and 7 days, we shall set out to welcome the phoenix beast. He knew that Cloud City had reconciled with the White Tiger tribe due to the phoenix beast, even agreeing to share half of the salt produced. The lord of Cloud City, Moran, was the strongest and had a fondness for the phoenix beast. He would likely be unwilling to allow the serpent beast to remain by her side. Before we go, we must first meet with the lord of Cloud City. He knew that Cloud City was now allied with the phoenix beast and the White Tiger tribe. The beast god had sent down a divine messenger to bring blessings to the entire beastman continent. Once the phoenix beast was welcomed back, the White Tiger tribe would not monopolize the blessings but would share them with Cloud City and other smaller tribes. He had a personal motive for meeting Moran. If, aside from the serpent beast, Moran were to bond with the phoenix beast, she would have to remain within the White Tiger tribe. This was the will of the beast god. Why else would the divine guide point him in this direction? Moran would certainly lead Cloud City to join the White Tiger tribe, uniting the entire beastman continent. Meanwhile, Moran, who had been schemed against by the priest, was pacing within the stone hall, contemplating Wuluan's reaction. After much thought, he believed he should handle his own affairs first, anticipating some underhanded tactics behind the scenes. He hesitated whether to inform Yuehuan, but Imobai had advised that he should give the two some space to adjust. Perhaps once they were together, they would find that it was not so extraordinary, and life would settle into a routine, leading Yuehuan to let go of her obsession. While he was in doubt, he received word that Imobai and the priest had arrived. Moran was somewhat taken aback. Although the conflict was no longer life or death, what could the priest of the White Tiger tribe want? Imobai and the priest passed through without hindrance into Moran's stone hall. After exchanging pleasantries, the priest stated his purpose. What? Kill Hanmian? Both Moran and Imobai exclaimed in shock. Though they had only recently met Hanmian, they understood his character. He was certainly not a violent individual. Imobai's expression darkened. Not only would he not commit wanton slaughter, but I believe he is a kind-hearted person, reluctant to hurt anyone. Moran felt a pang of sympathy for Hanmian. He questioned himself. If he had grown up in such an environment, surrounded by malice and slander, could he have ever treated others kindly? You have all been bewitched by the serpent beast. He can even enchant the phoenix beast, if he truly wished to send her away. Why not do so immediately? Why linger together for a month, allowing the phoenix beast to develop feelings for him? Can't you see through such tactics? The priest looked at the two, exasperated by their inability to recognize the truth. They were the strongest in the beastman continent and shared a fondness for the phoenix beast. Why defend a serpent beast? No, he is not that kind of person. I am certain. Regardless, I will not agree to kill him, Imobi asserted firmly. I agree that he is not. Moreover, I have sparred with him. I cannot bring myself to kill him. Moran regarded the priest seriously as he analyzed the situation. Moreover, this is not a matter of whether we should kill him. It is simply impossible. Yuehuan will fight to the death for him. If we kill him, Yuehuan would bring ruin to this continent. As the divine messenger of the beast god, the phoenix beast would not destroy the continent for a serpent beast. The beast god would not permit her to bring devastation. If she remains obstinate, she will face divine retribution. The priest's staff struck heavily against the stone floor. How ludicrous! How could the messenger of the beast god destroy the continent for a serpent beast? Causing suffering for all? These two must be attempting to frighten me with such words to prevent me from killing the serpent beast. Imo ran, the leader. I have been guided by the divine to seek the phoenix beast. She has come bearing a mission to spread the blessings of the gods across our beast god continent. The priest regarded Imo ran with a solemn expression. Imo ran understood that he spoke the truth. The priest was responsible for conveying the will and intent of the beast god, and he would not jest about such matters. Therefore, we could persuade them to part ways, or allow Han Mian to reside with me until the phoenix beast completes her mission and returns for him. As long as they do not go to the tribe, it would suffice. Imo Ran wished to keep the situation from becoming overly complicated. It was out of the question for him to kill Han Mian. Tomorrow, we shall welcome the phoenix beast. If that serpent beast knows how to retreat, it would be best if he leaves on his own. They cannot remain together here. That is absolutely unacceptable. If the beastmen were to learn that the companion of the divine messenger, the phoenix beast, is a serpent beast, what would they think? This would be a sacrilege against the gods. The priest's face darkened, and his words carried a righteous tone. Imo Ran and Imobi both fell into a state of confusion. Chapter 54. You are the messenger of the beast god in the tranquil depths of night. With all sounds hushed, Yuehuan slept soundly in Han Mian's embrace. Their days together were filled with sweetness and warmth. Happiness, though often elusive, can sometimes feel remarkably simple. Yet, Imo Ran began to wrestle with his inner turmoil. To be fair, he harbored affection for Yuehuan. It is human nature to possess selfish desires. To love is to wish to possess. And it was impossible for him not to feel envious of Han Mian. However, he could never bring himself to wish for Han Mian's demise simply because of these feelings. Having spent time together, the face that occasionally bore a smile was one he could never associate with a villainous person. The Han Mian he knew was gentle and reserved. Though he seldom smiled, his heart was warm, never putting anyone in an awkward position. What should he do? Will Han Mian leave tomorrow? Even if he does, will Yuehuan let him go? What if he doesn't leave? Imobi lingered in his stone hall. Unable to depart for a long while, he was lost in thought after the priest's words had shaken him. His feelings towards Han Mian were complex. He envied and resented him, yet felt pity for his plight. Even admiring his ability to retain kindness despite being misunderstood. Having observed him throughout their journey, he naturally understood Han Mian better than others. Each time danger approached, Han Mian would first wrap him up and deliver him to safety. He could not accept the idea of killing Han Mian. It was not solely because of Yuehuan. Why must they treat Han Mian this way? What wrongdoing had he committed? Was it merely because he was a serpent beast? The two began to harbor doubts about the rules for the first time, yet it was the divine's guidance. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the small wooden cabin. Yuehuan awoke and bestowed a sweet kiss upon the still sleeping Han Mian. Each day, Han Mian was roused by her gentle kisses, and while he had grown accustomed to it, he was still enveloped by a profound sense of happiness. Huan, I like you so much. Han Mian murmured, burying his head against her chest, his voice hoarse and laced with morning laziness. Yuehuan embraced Han Mian, watching him nestle against her like a small dog, and her heart swelled with tenderness. The previous Han Mian had been cold and silent. Now, he had finally learned to express his affections. Regardless of his demeanor, she adored him fiercely. She gently ran her fingers through his long hair and said, Han Mian, did you hear? My heart beats for you each and every time. Han Mian blushed at Huan's candid confession, his heart racing uncontrollably. He tightened his embrace around her waist, kissing the softness of her chest. He could hardly bear her words, nor withstand even a hint of teasing. It felt as though a wild creature was stirring within him, igniting his blood and leaving him craving more. As the sun reached its zenith, the two finally arose, donning matching silk garments and sharing knowing smiles. After freshening up, they stepped into the courtyard where Han Mian languidly settled on a wooden bench, closing his eyes and basking in the sunlight against the wall. His heart still rippled with remnants of passion, his cheeks faintly flushed. Huan seldom saw him in such a relaxed state. He appeared languorous yet alluring, stirring an irresistible itch within her that compelled her to tease him. She approached Han Mian, grinning, and asked, Han Mian, do you know what we call this in the place I used to live? Pointing to their attire. Han Mian opened his eyes, waiting silently with a tilted head for her to continue. Huan loved to pose various questions, and even if he ignored her, she would persist. You don't know, do you? It's called couple's attire. A couple is two people in love. You are my beloved. A beloved means to hold hands and grow old together. She took Han Mian's hand, her smile radiant. Han Mian was momentarily dazzled by her bright smile, pulling her onto his lap and kissing her earlobe. All right, Huan very happy now. More than just happy. This should be called bliss. Bliss is simply this. Look, Han Mian, this moment, the sunlight is perfect, life is tranquil, and every morning I can see you. Huan never held back in expressing her feelings for Han Mian. She wanted him to know every moment that she loved him, that being with him brought her joy and happiness. Han Mian was utterly enchanted by the affection reflected in her eyes. Huan, my happiness is you. The two began to indulge in their sweet exchanges once more, for love has a way of rendering one helplessly captivated. Huan, Bai and the others approached, attempting to delay time but struggling to find a solution. With apprehension, they reached the courtyard only to witness the couple in an intimate moment. Bai quickly called out. The two, caught in their fervent embrace, stood and turned to see Bai, and Mo ran accompanied by an unfamiliar figure at the courtyard entrance, about to step inside. That is the priest. See his staff? Han Mian whispered to Huan, who did not understand. Feeling a tinge of disappointment, Huan, although friends with Bai and Mo Ran, wished to remain in their sweet solitude without interruption. The three hurried inside, and upon seeing the somber expressions on Mo Ran and Bai's faces, Han Mian sensed something amiss. He gently grasped Huan's hand, refraining from speaking first. As they approached, neither Mo Ran nor Bai uttered a word, their gazes laden with complexity as they regarded Huan and Han Mian. Noticing Han Mian's silence, Huan quietly observed the priest. Time seemed to stand still for a moment. Phoenix Beast, I am the priest of the White Tiger tribe. I have failed in my duty by not welcoming you in a timely manner. After surveying the two for a long while, the priest finally spoke, his tone solemn. Huan was bewildered by his words, questioning what he meant by a timely welcome. She did not respond but merely nodded. Acknowledging his presence. Last summer, under the guidance of the beast god, a messenger came to the beast god continent. Near the White Tiger tribe, I was tasked to seek you, but due to unforeseen circumstances, it took nearly a year to find you. It is my negligence that has caused you so much suffering. The priest's sincerity was palpable. Huan listened in confusion. What is this about a divine messenger? Wasn't I brought here by the wish cat god? What purpose does a messenger serve? This priest is quite the storyteller. Her mind was filled with questions, yet her expression remained unchanging. Seeing her persistent silence, the priest, with a touch of helplessness, continued. You are the Phoenix Beast, bearer of divine fire, and have come to the beast god continent with a mission. Today, I have come to welcome the Phoenix Beast messenger back to the White Tiger tribe. Huan struggled to suppress her laughter at the absurdity of being labeled a messenger, especially one with a mission. She turned to Han Mian, sharing a private chuckle. She had told Han Mian who she was and where she came from. A divine messenger? What nonsense, however. Han Mian was not in the mood for laughter. He understood that the priest was responsible for relaying the will of the beast god and would not speak frivolously. Could it be that Huan was indeed the messenger? Had the wish cat god not directly conveyed this to her? Was her ability to transform into the phoenix beast part of their arrangement? Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, Mo Ran decided it would be best to first communicate with Han Mian to prevent any escalation, and thus he spoke. Yu Huan, you two continue your conversation. Mo Bai and I have not seen Han Mian in a long time. We will have our own talk. Come, Han Mian. Yu Huan believed the priest had come solely to invite them back. So she smiled gently at Han Mian. Go on. I'll make you something delicious when you return. Han Mian nodded, guessing that Mo Ran wished to discuss something important with him, and thus he left the small courtyard with the two. Noticing that Yu Huan remained silent and continued to smile at Han Mian's departing figure, the priest understood that their bond appeared as strong as ever and realized he would need to exert considerable effort today. Phoenix Beast, you carry a heavy responsibility. Your main focus should be on fulfilling your mission. How can personal feelings interfere with duty? Moreover, he is but a serpent beast. You must make a decisive choice for your own sake. What do you mean? Yu Huan's smile faded. Don't let Han Mian go. You claim that you were unable to find me in time, causing me to be bewitched by him and develop feelings. That is understandable. However, if we continue to be together and the beastmen learn that the companion of the divine messenger is a serpent beast, what will they think? This would be a desecration of the beast god. The priest spoke earnestly and persuasively. First of all, I am not your messenger, and second, whom I choose to be with is my own affair. It has nothing to do with anyone else. What of the serpent beast? Yu Huan's expression grew stern. Her assertion that she was not a messenger felt somewhat insincere, as she recalled the wish cat god. Indeed, why had he inexplicably brought her to the beast world and gifted her the phoenix beast essence? He had even given her a transformation pill out of fear that she might perish. Moreover, the phoenix tail flower could only be acquired through good deeds. The priest was momentarily taken aback by her question regarding the serpent beast. Why even ask? He replied, his tone growing firmer. You are the messenger. There is no mistake. It was the beast god who guided me to find you. You may choose to be with anyone, but it cannot be the serpent beast. You have a mission to remain in the tribe, spreading the blessings of the beast god. While the serpent beast is viewed as a public enemy in the beast world, no tribe would accept a serpent beast. Even if I am the messenger and have fulfilled my duties, you have seen the changes in your tribe. You should return. I will not go back to the tribe, so there is no need for them to accept him. I yearn only to be with him. There is no need for further discourse. Yu Huan senses that the situation may take a turn for the worse. She might truly have been deceived by the wish cat. The priest is somewhat taken aback. How could she not go to the tribe? It appears she is exceedingly concerned about the serpent beast, and leveraging its safety as a bargaining chip should prove effective. Phoenix Beast, release him. It would be beneficial for him. His cultivation level is quite high now, and provided he does not engage in wrongdoing, I can assure you that no tribe will pursue him again. He can live freely without fear. Release him? That is utterly impossible. As long as he is with me, he shall remain unharmed, for I will protect him. Yu Huan speaks with conviction, yet internally, she feels a twinge of uncertainty, as the reality of her being a messenger leaves her somewhat flustered. If the priest's words hold any truth, could she truly endanger Han Mian? Phoenix Beast, do you not realize that this could bring harm to both him and yourself? The messenger of the beast god has been ensnared by the serpent beast, forsaking her duty to spread blessings throughout the beast realm. Should this news circulate, not only will the beastmen hunt him down, but it will also tarnish the deity's reputation. The god shall not spare him. The priest, witnessing her obstinacy, begins to threaten her directly with the life of the serpent beast. Chapter 55. I do not seek to become a god. Han Mian, along with Mo Ran and Mo Bai, arrives at the edge of the forest, his heart still laden with concern as he gazes intently toward the courtyard. Mo Ran, with no other choice, divulges the entire situation to Han Mian. He does not wish for Han Mian to perish. If the priest truly opens the altar and claims the beast goddess decree, the entire beastman tribe will converge to hunt him down. If Yu Huan indeed defies her mission for him and faces divine retribution, what then for the two of them? Han Mian feels as if struck by thunder. Huan is the messenger of the beast god. They cannot be together. Has he, in a ceaseless cycle, failed to escape the fate of the serpent beast? No matter how he contemplates it, it is a dead end. Should he remain, if pursued, Huan will certainly protect him. And he is utterly convinced she would disregard everything for him. But what of the divine punishment she would face? If he leaves, what then for Hua Huan? The last time he departed, she nearly lost her life. No, he had promised Hua Huan that he would never leave her again. Previously, he had naively believed that sending her away was for her own good, yet it nearly cost her life. Now, he understands the depth of Yu Huahuan's feelings for him. She had made it abundantly clear. Without him, she would perish. He dares not imagine the consequences of his departure. He is also unwilling to leave. He was once a wandering soul in hell. But Yu Huahuan pulled him into paradise, granting him all the beauty of existence. Now, to plunge him back into hell. One who has never tasted sweetness cannot comprehend bitterness. Yet, how could he accept being submerged in bile after having been immersed in honey? Mo Ran observes him leaning against a tree, tilting his head and rubbing his brow, remaining silent, and she feels sorrow for him. However, if the matter is not resolved, if Hanmian does not leave, the consequences are too dreadful to contemplate. After much internal struggle, she steels herself and speaks. Hanmian, are you going to leave? No. I have promised her that I will not abandon her, unless it is her own choice. I have made decisions for her, believing it was for her benefit, yet I nearly caused her demise and allowed her to suffer for so long. Hanmian lowers his hand from his brow, raises his head, and gazes with unyielding determination. Imobai also interjects. I too believe that while we all think leaving is the right course, Yu Huahuan may not share that sentiment. Whether to be a divine messenger or to be with you should be a decision for her to make. If you depart and she chooses not to live, what then? Mo Ran wishes to say more, but then recalls the words Yu Huahuan had shouted at Hanmian that day. She had declared that without Hanmian, she would die. If leaving means death, it would be better to wait and fight for a chance. The three of them fall into silence. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, upon hearing the priest declare that Hanmian would be hunted, Yu Huahuan grows agitated. Hunt Hanmian? On what grounds? Has he committed any wrongdoing? Simply because he is a serpent beast? Because he has bewitched me and failed to spread blessings throughout the beast realm? Absurd! I spread those blessings because of Hanmian. Did anyone ask me if I wished to be a messenger? As Hanmian and the others rush back, they hear Yu Huahuan's piercing voice once more. Who dares to hunt Hanmian? Who dares to lay a finger on him? I will pursue them to the ends of the earth and annihilate them. If the entire beast god continent's beast men join in the hunt, then I shall set your continent ablaze. You are a divine messenger. You should harbor great love. How can you be so violent, wishing to destroy the beastman continent for your own selfish desires? Do you truly believe you are worthy of the beast goddess trust? The priest cannot fathom that such words could escape the lips of a messenger. His face contorts with disbelief and rage. Yu Huahuan, upon hearing the priest speak of great love, scoffs coldly, her voice lowering yet laced with ice. A farce. They seek the life of my beloved, yet demand that I extend great love and spare them? What audacity! What is this so-called great love? If the divine truly loves humanity, why does it single out Hanmian for punishment? Is Hanmian not one of humanity? If I cannot protect the one I love, then I need not be a divine messenger. Phoenix beast, should you seek to destroy the beastman continent, you shall face divine retribution. If the beast god revokes your divine power and fire, how will you protect him then? The priest strives to convince himself not to succumb to anger. He must find a way to persuade the phoenix beast to abandon the serpent beast. Then let divine retribution come. If I cannot protect him, then I will perish alongside him. Yu Huahuan's expression begins to spiral into madness. The priest's words pierce her heart like a dagger, striking at her deepest fears. Her greatest dread is failing to protect Hanmian. Phoenix beast, you are an ancient divine beast, a messenger, with a mission to fulfill. Is it worth it for the sake of a serpent beast? The priest genuinely cannot accept this. That is a path to divinity. Worthiness is for me to decide. I seek little. I do not wish to become a god, nor do I desire to achieve enlightenment, nor do I seek past lives or future existences. I simply desire to spend this life with Hanmian. Am I being greedy? Yu Huahuan clenches her hands tightly, her face revealing helplessness and despair, yet her eyes blaze with fury. Her final words erupt into a heart-wrenching scream. I desire nothing but Hanmian. Yet you call for bloodshed, seeking his life? Very well. Since the divine and the enlightened are unjust, then come and take this body of phoenix bones that was gifted to me. Shall I die alongside him? Is that acceptable? As Hanmian witnesses Yu Huahuan's emotions teetering on the brink of collapse, he hastily strides forward and embraces her. Huahuan, Huahuan, look at me, I am here. Upon seeing Hanmian's face, Yu Huahuan loosens her tightly clenched hands and wraps her arms around his waist. Taking a long while to speak, Hanmian, have you heard everything? I am sorry. I cannot let you go. I am selfish, but Huahuan, it is my fault. I am the one who cannot bear to leave. Still clinging to such an unworthy identity, which burdens you. Hanmian finds himself at a loss for words. His heart trembles. I do not seek to become a god. I do not seek to become enlightened. I do not seek past lives. I do not seek future existences. I only seek Hanmian. Yu Huahuan's words resonate in his ears like a thunderclap. Hanmian, what are you saying? What is unworthy about you? You are the best. They do not understand your goodness. It is their blindness and ignorance that render them unworthy. Yu Huahuan holds Hanmian's face, speaking each word with utmost sincerity. The priest is filled with regret. Had he found the phoenix beast sooner, they would not have reached such a dire situation. He never anticipated that the phoenix beast would wish to die alongside the serpent beast. If only they could part ways. Both could live well. One is an ancient divine beast. What folly is this, to let love lead to such calamity? Were his previous words too harsh? Has the situation truly become so dire that an altar must be opened? The phoenix beast has much to offer the tribe. He wishes to kill the serpent beast or drive it away, solely to retain the phoenix beast within the white tiger tribe for the sake of the beast goddess reputation. His earlier threats were only to make the phoenix beast aware of the stakes. Who could have imagined it would come to this? It is utterly incomprehensible. What shall be done? Mo Ran and Mo Bai, witnessing the two, cannot help but feel their eyes welling with tears. They merely wish to be together. Why must it be so difficult? After a long moment, Yu Huahuan regains her composure, taking Hanmian's hand, her icy gaze sweeping over the three standing in the courtyard. You may leave now. From this moment forth, I have no further ties with the White Tiger tribe. I have done all that I can for you. We are no longer indebted to one another. If you wish to hunt me down, then come. If the beast god is to impose punishment, let him reclaim my phoenix bones. Yu Huahuan. Upon hearing her declare that she has no further ties with the White Tiger tribe, Mo Bai grows alarmed. He wishes to clarify that this is solely the priest's opinion and does not represent the White Tiger tribe. Yet, the deeply ingrained beliefs of the beastmen hold that the priest embodies the will of the beast god. Leaving him at a loss for words, return now. Hanmian has yet to eat. I have no time to entertain you. Yu Huahuan senses Hanmian's hand trembling slightly, assisting him to sit properly, pouring water into his hands and urging him to drink as she turns to enter the kitchen. Hanmian, Mo Bai glances at Hanmian with a hint of helplessness, unsure how to convey to Yu Huahuan that he and the priest do not share the same views. Mo Bai, it is nothing. Huahuan does not mean it towards you. Next time you come, please bring me the beast skin skirt Huahuan made. Hanmian understands Mo Bai's intentions and makes an effort to adjust his mood, offering him a faint smile. Very well, I will come to visit you both in a couple of days. With Hanmian's words, Mo Bai feels a great sense of relief. At the very least. Hanmian still allows him to visit, which signifies Hanmian's trust in him. If Hanmian trusts him, then Yu Huahuan will naturally not grow distant from him. Mo Bai, you and the priest should return first. I will stay here and talk with Hanmian for a while. Mo Ran sits beside Hanmian and pats his shoulder. The priest, his face flushed, feels utterly out of place. The Lord of Cloud City and the Serpent Beast are now aligned. The young clan leader as well. They had not only spoken on his behalf yesterday, but have now turned against him, siding with the Serpent Beast. Should the altar be opened? If the altar is opened and the Beast God consents to hunt the Serpent Beast, it would mean everlasting enmity with the Phoenix Beast. If at that moment, the Lord of Cloud City and the young clan leader remain obstinate, this is not a scenario he wishes to witness. In a moment of indecision, I can only return to the White Tiger tribe with Mo Ran and discuss matters further. Hanmian, regardless of what transpires, I shall not be your adversary, not solely because of my affection for Yu Huan. Perhaps I cannot prevent everyone from Yunzhong City from taking action, but my lion clan will never partake in the hunt. Mo Ran placed his hand on Hanmian's shoulder, having made up his mind. Hanmian looked at him in astonishment, unable to comprehend Mo Ran's reasoning. After all, It was the will of the beast god, and everyone knew the consequences of defiance. He had endured far too much malice in his lifetime, and kindness often left him at a loss for how to respond. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Mo ran. If it is indeed the beast god's will to hunt me down, please do not resist. I do not wish for anyone to be implicated because of me. You still have your kin to protect. Pausing for a moment, he gazed up at the sky and continued. But I do not believe it is the beast god who wishes for my demise. I have never committed evil. All my actions were for self-preservation. I have not provoked anyone. If my very existence as a serpent warrants my death, then the beast god is truly unjust. Mo ran, perceiving the profound sorrow and confusion in Han Mion's eyes, felt a surge of indignation on his behalf. Having governed Yunzhong City at a young age and encountered countless individuals, he had come to understand Han Mion, albeit briefly. He had clashed with Han Mion before. Han Mion was formidable, a worthy opponent. He acknowledged him wholeheartedly. Witnessing Han Mion's current plight stirred a sense of kinship within him. Among beastmen, strength was revered. He and Han Mion were equals, yet their circumstances were vastly different. Mo Ran was held in high esteem, while Han Mion faced misunderstanding and scorn. Factors such as race, identity, bloodline, and prejudice had forged an insurmountable chasm between them. Chapter 56. I know where to find the soul-returning incense. A wave of melancholy washed over Mo Ran. Han Mion, just remember, no matter what happens, I stand with you. Mo Ran spoke earnestly. In the next few days, let us venture once more to the Green Crystal Forest. Mo Ran desired to take Han Mion back to the Green Crystal Forest. Together, they were the mightiest on the continent, and their alliance would ensure safety there. The forest was not only home to the green crystals. His fire-resistant ice crystal had been unearthed there. He sought to procure a protective artifact for Han Mion. To the Green Crystal Forest? Why? Yu Huan inquired as she set the table for three, having overheard their conversation in the kitchen. She felt grateful that Mo Ran was willing to support Han Mion. The utility of the gesture mattered little. It was the sentiment that counted. While dining, Mo Ran recounted the origins of his ice crystal and expressed his intent to find something to safeguard Han Mion. He reassured them that with their combined strength, they would emerge unscathed from the Green Crystal Forest. Han Mion, what do you think? Yu Huan, though not skeptical of Mo Ran's abilities, felt it necessary to hear Han Mion affirm his agreement before she could fully trust it. Han Mion was inclined to go. Although beastmen could only consume green crystals once in their lives to enhance their strength, he had no need for them. However, if he could discover other protective items, it would offer him and Yu Huan an additional layer of security. If a hunt truly commenced, he would need to be prepared. Yu Huan's divine fire must not be unleashed again, for if a massacre ensued or the beastman continent was destroyed, she would surely face divine retribution. He could not allow such a fate to befall her. Yet, the thought of her remaining here alone filled him with trepidation, leading to his hesitation. I will have Wolf 7 and the Wolf clan guard this place. You need not worry. Mo Ran discerned his uncertainty. Protect me? If Han Mion is going, then I shall go as well, Yu Huan retorted, somewhat exasperated. How could she permit Han Mion to venture forth alone? Yu Huan, you cannot go. Your powers are fire-based and cannot be wielded within the Green Crystal Forest, where the trees obscure the sky, rendering your transformation impossible. Mo Ran insisted urgently, I will fly above. I cannot be separated from Han Mion. Yu Huan protested vehemently, unwilling to let Han Mion out of her sight. The Green Crystal Forest is vast, filled with trees. From above, you will see nothing. We must remain at least 10 days. And can you sustain flight for that long? Han Mion will need to focus on looking after you. Mo Ran chuckled inwardly at the absurdity of her suggestion. Seeing Yu Huan's anxiety, Han Mion quickly reassured her. Yu Huan, there is no danger for Mo Ran and me in the forest. Wait for me here. I promise I shall return safely. All right, be good. Yu Huan initially considered suggesting they both stay behind, but upon witnessing Han Mion's gentle insistence, she felt overwhelmed. After much deliberation, she embraced him tightly, her voice choked with emotion. Han Mion, please take care, and whether or not you catch anything is unimportant. I can protect you even without it. Yu Huan pondered deeply. Han Mion needed to grow stronger amid the uncertainties. She genuinely feared she might not be able to protect him. She was not Na'vi. The threat of incinerating the entire Beastman continent loomed ominously. But if that were the case, she and Han Mian would have no future together. Unless pushed to the brink, she would not take such a drastic step if, in the coming days, the priest summoned others to hunt him down. It would be best for Han Mian not to be present. She did not want him to witness her become a madwoman, killing indiscriminately. As for the priest's words, she held a degree of skepticism. She had once confided in the wish cat that she wished to bind a serpent. If he were indeed the beast god, he would not unleash a hunt on Han Mian simply because she refused to part from him. Yet, the future remained uncertain. Should matters escalate to a point of no return, and if she were truly punished by the beast god and her phoenix bone reclaimed, what then would become of Han Mian? Han Mian embraced her tightly. "Yu Huan, I shall. While I am away, take care of yourself. Wolf 7 and the Wolf clan will guard you here. I will return as swiftly as I can." Though Han Mian was worried, he reasoned that the priest hunt targeted him, and without him present, they would not trouble Yu Huan. Thus, there was no need to be concerned about the priest's intentions. The only variable was the Ape clan. However, Yu Huan possessed divine fire and had the Wolf clan to protect her, so barring the beast god, no one could harm her, and she was unlikely to encounter any trouble. As the group deliberated, they were suddenly joined by Yi Chun. He arrived bearing all the animal hide skirts, flour, cotton, and medicinal herbs from Yu Huan's cave. Upon seeing the cave emptied of its contents, Yu Huan felt a sense of foreboding. Yet, Yi Chun offered no explanation, stating only that he feared Yu Huan might need cotton and assumed she would be craving flour as well, so he brought everything along. After learning of Mo Ran and Han Mian's intended journey to the Green Crystal Forest, Yi Chun appeared quite pleased. "Han Mian, go ahead. Wolf 7 and I will remain here to protect Yu Huan." Rest assured, Mo Bai mentioned he would arrive in 2 days. Though Han Mian had initially felt some apprehension, he recognized that Yi Chun hailed from the White Tiger tribe, and with Mo Bai's impending arrival, they were likely aware that the priest had been inactive lately. Moreover, given his absence, the priest had no reason to pursue a hunt, allowing him to ease his worries. After the three finished their dinner, they agreed to set off the following day by return to Yunzhong City with Yi Chun, intending to arrange matters within the tribe, as their absence could extend for several days. The Wolf clan would guard Yu Huan, leaving the Lion clan responsible for the safety of Yunzhong City, while also keeping an eye on the Ape clan. Yi Chun went to consult with Wolf 7 on how best to protect Yu Huan. The room was left with only Han Mian and Yu Huan. Once again, they faced impending separation. Both departures were for the purpose of gaining strength, yet the individuals involved were different, and their mindsets had shifted. "Han Mian, I have brought the cotton. I will make you many clothes at home. Do not wander about aimlessly. Eat well and wait for my return. Do not worry about me. No one can harm me. Just take care of yourself, all right?" Yu Huan said, embracing Han Mian. After hearing his numerous admonitions, she finally spoke. She had given Han Mian a calming potion, fearing he might not sleep well through the night, leaving him drained in the Green Crystal Forest. However, she dared not reveal the truth, disguising it as a tonic for vitality. Once Han Mian fell asleep, Yu Huan rose to the kitchen to prepare his favorite egg pancakes. No matter how much she made, it never felt sufficient, so she also cooked his beloved meatball soup. She gathered all the medicines she had previously prepared for him into a plastic bag. Yet, feeling a sense of unease, she retrieved the jade Buddha she had kept hidden in her backpack's inner pocket, a talisman her grandfather had obtained from the temple after her parents' passing, step by step, in prayer for her safety. After her grandfather's passing, she had never dared to wear Mo Ran. Yi Chun and Wolf 7 arrived, prompting Yu Huan to enter the room and rouse Han Mian from his slumber. Gazing at his sleeping face, she contemplated their impending separation of several days. Overcome with emotion, she could not suppress her tears, quickly wiping them away, reminding herself not to cry. Such actions were inauspicious. Han Mian opened his eyes and noticed Yu Huan's reddened gaze. Fighting back his own tears as his heart ached, he forced himself to rise, wash his face, and eat breakfast. The group sat silently at the dining table, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken words. After finishing their meal, Yu Huan prepared the pancakes and medicines for Han Mian, placing the jade Buddha around his neck. "Han Mian, this was a talisman my grandfather sought for me. It will surely keep you safe. I will wait for your return at home," Yu Huan said, her voice earnest as she struggled to contain her emotions. Previously, she had not been particularly devout, but now, in her time of need, she felt compelled to believe. She genuinely hoped the jade Buddha would ensure Han Mian's safety. Wolf 7, still young and having not seen Han Mian for a long time, tugged at Han Mian's arm, his eyes brimming with tears, nearly causing Yu Huan to lose her composure. Mo Ran, witnessing the tears glistening in Han Mian's eyes, sensed that if this continued, he would not be able to leave. He took hold of Han Mian and addressed everyone. "We shall take our leave. The sooner we depart, the sooner we shall return, do not worry." With that, he transformed and, in an instant, vanished into the depths of the forest with Han Mian. Yu Huan watched as Han Mian disappeared in the blink of an eye. Feeling an abrupt emptiness within her, she could not allow herself to cry. Instead, she sought to occupy herself with tasks. Yes, she must keep busy to stave off the relentless ache of longing. Meanwhile, the leader of the ape clan, Wu Luan, recognized the opportunity that had arisen once the chief departed from Yunzhong City. Yesterday, he received news from the White Tiger tribe regarding the Wolf Fang, indicating that the priest intended to deal with the serpent beast. Meanwhile, the leader of the Eagle tribe, Zexin, was in a state of exhilaration, having learned that the Lord of Yunqing and the serpent beast had ventured into the green crystal forest. Currently, only the phoenix beast and the wolf tribe remained. And due to the serpent beast, the phoenix beast had already become estranged from the White Tiger tribe. This was an unparalleled opportunity. Eagerly anticipating, he waited anxiously until finally the leader of the monkey tribe, Wu Luan, arrived. Suppressing his excitement, he feigned indifference and inquired about Wu Luan's purpose. "Zexin, I bring you good news. Yunqing has discovered salt. Moran has also gone to the green crystal forest. If we join forces, that salt will be ours." Wu Luan carefully articulated, attempting to entice Zexin with the prospect of salt. Zexin chuckled, realizing that Wu Luan was treating him as a fool. "Wu Luan, do not presume that I am unaware of your intentions. The fire-breathing phoenix beast is by the salt lake. Is she not? And the wolf tribe stands guard. If you lack sincerity in seeking my alliance, you may leave at once." Zexin's gaze was piercing, his tone frigid. Wu Luan was taken aback, understanding that the Eagle tribe had been monitoring them all along. And it seemed their target was indeed Yunqing. There was no way to dismiss the salt. However, he thought, it mattered not. As long as he could exact revenge, other considerations were trivial. Fueled by vengeance, he gritted his teeth and spoke. "Indeed? The phoenix beast is there. If we can subdue her and injure the wolf tribe, everything else can be negotiated. The leader has gone to the green crystal forest. Only the lion tribe remains in Yunqing. My monkey tribe can act as insiders, making it easy for your eagle tribe to besiege the city." "Oh? What do you wish to gain?" Zexin, fully aware, feigned ignorance. "I demand the lives of the phoenix beast and the serpent beast." Wu Luan spat through clenched teeth. "I can handle the phoenix beast. But the serpent beast and Moran have gone to the green crystal forest. They are the strongest beings on the Beastman continent. Their powers will be unfathomable upon their return. I have no means to confront them." Zexin spoke candidly, his only concern being the potential wrath of these two upon their emergence. "Can you capture the phoenix beast?" Wu Luan's eyes brightened. He had initially come with a stroke of luck, thinking that, as fellow avians, the Eagle tribe might have some way, but he did not expect that they could genuinely capture the phoenix beast. "Then there is no issue. I know where the resurrection fragrance can be found." Zexin sat upon a stone bench, his expression contemplative. "You can first capture the phoenix beast, then use her to threaten the serpent beast and Moran. They will undoubtedly surrender." Wu Luan's eyes gleamed with excitement. "The resurrection fragrance can render the phoenix beast unconscious." "Oh? How do you know this?" Zexin was somewhat surprised. He only knew that the salt lake was home to the serpent and phoenix beasts. The eagle beasts, wary of approaching, only observed from the heights, thus remaining ignorant of further details. "The phoenix beast killed over 100 of my monkey tribe to protect the serpent beast. What other reason could she have for her affection towards the serpent beast? The White Tiger tribe's priest intends to encircle the serpent beast precisely because they have formed a pair. The reason for the enmity with the phoenix beast is that their bond is profound. Unwilling to part, and the leader, Moran, would not forsake my entire monkey tribe or our grievances with the White Tiger tribe for mere salt. He must be fond of the phoenix beast. He desires to bond with her." Wu Luan's eyes sparkled with conviction. Zexin's interest piqued. The serpent beast and the phoenix beast were actually bonded. Moran favored the phoenix beast. They would certainly not stand idly by while the phoenix beast perished. This scheme was unraveling. Zasin began to mentally calculate the chances of success and potential losses. Even if the Lord of Yunqing and the Serpent Beast were fond of Yu Huan, it seemed improbable for them to surrender and await death. The Serpent Beast and the Phoenix Beast were mates. Threatening him with the Phoenix Beast's life had some possibility. However, Moran had not yet bonded with the Phoenix Beast, making it unlikely he would sacrifice himself for her. Furthermore, he held no animosity towards them and had no need for their lives. If Moran were to perish, the Lion Tribe would undoubtedly seek vengeance against him. Did he intend to annihilate the Lion Tribe? He merely sought the territory of Yunqing and had no need for such brutal actions. At that point, he would incur the wrath of the Beast God, resulting in a loss far outweighing any gain. What if he seized Yunqing first, using the Phoenix Beast's life to compel Moran and the Serpent Beast to swear an oath to the Beast God, promising to cease their pursuit of revenge? Simply allowing the Lord of Yunqing to be replaced would enable the Lion Tribe to continue residing in Yunqing. Surely Moran would agree to this to save the Phoenix Beast. If they swore an oath, he would return the Phoenix Beast to them. As for the Monkey Tribe, merely a stepping stone, inconsequential. After all, Wuluin could not contend with him. Having resolved his thoughts, he looked at Wuluin with sincerity. Very well. Since it is so, I shall assist you this once. First, capture the Phoenix Beast, take Yunqing, and once they emerge and surrender, I shall leave the handling of the Phoenix and Serpent Beasts to you. The two reached an agreement, discussing the details before setting a plan to act in 3 days. Wuluin departed first, needing to return to Yunqing to strategize on how to subdue the Lion Tribe. Zasin then journeyed to the Step Cliff. The Step Cliff was situated within a small valley, surrounded by mountains on all sides. In the center, a narrow high cliff rose abruptly from the ground. A marvel of nature. The valley was shrouded in mist year-round, teeming with venomous insects, and the toxic miasma at the valley's bottom rendered it inhospitable to land creatures. Entry meant death, yet atop the cliff grew the legendary resurrection fragrance, capable of subduing the phoenix bird. The resurrection fragrance was a treasure for other beastmen, its essence able to cure myriad ailments. However, for the phoenix beast, the powdered form of the resurrection fragrance, when inhaled, could render her temporarily unconscious, preventing her from transforming and utilizing her divine fire for a full cycle of the moon. This secret had been passed down solely through the Eagle Tribe's leader. The phoenix bird had long been extinct in the Beastman continent, existing only in legend. Therefore, it had only been preserved among the Eagle Tribe leaders, with no one else paying it any mind. Who would have thought that now the phoenix bird's return would prove useful? Yu Huan was busy processing cotton in her small courtyard, the cotton having been dried and seed removed from last year. She, along with Yi Chen and Wolf 7, flattened the cotton, compressing it into dense clumps before proceeding to card it into cotton thread. Yi Chen and Wolf 7 worked quickly, and observing their speed and finished product, Yu Huan decided to relinquish her efforts, feeling she was better suited for ideas. As the two busied themselves, she took a few beastmen from the wolf tribe into the forest to gather the horse blue and purple grass she had long coveted. Both were natural plant dyes. The last time they had hurriedly made silk, they had forgotten to dye it. The horse blue flower was a light purple pink, but the fabric dyed from it turned a soft blue. While the purple grass flower, deep purple in color, produced a mysteriously light purple fabric. The forest was abundant with various dye plants, but Yu Huan believed these two colors would look best on Han Mian. So she selected them first, promising herself that in the future, she would ensure he wore every color imaginable. Upon returning with the flowers, she found that Yi Chun and Wolf 7 had completed all the cotton thread. Yu Huan exclaimed, "This speed! If only you were in the modern world, you'd rival a factory? It's astonishing." She set aside some cotton thread, intending to make wicks when time allowed, as small oil lamps were far more convenient than torches. Lighting torches in a room always felt peculiar, and they produced smoke. After tidying up, she began weaving cloth, consciously slowing her pace so that Yi Chen and Wolf 7 could learn. Once they caught on, their curiosity piqued, and unable to remain idle, they dashed back into the forest to gather wood, crafting 2 looms. The 3 of them wove together, chatting and laughing, and before they knew it, an entire day had passed without a hint of sorrow from Yu Huan. However, after dinner, as night fell and she lay in bed, she found herself overwhelmed. Longing surged within her, mingled with anxiety and restlessness. She could hardly bear it and sat up again. Lighting countless torches, she resumed weaving. fearing that if she paused, she might cry, as she felt utterly unable to be strong regarding Han Mion's matters. Yi Chen and Wolf 7, having not yet slept, noticed the light from Yu Huan's room and, knowing she could not rest and was worried about Han Mion, went to keep her company while she wove. As the night deepened, dawn began to break. The fabrics they had woven were nearly complete, but Yu Huan was uncertain how much fabric was needed for a single garment. Eager to create clothing, she called a halt when she felt they had enough for several outfits, instructing Wolf 7 to crush the flowers and extract their juices, soaking the fabric within. She estimated that dyeing would take around 6 to 7 hours, and after informing Yi Chun, she skipped a meal and returned to her wooden house. After weaving for an entire day and night, she was already sore and weary, collapsing into sleep in the afternoon. Yu Huan finally awoke and stepped into the courtyard, finding Yi Chen and Wolf 7 had prepared cakes and meat soup, waiting for her. Feeling a bit embarrassed at being cared for, the three of them finished their meal and hung the dyed fabric to dry. Yu Huan sat in a chair, contemplating the fabric's colors, weighing whether to make ancient-style robes or regular clothing. Internally conflicted, she thought. While robes might be inconvenient, she truly wished to see Han Mion wear one. Perhaps she would make a set for him to wear at home when he was not out hunting. Yu Huan, let me take you fruit picking. The forest has many fruits you love. We can gather them and make dried fruit, shall we? Yi Chen, noticing Yu Huan's silence, assumed she was feeling down again and wanted to cheer her up. No, Yi Chun, I don't wish to go out. Please retrieve the wool that Imo Bai prepared for me last time. It's in the cabinet in my room. I will teach you how to make yarn. Yu Huan suddenly remembered the wool Imo Bai had gathered for her when she first arrived at the salt lake. Once they made the yarn, she could knit Han Mion a sweater or scarf. After Yi Chen retrieved it, he watched as Yu Huan wound the wool around a round stick, quickly rotating it, and to his amazement, the wool began to twist into a strand. Wolf 7 and Yi Chen found it amusing and eagerly joined in. The group bustling through another day. That night, they lit a bonfire in the courtyard and spread animal skins over the leaves. A few individuals were engaged in playful banter while handling yarn, and before she realized it, Yu Huan had dozed off. Upon awakening, she found the day had brightened considerably. As she groggily opened her eyes, she sensed a familiar embrace around her waist from behind. Instinctively believing it to be Han Mion. Turning around, she was jolted awake by the startling realization. Good heavens! She had been sleeping on the same animal hide as Yi Chen. His hand was still resting on her waist. Yu Huan was taken aback and immediately shook off his hand, sitting up to inspect herself thoroughly, finding nothing amiss. Once her breath steadied, Yi Chen, awakened by her sudden movements, noticed her pale complexion and hurriedly inquired about her well-being. What do you mean? How could this happen? How could you be sleeping next to me? Yu Huan felt an intense urge to bite him in frustration. Yi Chen, however, found nothing wrong with the situation. After all, what was so peculiar about sharing an animal hide? During her feverish state, he had held her for 7 days. With wide, innocent eyes, Yi Chen gazed at Yu Huan and asked, Yu Huan, what's wrong with us sleeping together? Haven't we done so before? Infuriated, Yu Huan was on the verge of exploding. Just as she was about to retort, who has ever slept with you? She suddenly noticed Wolf 7 grinning at them from another animal hide. The realization sent a shiver down her spine. Embarrassed, she managed to consume her breakfast, yet her heart remained uneasy. Wolf 7 was still quite young. If he carelessly mentioned to Han Mion that she had spent the night with Yi Chen, how could she ever explain that? Although nothing inappropriate had transpired, she couldn't help but empathize. If the roles were reversed and Han Mion was aware of her closeness with another, she would surely be distraught. Knowing Han Mion's temperament, while he wouldn't blame her, he would undoubtedly feel hurt. Feeling somewhat dazed, she took the dried cloth and asked Wolf 7 to cut it for her. She intended to caution him not to mention anything to Han Mion, but feared that her words might complicate matters further. So she retreated into her room to focus on sewing. She did not emerge for the entire day. Yi Chen sat in the courtyard, gazing through the partially opened window, enchanted by the sight of Yu Huan, who was diligently working with her head bowed. He believed that her willingness to let Han Mion go signified that her inner turmoil had been resolved. With that burden lifted, she would inevitably come to accept him. In his mind, it was inconceivable for a female to have but one mate. Eventually, Yu Huan would embrace him. As night descended, Yi Chen coaxed Wolf 7 to sleep first, claiming he would keep watch outside and prepare some food for Yu Huan. Trusting him, Wolf 7 scampered off to bed. Once Wolf 7 had departed, Yichen roasted some meat for Yu Huan, her favorite, the tender mutton beast. He entered her room with the roasted meat only to find her sitting on the bed, illuminated by the flickering light of a torch, engrossed in her sewing. Yu Huan stitched with great concentration, a faint smile gracing her lips as she occasionally held the fabric up for comparison, suggesting she was nearing completion. The torchlight danced, casting a soft glow that enveloped her face in a gentle veil, rendering her beauty dreamlike and ethereal. The more Yichen observed her, the more captivated he became. Recalling the softness of her form as he had held her waist the previous night, his heart raced, and he plopped down onto the bed, his gaze fixated on Yu Huan. The flickering flame imparted a subtle atmosphere of intimacy. It was only when Yichen settled onto the bed that Yu Huan noticed his presence and became agitated. "Why, Yichen? This is Han Mion's bed. It is inappropriate for you to sit here. Please leave." Yichen, utterly entranced by Yu Huan, hardly registered her protest. He drew closer and embraced her tightly, breathing heavily. "Yu Huan, I like you so much that I've endured this for too long. I can't hold back anymore. Shall we become mates today?" Yu Huan was taken aback, both startled and furious. She attempted to push him away but discovered she lacked the strength, a wave of dizziness washing over her as consciousness slipped away. Seeing Yu Huan not resist but rather lean softly against him, Yichen's heart soared with joy. This must be her tacit acceptance. Overwhelmed by the unexpected delight, he tightened his hold on her, leaning in to kiss her delicate neck. Just as he was about to connect, a sudden blow knocked him out cold onto the ground. Chapter 58. The Phoenix Beast has been kidnapped. Zhe San sat in the cave, contemplating the Phoenix Beast, which had been sound asleep on the stone bed for quite some time. This was the cave he had discovered yesterday, perched on a cliff at a distance from the ground. His intention was to imprison the Phoenix Beast here, far from Yunzhong City, where no one would be able to find her. Initially, he had presumed that the Phoenix Beast, having dispatched over 100 members of the ape tribe, must be a fierce and formidable female. Thus, he had prepared numerous sturdy vines to bind her. However, to his astonishment, the Phoenix Beast turned out to be an exquisitely delicate and beautiful young female. Having prepared the resurrection incense, Zhe San arrived at Yunzhong City just as night was falling. He flew to the nearby forest by the lake, shrinking his form to conceal himself among the branches. Observing the wooden house's situation in the yard, there were a fox beast and a wolf beast. Peering through the partially opened window, he spotted the Phoenix Beast. She sat on the bed, working on some peculiar item that did not resemble a skirt made of animal hides. A smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Darkness enveloped the land, devoid of moonlight. The lakeside appeared as if draped in a black shroud. Only the flickering light from the wooden house pierced the inky blackness, resembling a firefly flitting through the endless void. Yet for Zhe San, the night held no distinction from day. His night vision was exceptionally sharp. He observed the wolf beast entering another small wooden house, while the fox beast busied itself in a room on the left side of the wooden house. Finding it easier to hide, he flew to the window, administering the resurrection incense into the room before concealing himself on the roof. After a moment, he sensed the effects of the drug taking hold and transformed to enter the room, only to find the Phoenix Beast in an intimate embrace with the fox beast. He swiftly knocked out the fox beast and, in his transformed state, carried the Phoenix Beast out of Yunzhong City. The gray wolf beast man stood foolishly by the lakeside. What a bunch of worthless fools. Upon arriving at the cave, he placed the Phoenix Beast on the stone bed and began to fret. His initial plan was to kidnap the Phoenix Beast, bind her so she couldn't escape, and return to the Eagle tribe to have someone guard her. Yet upon seeing this petite Phoenix Beast, he felt conflicted. Her body was soft and delicate, her skin tender, and her small arms seemed fragile enough to snap with a mere finger. Those sturdy vines would surely cause her harm if bound too tightly. Perhaps it would be better to keep watch over her personally. He couldn't allow her to awaken and become frightened, lest she fall from the cave. She was far too valuable, needed as leverage against Mo Ran and the snake beast. Seated beside the stone bed, he focused intently on the little Phoenix Beast, who was now sleeping restlessly, her brow furrowed and her hands occasionally moving as though she were dreaming. He felt a tinge of curiosity. When Wolf 7 awoke in the morning and noticed Yichen was missing, he sought out Yu Huan. Upon entering her room, he found the scene perplexing. Wei Yichen lay sprawled on the floor, while Yu Huan was nowhere to be found. He hurriedly shook Yichen awake. Yichen, why are you sleeping here? Where's Yu Huan? Yichen, still dazed, only fully awakened upon hearing Yu Huan's name. Sitting up, he glanced around, realizing, yes, where is Yu Huan? Didn't she agree to become mates with me last night? His last memory lingered on the moment he kissed Yu Huan's neck. Still bewildered, he was unsure of what had transpired. Wolf 7, sensing Yichen's lingering confusion, hurried to find Yu Huan, disregarding Yichen as he rushed outside to ask the wolf tribe beastmen stationed by the lake. However, after questioning everyone, no one had seen Yu Huan. A living person had vanished right under the watchful eyes of 300 or 400 wolf tribe members. Wolf 7 could hardly believe it. Fearing that perhaps Yu Huan had gone to the green crystal forest to seek Han Mian, he quickly inquired whether anyone had seen the phoenix fly away the previous night, but to no avail. Regret washed over him. He should not have slept that night. How could he explain this to Han Mian and the chief? Once Yichen regained his senses, he followed Wolf 7 outside and recounted the events. Wolf 7 stared at him in disbelief. What did you say? Yu Huan agreed to become mates with you. Yes, we were just about to become mates, and then I lost consciousness. I must have been attacked from behind. What should we do? Yichen was frantic, utterly at a loss. Wolf 7 lapsed into silence, feeling the situation was too bizarre. If they had been attacked by beastmen, it would have been impossible to escape from the lake. Surrounded by hundreds of guards, gathering the wolf tribe beastmen, they searched the nearby forest but found nothing. Who could have abducted Yu Huan? The only tribe that came to mind was the ape tribe. But how could they have taken her? Yu Huan was strong, capable of flight and fire. Who could have snatched her away without a sound? Wolf 7's search yielded no results, and he instructed Yichen to remain in the wooden house while he returned to find his beast father. Hoping for some clues and to observe the ape tribe's movements, Wei Yichen remained in the room, still struggling to comprehend how he had suddenly been knocked out. How had he failed to detect any presence? To notice someone approaching? And how had Yu Huan been taken? Why had she not transformed? Did she leave willingly? That was impossible. He had been on the verge of kissing her. She would never attack him. They were about to become mates. Realizing he could not remain idle, he was convinced Yu Huan had been abducted. Waiting would yield nothing. With that thought, he transformed and raced back to the White Tiger tribe. Yes, he would seek out Mo Bai and the priest. As Yu Huan was a divine envoy, the priest would surely be able to locate her. In the cave, Yu Huan slowly awakened, her head spinning and her body devoid of strength. As she opened her eyes to the unfamiliar surroundings, panic surged within her. She sat up, her last memory lingering on Yichen embracing her and professing his desire to become mates. Checking herself for any abnormalities, she found none, thankfully. But how had she ended up here? Forcing herself to remain calm, she began to survey the cave. The cave was quite spacious. She lay on the stone bed in a darker corner, while the front half was well lit, indicating a lack of obstructions and a high elevation. Her gaze returned to the stone bed beside her. Across from her was a long stone slab pressed against the cave wall, adorned with some vines and a few pieces of animal hide. You are awake? A deep, resonant male voice reached her ears, prompting Yu Huan to turn in the direction from which it emanated. A man stood silhouetted against the light at the cave's entrance, his long brows merging with his hair, phoenix-like eyes sparkling like stars, a nose akin to a hanging gallbladder, and lips resembling painted vermilion. A cascade of silver-white hair fluttered gently in the breeze from the cave's mouth, adding an air of alluring mischief to his striking features. Yu Huan scrutinized him for a moment, pondering. This man possesses a beauty so beguiling and arrogant. Could it be that she has encountered yet another supernatural being? Since awakening, she had distinctly sensed the disappearance of the power from the phoenix beast Dan within her. Could it be that she had indeed been punished by the beast god, resulting in the reclamation of her phoenix essence? Yet, how could she, merely staying at home, suddenly find herself in the company of this enigmatic figure? Uncertain of his true intentions and recognizing her current vulnerability, she deemed it prudent to proceed cautiously in her responses. Seeing that the phoenix beast remained silent, Zai Sin assumed she was frightened. Fear not, I merely rendered you unable to transform. I have no desire to harm you. I brought you here because I have certain matters that require your assistance. Once these matters are resolved, I shall naturally release you. The more Yu Huan listened, the more perplexed she became. He had captured her? Was it not the beast god who had reclaimed her essence? How had he managed to nullify the power of her phoenix beast Dan? What could his true intentions be? Zai-sun paid no heed to her silence and approached. Offering her a piece of meat, "Eat with that," he seated himself upon a nearby large stone, observing her intently. Yu Huanhuan's appetite had vanished, especially for raw flesh. She compelled herself to regain her composure and reflect. This individual's motives were unclear. He had taken her captive yet offered her food, which likely indicated he did not wish her harm. He had mentioned needing her for something. However, if he intended to keep her for an extended period without releasing her, what would happen when Han Mian returned to find her absent? Unable to transform, how could she devise an escape? With no knowledge of her captor's identity, deciphering his intentions proved to be quite a challenge. "Are you not hungry?" Zai-san inquired, noticing her daze as she held the meat without consuming it. "You must eat. We cannot afford for you to perish, as that would undermine my leverage over the others." "I'm not hungry, thank you," Yu Huanhuan replied, recognizing that when under someone's roof, it was wise to adopt a humble demeanor. After all, provoking him would serve no beneficial purpose. Zai-san expressed mild surprise. "Ah, how intriguing. I have bound you. Yet this little female still offers thanks. Furthermore, she remains quiet and obedient upon awakening. With nothing pressing at hand, her soft and gentle tone invites conversation. Why do you not inquire about my identity?" Zai-san observed Yu Huanhuan with keen interest. Yu Huanhuan thought to herself, "Isn't that a redundant question? If I were to ask, would you divulge?" "Nevertheless," she replied, "if you wish to share, you will do so in due course. Otherwise, my inquiries would be futile, wouldn't they?" Zai-san found himself momentarily stumped, yet he found the situation increasingly amusing. "Ah, indeed, a phoenix beast. Quite composed, very well. I shall withhold my answers for now and see how long you can endure." With that thought, he lapsed into silence, leaning against the cave wall, his gaze fixed upon Yu Huanhuan's expression. Yu Huanhuan, undeterred, focused intently on recalling the events leading up to her unconsciousness, hoping to uncover a clue. Zai-san observed her as she sat upon the stone bed, one hand gripping the meat, motionless, lost in thought. He initially intended to let her stew in her own contemplation, but her stillness persisted for far too long. "Hurry and eat. Nightfall approaches. You cannot go without sustenance." Zai-san's tone was icy. Brought back from her reverie, Yu Huanhuan realized her hunger was indeed growing. However, she could not consume raw meat. Noticing him rise and gaze at her, meat in hand, as if preparing to force it upon her, she reluctantly spoke up. "I cannot eat raw meat." "Cannot eat raw meat? Do you prefer it cooked?" Zai-san's tone reflected his displeasure. Why was the female so troublesome? "Yes, I would fall ill from eating raw meat. Could you possibly prepare some cooked meat for me?" Yu Huanhuan sought to gauge his attitude toward her. If he truly did not wish her harm and found her useful, he might acquiesce to her request. "Wait." Zai-san regarded her for a moment before coldly dismissing her, turning to exit the cave, disappearing along the left wall. Yu Huanhuan barely caught a glimpse of his departure. Once he was gone, Yu Huanhuan rose from the stone bed and approached the cave entrance, eager to familiarize herself with the surroundings. However, the view that greeted her nearly caused her legs to weaken. How high above the ground was she? Outside the cave lay a sheer cliff, devoid of any footholds. How had that man exited just now? Could he fly? Was he like her, a phoenix beast? Unthinkable. Chapter 59. You were dazed by the fox beast.